Chapter 1, Encountering a Brother Supporting Demon at the Beginning.
Mom, there is 100,000 yuan of betrothal money in this card, and the password is Jia Zhao's birthday. Please accept it. Xiao Chen carefully took out a bank card and nervously handed it to his future mother-in-law, Pan Huiyun.
Xiao Chen and his girlfriend Chen Yuejiao have been dating since their junior year in college and have been together for 4 years.
As early as 2 years ago when I just graduated, I already had the idea of getting married.
Xiao Chen plans to get married first and then start a career.
It's a pity that Pan Huiyun asked Xiao Chen to pay a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan, otherwise there would be no deal. Xiao Chen, who had just graduated from college, had a hard time finding a job. 100,000 yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him at that time.
However, faced with Pan Huiyun's request, Xiao Chen had no choice but to agree.
For 2 years, in order to save up 100,000 yuan faster, Xiao Chen worked as a delivery man during the day and worked part-time in bars and nightclubs at night. Although life was hard and tiring, the income was considerable. In the end, hard work paid off and Xiao Chen finally saved up 100,000 yuan.
Stop. Pan Huiyun sulked at Xiao Chen, not looking happy at all. Don't call me mom, because you are not qualified yet.
You can marry my daughter, but you can add another 200,000 yuan, for a total of 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts.
This. Xiao Chen was shocked and thought, you shameless old woman, aren't you selling your daughter? Besides,
the 100,000 yuan he could come up with was already all his savings, so where would he get the 200,000 yuan?
There was no choice but to secretly glance at his girlfriend Chen Yuejiao.
But Chen Yuejiao lowered her head, bit her lips, and said nothing.
Auntie, didn't we agree on 100,000 before? Why now? Xiao Chen still asked cautiously and tentatively. Before was before, and now is now.
Without waiting for Xiao Chen to finish his words, Pan Huiyun suddenly stood up and sneered, our Chen Yuejiao is a bank employee with a stable and respectable job. There have been so many people chasing after our Jiao Jiao in the past 2 years.
Who do you think you are, Xiao Chen? Just because you are a stinky delivery boy?
That's right. You can't even come up with 300,000 yuan, yet you still want to marry my sister. You're just like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. His younger brother Chen Wenbin also made a sarcastic expression.
Hear this.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but clench his fists and stood up suddenly. From graduation to now, Chen Wenbin has never gone out to work. He only knows how to ask his sister Chen Yuejiao for money.
What should Chen Yuejiao do if she has no money?
She must exploit Xiao Chen. Otherwise, it is impossible for the diligent Xiao Chen to save up 100,000 yuan by living frugally for 2 years. So Xiao Chen had been displeased with him for a long time.
What? Looking at your attitude, are you going to hit me?
Chen Wenbin looked at Xiao Chen's actions, then stood up and sneered.
You're not even to mention.
If possible, Xiao Chen really wanted to pin Chen Wenbin to the ground and beat him up.
He dares? Pan Huiyun glared at Xiao Chen. The atmosphere at this moment was becoming increasingly wrong. That's enough.
Chen Yuejiao finally stood up, Mom, Owen, please don't go too far. Hearing what her daughter said, Pan Huiyun immediately stood up, put her hands on her hips and glared at Chen Yuejiao, cursing, too much?
Your father died early, and I worked hard to raise you. Is it too much for me to ask for a little? If he can't even take out 300,000 yuan, and you marry this poor boy, what will your brother and I do? Humph, I don't want to tell you so much, don't forget what you promised me.
That's right, sister.
Just listen to Mom. What's so good about Xiao Chen?
Chen Wenbin said, the Mr. Wu that Mom introduced to you yesterday is pretty good. He's willing to pay 500,000 yuan and you can bring him to do business with you. It seems that the next buyer has been found. Chen Yuejiao hesitated to speak, lowered her head and bit her lip in grievance. Facing her mother, she, who had been obedient since childhood, did not dare to have any rebellious thoughts.
Xiao Chen.
Chen Yuejiao raised her head slowly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and said, why don't you think of a way to get another 200,000 yuan? You know, my brother just graduated not long ago and doesn't have a stable job. He has to get married and buy a house in the future. As his sister, I can't just ignore him.
You think of a way, otherwise, I will have to break up with you. Separate.
When Xiao Chen heard these 2 words, he did feel like he was struck by lightning at first. Thinking of what Chen Yuejiao had just said, as well as what her brother had said, Xiao Chen shook his head and sneered. Chen Yuejiao, this 100,000 yuan was originally saved by me by being frugal, and in the end you asked me to collect another 200,000 yuan.
If I can't do it, you're going to break up with me? Okay, I would like to ask you, according to custom, how much is your dowry?
If the return gift is doubled, it won't be a problem to raise another 200,000, or even 1 million.
Everyone has a temper. This time Xiao Chen couldn't bear it anymore.
He had been in love with Chen Yuejiao for 4 years and had been in contact with her family for 2 years. Every time Xiao Chen came home, he would bring home big and small bags of gifts, but every time he came, he never gave him any good face, and was even too extreme to even refuse to give him a glass of water. I thought I could just endure it, thinking that everything would be fine once we became a family, but I never expected it would end up like this.
As the saying goes, you can't keep snakes warm, you can't tame wolves, you can't feed dogs enough, and you can't please people. My repeated tolerance will only make this family's disgusting faces more unscrupulous. Without waiting for Chen Yuejiao to respond, Pan Huiyun spoke first. How dare you say that? We asked you to take 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and we accepted it all to give you face. You still want a dowry in return? You are simply dreaming.
Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to refute, but instead glanced at Chen Yuejiao.
He wanted to see what Chen Yuejiao's attitude was. As a result, they changed their minds midway and became even more aggressive. Chen Yuejiao didn't say anything, but her attitude was very clear. Okay, as you wish, then we will break up.
Xiao Chen was already disillusioned with this family, and without hesitation he took back the bank card he had just handed over. Seeing that his attitude was very firm, he turned around and was about to leave. Now Chen Yuejiao was panicking. She still had feelings for Xiao Chen, otherwise they wouldn't have been in love for so long.
Get out now, it's bad luck to see you. Pan Huiyun snorted. Oh, Mom.
She quickly chased after him, holding Xiao Chen's arm, and said with a trembling voice, Xiao Chen, we have been together for 4 years, are you going to break up with me just for 300,000?
He. Only 300,000? You say it so easily. Do you think I'm an ATM?
Jiao, you're a good person, but I'm sorry, a poor boy like me can't afford to marry a mama's boy who supports her brother. Besides, didn't your useless brother say that since you've already found a new employer, we owe each other nothing?
Xiao Chen's attitude remained firm and he shook off Chen Yuejiao's hand without hesitation.
Nowadays, it is indeed not easy for someone with his family background to find a girlfriend as beautiful as Chen Yuejiao.
However, that family is not trustworthy and only cares about money but not people. They are really not good people.
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Chen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the right choice.
Successfully bound to the God-level sign-in system. The system is initializing the sign-in time. Initialization successful.
Tip: this sign-in system allows 1 sign-in per day, and the sign-in reward is obtained randomly according to the host's area.
You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
Warm tips: for first-time sign-in, you can ignore the sign-in area.
Chapter 2, the system is not a scam, I really have a wife to send me. System?
Xiao Chen was a little surprised.
I didn't expect that I could be bound by the system.
Xiao Chen didn't know when this ghost system took a fancy to him, and he didn't feel anything.
However, these are no longer important.
From today on, he is a person with the system.
System, I'll sign in now.
Xiao Chen made a decisive decision.
Ding! System prompt, sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon City's most beautiful and cold CEO wife, Su Yueru.
Beautiful wife? In today's system, it is popular to give out wives? The key is still the cold and beautiful female president?
Xiao Chen was a little confused.
It seemed like he didn't even know this cold and beautiful CEO. This can't be fake? Could it be that he was stuck with a crappy system?
Xiao Chen, who was still immersed in the system rewards, had no idea that Chen Wenbin, the brother-in-law he had called for several years, was already walking towards him angrily.
Damn Xiao Chen, who the hell are you? How dare you call me a waste?
If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not called Chen Wenbin.
Chen Wenbin rolled up his sleeves. That's right, we must teach him a lesson. Does he really think he is someone special? Pan Huiyun chimed in. Just then.
Ding dong, ding dong. There was a ring of doorbell outside.
Who the hell is this? You come at a really bad time.
Chen Wenbin, who was about to take action, was very unhappy, but he had to give up attacking Xiao Chen for the time being and went to open the door while cursing.
The result is the next second. Everyone in the room was stunned.
As soon as the door opened, what came into everyone's sight was a beautiful woman with a noble temperament. She was wearing a plaid white suit, which fully demonstrated the efficiency and sophistication of a career woman, and also highlighted the softness and charm of a mature woman. She paired it with a V-neck knitted skirt, which did not hide her curvy figure at all. Her slender thighs, coupled with a pair of over-the-knee boots, made her look like a swimming dragon. Coupled with her skin as white as snow and delicate facial features, even though she is a little cold and glamorous, she is more than just perfect, she is simply stunningly beautiful.
Everyone in the room was stunned. Even Chen Yuejiao, who was also a woman, was stunned and felt a little jealous. Her brother Chen Wenbin was even more miserable. He stared with his eyes wide open, swallowed his saliva, and asked with a stammer, hello, who are you looking for? Gurgle. After asking, he couldn't help but swallow his greedy saliva. At the same time, he was fantasizing in his heart, this is my house, and he comes here and knocks on the door.
Are you here to find me?
This is normal.
After all, no toad doesn't want to eat swan meat.
Even Pan Huiyun and Chen Yuejiu were confused. Women have a lot of little thoughts in their minds.
They hope that something will happen between the beautiful woman outside the door and Chen Wenbin.
However, this stunning beauty ignored them and strode towards Xiao Chen. Follow me and get the certificate.
That slender hand, as white as frost and snow, stretched out directly and generously to Xiao Chen, took his hand and was about to walk out. At this time, Xiao Chen was also confused.
This beautiful woman who fell from the sky actually hit him on the head? The system didn't lie to him. Different from Xiao Chen's surprise, Chen Yuejiao and her family were struck by a bolt from the blue. What did this beautiful lady say just now? She wants to get a marriage certificate with Xiao Chen? Such a goddess wants to get married to a poor boy like Xiao Chen? No. This is absolutely impossible. Pan Huiyun ran up quickly and said, Beauty, this is my home. Did you get the wrong person? He is just a delivery man. This is my son. That's right.
The woman said firmly, I'm looking for Xiao Chen, your son is not my type. After that, he no longer paid attention to Pan Huiyun's family, and directly pulled Xiao Chen away without looking back. Go to the Civil Certificate Bureau, don't waste time here.
What's going on? Chen Wenbin was a little confused. Sister, that woman is related to Xiao Chen. Do you know her? I don't know him.
Chen Yuejia shook her head. In fact, she was even more confused. As far as she knew, Xiao Chen had only a handful of same-sex friends, let alone friends of the opposite sex. She gritted her teeth, stomped her feet and ran out. She wanted to get to the bottom of this matter.
Xiao Chen, stop right there.
Seeing Chen Yuejia running away, Pan Huiyun was a little anxious and urged, Wenbin, why are you still standing there?
Hurry up and follow your sister.
Just like that, Pan Huiyun and Chen Wenbin also followed him out.
Downstairs in the community, passers-by kept pointing and talking, and car lovers looked at it again and again.
Because, now there is a red Ferrari supercar parked there.
Men are attracted by its wildness, and women are attracted by its coolness. Anyone who can own it must be very happy.
Xiao Chen walked out of the community and was pulled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari before he could fully react. Looking at the envious eyes of passers-by outside, Xiao Chen would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. Then, he quickly got on the road, fastened his seatbelt, and leaned back comfortably.
Boom, boom, boom.
The cold and beautiful woman started the Ferrari, then took the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator a few times, and then drove away in the dazzling supercar in an instant.
Chen Yuejiao's family, who had just chased out, stared at this scene in amazement. Fuck, a Ferrari supercar? Sister, that woman and that car, could it be that Xiao Chen rented them on purpose to piss you off?
Chen Wenbin was actually so jealous that his eyes were about to pop out, so he blurted out a sarcastic remark.
It must be, otherwise how could a woman like Xiao Chen, a poor boy like that, fall in love with him? Pan Huiyun insisted directly.
This mother and son simply couldn't eat the grapes, so they insisted that the grapes were sour.
Chen Yuejiao said nothing, her mind was buzzing with regret.
She bit her lip and hailed a taxi, followed by her mother and brother. Master, catch up with the red sports car in front.
Hey, pretty girl, don't joke with me, that's a Ferrari, how can I catch up with it in my crappy taxi?
The taxi driver was embarrassed. If you really want to catch up, you have to pay more.
Just add more. Okay. For the sake of money, the taxi driver who thinks he has top-notch driving skills decided to give it a try. On the red Ferrari. Although Xiao Chen was very grateful for the sudden appearance of the beauty just now, which indirectly helped him slap Chen Yuejiao's family in the face, up to now, he was still confused as to why the beauty suddenly came to help him. Hello, who are you? Xiao Chen asked, mustering up the courage. You don't remember me? The woman suddenly pursed her lips and revealed a heartwarming smile. My name is Su Yueru. You saved me a few days ago. Do you remember? Su Yueru? Isn't she just the system's sign in reward to his wife? When did I save her? Xiao Chen really has no impression at all. Just at this moment. Ding. System prompt, helping the host to improve the plot. A series of memories suddenly flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. A few days ago, Xiao Chen happened to see Su Yueru fainted while delivering food, and then he bravely stepped in to help. Now, Xiao Chen understood. All of this was written and directed by the system. Ugh. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? The writing is not even as good as Xiao Chen's own. Obviously, this is not the case. As for Su Yueru's memories, they should have been implanted into her by the system without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen did not answer. The atmosphere was still somewhat awkward. Su Yueru asked, "Did you bring your household registration book?" Xiao Chen nodded, "I brought it." He had originally thought of taking Chen Yuejia to get the marriage certificate after giving the betrothal gift today. How could he do anything without the household registration book? But who knew so many things would happen? As for why Su Yueru asked this, Xiao Chen also knew it. Since she was the wife rewarded by the system, what kind of wife would she be if they didn't get a marriage certificate? Soon, the two of them went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Yueru deserves to be called the cold and beautiful president. She is vigorous and decisive in her work. Of course, Xiao Chen is not such a pretentious person. In no time, under many envious gazes, their marriage certificate was completed. Just walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Chen was blocked from leaving by Chen Yuejiao and her family who were coming over. Xiao Chen. Chen Yuejiao's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried. She looked at Xiao Chen and Su Yueru beside him, and noticed their respective marriage certificates. She choked up and said angrily, "What do you mean? Our 4 years of relationship is not worth 300,000? Can't you just try harder? What do you mean by getting a marriage certificate with someone else?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel it was very funny. 2 years ago, they said it was 100,000, and I endured it, and I worked hard. 2 years later, they said it was 300,000. If I continue to endure it, will it go from 600,000 to 1 million in another 2 years? Do I have to continue to live for another 2 years? Xiao Chen refuted without giving any face. Faced with Xiao Chen's well-reasoned arguments, Chen Yuejiao had no idea what to say. "Daughter, why are you talking to him?" Pan Huiyun stepped forward and said, "This must be a fake certificate. The person and the car are rented. He must be using it to deceive you and make you sad. He thinks he can take you away without any betrothal gifts." Chen Wenbin echoed, "That's right, sister. There are so many things like this on the internet now, such as renting a car and renting a girlfriend. I think Xiao Chen is deliberately acting for us. Beauty, how much does Xiao Chen pay you for a day? And how much is the rental price for the car for a day? You guys acted really well. You can even make fake evidence. How about this? I'll rent you for a day. I wonder if you can satisfy anything." Chen Wenbin was even more excessive. He had a lewd and obscene look on his face, and walked over to Su Yueru ready to do something inappropriate to her. Chapter 3, Don't Look at the Place When You Touch Porcelain. Chen Wenbin, you're looking for death. Xiao Chen, who had been unhappy with Chen Wenbin for a long time, planned to take action. Although Su Yueru is the wife given by the system. But now that we have obtained the certificate, it is completely reasonable and legal. If Xiao Chen continues to tolerate his wife being bullied, he would not be a real man. Result. Bang. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, Su Yueru took the first step and a loud slap landed on Chen Wenbin's face. Oh shit. Isn't this wife the system gave me too strong? This slap is for you. Be careful with your words next time. After the fight, he remained calm and composed without changing his expression,
truly worthy of being called a cold and beautiful president.
Everyone present was stunned when they saw the scene.
This is especially true for Chen Yuejiao, as she had never expected this result. When Pan Huiyun saw her son being beaten, she quickly ran over and started to scold him like a shrew. "Woman, how dare you hit someone like that? Someone is hitting someone, call the police." "Fuck, you bitch."
Chen Wenbin covered his face and said angrily, "How dare you hit me? You are just a hired prostitute. Who the hell gave you the face?" After saying, Chen Wenbin wanted to take action.
"Chen Wenbin, if you dare to touch my wife, I will tear you apart."
Xiao Chen protected Su Yueru behind him without thinking. This made Su Yueru feel very useful and safe. "That's enough."
Chen Yuejiao immediately stood between the two of them, looked at Xiao Chen with tears in her eyes, and said, "Xiao Chen, don't go too far."
He. Xiao Chen said unhappily, "I went too far? Didn't you see that your useless brother was about to attack my wife? I was just protecting my wife. Is that too far?"
Hearing Xiao Chen's words, especially the part about protecting my wife, Chen Yuejiao's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, I am his girlfriend, so I naturally feel a little uncomfortable when I hear this.
As for Su Yu, who was protected by Xiao Chen behind him, she also felt inexplicably moved at this moment.
During this time, Pan Huiyun pulled Chen Wenbin, and the mother and son were whispering about something.
Soon Chen Wenbin laughed sinisterly, and then put on a ferocious look. "Xiao Chen, FKU, you dare to hit me, you see I won't hit you today." "That's right, beat them to death. They are such poor bastards who still pretend." Pan Huiyun chimed in.
They didn't really fight, it was just bluffing, but the scene was already in chaos.
Pan Huiyun took advantage of the chaos to come over and deliberately push Su Yueru. With a plop. Hit someone. Come and see, someone is being beaten." Pan Huiyun deliberately sat down on the ground and started shouting. "Mom, are you okay?"
Her daughter Chen Yuejiao hurried over.
"Fuck you." The most excited person was Chen Wenbin. "Xiao Chen, you actually let this bitch beat up my mom.
I'm telling you, if you don't get 100,000 or 200,000 yuan for this matter today, I won't let you go.
Sister, call the police right away.
He is truly a filial son. When my mother was beaten, the first thing I did was not to fight back, but to think about the money."
"That's right. This matter today.
If you don't have a few 100,000 or more, don't even think about leaving." Pan Huiyun, who was sitting on the ground, thought for a moment and started shouting as well. Looking at their poor acting skills, Xiao Chen was afraid that he would not be able to help laughing. It was obvious that the mother and son were discussing this matter just now. Instead of fighting with Xiao Chen and both getting hurt and maybe being taken away by the police in the end, it would be better to extort tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars from him.
Xiao Chen pointed to the camera not far away and said, 100 or 200,000, you really dare to ask for it? Have you seen that camera? Even if you want to commit fraud, can you please use more advanced means?
At least choose a place where there are no cameras. If you insist on staying like this, then call the police and ask them to come and check the surveillance."
Pan Huiyun glanced at the camera, her face flushed, and she said angrily, "You are slandering me.
It was obviously this woman who pushed me."
"Everyone, come and judge for yourself. If this woman hadn't pushed my mother, would my mother have fallen down?" Chen Wenbin was even more shameless in inciting the crowd. His tinkering attracted many passers-by to come and watch and start talking about it.
However, no one stood up to speak for Chen Wenbin and his family. Regardless of whether the matter was right or wrong, in this society, no one wants to cause trouble for themselves. As for Chen Yuejiao, she saw what happened clearly.
But she didn't say anything.
Instead, she acquiesced to her mother and brother's behavior and turned a blind eye. After all, if she dared to refute, she would have done it when the bride price was forced upon her, and now she would be the one getting the marriage certificate with Xiao Chen.
Looking at this scoundrel family, Xiao Chen was so angry.
Why was he so blind to find such a girlfriend and end up with such a big family? Such a filial daughter, such a sister who dotes on her younger brother. It's a good thing that Xiao Chen didn't go with her to get the marriage certificate.
Otherwise, I would be regretting it now. Result. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to speak, Su Yueru walked over decisively.
Su Yueru glanced coldly at Pan Huiyun, who was deliberately sitting on the ground, and said, "Person touching a car is essentially a form of fraud. According to Article 49 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, anyone who steals, defrauds, robs, snatches, extorts, or intentionally damages public or private property shall be detained for not less than 5 days but not more than 10 days, and may be fined not more than 500 yuan if the circumstances are serious. He shall be detained for not less than 10 days but not more than 15 days, and may be fined not more than 1,000 yuan.
Su Yueru continued, "There are cameras here.
Your behavior of hitting the car has been recorded.
Don't worry, I will let my company's legal department sue you."
What?
Sue me? You're talking a lot.
Who are you trying to scare? At first, Chen Wenbin was really frightened by Su Yueru, but he still maintained his rogue attitude. "You still call me a company and a legal department, you really can brag. You were just rented by that poor bastard Xiao Chun, driving a rented car. You really think you are an onion? Who do you think you are?"
Su Yueru was very calm and said, "Yueshia Group, Su Yueru, go search online yourself. There are photos of my interview."
When he heard this name, the fool Chen Wenbin was stunned for a moment, and then he actually took out his mobile phone and started searching. Xiao Chen also frowned when he heard this name.
"I have been delivering food in Longcheng for so long, how could I not know Yueshia Group?
It is the largest cosmetics company in the whole of Longcheng.
I guess Chen Wenbin must have heard of it, otherwise this idiot wouldn't actually take out his phone to search for it.
I never expected that the wife the system gave me would have such a powerful background.
Isn't this obviously a way of making yourself a gigolo? It smells so good. What a shitty Yueshia Group. If you don't pay compensation today, no one will get anything today." Pan Huiyun didn't understand any of this and was still aggressive. "Mom, stop talking."
Before Pan Huiyun could finish her words, Chen Wenbin interrupted her and looked at Su Yueru in horror. You are really Su Yueru, the president of Longcheng Yueshia Group."
Hear this. Chen Yuejie and Pan Huiyun were both shocked. Even the onlookers were in an uproar. They can fool themselves. But so many interview reports on the internet are not necessarily false.
If you want to continue making trouble, I don't mind calling the police right now and having our legal department send you a lawyer's letter. After saying that, Su Yueru naturally hugged Xiao Chen's arm, looking very intimate, and said, "Husband, let's go." Chapter 4. This soft rice is so delicious.
Okay. Xiao Chen nodded immediately.
However, at this time, Pan Huiyun still wanted to continue making trouble. "Who told you to leave?"
"You can't leave." "Mom, stop talking."
Chen Wenbin grabbed his mother, didn't say anything, just kept shaking his head, his face full of panic. He knew he was in the wrong, and Su Yueru was rich and powerful, so if he continued to make trouble, they would be the only ones who would be embarrassed.
That's all. Su Yueru took Xiao Chen's arm and returned to the bright red Ferrari. Under many envious gazes, he drove away.
This time Chen Wenbin didn't dare to step forward to stop it. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was gradually disappearing from her sight, Chen Yuejiao couldn't help but scream, and she squatted on the ground with her head in her hands and burst into tears. She had been in a relationship with Xiao Chen for 4 years, so they definitely had feelings for each other to some extent. Now that this feeling has been blown away by the wind, she still can't help but feel heartbroken.
Pan Huiyun was not at all distressed by Chen Yuejiao's behavior.
Instead, she turned around and questioned Chen Wenbin, "You silly boy, why did you let them go?
Xiao Chen had money on him, and you let him go without letting him spit out the money?" "Mom, I don't want to do that either. The woman just now is really the president of Yueshia Group. She is rich and powerful. If we really go to court, our whole family will have to go to jail." Chen Wenbin's expression was helpless. "You said that woman is really rich?" "Impossible. How could a rich man like that be interested in a poor boy like Xiao Chen?" "Silly son, you haven't been deceived, have you? I heard from others that a lot of the information on the internet is fake." Pan Huiyun certainly didn't believe it and started to lecture her. Faced with his mother's teachings, Chen Wenbin looked helpless and even wondered in his heart, why was it not me who was favored by the rich woman?
Suddenly a phone call came in, and after answering the call, Pan Huiyun immediately smiled.
"Jiao, get up quickly, look at what you look like."
Turning to look at Chen Yuejia, who was crying, Pan Huiyun said sternly, "Mr. Wu just called and said he is very pleased with you and wants to have dinner with you tonight. I tell you, Mr. Wu is willing to pay a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan.
Don't mess it up." "Mom, are you serious?" Chen Wenbin asked excitedly.
"Of course. Mr. Wu also said that he is willing to teach you about investment,"
Pan Huiyun said with some pride. "Great. I'm going to be rich too." Chen Wenbin was so excited that he pulled Chen Yuejiao up. Sister, hurry up and catch this Mr. Wu. Whether our family can get rich depends on you. Chen Yuejiao's eyes were blurred with tears. I won't go. Now, she is still immersed in the heartbreak, so she has no mood to have dinner with another man. However, Pan Huiyun didn't care about that. She grabbed Chen Yuejiao's ear and scolded, I worked so hard to raise you, and you just don't want to go? Are you still thinking about that poor boy Xiaochun? I tell you, this matter is not your turn to make the decision. I have the final say. The cool red Ferrari has long been away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, the atmosphere in the car was as awkward as ever. Looking at the marriage certificate in his hand, he quietly turned his head to look at the cold and beautiful Su Yueru, but he didn't know how to start the conversation. Call dear? It doesn't seem to be the case. Call wife? I feel like something is missing again. If you're not used to it yet, just call me Yueru. Su Yueru seemed to see what Xiaochen was thinking. Actually, I'm not used to it yet, so I'll call you Xiaochen for now. Yes, Yueru. Xiaochen nodded. The atmosphere eased a little. But it soon became awkward again. Because what should Xiaochen say next? Should I ask, Yueru, where are we going to have our wedding night tonight? Damn you, system, what kind of reward are you giving me? At this time, the Ferrari stopped at the entrance of an upscale residential area. Su Yueru took out a bunch of keys and an access card from her LV bag and handed them over, saying, Xiaochen, I have a fully decorated house here. You can stay here for the time being. The access card has the floor and room number on it. What about you? Xiaochen asked casually. However, this question can't help but make people feel profound. Su Yueru blushed. I have something to do in the company these days, I am quite busy. Okay. Xiaochen nodded, not being pretentious at all. He took the key bunch and access card, opened the car door and walked down. Boom. As soon as Xiaochen got out of the car, Su Yueru drove away. Well. Why are you in such a hurry? We don't even have any contact information yet. Xiaochen stood in the wind with a confused look on his face, and after a long while he uttered, Am I being kept by a beautiful CEO? Bah. She's obviously my wife. Can you call me being kept by someone if I eat my wife's clothes? Su Yueru, who had been driving for quite a while, finally realized, it seems that I don't even have my husband's contact information. With this IQ, how can she become a beautiful CEO? It is said that women in love have no IQ, and it seems that this is true. According to the floor and room number marked on the access card, Xiaochen found his home easily and walked in smoothly. This large suite of at least 200 square meters has high-end decoration, is clean and tidy, and is fully equipped with all the necessities of life. There are also some sexy suspenders and some sexy bras in the closet of the master bedroom. These clothes, they are so tasteful. Is this what it feels like to be a freeloader? It seems like this soft rice smells a bit good. Nightfall. Longchang, on the top floor of Yuexia Group, in the president's office. Su Yueru, what did you say? You actually married a strange man? And you let him live in your house in Shanshui Huateng? This sound might shake the entire building. Crazy, you must be crazy. Su Yueru was sitting in her CEO office chair, using the desk for support with both hands, rubbing her temples with her fingers. On the desk was her marriage certificate with Xiaochen. The woman in front of her was also pretty, with a tall figure, but she was slightly inferior to Su Yueru. The loud voice just now came from her, Su Yueru's best friend, Tang Xinrui. Okay, how about I give you a loudspeaker so you can go out and shout on the street? Su Yueru said. No, I didn't even know about your marriage certificate. Do you still consider me as your best friend? Tang Xinrui seemed very anxious. Besides, this strange man came out of nowhere. Are you either crazy or forced? Of course. Neither of them could possibly know. All of this can be attributed to Xiaochen's system arrangement. Actually, I don't know either, but he saved me once, and I have been sending people to find him to thank him. I just happened to pass by and got news about him today, and it was all my fault. Su Yueru shook her head helplessly. Don't you know my situation? I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. At least this way, no one can force me. I think you are crazy. You are not only going to kill yourself but also others. Tang Xinrui stamped her feet in anger.
No, I want to go see what kind of person that wild man you got married with is. Tang Xinrui turned around and was about to walk out, but Su Yueru stopped her. Okay, Xin, I'm already annoyed enough. You're my best friend, so please don't cause me any more trouble, okay? Yueru, what can I say about you? Tang Xinrui sighed. However, at this time, Xiao Chen was sleeping soundly on the big bed in the master bedroom of the luxurious suite, which still exuded a faint fragrance. Chapter 5: Enemies really meet on a narrow road. The next day. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Xiao Chen stood up and stretched comfortably. It's so comfortable. Such an expensive bed is really comfortable to sleep on. Xiao Chen did not forget to sigh. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? The sound of the system also came along. Xiao Chen thought about it and remembered that when he just bound the system yesterday, the system said that the sign-in reward would be obtained randomly according to the host's location. Now at home, this area should not be right. After all, what can we get at home? So, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and made a decision. System, I haven't thought about it yet, so I won't sign in yet. In the face of Xiao Chen's answer, the system did not respond, which should be the tacit agreement. Then, Xiao Chen quickly got up, washed up, and went out. I just found a breakfast shop. Sitting here, Xiao Chen ordered a simple breakfast and fell into thought. Where should I sign in? Think about your shortcomings first. In an instant, Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea: go to the bank. It's a bit vulgar, but who can resist money? Just like that, Xiao Chen made his decision, quickly got up to pay the bill, and then went to the bank. Since you have chosen a bank, you must choose a larger one. Therefore, Xiao Chen took a taxi generously. Master, let's go to the largest People's Bank branch in Longcheng. Now there is no need to save money for the issue of bride price, so you can naturally be more generous. Okay, hold on tight, said the driver. Longcheng, the largest branch of the People's Bank of China. People come and go here. Call. Chen Yuejia was dressed neatly and stood upright in the bank lobby, with a badge that read intern lobby manager hanging on her chest. She took a deep breath, kept a smile on her face, and guided the customers in handling their business. After graduating from university, she went to work in a bank and worked in a small local branch for 2 years. Finally, her hard work paid off. A few days ago, she received a transfer to Longcheng branch to work as an intern lobby manager, even though she was somewhat unhappy about breaking up with Xiao Chen yesterday. But when it comes to work, she still keeps a happy smile. After all, even though I've lost my love, I can't lose my job. Soon, Xiao Chen also came here. As soon as I walked into the bank, Chen Yuejiao came up to greet me with a smile and said politely, "Hello, what business do you need?" "Oh, no need." Xiao Chen looked around and refused. He didn't come here to handle any business, but to sign in and get a reward. Result. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yuejiao interrupted him, a little surprised. "Xiao Chen? Why, are you here?" Chen Yuejiao? Xiao Chen then noticed that the person in front of him was Chen Yuejiao. His brows furrowed, as he remembered that she seemed to have told him some time ago that she was going to be transferred to a branch. He didn't expect to meet her here today. Is it embarrassing? What an embarrassment! If there is any embarrassment, it should be Chen Yuejiao. It has nothing to do with him. Standing in front of her, Xiao Chen ignored her and said to himself, "System, sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 500 million renminbi and becoming the bank's exclusive diamond level VIP. 500 million. Does this bank also have exclusive diamond level VIPs? Wipe. Don't people who have systems start with hundreds of billions and then blow up the earth with one punch? Did I get the wrong script? Even though he was complaining, he was secretly saying in his heart that it smelled so good. You know. At this time yesterday, I was still a poor boy who couldn't even afford the additional dowry that my mother-in-law forced me to pay. However, now, the system directly gave him 500 million, directly ranking among the billionaires. Really? When you sign in at the bank, the rewards you get are definitely related to money. At this moment, Xiao Chen was thinking, if I sign in at the bank every day, wouldn't I be able to earn 500 million every day? In time, wouldn't he become the richest man in the world? Tips: do not sign in at repeated areas. The system seemed to see through his heart. Xiao Chen, I know you still can't let me go, but there's no need to do this. I'm still at work.
If you still want to keep me, wait until I get off work. Chen Yuejiao was very confident.
She interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts and seemed to be ordering him to leave.
What the hell? What are you talking about? He. Xiao Chen sneered. Chen Yuejiao, who gave you the confidence? Am I here to look for you? And you all saw it yesterday. I'm already married. I'm here today to do business, isn't that okay? This is really a case of bringing up something that is not related to the topic.
When Chen Yuejiao heard Xiao Chen say this, her heart skipped a beat.
It was clearly me who was supposed to get the marriage certificate with Xiao Chen yesterday. Why did it become someone else? Moreover, she is a woman who is even more perfect than her. Also, that woman is very rich. Chen Yuejiao was furious.
As the saying goes, an angry woman is irrational.
Without even thinking twice, she yelled at Xiao Chen, business, what kind of business are you doing? You can't even afford the 300,000 yuan gift to marry me. You only have 100,000 yuan on you. You are so poor, what kind of business do you want to do?
This behavior is probably inherited from her disgusting mother.
When she said this, she immediately attracted many curious looks. Xiao Chen shrugged idly, as if it had nothing to do with him, and even mocked, Chen Yuejiao, we have been in love for so many years, why did I only realize today that you were so stupid?
Chen Yuejiao subconsciously covered her mouth, her round eyes widened. Only then did she realize that she had said the wrong thing.
Unfortunately, it's too late to find out now.
It was because of her mindless abuse. The other customers in the bank hall did not have such a good look on their faces and cast strange looks at him.
Fuck, you're still so poor with 100,000 yuan? That's right. Then what are we, who can't even come up with 100,000 yuan? Are we the poorest among the poor? For a piece of shit like you, you're asking for 300,000 yuan as a dowry. I think 300 yuan a night is too much. What a crappy bank, where the lobby manager looks down on poor people.
Everyone, take out your phones, take a video, and make her famous.
Discrimination, blatant discrimination. No one should do business in this bank.
The whole scene suddenly fell into chaos.
Many people have taken out their mobile phones and started recording videos.
Even customers who were already depositing money at the counter were forced to take their money back and the process was cancelled.
Everyone came to criticize Chen Yuejiao for what she had just said.
She has touched the sore spot of most people.
No. It's not like that. Let me explain. I just spoke too quickly.
Chen Yuejiao was anxious to explain, but how could these customers listen to her explanation when she had angered everyone?
Speaking quickly? I think this is what you really think, right? Xiao Chen is now becoming more and more disgusted with Chen Yuejiao.
As expected, like mother, like daughter.
Xiao Chen, that's enough.
To tell you the truth, it's impossible for us to be together.
My mother has arranged a man for me who is 10,000 times better than you. I will meet him soon. Just give up on this idea.
Faced with everyone scolding, Chen Yuejiao suddenly started to throw a tantrum. This is probably a specialty she inherited from her mother.
Needless to say, after she yelled at them, the customers all fell silent.
Some did not want to offend a bitch like her, while others were curious and wanted to hear more information from her. I was just about to take out a microphone, hand it to her, and say to her, come on, tell me your story. At this time, a supervisor in the bank, perhaps intending to help Chen Yuejiao out, stepped forward and said to Xiao Chen, young man, if it is a personal matter, please wait until Xiao Chen gets off work and then meet outside to discuss it.
If you discuss personal matters here, it will affect the normal business of our bank. This official rhetoric is well-reasoned, reasonable and logical. No one who heard this could say that he was helping Chen Yuejiao to drive Xiao Chen away. Chapter 6 Help me withdraw 500 million, I want cash.
However, smart people can still see that this is secretly helping Chen Yuejiao under the pretext that you cannot affect the normal business of our bank here. After all, Chen Yuejiao is from their banking system and is very beautiful.
Maybe this supervisor has some unspeakable thoughts about her. Now that I have helped her once, then in the future, as time goes by, some romantic stories happen? He is quite good at calculating.
However, he didn't know that Xiao Chen was full of confidence now.
With the system backing him up, how could he endure such bullshit?
So, in response to the supervisor's kind reminder, Xiao Chen nodded very seriously and said, the manager is right.
Yujiao, you just said that I'm just a poor guy who can't even afford the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Actually, you're wrong. did I say something wrong? Humph, how much money do you have? How could I not know it?
Having offended Xiao Chen on both sides, and now with her supervisor backing her up, Chen Yuejiao simply toughened up. Yesterday, Su Yueru made her suffer, and today, she wanted Xiao Chen to pay it back tenfold or 100-fold. Oh, it turns out that these two are a pair of little enemies.
Before, I didn't know.
When the people in the bank who were waiting for their services, or those who had just finished their services and had nothing urgent to do, heard what was happening, they thought there was something interesting to watch and came closer to listen.
Chen Yuejiao, are you sure you know how much money I have? Xiao Chen looked up at the rooftop with an unfathomable look on his face. Don't pretend, Xiao Chen. If you had money, would you have worked so hard for several years to save only 100,000 yuan? If you had money, would you not be able to give the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift?
Once Chen Yuejiao lets go, she really has her mother's demeanor.
Very good, very good.
Chen Yuejiao, since you look down on me so much, then I will prove it to you.
Is it that I don't have money, or that you are not worthy of my money?
As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out the diamond VIP card that the system rewarded him when he signed in just now.
You are still pretending. Whether you are pretending or not, you will know in a moment.
Xiao Chen said this loudly, then took the card to swipe the number and queue up.
Beep.
As soon as the card was swiped, Chen Yuejiao and the bank manager who spoke for her were stunned.
VIP. Is this kid serious? Does he really have something to offer? Many people are waiting to see what happens.
Xiao Chen, his card, doesn't seem simple. Although he couldn't see it clearly, the supervisor always felt that the card in Xiao Chen's hand was different from the ordinary platinum VIP.
Could this be the legendary card? If so, then. The supervisor subconsciously moved a little further away from Chen Yuejiao.
However, his choice was too late. Since Xiao Chen's card was the bank's exclusive diamond VIP card, his number was quickly called first. Xiao Chen walked to the counter confidently and shouted at the top of his voice, "Today, I was looked down upon. Your two colleagues said I was a poor bastard, so please help me withdraw 500 million yuan. I need cash." As soon as these words were spoken, the bank lobby exploded. While Xiao Chen was speaking, he pointed at Chen Yuejiao and the somewhat sinister bank manager.
He was also very angry. Fuck, this guy wants to take 500 million. It's cash. Cash. It's crazy, it's crazy. It's too crazy.
Some time ago, I saw a news report saying that a bank employee had a bad attitude, and then the depositor angrily withdrew 5 million in cash.
5 million is a lot for ordinary people like us.
But compared to this guy, it's nothing.
500 million. He wants to withdraw 500 million in cash. Oh my god, this branch has 500 million in cash?
I don't think there's that much cash. The bank lobby suddenly became lively and everyone was watching with great interest. What happened here today was more exciting than what happened in the news, on TV, and in novels.
The key point is that this is happening right next to us, it is extremely real, so more and more people are watching. Puff. Xiao Chen, stop pretending. You will never be able to earn 500 million in your lifetime. Chen Yuejiao looked at Xiao Chen in bewilderment at first.
Her heart was in turmoil, but she seriously thought back to the 4 years she had spent with Xiao Chen. In the end, it was confirmed that Su Chen did not have 500 million. Maybe, that VIP card of his was given to him by the woman who drove the Ferrari sports car so that he could show off. But no matter what, it is impossible to give him 500 million.
Unless that female president Yuexia is crazy. Then she burst out laughing again.
And her words were heard by everyone present.
However, not long after, the female professional who received Xiao Chen suddenly screamed, "Oh my god."
Her scream caused a stir inside the bank. Her colleagues asked her what was going on, and the supervisor even went over to confirm the situation. Chen Yuejiao, who was outside, saw that something was wrong and immediately ran over to ask what was going on. The situation shocked her greatly, because there really was 500 million yuan in deposit in Xiao Chen's card.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Chen Yuejiao felt her head buzzing.
How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be true. Am I dreaming?
After saying this, she slapped herself on the face a few times to confirm whether she was dreaming or in reality. Seeing her confused look, many people felt very happy.
This woman was so disrespectful just now. Are you slapped in the face now?
Having said that, this guy is so awesome. He took out 500 million in cash as soon as he opened his mouth. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover.
Dear Mr. Xiao Chen, are you sure you really want to withdraw 500 million in cash?
The female staff member who received Xiao Chen inside had to receive him according to the rules.
Her tone instantly became extremely respectful. But this question was asked cautiously.
Because it was the leader behind them who asked her to ask Xiao Chen. Because the amount of cash Xiao Chen withdrew was too huge, all the leaders of the branch have been alarmed.
Even the branch president is on his way quickly. Where are they supposed to get 500 million in cash in such a short time?
Even if it can be achieved, it will cost a lot of manpower and material resources.
Also, 500 million in deposits, isn't that money? What is money?
In the hands of ordinary people, it is money, that's right.
However, in the banking system, that is the indicator and the performance. It is completely linked to bonuses, performance, and promotions.
What's more, the branch president already knows everything. Xiao Chen is the diamond VIP of their branch. Such a great god, no matter which branch he moves to, he must be treated like a god or a Buddha and worshipped well, right? If he messes up, it will affect his future and financial prospects. Therefore, the president has to go out in person.
In the branch.
Xiao Chen was very determined and said to the female employee in a loud voice, "Yes, beautiful lady, you heard it right, I want to withdraw all 500 million from this card today. I don't care whether you give me a $100 bill or a dime.
I don't care.
As long as it's money, as long as it's cash, I want it." Chapter 7. If a person has money, his farts will smell good. When the female employee heard this, she broke out in a cold sweat. Those leaders used her as a shield again, which made Xiao Chen feel a little bit sorry.
However, Xiao Chen was not deliberately making things difficult for her now. Mr. Xiao Chen, do you think you should reconsider this? After all, it's not safe to keep so much cash at home, right? More than just unsafe? There is simply no room for it in most people's homes. Beautiful lady, I know you mean well. I am a good person and I don't mean to make things difficult for you. But I just don't want to be looked down upon by others, who point at me and say that I am a poor bastard who can't even afford the bride price. So do you think I should prove it to others? Xiao Chen is speaking very loudly now. He wanted everyone in the entire branch to hear it. Well.
Sir, please, have a cup of tea first. The beautiful employee didn't know how to respond to Xiao Chen for a moment. After all, it's such a big client, and it would be difficult to deal with if you offend him by speaking carelessly. Therefore, it was better to say less and asked someone to pour tea for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took it and smelled it. Good tea. Sure enough, the treatment of diamond VIP customers is different. There is an old saying that goes, a poor person living in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich person living in a remote mountain area has distant relatives. Xiao Chen naturally knew that this beautiful employee just wanted to delay time and wait for professionals to come and negotiate with him. The ultimate goal, of course, is to discourage him from taking 500 million in one go.
Beauty, no matter what, I am a man with backbone.
I want to prove to certain people that it's not that I can't afford the bride price.
It's that I can't stand their family's snobbery and greed.
Oh. Xiao Chen didn't care how she answered. Anyway, he didn't say it for her to hear, he said it to irritate Chen Yuejia.
You know what?
To test her, that is, Chen Yuejia. She was my girlfriend since college. After 4 years of relationship, she broke up with me for the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift and found another rich man.
Oh. The female staff member who received Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. However, it seems that the story told by Xiao Chen is quite attractive.
At least, she was interested. After saying oh, he stole a glance at the trainee lobby manager Chen Yuejia. We agreed at the beginning that the betrothal gift would only be 100,000 yuan.
Do you know how I earned that 100,000 yuan? Xiao Chen began to tell a half-truthful story.
Oh, how did you earn it? In fact, what she wanted to say was, Mr. Xiao, you have 500 million in deposits in our branch, so isn't 100,000 yuan just a drop in the bucket for you?
The annual interest is already quite a bit, do you still need to earn some?
However, her leader gave her an order to receive Xiao Chen well and not mess it up. So, she had no choice but to start the chat mode.
As for business. What kind of business is she doing?
The leader has specially approved it, so just hand it over to other colleagues. The most important thing is to chat with the Diamond VIP customer, give him a good impression, and discourage him from withdrawing 500 million yuan in cash. Keeping the 500 million yuan in the branch's account is the most important thing. Some people may say that Xiao Chen is discussing private matters in the bank, which is affecting the normal business of the bank. The supervisor just now said the same thing.
But that was just now. Now, it's different. Is it too much for a Diamond VIP customer to talk about his life experience in a bank? Not too much. Will this affect the bank's business? No. No.
Because understanding customers' situations, knowing their needs and providing better service to them is the core business of banks.
In fact, to put it bluntly, it is because they now know that Xiao Chen is a Diamond VIP, and if Xiao Chen gets angry, they may lose such a rare customer with a deposit of 500 million. That's all. What is privilege? This is privilege.
To express my sincerity, I worked as a delivery man for more than 2 years, did odd jobs for more than 2 years, and earned this money by living frugally.
Ah. Mr. Xiao, you are so thoughtful.
Finally, my ex-mother-in-law, her mother, thought the money was too little and asked me to increase the gift to 300,000 yuan on the spot.
Ah. Hearing this, the people around started talking. That is too much. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand this kind of person. Not keeping one's word, going back on one's words.
You are greedy for small money and fail to recognize the real thing. In the end, you missed the chance to marry a rich man.
You deserve it. Chen Yuejiao's face turned blue, red, purple, and black after hearing what others were saying.
However, in order to keep her hard-earned job, she did not dare to speak out to refute Xiao Chen. Because the bank president had just rushed here in a hurry and had already warned Chen Yuejia that if the bank lost Xiao Chen, a precious Diamond VIP customer, because of her, then she would have to quit her job as the trainee lobby manager.
She is really regretting it now.
If she had known in advance that Xiao Chen was the Diamond VIP customer of this trip and had a deposit of up to 500 million yuan, she would never give up this wealthy son-in-law. As for Xiao Chen, he certainly wouldn't let them go so easily, so he finally asked to see the bank president. The female employee who was responsible for chatting with him and was forced to listen to his stories felt relieved and could finally pass the ball to the bank president. The president originally wanted to invite Xiao Chen to an elegant room for tea, but Xiao Chen refused to go. He liked to stay in the lobby, and finally the branch president had no choice but to invite Xiao Chen to have tea and chat in the lobby. After this conversation, the bank president certainly wanted to know why Xiao Chen was so angry about taking 500 million in cash. Mr. Xiao, first of all, I apologize for the poor service of our bank. I hope you can give me some instructions on where our employees are not doing well, so that I can hold a meeting to ask them to correct it.
The president spoke to Xiao Chen without any airs. Moreover, the words used are humble and sincere.
Regardless of whether he was wrong or not, he first apologized sincerely, which made it difficult for people to hit someone who smiled at him.
He is truly a good communicator in the industry.
As an elite figure in the financial industry, the branch president certainly knew that recently in a certain city in the country, a depositor withdrew 5 million yuan in cash in anger because he was dissatisfied with the bank staff's poor service attitude towards him.
It took 2 bank employees 2 hours to count the 5 million alone. However, if it was just 5 million, it would not alarm the bank president. Now Xiao Chen is going to take 500 million. Which branch would not find it difficult to mobilize 500 million in cash in one day? Even if they can mobilize it, who will compensate for the loss of manpower, material resources, and Diamond VIP customers? Therefore, no matter from which perspective, they must keep Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard this, he knew that the olive branch was extended because of his Diamond VIP status and the 500 million in deposits. Otherwise, no one would apologize to him. Since you, the president, have asked me so sincerely, then, as a Diamond VIP customer, I will give you my opinion. You say what you want, we will definitely make corrections based on your opinions.
After saying that, in order to show his importance, he waved to the assistant president next to him, took the pen and notebook from her hand and personally recorded Xiao Chen's words.
When people saw that this bank president was so versatile and flexible, they couldn't help but admire him secretly. Regardless of whether they are sincere or not, first of all, they have done a very good job in all aspects. Chapter 8, Giving Face but also giving a slap in the face. Since you asked me to give my opinion, I would like to give some praise first. For example, the teller who received me just now was very good.
After Xiao Chen said this, the beautiful lady who was responsible for helping him with his business immediately gave him a grateful smile. After a few words, the president got straight to the point and asked Xiao Chen why he was so angry that he wanted to take 500 million in cash. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen doesn't need so much cash.
In fact, before talking to Xiao Chun, the bank president had already quickly learned the whole story through his employees. However, he still had to ask. Because if he doesn't ask, then he can't show his sincerity. Only by letting Xiao Chen know the sincerity of him and their branch can Xiao Chen be dissuaded from the idea of withdrawing all his deposits and ensure that this extremely precious diamond VIP customer does not leak out. Otherwise, a depositor with 500 million yuan in deposits, regardless of how much assets he has, may just walk out of the door of this branch before someone from another bank next door comes to discuss deposit matters with him. This time, Xiao Chen directly said that he was looked down upon by the employees of their bank, and then he named Chen Yueru and the supervisor with ulterior motives on the spot. The president immediately looked at the assistant beside him and sent her to take care of it first. Then, he chatted with Xiao Chen for a few more sentences, stalled for some time, and then asked the two employees to apologize to Xiao Chen. The assistant found the vice president and directly did the work of Chen Yueyao and the supervisor. A few minutes later, the vice president personally brought two people to the bank lobby, bowed and apologized to Xiao Chen in front of many depositors. In fact, Xiao Chen came here just to sign in. These two people were just making trouble and making things difficult for him. Otherwise, this kind of thing would not have happened. It's really self-inflicted. Looking at Chen Yuejiao's face as she reluctantly apologized to him in order to keep her iron rice bowl, Xiao Chen felt secretly happy. Finally, Xiao Chen said in public that to give face to the bank president, he would not withdraw 500 million in cash, but 100 million instead. This is already very respectful. Then, when the bank was mobilizing funds, Xiao Chen went to the agricultural bank next door and directly asked them to send someone in a car to receive 100 million in cash. This made the head of the agricultural bank next door very happy. He immediately ordered a diamond VIP account to be opened for Xiao Chen, and then personally brought people to receive 100 million in cash. Xiao Chen's move was truly ruthless. After he brought people from the neighboring bank, the branch manager of the People's Bank was still polite to him. Because he originally wanted to take 500 million yuan, but now, he said in public that he would leave 400 million yuan to give face to the president, and keep the diamond VIP account without canceling it. This is already a huge honor to God. And the president did not lose face in front of his subordinates and the masses. On the contrary, he has a lot of faces. Because if he hadn't stepped in, the 500 million would have been taken away and all would have gone to the agricultural bank next door. However, Xiao Chen's cleverness lies in that after giving face, he slapped the other man in the face again, withdrew 100 million yuan in cash and deposited it in the bank next door. The employees of the two banks were responsible for counting the money paid out by one bank and collecting the money back by the other bank. The one who spends has a gloomy face and is bleeding in his heart, while the one who saves has a smile on his face and is secretly happy in his heart. After this incident, Chen Yueji was severely scolded and demoted on the spot. A bright future was ruined because of this incident. After returning home, she burst into tears. Only when Chen Wenfu and Pan Huiyun asked her about it did she tell them what happened today while crying. When the tiger mom and the ungrateful brother heard that Xiao Chen actually had 500 million in savings and was pretending to be poor in front of them, they did not repent on the spot, but instead became furious and called him insidious and cunning. Sister, he is worth 500 million, but he is reluctant to pay even 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. This shows that he is not sincere to you. Chen Wenfu said this, but he didn't really think so. Damn it, if I had known earlier I wouldn't have pushed him so hard. I really miscalculated. That bastard Xiao Chen actually hid so deeply. I'll think of a way to see if there is still a chance for my sister to be his lover. After comforting Chen Yuejiao, the mother and son secretly discussed. The mother and son felt that since Xiao Chen was so rich, it would be a shame for their intelligence if they didn't spend some money. Put it in two ends. At the headquarters of Yuexia Group, the door of President Su Yueru's office was suddenly pushed open. When President Su wanted to question the culprit again, she found out that the person who rushed into her office was not an employee of her company, but her good friend Tang Xinrui. She couldn't help but sigh. Xinshin, when will you remember to knock on the door? You're always like this. I'm afraid you'll scare me to the point of having a heart attack, okay? Oh, I forgot again. Sorry. I found something interesting today, and I'm in a hurry to share it with you. Tang Xinrui had a smile on her face, as if she had picked up some treasure. Tell me, what celebrity gossip have you heard? It's not celebrity gossip. It's a true story. And it's an interesting story about your new husband. It's related to Xiao Chen? What's going on? After Tang Xinrui said this, Su Yueru became interested, because anything that could interest this little goblin must not be boring. Su Yueru's best friend has been famous for being a mischievous person since she was a child. Today, I went to the bank in Taoyuan Garden to do some business. I didn't expect that when I finished my business and was about to leave, I saw Xiao Chun arguing with someone. It turned out that the little witch Tang Xinrui was also doing business in that branch at that time. And he arrived earlier than Xiao Chen. She witnessed the whole process of Xiao Chen being looked down upon, and then taking out the hidden diamond VIP card and trying to take out 500 million in cash on the spot to slap the person in the face. If the person who took 500 million yuan was someone else, Tang Xinrui would not have watched it for so long, nor would she have watched it with such relish and would not have been willing to leave. Now, it's different now that this person is Xiao Chen. Because he was the man that Su Yueru dragged to the Civil Service Bureau to get a marriage certificate yesterday on a whim. Last night, after learning about this, Tang Xinrui scolded Su Yueru for being crazy. Just like that, she casually picked up a man, got married, and decided to spend her life together. After asking carefully, I still don't know whether the other person is a cat or a dog, nor do I know what the financial situation of his family is like. If she were to meet a professional gigolo, then wouldn't Su Yueru, who has a wealthy family, suffer a great loss? But today, Tang Xinrui suddenly saw Xiao Chen's domineering and heroic side. Yueru, you are such a lucky girl. You know, if I met Xiao Chen on the street, even with my good eyesight after seeing countless men, I would definitely think he was a pauper. Who would have thought that after being looked down upon in public, this seemingly ordinary man would take out a super diamond card on the spot and generously demand 500 million in cash? Do you know what that guy said at that time? Tang Xinrui learned it quite well. I wasn't there, so how would I know? Oh, just imagine and guess, it's very interesting. Could it be something like this? Tang Yueru imagined it, then coughed lightly and imitated a man's voice with a rough voice, saying, "You're bullying me because I have no money? Listen carefully, I'm going to withdraw 500 million today." He. You learn it in style. There's a bit of a resemblance. Tang Xinrui was so amused by Su Yueru's appearance that she started to tremble with joy. Chapter 9. There is a small bug in the system. No way, I was just pretending. What exactly did he say? Su Yueru waited until Tang Xinrui had laughed enough before asking her. She also didn't expect that Xiao Chun, who looked so poor, would be so rich. That guy is quite good at pretending. Look, I remember he said something like this. Cough. I need to withdraw money. Then, the bank teller asked him, "Sir, how much do you want to withdraw?" "You, help me withdraw all 500 million from this card." 500 million? Sir, are you crazy? Ugh, I made that up. Please don't pay attention to the details. You. How could Su Yueru not know that this best friend had always liked to act like a demon since she was a child? She pretended to be a lady at one moment and a tomboy at another. And then, what did he say? Hey! That pretentious husband of yours actually said these words. You heard me right. I just want to withdraw 500 million in cash. I don't care whether you give me a $100 bill or a dime. I don't care. As long as it's money, as long as it's cash, I want it. 500 million in cash, no bank can transfer it in such a short time, right? Of course. Later, the president came running to invite him for tea. He refused to accept the invitation and insisted on drinking in the lobby. He really has a personality. What happened next? Later, it was even more exciting later. In short, your cheap husband is really not an easy person to deal with. Next, Tang Xinrui told the story in one breath about how Xiao Chen used the president to slap Chen Yuejia and others in the face. Finally, he concluded, Yueru, that guy is a hidden master. If you can't deal with him in the future, remember to consult me for countermeasures. I will always be your strongest backer. Alright, got it, Lady Demon Queen. After a respectful reception, Xiao Chen was escorted outside by the two bank presidents. Behind the bank presidents were a large number of employees, and every employee wanted to keep a smile on their face because of the bank president's presence and Chen Yuejiao's previous experience. This spectacular farewell procession made people passing by think that a central leader had come to inspect, and they all cast curious and envious glances at them. Here, Xiao Chen waved goodbye to everyone and took a taxi. In the car, he closed his eyes and checked the reward for his sign in this time. The 500 million were indeed 500 million in real money, but before he could recover from the joy of getting rich, a basin of cold water was poured over his head.
The system interface that appeared in front of him clearly showed today's sign-in bonus, 500 million yuan, and bank diamond membership. But below the golden numbers there was a line of barely visible small words, which clearly stated that it was only for consumption by beautiful women.
Xiao Chen didn't understand it at first, and thought about the meaning of the small words carefully. Could it be that this was just like the small words on all lottery tickets, and the final right of interpretation belonged to the organizer? Xiao Chen cursed in his heart and couldn't help questioning the system. But no matter how he questioned, the system didn't give any explanation.
Finally, Xiao Chen decided to use the most direct method to verify what this sign and reward really meant. Xiao Chen took a taxi to the most prosperous commercial street in Longcheng. In the past 2 years, he had almost no time to rest in order to save money for the bride price, let alone go shopping. Moreover, he was frugal and was reluctant to spend more than 100 yuan on himself. As for Chen Yuejiao, Xiao Chen basically fulfilled all her requests. The brand name clothes and jewelry she wore were all bought by her through takeout orders. Now Xiao Chen had 500 million in his pocket, and even though he was dressed simply, he was full of confidence. Xiao Chen walked quickly to the nearest golden building, and the receptionists in Cheongsam at the door shouted welcome with a little enthusiasm.
The last time Xiao Chen came here, he was picking out jewelry with Chen Yuejia.
She said that if she wanted to get married, she would need at least 3 pieces of gold. So Xiao Chen and she spent a long time picking out jewelry, and finally Chen Yuejia was satisfied after she picked out 3 heavy pieces of gold jewelry. After walking through rows of glittering jewelry, Xiao Chen first came to the men's watch area, where there were all kinds of men's watches, including mechanical, diamond-studded, plain, and famous brands.
As soon as Xiao Chen stood still, the saleswoman behind the counter smiled professionally and asked, "Sir, what style do you like?" Xiao Chen looked at it hesitantly.
He had no knowledge of watches. To him, a watch was just a timekeeping tool. So he pointed at something randomly, and the salesperson immediately smiled and said, "Sir, you have a good eye.
This is a new model that just arrived in our store.
Patek Philippe only cooperates with our store this year.
You can't buy this watch in other stores."
As she spoke, the salesgirl took the watch out of the display cabinet and carefully placed it in her hand to show Xiao Chen.
After hearing what the salesperson said, Xiao Chen seemed to think that the watch looked better.
So he was about to reach out to touch the watch, but the salesperson immediately took his hand back. The salesperson protected the watch with his white-gloved hands and said to Xiao Chen in a pretended apologetic tone, "Sir, I'm sorry. This watch is so precious. So our store manager has ordered that you must buy it before you touch it."
Xiao Chen's face felt a little hot. He knew that the salesperson was buying it because he was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked like he couldn't afford it. "This is it, help me pack it up,"
Xiao Chen said, and took out 2 bank cards from his body. He had just deposited 100 million and 400 million in them, and he picked out the 100 million card and put it on the counter.
The salesperson couldn't believe it. How could this plain-looking man buy the most expensive item in the store in one go?
"Sir, the current price of this watch is 6 million.
You see." The salesgirl hesitated.
Xiao Chen nodded to show that he understood, but he had no intention of backing down. The salesperson took the bank card from the counter doubtfully and ran to find the manager to settle the bill. When the other sales clerks saw Xiao Chen's behavior, they immediately felt that he was a profitable fat sheep, so they all came over with charming steps to show their courtesy. A few little girls saw that Xiao Chen was not wearing a wedding ring, so they had other ideas and secretly turned around to put on their makeup.
Soon, Xiao Chen was surrounded by girls of different looks.
But the salesperson who had just left came back with an unnatural look on her face, followed by the manager with a sullen face. "This is the gentleman who wants to buy a watch, Manager Zhang," the salesperson said timidly.
Chapter 10. Why are there 2 faces? The manager came over and sized up Xiao Chen with narrowed eyes, snorted coldly and said, "Sir, are you here to cause trouble?" Xiao Chen was not angry when he heard Manager Zhang's unfriendly tone.
Instead, he asked in a good-tempered manner, "No, I'm just here to spend money."
"Consumption?"
Manager Zhang said sharply, "How about using this card with not a dime on it to make a purchase?"
Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. It was just as he expected. The 500 million yuan given to him by the system this time was conditional. The condition was that the money could only be spent on beautiful women. As a man, he couldn't spend even a dime of the 500 million. Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh about his fate. No matter before or now, he couldn't escape this speechless fate. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and stood up. The ladies around him had dispersed without him noticing, and he came to the diamond area effortlessly.
Xiao Chen pointed to the necklace with the biggest and shiniest diamond on the counter and said, "Wrap this up for me." The manager was stunned for a moment but then burst into laughter. He thought Xiao Chen stood up and was about to leave, but he didn't expect him to go to the diamond district and go crazy again. This person is not a poor guy at all but a complete lunatic. The saleslady in the diamond area looked at Xiao Chen in embarrassment, then turned to look at manager Zhang. She was a little afraid that Xiao Chen was really a lunatic, and if she disobeyed his wishes, would Xiao Chen get mad at her? Seeing the girl trembling with fear, manager Zhang stood up. He asked someone to bring the POS machine over, and inserted the bank card he had taken out earlier into it in front of Xiao Chen. Manager Zhang wanted Xiao Chen to see with his own eyes that not a dime could be swiped out of the bank card. When manager Zhang thought of Xiao Chen's stunned expression, he felt the joy of revenge. Manager Zhang entered the amount of the necklace on the POS machine, and the people around him all watched this scene quietly. After entering a series of numbers, more than 5 million, manager Zhang handed it to Xiao Chen to enter the password. Xiao Chen slowly input the password, and the machine made a creaking sound. Soon, a long receipt was spit out by the machine.
The transaction of more than 5 million was completed just like that.
No one spoke or moved around, everyone stared at the long receipt in a daze. Manager Zhang was the first to react. He reached out and tore the receipt from the POS machine. After confirming it repeatedly, he stretched out his hands respectfully in front of Xiao Chen.
"Hello, sir. This is the receipt for your purchase, the total is 5.89 million. Is there any problem? If yes, please sign below."
Manager Zhang's attitude changed 180 degrees, but Xiao Chen still calmly reached out to take the receipt and took a look at it. A waiter came running over and handed the pen to Xiao Chen, who signed his name without even looking at it.
"Thank you for your hard work." Manager Zhang kept the receipt signed by Xiao Chen and quickly signaled the salesgirl to pack the necklace. "It was our mistake just now. We misunderstood you. I hope your mood will not be affected. We have many new watches here. You can take a rest in the VIP room. I will introduce them to you personally."
Manager Zhang still wanted to keep Xiao Chen, as it was rare to meet such wealthy men in a year. But after Xiao Chen received the wrapped necklace and bank card, he turned and left without saying a word to him.
Coming out of the golden building, Xiao Chen felt a little disappointed.
He thought to himself that he might be the only poor guy with 500 million. But he quickly recovered from his disappointment. After all, there were new sign and rewards every day. As long as he found the pattern, it was not impossible to turn the tide. Xiao Chen was still a little nervous when he was walking on the road with a necklace worth more than 5 million yuan in his hand. After all, he never had more than 500 yuan in his wallet before.
Finally, he decided to take a taxi to Su Yueru's company and give her the necklace. When Xiao Chen thought of Su Yueru's beautiful face and devilish figure, he couldn't help but fantasize. Soon the taxi arrived downstairs of Su Yueru's company. It was the first time he noticed this magnificent building. He had been here before when delivering food, but he only left the food at the front desk and never actually went in. Xiao Chen straightened his clothes a little and pulled his slightly wrinkled shirt. Walking into the building, fashionable men and women were walking around busily. No one noticed the man with shabby clothes. Xiao Chen walked to the front desk and asked the receptionist where Su Yueru had gone.
The receptionist fiddled with her newly permed hair and glanced Xiao Chen up and down.
"What do you want to do with Mr. Su?" the receptionist asked bluntly.
Xiao Chen said calmly, "I have something I want to give her. You can either tell me where she is and I will go find her. Or tell her I am here and let her come find me." The receptionist was amused by Xiao Chen's confidence. Looking at this handsome man, she said politely, "You are here to deliver a package.
Just leave it with me.
President Su is meeting with an important client, so he doesn't have time to pick up the package." Xiao Chen was speechless. He finally changed from delivering takeout food to delivering couriers.
Just as he was about to continue explaining his identity to the receptionist, an unexpected person walked towards the elevator.
Tang Xinrui recognized Xiao Chen at once. She had just seen Xiao Chen arguing with a group of scholars in the bank and her impression of him had changed a little. But now he saw him arguing with a receptionist, and he was immediately furious.
Tang Xinrui came over and asked unhappily, "What happened?"
The receptionist immediately put on a professional smile and replied, "Ms. Tang, this person is delivering a package to Mr. Su.
But he just doesn't want to deliver it to Mr. Su in person. He is so stubborn."
After saying that, the receptionist looked at Tang Xinrui in a flattering manner.
Tang Xinrui ignored her flattery and turned to look at Xiao Chen and deliberately asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Chen didn't know that Tang Xinrui was Su Yueru's good friend, so he concealed it and said, "I am an acquaintance of President Su, and I have something I want to give to her in person." Tang Xinrui raised her eyebrows and asked again, "Acquaintance? Are you sure? How come I didn't know Yueru had an acquaintance like you?" Xiao Chen looked at Tang Xinrui in confusion, wondering why this woman was so aggressive. The receptionist then explained at the right time, "This is our CEO Su's best friend, Miss Tang. There is no one in our company who doesn't know Miss Tang." Xiao Chen nodded to show that he understood, and then handed the beautifully packaged gift box to Miss Tang and said, "Then Miss Tang, please help me hand it over to President Su." Xiao Chen turned around and prepared to leave. But he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back and said, "By the way, tell Ms. Su that I'll wait for her to come home for dinner tonight." Chapter 11 Diamonds Are Forever. Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Tang Xinrui and the receptionist were stunned. The receptionist even wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. What did that plain-looking man just say he was waiting for Mr. Su for? Go home for dinner? The shocked receptionist looked at Tang Xinrui, who was equally surprised. Noticing her own gaffe, Tang Xinrui quickly suppressed her surprise. She picked up the exquisitely packaged bag and took out the velvet box inside. Tang Xinrui planned to open it herself to see what Xiao Chen had given Su Yueru. If it was something worthless, she would help Su Yueru get rid of it so that she wouldn't be upset. When Tang Xinrui opened the box, she was immediately dazzled by the brilliant light blooming from inside. The largest diamond in the necklace weighed more than 10 grams, about the size of a pigeon egg, and was decorated with numerous small diamonds, making the design very gorgeous and delicate. The two were once again stunned by the scene before them. The receptionist glanced at the necklace and quickly looked up to find Xiao Chen. How could he just put down such a valuable item and leave without even looking back? The receptionist regretted her unfriendly attitude towards Xiao Chen just now. Tang Xinrui was also touched by Xiao Chen's generosity. Many men, no matter how rich they are, rarely give their girlfriends such expensive gifts. Tang Xinrui immediately recognized that this necklace was the one she had liked very much when she was shopping before. At that time, she felt it was a bit expensive, so she didn't want to buy it for herself. Now Xiao Chen bought this necklace and gave it to Su Yueru without blinking an eye. Just for this reason, she will have to praise Xiao Chen again when she goes to give the necklace to Su Yueru. It is said that Xiao Chen left Su Yueru's company and went to the supermarket near the apartment to buy groceries. It is called a supermarket because it is adjacent to the most upscale residential area in Longcheng, so the supermarket is top-notch in both size and product quality. Since he couldn't use the 500 million in savings, Xiao Chen could only use his own savings. Fortunately, now I only have to spend my own money. Without the squandering of Chen Yuejiu and Chen Wenbin, I feel much more relaxed. Usually Xiao Chen cooks for himself to save money, so this has helped him improve his cooking skills. Xiao Chen can easily cook basic simple dishes, and can basically complete more complicated ones as long as he has patience. This time, Xiao Chen planned to make some simple home-cooked dishes for Su Yueru to taste. After all, judging from the daily necessities in her apartment, she probably rarely cooks for herself. Xiao Chen was picking vegetables and meat, and preparing to supplement his usual food. After strolling around like this, it was already evening, and Xiao Chen returned to the apartment with 2 large bags of food. He sorted the purchased ingredients into different categories and put them into the refrigerator. Afterwards, Xiao Chen fried a few quick dishes. When he had just finished and put them all on the table, the door opened. Su Yueru walked in shyly. Seeing Xiao Chen standing blankly by the table in an apron with a spatula in his hand, she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the smile on Su Yueru's beautiful face, Xiao Chen stuttered, You're back. I cooked, wash your hands and eat." Su Yueru took off her coat and went to the bathroom obediently. After a while, they both sat at the table. Faced with the colorful and fragrant delicious food on the table, both of them remained silent. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Su Yueru stood up and walked to the wine cabinet. Su Yueru opened the wine cabinet and asked Xiao Chen, "What do you usually drink?" Xiao Chen looked at the dazzling array of wines and didn't know how to choose. "Actually, I don't drink much." Although Xiao Chen works part-time in nightclubs and bars, he rarely drinks. He doesn't like the feeling of being dominated by alcohol. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. So the two of them drank red wine with scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After a while, the atmosphere between the two began to heat up under the influence of alcohol. Su Yueru blushed and asked, did you go to my company this afternoon?
Xiao Chen nodded, but said nothing.
Su Yueru asked again, then why didn't you come up to see me? And why did you ask Tang Xinrui to help you pass on the gift?
Xiao Chen scratched his head and waved his untied cuffs, saying self-deprecatingly, I'm afraid others will misunderstand me if they see me like this.
Su Yueru was a little angry and said, what misunderstanding? Su Yueru was also very puzzled. Why didn't a rich man who gave more than 5 million as a gift even have a decent piece of clothing?
I didn't know if you were willing to let others know about your marriage, so I didn't reveal my identity.
Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru was a little silent.
She married Xiao Chen completely on impulse, and Su Yueru herself couldn't explain how much she loved him. Seeing Su Yueru remain silent, Xiao Chen continued, I had no other intention in asking you to come to dinner today.
You helped me when Chen Yuejia was pestering me. I am very grateful to you.
As for the matter of marriage, we can consider it slowly.
Xiao Chen knew that the reason why Su Yueru married him was mainly arranged by the system, and he didn't want to take advantage of her. Moreover, like today, if there was a bug in the system, would Su Yueru sue him for marriage fraud?
To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen decided to develop a relationship with Su Yueru slowly. With his charm, he might be able to make Su Yueru fall in love with him wholeheartedly.
Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru breathed a sigh of relief.
To be honest, the main reason I'm getting married to you so quickly is because my family is pushing me too hard.
If we really want to get married, I'd like to make my own decision.
Su Yueru raised her glass and Xiao Chen followed suit.
The two clinked their glasses and Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with seductive eyes.
Please take good care of me in the future, husband.
Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and he said, Hi, wife.
After saying this, Xiao Chen felt a little regretful. Why did he get so excited out of habit when he heard the care? Instead, Su Yueru laughed sweetly, her dark eyes like a pool of autumn water. After dinner, Xiao Chen was cleaning up the dishes. Su Yueru was eager to clean up the dishes, but when she broke the third plate, Xiao Chen stopped her. Xiao Chen was washing dishes when he suddenly felt someone looking at him hotly from behind.
When he turned around, he saw Su Yueru wearing pajamas.
The style of the pajamas was quite familiar. It looked like the same one I saw in the closet today, of course I saw it by accident.
Su Yueru was leaning against the kitchen door, staring straight at Xiao Chen and said, I won't leave today, is that okay?
Xiao Chen's throat tightened, and he quickly swallowed his saliva and said, yes, it's okay.
Chapter 12 Returning to the Old House. Seeing Xiao Chen's nervous look, Su Yueru smiled even more happily.
She stood up and walked towards Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen could smell the fragrance of shower gel emanating from Su Yueru's body. Thank you today.
Su Yueru said softly.
Ah, what are you thanking me for?
Xiao Chen accidentally glanced at the collar of her pajamas and felt a little dry in the mouth.
Thank you for your gift and dinner. To be honest, I haven't eaten at home for a long time. Su Yueru looked a little lonely when she said this.
Xiao Chen didn't know why Su Yueru suddenly felt lost, so he comforted her and said, if you want to eat, I can cook for you every day.
Su Yueru's eyes lit up when she heard this and asked, really? Don't lie to me. Only a puppy can lie to me.
This sentence, spoken by a beautiful woman like Su Yueru, made people feel very close to her. At this moment, she was no longer the CEO of a company worth hundreds of millions, but like a well-behaved and cute girl next door.
Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru lovingly, nodded solemnly, and said, of course, I'll make you a full banquet when I'm in a good mood one day.
Su Yueru laughed so hard that she was shaking with laughter, thinking that Xiao Chen was just bragging to show off. Then I'll go to bed first.
You should also get some rest early.
Su Yueru smiled for a while, stood not far from Xiao Chen, and said good night to him.
Seeing Su Yueru's hesitation, Xiao Chen actually understood. After all, he had been in love for many years, but he didn't want to act rashly when the two of them were not sure of the relationship.
Okay, then go to sleep.
Good night. Xiao Chen said lightly, watching Su Yueru walk away reluctantly.
Watching Su Yueru disappear in the master bedroom, Xiao Chen regretted for a moment. The atmosphere just now was so good, he should have rushed over, and then. Xiao Chen shook his head and suppressed those imaginations. His first priority now was not only to establish a good relationship with Su Yueru, but more importantly to figure out the impact of this system on his life. Although he had 500 million, he didn't use it on himself, which was almost equivalent to nothing. Although he had a beautiful and rich wife like Su Yueru, she and he had not yet reached a state of perfect harmony, and their relationship was still in the cultivation stage. Therefore, a real man still has to rely on his own abilities, and what he can do now is to continue his daily life on the one hand, and find systematic rules to improve his hard power on the other hand. Thinking of this, Xiaochen secretly made up his mind to make a name for himself. He wanted Chen Yuejiao and those who looked down on him to see his ability and teach them not to look down on others casually.
Nothing happened that night.
The next day, after Su Yueru went to work, Xiaochen had nothing to do and decided to go back to the apartment he had shared before to sort out his scattered personal belongings. Although they were not valuable, Xiaochen was a nostalgic person, so he felt that he should pack up his things to some extent. So Xiaochen took a taxi back to his shared apartment in an old neighborhood in the old city. As soon as he opened the door of the apartment with his key, he heard an unbearable sound coming from Hozi's room. The sound was high and low, very recognizable.
Xiaochen smiled helplessly. What was this Hozi hiding in his room playing instead of going to work early in the morning? Xiaochen passed by Hozi's room and deliberately kicked the door hard.
He was not such a nosy person, but he and Hozi were college classmates and after graduation they had been sharing a house together until now.
So the relationship between the two can be said to be an iron brotherhood. Xiaochen stopped the sound in Hozi's room immediately after hearing it, so he walked back to his room with a smirk.
His room was very simply furnished, with a single bed, a desk and a wardrobe, and no other furniture. The area was also very small, and it was incomparable to Su Yueru's home. The only good thing was that Xiaochen was very clean and tidy.
He sat on the bed and took in the entire layout of the room at a glance.
He lived in this cramped room for 2 years, and Chen Yuejiao came only a few times during these 2 years. Because she disliked the apartment because it was shabby and small, if they wanted to be intimate, they would go to her favorite hotel. Now he finally saw through Chen Yuejiao, the woman who had never really loved him. She loved her vain mother and her useless brother, but she didn't feel sorry for Xiaochen who treated her wholeheartedly. Xiaochen felt that it was not a loss to have spent 4 years to see a person clearly. Thinking of this, Xiaochen felt much more comfortable. At this time, a disheveled head appeared at his door, and Hozi poked his head out to look inside. When he saw that it was Xiaochen, he immediately smiled.
"Hey, handsome guy, you finally decided to come back? I thought you were kidnapped and eaten by a female demon."
Hozi rushed into the room from outside, with his upper body naked and only a pair of shorts on his legs.
"Hey, Hozi, have you skipped work again?"
Xiaochen waved his hand to dispel the smell that Hozi brought in.
Hee, isn't it Monday? I'm not in the mood on Mondays, so I asked for leave," Hozi said indifferently. Xiaochen sighed. After graduation, Hozi was arranged by his family to work in a relative's company.
Because of the support of his relatives, Hozi's life has always been quite comfortable.
"When I was working hard as a delivery boy, I envied Hozi." "I see you're in good spirits," Xiaochen said meaningfully.
Then he turned around and started packing up his things. 2 years was neither long nor short. Xiaochen realized that he had quite a lot of stuff.
Hozi saw Xiaochen packing up his things and asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, what difficulties have you encountered? Why are you packing up and running away?"
Xiaochen picked up a shirt and threw it on Hozi and said, "Shut up your crow mouth, you're the one packing up and running away."
Hozi threw the shirt on the ground in disdain and said, "If you're not running away, why are you packing your things?"
"I've moved to a new place and may not come back in the future," said Xiaochen.
Hozi immediately said with a look of grief, "What? You don't want to share the rent with me anymore? Why? How could you betray me?"
Xiaochen was a little amused after hearing Hozi's words and asked, "Hozi, do you still want to live with me forever?"
"I've had enough of your Japanese audio."
Hozi was mocked by Xiaochen, and pretended to be shy and pushed Xiaochen and said, "You can raise any opinions you have.
I will wear headphones from now on." "It's okay to wear headphones, right?"
When Xiaochen heard Hozi say this, he just smiled and didn't answer. Chapter 13 Goodbye to the Rogue Mother and Son.
Seeing that Xiaochen didn't answer, Hozi immediately said angrily, "Is it that little bitch Chen Yuejia who came up with this idea again?
She has disliked me for a long time.
Now she wants to break us up, right?"
Seeing that Hozi was getting more and more upset, Xiaochen quickly explained, "Chen Yuejia and I broke up a long time ago, and I just found a new place to live."
Hozi opened his eyes wide and asked, "Break up? You finally got it, ha 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 ha."
When Hozi was in college, he saw that Chen Yuejia and Xiaochen were not of the same kind, and he would often fan the flames and persuade Xiaochen to break up. But Xiaochen was so in love with Chen Yuejia at that time that he would not listen to anything.
"Such a good thing, we have to celebrate it no matter what. Come on, brother will treat you to a drink." Hosey threw everything in Xiao Chen's hand on the bed and pulled him out. Seeing that Hosey was so interested, Xiao Chen did not refuse and followed him out. On the way, Hosey asked Xiao Chen many details about the breakup, and Xiao Chen had to tell Hosey the whole story. After listening to Xiao Chen's story, Hosey cursed angrily. It's true that a phoenix can't fly out of a chicken coop. Chen Yuejiao is so vain because her family is of that kind. I missed that scene. If I saw that family, I would definitely. Before Hosey could finish his words, two people suddenly jumped out from the flower bed downstairs. Oh my god, you scared me. How could you be so blind to scare me, brother Ho? I'll make you suffer for it. Hosey started cursing. Xiao Chen looked carefully and found that it was Chen Yuejiao's mother and her useless brother Chen Wenbin. Pan Huiyun seemed not to hear Hosey's angry scolding. She looked at Xiao Chen and said with a cheeky smile, "Oh, Xiao Chen. Auntie has been waiting for you for several days but I haven't seen you." Pan Huiyun's kindness made it seem as if Xiao Chen and Chen Yuejiao had not broken up. Even when they had not broken up, Xiao Chen rarely saw Pan Huiyun smile. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and didn't even look over. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Hosey immediately understood and said, "Who are you? You have been squatting downstairs every day these days. I thought you were a thief scouting the place." Hosey's words were not polite. Pan Huiyun could not stand such anger and fought back, "Who are you? Am I talking to you?" Hosey was not a pushover either, and immediately showed his hooligan tendencies. Hosey pushed Pan Huiyun and said, "It is the duty and responsibility of every citizen to report suspicious people to the public security organs. Why do you have any objection?" Pan Huiyun was pushed and staggered, bumping into the big stupid Chen Wenbin behind her. Chen Wenbin relied on his tall and strong figure to protect Pan Huiyun behind him and stood up. Although Hosey is not very strong, he is afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of the desperate. Hosey is the type who is desperate. So when Hosey saw Chen Wenbin standing up, he smiled contemptuously. He had heard about this useless brother who bullied the weak and feared the strong a long time ago, and this time he was going to teach him a good lesson. Xiao Chen was afraid that Hosey would cause trouble, so he asked Pan Huiyun impatiently, "What do you want from me?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was finally willing to pay attention to her, Pan Huiyun walked up to Xiao Chen and said happily, "Xiao Chen, it was my fault for what happened before. This time I came here with Wenbin to apologize to you." Xiao Chen snorted coldly and said, "Apologize? That's not necessary. The best apology to me is for you not to appear in front of me." Pan Huiyun was a little embarrassed to be ridiculed like this and said, "Xiao Chen, no matter what, you and Jiaojiu have been in love for so many years. Don't you care about your feelings at all?" Xiao Chen inexplicably wanted to laugh and said, "I think you forgot one thing. We have been in love for a long time, but now we have broken up. And you know the reason for the breakup better than me, right?" Pan Huiyun's face changed. She knew that Xiao Chen was talking about her forcing her to increase the bride price. But she had no choice about the bride price. She only had one daughter. If she didn't sell her, oh no. If she didn't give a higher bride price, wouldn't she have supported Chen Yuejiao for so many years in vain? Xiao Chen, you can't say that. You are not a parent, so you can't understand how parents feel about their children. I did that for your and Jiajiao's sake. Pan Huiyun used her trump card to suppress others from a moral perspective, taking advantage of her age and leaving the young people speechless. Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently and didn't intend to pay attention to Pan Huiyun's rogue logic. Anyway, Chen Yuejiao and I have nothing to do with each other now. Why are you still bothering me? Xiao Chen signaled Hosey with his eyes, and the two of them prepared to leave. Seeing Xiao Chen preparing to leave, Chen Wenbin became a little anxious. He blocked Xiao Chen's way with his body, and Pan Huiyun also stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. "We are broken up, but do you think you can get rid of my daughter so easily?" Pan Huiyun threatened. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Why? Do you still want some breakup fee for Chen Yuejiao?" Pan Huiyun was stunned. She had never thought that she could use this name to ask Xiao Chen for money. Now that Xiao Chen said this, Pan Huiyun was excited. "Yes, it's the breakup fee. My daughter is an innocent virgin, and she has been with you for so many years for nothing. You have to compensate us at least." Hearing this, Hosey felt ashamed for Pan Huiyun and the others. This was no longer just selling their daughter, it was a disguised form of doing something else. Hosey spat on the ground and said, "I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Don't you know what face is?" A fierce look appeared on Chen Wenbin's fat face.
He stepped forward, grabbed Hosey by the collar and prepared to punch him.
Hosey was not to be outdone.
He had been very good at picking fights over the years, and even better at fighting. So he twisted his body to break free from Chen Wenbin's hand, quickly moved behind him, and kicked him with his leg, which was enough to kill him. Chen Wenbin howled like a pig being slaughtered, and fell to the ground with his hands covering his crotch. Pan Huiyun wailed and threw herself to Chen Wenbin, but her hands hung in front of Chen Wenbin helplessly.
Xiao Chun, you bastard, you have harmed my daughter and now you are harming my son.
As long as I, Pan Huiyun, am alive, I will never let you live a good life.
Pan Huiyun looked at Xiao Chun viciously, and the kind and gentle elder look she had before was long gone. Okay, this is your true self. If you have any problem, just come to me. I'm always here to accompany you.
Xiao Chun said calmly that he was originally a peaceful person who did not fight with others.
But just because he did not cause trouble did not mean he was afraid of it. Chapter 14 My Taste.
After being scolded by Pan Huiyun and her son, Xiao Chen and Hosey's gathering didn't seem so pleasant.
After the two of them had a quick meal, Xiao Chen was going back to Su Yueru's apartment.
So he and Hosey made another appointment to move out, planning to have a good drink next time they came back. Before Xiao Chen returned to his apartment, he asked the taxi driver to go to the most popular restaurant in Longcheng, Xiangshan Zhai. Because the system would randomly give sign-in rewards based on the location of each sign-in, he came to the restaurant mainly to sign in here. The main dish of Xiangshan Zhai is the Manchu Han banquet that he boasted to Su Yueru last time. It can be said that there are many people in the whole Longcheng who want to eat this banquet, but only this place can make it. So Xiao Chen walked slowly into Xiangshan Zhai, and the waiter in the lobby immediately came up to him and asked attentively, "How many gentlemen? What would you like to eat?" Xiao Chen had just finished a meal and was not hungry, but he still found a table by the window and sat down and said, "One person, a pot of tea first." The waiter was a little disappointed, but still politely smiled and left. At this moment, the system seemed to sense Xiao Chen's thoughts and made a ding sound.
Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and said silently in his heart, "Sign in." Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10th level Chinese cooking skill. Before Xiao Chen could be happy for long, another line of small words appeared at the bottom of the sign-in system, "Skills loading, 10% loaded." Oh my god, it turns out that this skill has to wait here to be loaded.
Xiao Chen can only leave when the loading bar is full.
He was speechless for a while, but Xiao Chen did not show it. After all, he had nothing to do now, so Xiao Chen ordered another plate of melon seeds and ate them happily with tea. Xiao Chen was killing time by glancing at the diners around him and checking the progress bar from time to time. Suddenly, a table of diners not far away started shouting.
"What kind of pig food is this? How dare you open a restaurant in Longcheng with this kind of cooking skills?"
A scarred man shouted.
"That's right, are you bullying us because we are outsiders and have never eaten authentic Longcheng cuisine?" Another man echoed. The waiter just ran over and said with an apologetic smile, "What can I do for you, gentlemen? Is there something wrong with the food?" The scarred man spat on the ground and said, "Bah, how dare you serve this to a man? Go call your boss over." The waiter took a look at the dishes ordered by the scarred man, a dish of Longcheng local specialties and a dish of peanuts. There were 2 bottles of white wine on the table, almost empty, but the dishes were barely touched. The waiter smiled and said, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. Our boss is out of town for some business, so he's not in the store recently. If you have any questions, I'll ask the manager to come and help you solve them." Having said that, he trotted away without waiting for the scarred man to retort. After a while, a middle-aged man in uniform came over. He looked around and said, "Boss, do you have any opinions about the food in our restaurant?" The scarred man picked his teeth impatiently and said, "Who made this special dish? It's so damn disgusting." The manager took one look at the untouched dishes and the 2 empty bottles of white wine, and immediately realized that the 2 men were there to cause trouble. The manager also said with great momentum, "Our special dish is made by the disciple of Longcheng's #1 chef, Kai Dao Lu. You can't eat such authentic Longcheng food anywhere else. If you still say you are not satisfied, maybe you have some opinions about our restaurant?" The 2 men were a little impatient after their intentions were exposed by the manager. The scarred man stepped forward and said, "So what if I have a problem with you? You can't let people say it's bad?" At this time, as the 2 people were making a fuss in the hall, more and more people gathered to watch. Xiao Chen checked the progress bar and it was already 80%.
Although he wanted to leave, he had no choice but to stay. Just as Xiao Chen was waiting helplessly, a slim figure walked out from the kitchen. The figure passed the crowd and came in front of the two people who were causing trouble.
"I made this dish, is there any problem?" said a clear voice.
The scarred man squinted at the person who came and found that it was a young lady with a curvy figure and a beautiful face. Although she was wearing a chef's uniform, she gave people a different feeling when they looked at her.
"Did you, beautiful lady, do this?"
Ouch, I was wondering why there was such a strong smell of powder. It turns out you must have been eating your beautiful lady's hand cream. The scarred man said as he stuck out his tongue and smacked his lips. Seeing the wretched appearance of the man, the woman was not afraid. She stood in front of the scarred man, put her hands on her hips and asked, "Can you tell me what's so bad about this dish?" It would be fine if she didn't put her hands on her waist. With her hands on her waist looks even more slender, as if it could be held in one hand.
"It tastes a bit off. The proportion of the seasonings is wrong. Longqing's specialty is fresh and fragrant but light in flavor. Yours tastes a bit too strong."
The scarred man looked rough, but he spoke very clearly. "I remember the cooking skills of Dragon City's #1 chef, Kai Dao Lu. This dish tastes far worse than that."
"You guys are not trying to rip us off because we're from out of town, are you?"
The beauty was silent for a while, then she reached out to pick up a piece of food and put it into her mouth, chewing with a serious expression. Seeing that the beautiful woman didn't say anything, the scarred man became even more arrogant. "I'm not happy with what you said, but I, Li Debeo, have traveled all over the country and my tongue is the best.
I can remember the taste of something I've tasted once.
The last time I passed by Longcheng was 5 years ago, and I had the specialty dishes of Longcheng's #1 chef, Kai Dao Lu.
I've always thought about it, so I came here this time just to try it again."
I didn't expect that although Xiang Shunjai is known as the #1 chef in Longcheng, Kai Dao Lu, it is actually a place that sells fake food under the guise of mutton.
Disappointing, really disappointing.
I think it's best to remove this dish from the signboard to avoid deceiving others. The scarred man became more and more excited as he spoke, while the beautiful woman's expression became even uglier.
"Little beauty, don't be unconvinced. Brother's tongue is very powerful.
How does yours taste?"
"I can taste it just by tasting it. Do you believe it?"
The scarred man looked the beautiful chef up and down meaningfully, with an undisguised lustful expression.
The people around also started talking, most of them were just watching the fun, and some were even making a fuss.
"That's right, beautiful lady. Let that brother have a taste."
"That's right.
Ever since Lu the Cleaver died, the taste of Xiang Shunjai has become worse and worse." After listening to the discussions around her, the beautiful woman bit her lips and her eyes turned slightly red.
"Brother, do you mind tasting me?" Xiao Chen said calmly. Chapter 15. It's time to show your real skills.
The scarred man saw a handsome man walking out of the crowd.
The man was dressed simply and looked ordinary.
The scarred man immediately felt that he was being fooled and cursed angrily. "Who didn't pull up his pants properly and exposed your thing?"
Xiao Chen was not angry, because anger was a tactic commonly used by the weak. He replied calmly, "This man flirted with a woman in public, which constitutes sexual harassment.
If this lady wants to call the police, as a citizen with a conscience, I am willing to do it for her."
Xiao Chen paused here and continued, "But if Big Brother just wants to eat authentic Longcheng cuisine, I can give it a try. I guarantee you will be satisfied."
The scarred man looked Xiao Chen up and down. He was a little guilty at first, but when he heard Xiao Chen say that he could cook authentic Longcheng cuisine, he burst into laughter. "I wanted to try Cleaver Lu's specialty this time, but you heard it.
Cleaver Lu is dead.
I'm afraid there will never be another dish that tastes exactly the same in this world.
As for what you did, what the hell was that? You ate me and put me in the hospital. Are you responsible? I don't know you. Who can I turn to if you run away?"
The scarred man sat on the stool, crossed his legs and looked at Xiao Chen provocatively.
"I'm responsible. If there are any problems, I can guarantee it as the chef of Xiang Shunjai."
The beautiful woman with a curvy figure suddenly stood up and said,
"Oh? My beautiful girl, you are responsible for me? Then I can't be a coward. Brother, you said you can cook Lu Caidao's specialty, right? Then I'll sit here and wait for you."
Xiao Chen ignored the scarred man, turned to look at the beautiful woman and said, "Please lend me your kitchen for a while."
The beauty nodded and took Xiao Chen to the back kitchen.
Xiao Chen entered the kitchen and found it to be quite clean. A variety of kitchen utensils were placed on the stainless steel table, and all kinds of vegetables were washed and placed next to the sink. As expected of being the most famous restaurant in Longchang, Xiao Chen stood in front of the chopping board, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and stared at the full progress bar, and suddenly became full of confidence. Xiao Chen picked out a handy kitchen knife and picked up a cabbage. He started cutting the vegetables with the knife, and the sound of clanging continued. In Xiao Chen's hands, the cabbage turned into thin threads of exactly the same thickness and length, each strand distinct and thin. The beautiful lady next to him couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How many years have you studied cooking?
Your knife skills are so amazing." Xiao Chen smiled and said nothing.
If he said he had just learned it, he wondered if the beautiful girl would think he was teasing her. Then Xiao Chen cut all the necessary ingredients and placed them on a plate for later use. Turn on the fire on the other side and prepare to put the ingredients into the pot.
Xiao Chen performed this series of actions naturally and unconsciously.
People who didn't know him would think he was really a master chef who had been cooking for many years.
Xiao Chen was still doing it smoothly.
He lifted up the heavy iron pot and made it seem as if it was nothing. The people who had gathered outside the kitchen early to watch the fun gave him a thumbs up and praised him, saying, "I didn't realize this guy is quite capable."
That's right, that's right.
I thought he was just a boastful pretty boy, but I didn't expect he actually has real kung fu skills. The crowd was talking, but the scarred man snorted viciously.
Xiao Chen finished cooking the dish to the amazement of the crowd. What's that smell?
It smells so good.
That's right, little brother. Do you have any more? Let everyone have a taste.
This was Xiao Chen's first time using his cooking skills, so he didn't know how well it would work. So after presenting the dish, he quietly walked towards the scarred man. When the scarred man saw Xiao Chen coming over with the dishes, he sat down at the table in a pretentious manner and looked at Xiao Chen with disdain. Xiao Chen ignored the scarred man's disdain and calmly placed the dishes on the table. He turned around and sat in front of the tea that had been prepared long ago. Xiao Chen drank his tea slowly while looking at the crowd, and his eyes fell on the beautiful chef. Not to mention that this girl is really beautiful, she is sweet and a little playful, which makes people like her at first sight. While Xiao Chen was admiring the beauty, the scarred man picked up a mouthful of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing for a few times, a shocked expression appeared on the man's face. This taste. The scarred man quickly took a few more bites of the food and looked at Xiao Chen with eyes wide open in disbelief.
Xiao Chen put down his teacup and said slowly, "What's the matter? Is this big brother dissatisfied with the food I cooked?"
The scarred man quickly shook his head and said, No. It's just that the taste is exactly the same as what I ate 5 years ago."
It's amazing. How did you do it, little brother?
Xiao Chen smiled without saying anything, but the beautiful chef next to him walked over with another pair of chopsticks, picked up a bite and started eating.
"Sir? What's your name? How come you have such amazing cooking skills?"
The beautiful chef also asked in surprise. "I'm just a passerby, and I don't want to cause any trouble. If you must know my name, please call me Lei Feng." Seeing that Xiao Chen was unwilling to reveal his name, everyone became more curious. "Little brother, I, Li Debao, have been traveling all over the country for so many years. I have no other advantages, but I know how to correct my mistakes.
I am sorry for offending you this time. I hope you don't take it to heart."
As he spoke, Li Debao bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "I don't mind, but you should apologize to the girl for being so frivolous." Hearing this, Li Debao quickly turned around and looked at the beautiful chef and said, "Sister, don't blame me for being rough and foul-mouthed.
This is my fault. I can't talk when I see a beautiful woman."
Sorry. The beautiful chef waved her hand to indicate that she would no longer care. Seeing that the work was done, Xiao Chen was ready to pay the bill and leave, but was stopped by the beautiful chef. "Sir, this tea is treated to you by Xiang Shun Jai.
And if you can honor me with meals in the future, it will be free of charge."
Xiao Chen waved his hand and refused. "Miss, you are too polite.
I didn't help much.
And with my cooking skills, I won't have many opportunities to eat here."
"Miss, you don't have to be polite."
The beautiful woman blushed, probably thinking that Xiao Chen was mocking her poor cooking skills.
"Sir, I have a request. I still want to know your name."
Seeing the beauty insisting, Xiao Chen stopped being pretentious and said, "My name is Xiao Chen, and names are not important."
The beauty smiled and said, "Brother Chen, I want to be your disciple. I wonder if you can accept me."
Xiao Chen was a little confused when the beautiful woman called him brother, and he was suddenly awakened when he heard her say that she wanted to take him as her master.
Xiao Chun himself had only just acquired the 10th level cooking skill, so how could he possibly accept a female apprentice right away? Chapter 16, Beauty Becomes a Disciple. Seeing Xiao Chen was a little hesitant, the beauty continued, Brother Chen, actually my master passed away very suddenly, so I didn't learn all of his cooking skills. Especially the Dragon City specialty dish you just made, it is my master's most precious skill. I don't know how you can cook this dish, but I really want to learn it so that my master's craft can be passed down in Xiang Shunjai. I hope you can understand my original intention and accept me as your son. As she spoke, the beauty bent down and bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand and said, Don't do this. It's like you're saying goodbye to a dead body. Get up quickly. After hearing this, the beautiful woman thought Xiao Chen agreed, and stood up with a smile on her face. Xiao Chen raised his hand, looked at his watch, and frowned slightly. Ah, Brother Chen. If you really don't want to teach me, that's fine. I won't pester you. When the beautiful woman saw Xiao Chen looking at his watch, she thought he was very disgusted with her repeated requests. Seeing the panicked look on the beautiful woman's face, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I don't have time today. Can we start tomorrow? The beauty immediately smiled, okay, no problem. Thank you, Brother Chen. Being called brother by a beautiful woman is a great feeling, but Xiao Chen remained calm on the surface and asked, What's your name, young lady? Let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The beautiful woman nodded heavily and said, My name is Chen Xiaoxiao, then let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow, Brother Chen. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Chen rushed to the supermarket to buy food. Yesterday he just cooked a few simple dishes and moved Su Yueru to tears. Today he has acquired this magical skill, so shouldn't Su Yueru throw herself into his arms? Xiao Chen selected a lot of ingredients, including more expensive abalone, sea cucumber, etc. He wanted to show off his skills today and make Buddha jumps over the wall for Su Yueru to taste. Xiao Chen bought the ingredients and returned to his apartment, half lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. He thought about how to make Buddha jumps over the wall, and the system automatically popped up a detailed explanation. Buddha jumps over the wall is a traditional Fujian dish, with exquisite ingredients and complicated cooking methods. The ingredients used include shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber. The systematic explanation showed the method step by step, but no matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he felt that this was just a high-end northeastern stew. But since he was ready to cook, Xiao Chen activated his cooking skills and started. However, the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall requires about 10 days, but Xiao Chen, with his cooking skills, only took 3 or 4 hours to make it. He put the Buddha jumps over the wall in a casserole on the fire and slowly simmered it, while opening a book to pass the time. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening when Su Yueru returned home tired. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru slumped on the sofa and thought that it turned out that making money was so tiring for rich people. He walked over and found that Su Yueru had fallen asleep on the sofa. Xiao Chen found a blanket and prepared to cover Su Yueru. But she suddenly opened her eyes, and Xiao Chen was so scared that he dropped the blanket on the ground. Su Yueru burst into laughter upon seeing this. Why are you so scared? Are you feeling guilty? Su Yueru joked. Why should I feel guilty? Xiao Chen said as he scratched the tip of his nose. When he saw Su Yueru's beautiful sleeping face just now, he did have some evil thoughts. Seeing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru stretched and stood up from the sofa. She sniffed and asked, What did you do? It smells so good. Xiao Chen smiled and took Su Yueru to the kitchen. Xiao Chen scooped out a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall from the casserole and placed it in front of Su Yueru. Su Yueru stared at the clear and delicious soup with a smile on her face. Su Yueru, without caring about her image, picked up a piece of abalone and put it in her mouth. After eating it, she let out a sigh of admiration. This is really delicious. I have never eaten Buddha jumps over the wall so delicious. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, If it tastes good, eat more. There's plenty in the pot. Su Yueru picked up the bowl again and drank all the soup in one breath. Then she put it on the table and said proudly, Waiter, another bowl. Seeing Su Yueru enjoying the meal, Xiao Chen ate a bowl as well. It was indeed a delicious dish that he could not forget. Why did you come back so late today? Xiao Chen asked. Su Yueru sighed and said, Alas, there have been too many things going on in the company recently. I'm back early now. It may be even later in a few days. Don't wait for me to eat in the future. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. He had managed to obtain the 10th level cooking skill just for Su Yueru. If she didn't come back for dinner, Wouldn't his skills be useless? What's so troublesome? Are all rich people so busy? Xiao Chen asked curiously.
Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with an innocent face and felt amused.
A local tycoon with 500 million assets was sitting in front of her and asking about the troubles of rich people. He must be joking. Isn't he asking herself, the one who knows best?
Recently, there have been a lot of complaining customers in the company for no apparent reason, and it's very troublesome to deal with them.
So I've been very busy recently. Su Yueru is the president of Yuexia Group and could have ignored these complaining customers.
However, her philosophy in managing the company over the years has been to satisfy customers. If customers have any complaints about their company, she, as the president, has the greatest responsibility and must personally resolve them.
Is that so?
Then I'll pick you up from the company after get off work. It's not safe for a girl to come back alone after get off work too late,
Xiao Chen said. Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen blankly.
She had been working hard in society for these years, but no one cared about her. Now someone suddenly felt concerned about her leaving get off work alone, and Su Yueru felt a little touched for a moment. In order to hide her expression, Su Yueru just lowered her head to drink the soup, and then made a hum sound in her throat. Xiao Chen was very happy that Su Yueru was willing to let him accompany her after get off work. He felt that their relationship had taken a step forward.
Nothing happened that night. When Xiao Chen woke up the next morning, Su Yueru had already gone to work.
Xiao Chen didn't know that Su Yueru went to the company so early to handle things in order to get off work with him early today.
Xiao Chen was strolling around the apartment, washing up and eating breakfast.
Just when he felt that his life of doing nothing was just like this, his cell phone vibrated. Xiao Chen glanced at his phone and suddenly remembered something. He promised Chen Xiaoxiao yesterday that he would meet at Ziyang Shunzhai at 10 o'clock today, but he forgot.
It is already 10:30.
Chen Xiaoxiao thought Xiao Chen was busy with something, so she sent him a text message to ask.
Xiao Chen quickly packed up and took a taxi to Ziyang Shunzhai. Chapter 17, Conscripted.
When Xiao Chen arrived at Ziyang Shunzhai, it was lunchtime when there were the most customers. Chen Xiaoxiao was busy in the kitchen, but when she saw Xiao Chen coming, she put down her work and went to greet him.
"Master, you're here,"
Chen Xiaoxiao said with a playful smile.
"Master?"
Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, but he quickly remembered that Chen Xiaoxiao seemed to have mentioned the matter of becoming a disciple yesterday.
"Your business is really good,"
Xiao Chen said with a laugh. "That's right, especially since you showed off your skills yesterday. Everyone is here for launching signature dishes today."
"Ah? No way. Then you asked me to come here to work for you." Xiao Chen suddenly felt as if he was on a pirate ship. Beautiful women really could not be trusted. "No, master.
You just need to stand by and guide me. I learn very quickly," Chen Xiaoxiao said, sticking out her tongue. Xiao Chen shrugged helplessly, rolled up his sleeves and walked to the chopping board.
"Watch out, I'm only going to fry it once."
As he spoke, Xiao Chen picked up the kitchen knife and wielded it even more smoothly.
Almost everyone in the kitchen stopped what they were doing and watched Xiao Chen cook without blinking. This is a famous signature dish of Longcheng. If you learn how to make it, you can become a chef, not to mention a cook.
Xiao Chen's operation was amazing, and his control over ingredients and seasonings almost reached the level of selflessness. He could tell the amount of ingredients and the order of seasonings with just a glance. These operations that seemed dazzling to others were as easy as breathing in Xiao Chen's eyes. The dish was cooked so quickly that people had no time to react, so when Xiao Chen placed the dish on the serving port, everyone sighed with regret.
"Did you see it clearly?" Xiao Chen asked.
Chen Xiaoxiao scratched her head in embarrassment and flattered him. "The chef is truly amazing.
I have never seen anyone cook like this."
I have seen a lot, but I still don't dare to cook this dish, for fear that if I do it badly, it will ruin the chef's reputation."
Xiao Chen was very happy to be praised by the beautiful girl. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You can do something else first.
I will teach you slowly when I am not busy."
"Really? Master, you are so nice." Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms happily, and her towering chest hit Xiao Chen's body firmly. "Ouch, that hurts."
Xiao Chen could feel the envious gazes of the men around him, but he still pushed Chen Xiaoxiao away.
"Pay attention to the impact." "I know, master." Master, I still have more than a dozen orders for our signature dishes. What do you think I should do?" Chen Xiaoxiao asked a little shyly. Xiao Chen replied helplessly, let me do it, you still say you are not capturing me as a soldier? Chen Xiaoxiao stared at Xiao Chen with shining eyes, and it looked like she wished she could give Xiao Chen a kiss. Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao like this, Xiao Chen quickly sent her away to do something else. Xiao Chen also picked up the orders and started cooking. After a busy period, the lunch rush finally passed. There was also a funny incident during this period where a retired government official came back to Longcheng specifically to eat Lu Cidao's signature dishes. The old man sat in the private room with white hair, and when he ate the Dragon City signature dish made by Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with tears. He strongly requested to meet Xiao Chen, and when he saw Xiao Chen, he actually held Xiao Chen's hand tightly to express his gratitude to him. He said he had wanted to taste this flavor for 20 years, and thought he would never be able to eat it again after Lu the Cleaver died. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen actually made it. After the old man left, he left a business card and said it was to thank Xiao Chen. If he encountered any difficulties in the future, he could find him through the business card. When Xiao Chen finally sat down and drank tea leisurely, Chen Xiaoxiao also came down from upstairs. Chen Xiaoxiao changed into going out clothes, a tight skirt and a white t-shirt. Simple clothes had a huge effect on the beautiful woman, especially when Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen and smiled slightly with two sweet dimples on the corners of her mouth. Xiao Chen's heart seemed to be grasped by a big hand. Master, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's teasing words, Xiao Chen noticed that he had been staring at Chen Xiaoxiao's two straight and white thighs. Xiao Chen coughed lightly and said, I told you that you wanted to capture me as a soldier, and look, you've been doing it for half a day. It's inhumane. Through this period of time together, Xiao Chen and Chen Xiaoxiao gradually became familiar with each other and made some harmless jokes to each other. Master, don't say that. I'm here to make it up to you. Chen Xiaoxiao acted coquettishly towards Xiao Chen and stretched out her white lotus-like arms to hold him. Please be careful of the impact. I am. Xiao Chen protested and tried to pull his arm back, but Chen Xiaoxiao stuck close to him. Chen Xiaoxiao leaned close to Xiao Chen and whispered, Master, please don't move. Do me a favor and stay like this and walk out, okay? Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's pleading look, Xiao Chen could only let her hold him. When they walked onto the street, Chen Xiaoxiao finally let go of his arm and said, Master, thank you. I was wondering how to reject them. This time they will finally give up. Xiao Chen was confused and asked, they? Chen Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly and said, it's just the men in our restaurant. They always confess their love to me. It's so annoying. Xiao Chen felt a little uncomfortable after listening to this, especially the disdainful tone Chen Xiaoxiao used when she talked about the men who pursued her. I feel you can just reject them directly and explain it to them clearly instead of keeping them hanging in this unclear way. Xiao Chen said a little angrily. Seeing Xiao Chen was angry, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately panicked and said kindly, Master, please don't be angry, okay? I will explain it to them after I go back, please don't be angry. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Xiaoxiao's flattering smile, and his heart couldn't help but soften a little. After all, this is your own business, so you can handle it yourself. I am not blaming you. Xiao Chen said lightly. Master, can you accompany me shopping? I want to give you a gift to thank you. Seeing Xiao Chen's cold expression, Chen Xiaoxiao quickly changed the subject. Gift? No thanks. I have something else, so I'll go back first. Xiao Chen said and prepared to take a taxi to leave. Chen Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, squatting on the ground and said in a naughty manner, Master, if you don't accompany me shopping, I will hold you. You can't go anywhere. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. People around him saw such a beautiful woman squatting on the ground holding his arm and cast curious glances at him. Go away, there's nothing I can do to you. Xiao Chen said helplessly. Master is the best. I love you. Chen Xiaoxiao stood up from the ground and cheered. Chapter 18 Get New Skills. Xiao Chen followed Chen Xiaoxiao to the same commercial street as last time, and the two of them wandered around aimlessly. Passing by the Jinlu where Xiao Chen bought the diamond necklace last time, manager Zhang came out to greet him. Mr. Xiao, you are here for shopping. We have new products in our store, don't you want to take a look? Chen Xiaoxiao saw that the manager of the largest gold building in Longcheng was so polite to Xiao Chen, so she looked at Xiao Chen curiously. After Xiao Chen bought the necklace worth more than 5 million last time, he became a diamond VIP of Jinlu. So not only did manager Zhang know Xiao Chen, but all the sales ladies in the store also looked at Xiao Chen with more meaning in their eyes. Seeing that Xiao Chen had no intention of going in, the receptionist at the door couldn't help but persuade him to stay. Brother Xiao, come in and take a look. We have a lot of new beauties here, oh, no, a lot of new products. The receptionist was trying very hard to keep the guest. If she had been given a handkerchief, she would have looked like a service industry worker in ancient times. Xiao Chen smiled at the embarrassed receptionist and turned to look at Chen Xiaoxiao. The main reason he came here this time was because he was pestered by Chen Xiaoxiao, and he just thought of it as accompanying her shopping. Seeing Jinlo's enthusiastic attitude, Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but want to experience the diamond VIP shopping experience, so Chen Xiaoxiao pulled Xiao Chen in. As soon as they came in, Manager Zhang led the two to a separate VIP room and ordered the waiter to bring up tea and snacks. Chen Xiaoxiao took a sip of tea and said, "Good tea. It must be De Hong Pao from Wui Mountain." Manager Zhang quickly responded, "Miss, you are very knowledgeable. This is the new tea we just received yesterday. It is for distinguished guests only." Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen with curved eyes and asked, "Are you the distinguished guest here?" "I didn't realize it, Brother Chen. You are quite a secretive person." At this time, a row of sales clerks wearing cheongsams and showing their white legs walked in, each holding a wooden satin tray with various dazzling jewels on it. Chen Xiaoxiao was a little surprised when she saw this scene. When the jewels were placed on the table one by one, Chen Xiaoxiao touched this and picked up that, as if she was a child seeing her favorite toy. Women may be attracted by jewelry. Xiao Chen drank tea leisurely and watched Chen Xiaoxiao examine the jewelry with great interest. "Mr. Xiao, last time you bought the store's treasure, many customers came to ask about it. That necklace is the most popular among beautiful women," Manager Zhang said flatteringly while looking at Chen Xiaoxiao, who was accompanying Xiao Chen. "What a blessing, beautiful lady, to have such a generous boyfriend." Manager Zhang originally wanted to flatter the two men so that Xiao Chen would bleed more, but he didn't expect that his flattery would backfire. This one sentence caused the two men's faces to change drastically. Chen Xiaoxiao asked Xiao Chen curiously, "Who did you buy the necklace for?" Xiao Chen asked Manager Zhang, "Who do you think is her boyfriend?" The final result was that Chen Xiaoxiao walked out of the golden building a little depressed, and Xiao Chen followed silently behind. Chen Xiaoxiao's mood didn't improve until she wandered around the beauty area. She took Xiao Chen's hand and led him to a row of lipsticks and asked, "Brother Chen, what color do you think looks good on me?" Xiao Chen took a look at the rows of lipsticks and felt that they were almost identical. Pink?" Xiao Chen asked hesitantly. They say that to determine whether a man is straight, you just need to see what color lipstick he chooses. Judging from your taste, you are really a dead straight man. Chen Xiaoxiao teased Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen suddenly found that the sign-in system was activated again. This check-in system does not appear at a fixed time every day, but it will be automatically activated when he goes to a new place or has any strong ideas in his mind. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen thought silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10th level makeup skill. Xiao Chen was stunned at first. What? Makeup technique? Could the system have made a mistake in the host's gender? What's the point of Xiao Chen, a man, knowing how to put on makeup? Can he just put on lipstick or something? Just when Xiao Chen was feeling quite dissatisfied with the skills randomly assigned by the system, his eyes accidentally fell on Chen Xiaoxiao's face. Chen Xiaoxiao has a standard oval face, which is different from the popular internet celebrity faces and is quite elegant. The moment Xiao Chen's eyes fell on Chen Xiaoxiao's face, the makeup that best suited Chen Xiaoxiao's face shape automatically appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, thinking about how Chen Xiaoxiao had just laughed at him for being a straight man. He had to teach Chen Xiaoxiao a lesson. Chen Xiaoxiao was about to take out a tube of dark red lipstick but was stopped by Xiao Chen, who took the lipstick from Chen Xiaoxiao's hand. Chen Xiaoxiao immediately wanted to snatch it back and said, "Brother Chen, what are you doing? You don't like this color, do you?" Xiao Chen looked at the color of the lipstick and put it back. "This color doesn't suit you. If you want a red color, this one would be more suitable." As he spoke, Xiao Chen picked up a tube of lipstick on the other side and handed it to Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before taking it. She opened the lipstick, took a look at it, and said with a bit of disdain, "Brother Chen, do you straight men like this color?" Although Chen Xiaoxiao complained like this, she still obediently put lipstick on her lips. She had just finished applying her lipstick when the woman who was also selecting cosmetics next to her came over and asked, "Miss, what color lipstick is this? It looks so good." Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile when she saw someone praising her, and handed the trial tube of lipstick in her hand to the woman. At this time, Xiao Chen said, "This color is not suitable for you, Mississippi. If you want to try it, you can use this color. After saying that, Xiao Chen picked up a lipstick from the other side and handed it to the woman. The woman took it hesitantly, applied it, and looked at herself in the mirror for a long time. This color is really beautiful. How come you know so much about lipstick? You are so lucky to have such a good boyfriend. At this time, Xiao Chen discovered that this level 10 beauty skill was really a magic weapon for picking up girls. Especially those women who are already beautiful pay special attention to their makeup skills. Soon, a group of beautiful women gathered around Xiao Chen who wanted to learn makeup techniques. Xiao Chen was not stingy in sharing his knowledge with everyone and also gave Chen Xiaoxiao a makeup look that best suited her. At that moment, Xiao Chen seemed to be possessed by teacher Tony, and his grasp of women's makeup and psychology reached a superb level. When Chen Xiaoxiao's makeup was done, all the beauties in the audience became excited and asked Xiao Chen to do one for them at a high price. Chapter 19, First Encounter with Vice President Xia. Originally, Chen Xiaoxiao's appearance was already considered beautiful, but when Xiao Chen finished putting makeup on her, her beauty was elevated to a higher level. Chen Xiaoxiao herself was full of praise for Xiao Chen's makeup skills. She didn't expect that Xiao Chen not only had perfect cooking skills but also superb makeup skills. The two of them finally got rid of the enthusiastic crowd around them, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at his watch. Are you busy every day? Why do you always look at your watch no matter what? Chen Xiaoxiao asked. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, nothing, but I have to pick up my wife from get off work later. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression changed instantly when he heard this. Wife? Brother Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's somewhat disappointed voice, Xiao Chen scratched his head and replied, I guess so. Chen Xiaoxiao kicked the stones on the road in a depressed mood, and Xiao Chen didn't say anything else. After the two separated at the intersection, Xiao Chen took a taxi to Su Yueru's company. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Chen saw that the front desk was surrounded by people in 3 layers. Xiao Chen looked over and found that a group of aggressive women were surrounding the receptionist from last time and shouting at her. Let your president come out. We are the gold members of your company. A burly woman in the lead spoke loudly. The receptionist tried to maintain a polite smile and said to her, Excuse me, Miss Zhang. Our CEO Su is out for a meeting with his overseas partners. Can you come back tomorrow? You guys are really good at avoiding trouble. Now there's a problem with the product, but your CEO Su is nowhere to be seen. The other woman also shouted. At this time, a capable woman in a black suit came down from upstairs. When the receptionist saw her, she felt like she had seen a savior. Vice President Xia, you are finally here. The receptionist said pitifully. The short-haired woman glanced at her, patted her shoulder comfortingly, and said, Hello, I'm Shen Xia, the vice president of Yuexia Group. You can tell me anything you want. This short-haired woman looked to be around 30 years old, but her skin was well maintained, especially her eyes and eyebrows, which showed a heroic spirit that made everyone present respect her. You must be Vice President Xia, right? I'm Yang Yin, a gold member of our company. I will definitely buy a set of any new cosmetics released by Yuexia Group. The fat woman in the lead changed her aggressive attitude when she saw Shen Xia's extraordinary demeanor and explained politely. But there was something wrong with the product I bought recently. Look at my face. I have lumps and swelling all over my face after using your company's latest product. As she spoke, the fat woman raised her face and turned towards the crowd. Xiao Chen didn't take it seriously at first, but after carefully looking at the fat woman's face, he found that her whole face was red and swollen as she said. Oh, really? It seems that this product is not usable. Yuexia Group has always had a good reputation. How could this happen? That's right. The Yuexia Group is going to be ruined. These people are all old members of the Yuexia Group. The power behind them is very strong. People around started talking, and Shen Xiao walked up to the fat woman, held her face in her hands and looked at her. People will always admire beautiful people, regardless of gender, so when the fat woman saw Shen Xiao looking at her with such concern, she felt a little embarrassed. Shen Xiao looked at it for a while and said, I'm sorry, Miss Yang. I think this may indeed be a mistake made by our company. If possible, I hope to make up for your loss with practical actions. The fat woman's anger subsided when she heard Shen Xiao's sincere words. She said, Vice President Xia is very generous. How do you want to compensate me? Seeing the fat woman's shy look, a shrewd smile appeared on Shen Xiao's handsome and capable face. Ms. Wang is worth hundreds of millions, so naturally she would not be interested in our company's meager compensation. So I thought, why not let our company's senior makeup artist give you a set of free deep care? After hearing what Shinxia said, Xiao Chen laughed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that the vice president of Su Yueru's company was so cunning. We don't want to pay any money to others, but instead use our own company's services to offset the loss, so we don't lose money at all. But the fat woman obviously didn't think about this and was instead mesmerized by Shinxia's androgynous and handsome face. Fortunately, another person rushed out at this time. That person was obviously a middle-aged housewife, and it seemed that her family life was not very happy. As expected, the woman started to speak with resentment. We are indeed not short of money, but don't think you can fool us like this. Look at what you have done to Nan's face. She has to go on a blind date soon. How can she face people? After being reminded like this, Wang Yanan finally came to her senses. The reason why Wang Yanan came to Yuexia Group to cause trouble was because she felt that her blind date was ruined. For this blind date, Wang Yanan's parents took great pains to contact that tall, rich and handsome man. Although Wang Yanan might not be liked by other people given her qualifications, she could not stand being made so ugly by cosmetics. Sister Li is right. You ruined my blind date. I missed out on a lifetime of happiness. How are you going to compensate me for this loss? Wang Yanan asked Shinxia angrily, and Shinxia was a little flustered at this time. Please don't cheat me. Don't mention your faces like this now. Even if it didn't get red or swollen, I'm afraid others would not look down on you. The receptionist got a little anxious and started talking without thinking. Wang Yanan was so angry that she yelled, "You little slut, you dare to say that to me just because you are so pretty? Do you believe I will make you pack up and leave immediately?" The receptionist's eyes turned red from being scolded, and she saw the situation getting worse and worse. Xiao Chen finally stepped forward and said to Wang Yanan, "Ms. Wang, if I can restore your appearance, can you stop holding this young lady in Yuexia Group responsible?" Wang Yanan looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, and asked hesitantly, "Can you really make my face better right now?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Ms. Wang, your skin is actually very good. This time you are just allergic to something in the cosmetics." Wang Yanan touched her face and said, "Really? What should I do about my allergies?" Xiao Chen looked at the receptionist and said, "Please prepare a complete set of natural makeup for me." "Thank you." The receptionist had met Xiao Chen before and saw that he had a very close relationship with Tang Xinrui and even their general manager Su, so she quickly did as he instructed. Xiao Chen asked Wang Yanan to sit in the receptionist's seat, and he looked her face left and right. Chapter 20 Past and Present. Xiao Chen asked the system to display the best makeup suggestions, and after the system displayed it, a line of small words appeared. "It is very difficult, please do it according to your ability." Xiao Chen secretly thought in his heart that it turned out that this system not only had bugs but also had a built-in complaining function. When the receptionist trotted over with what Xiao Chen wanted, the crowd immediately made way for her. She put down her makeup and looked back and forth at Xiao Chen and Wang Yanan with a little worry. Xiao Chen ignored everything around him and immediately opened the makeup box and started working on it. People who used to be unable to tell the difference between different lipstick colors are now adept at using makeup brushes of all sizes. Xiao Chen was seen quickly applying lotion on Wang Yanan's face, and the people around him also gradually noticed that the redness and swelling on Wang Yanan's face disappeared, replaced by skin as smooth as a baby's. What kind of witchcraft is this? Are you still Wang Yanan? The woman who had just shouted looked at Wang Yanan in surprise. The fat woman who seemed disfigured before now had a face like a porcelain doll with fair skin. Wow, this guy's skills are amazing. It's like he had a facelift. What kind of plastic surgery is this? It's just a head replacement. People around were all amazed at Xiao Chen's makeup skills that could turn something ordinary into something magical. Wang Yanan had been sitting in the same place, so there was no mirror to see her changes. But when I heard the exclamations from the people around me, I couldn't help but suppress my curiosity. Wang Yanan took out her mobile phone, took a selfie, and then looked at her face. She cried out "Ah." She repeatedly confirmed that the beauty function on her phone was turned off. Wang Yanan couldn't believe that the person in the camera was herself. "Brother, what's your name? I want to hire you as a makeup artist and pay you 100,000, no, 200,000 a month. How about it?" Wang Yanan excitedly grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and pleaded. Xiao Chen pulled back his hand with some embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry, Ms. Wang. I put on makeup for you just to help Yuexia Group out. I hope you can keep your promise and not pursue this matter any further." Wang Yanan sighed a little regretfully and nodded in agreement.
At this time Shen Xia came over and instructed the employees to take care of the follow-up work, and she also walked straight to Xiao Chen.
Sir, could you please come sit with me in my office?
Shen Xia invited Xiao Chen to sit in her office upstairs, but Xiao Chen just wanted to look for Su Yueru.
So Xiao Chen followed Shen Xia to the office on the top floor. Shen Xia's office is next to Su Yueru's.
Although she is the vice president in name, the company was actually founded by the two of them together.
What's your name, sir?
Thank you so much for helping our Yuexia group this time. Shen Xia was very humble. As a vice president with an annual income of over 100 million, she was very humble towards Xiao Chen.
My name is Xiao Chen, and this is just a piece of cake. Vice President Shen, there's no need to be so polite.
Seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent performance, Shen Xia raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chen and said, "There are very few people in today's society who do good things without asking for anything in return.
I wonder why you are like this."
Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I have a very good relationship with President Su.
I don't know if this counts as a reason."
After saying this, Shen Xia's expression became difficult to guess.
After a while, Shen Xia smiled and said, "So it's for Xiaoye, that's not surprising. But I think you'd better be cautious. Xiaoye and I have known each other since childhood. There are some things I know better than you."
Shen Xia looked at Xiao Chen meaningfully as she spoke, but Xiao Chen didn't understand what she was talking about specifically. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at her in confusion, Shen Xia smiled mysteriously and said, "Xiaoyu has been very popular with boys since she was a child.
She doesn't take relationships very seriously. So as a thank you, I'll give you a piece of advice."
Shen Xia paused when she said this, and Xiao Chen looked at her with a little displeasure.
Shen Xia smiled and continued, "You'd better not take Xiaoye's enthusiasm too seriously."
When Xiao Chen wanted to say something to her, Su Yueru knocked on the office door and asked, "Xiao Chen, why are you here?" When Xiao Chen saw Su Yueru coming in, he stood up reflexively.
"Why are you so nervous? Are you guys saying bad things about me behind my back?"
Su Yueru said this jokingly, but Xiao Chen still smiled guiltily. He knew too little about Su Yueru, but he didn't think Su Yueru was the kind of person who would disguise herself in front of a man.
"Xiaoye, you're back.
I want to tell you that Xiao Chen helped us a lot today."
Shen Xia stood up from behind her desk, took Su Yueru's arm affectionately and talked about what had just happened downstairs.
Xiao Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard Shen Xia constantly praising him, so he interrupted her and said, "It's not as exaggerated as Vice President Shen said.
I just passed by and helped a little." Su Yueru just stared at Xiao Chen with a beautiful smile and didn't say anything.
After Shen Xia nagging for a long time, Su Yueru suggested taking Xiao Chen away.
"Ah, did I interrupt your love affair?"
Sorry.
Shen Xia then quickly stopped the topic and let the two leave.
It was already evening when I came out of Su Yueru's company, and the street lights were emitting dim light. Su Yueru suddenly suggested that they take a walk on the street, and Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing that Su Yueru hadn't said anything for a long time, Xiao Chen started the conversation and said, "That Vice President Shen is quite talkative."
Su Yueru turned her head with an indescribable expression. After a while, she asked, "What did Shen Xia say to you?"
Xiao Chen was a little confused.
He didn't know whether he should tell Su Yueru.
After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen replied, "She told me not to take it too seriously, because you might not be serious about relationships."
Su Yueru remained silent for a while, then asked again, "Then how do you answer?" Xiao Chen told the truth, "You came in before I could even say anything." Su Yueru stopped and looked up at Xiao Chen and asked, "Then tell me honestly what you think?"
Xiao Chen's brain was working rapidly at this time.
Is this a trap question? It is said that girls like to set this kind of trap questions the most.
Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't answer, Su Yueru reached out to pull Xiao Chen's arm and urged him, "Speak." Xiao Chen now secretly made up his mind that he must get a skill that can answer all questions as a sign and reward tomorrow, but it was too late now. So Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, "I don't care whether you are serious about your feelings for others or not.
I just want you to be serious when you are with me. Everyone has a past. I have also met some scumbags in the past."
Indeed, when Xiao Chen met Su Yueru, it was the darkest time in his life. His 4-year relationship was betrayed and he met such a weird family. Now thinking about it, Su Yueru accepted him without any hesitation at that time. Xiao Chen decided to face Su Yueru's past with the same attitude.
Chapter 21, Hosey Seeks Help.
Su Yueru smiled as if she was relieved, turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked, "I heard that you are very good at makeup, right?"
Xiao Chen didn't expect the topic to change so quickly. He was a little slow to react and said, "Oh, well, this. It's okay." Su Yueru stopped and looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Then how do you think I can look good?" Seeing that Su Yueru was serious, Xiao Chen activated the system. Xiao Chen stared at Su Yueru's bare face and felt dry mouth again. The system displays a line of results: perfect, looks good no matter how you put on makeup. Xiao Chen was speechless. He had already discovered that this system also had a comment function. But how should he tell Su Yueru? If he praises her directly, will she think he is flirting with her? Seeing Xiao Chen silent, Su Yueru asked unhappily, "I heard that men who wear good makeup don't like women. You are not the same, right?" Su Yueru's words left Xiao Chen completely speechless. He slowly approached Su Yueru, looked down at her eyes and said, "Do you really want to know whether I like women or not?" Su Yueru was frightened by Xiao Chen's momentum and quickly took a step back. But she lost her balance and fell to the side. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly reached out and hugged her waist. The waist he held in his arms was so slender that Xiao Chen, who was not a waist freak, was fascinated by it. Su Yueru coughed lightly and pulled Xiao Chen back from his fantasy. "Oh, sorry. Please watch your step." Xiao Chen let go of the hand that was around Su Yueru. After a while of silence, Su Yueru asked first, "What are you going to cook for me today?" Xiao Chen was about to answer when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ho Zi's number flashed on the phone screen and Xiao Chen picked up the call. Ho Zi's painful groan came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Chen, where are you? Come and save me." Xiao Chen asked nervously, "Ho Zi, tell me where you are. I'll go find you right away." Ho Zi said the name of a bar on the phone, and then the call was hung up. Seeing Xiao Chen's serious expression, Su Yueru asked worriedly, "What's wrong? What happened? I might not be able to go home with you today. Something happened to my friend. I have to go find him." After saying that, Xiao Chen was ready to leave, but Su Yueru grabbed him and said firmly, "How are you going? Take me with you." Seeing Xiao Chen was a little hesitant, Su Yueru took out the key to her Ferrari sports car and said, "I can drive," very quickly. Xiao Chen stopped being pretentious and directly pulled Su Yueru towards the parking lot. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the most prosperous bar street in Longcheng, and Xiao Chen found the bar that Ho Zi had told him about. As soon as the two entered, they were startled by the deafening music inside. Xiao Chen found Ho Zi, whose face was bruised and swollen, at the bar. Ho Zi seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol, and he reeked strongly of alcohol. Seeing Xiao Chen coming, Ho Zi came up, hugged him and started crying loudly. The bartender at the bar quickly signaled to the bar's security with his eyes, and the security immediately surrounded Xiao Chen and Ho Zi. "Ho Zi, stop crying. What happened to you?" Xiao Chen asked Ho Zi, who was covered in wounds. Ho Zi blew his nose hard and said, "It was all because of that bitch Zhang Xiaohua. She hooked up with another man behind my back. I got so angry that I started a fight with that couple." Xiao Chen looked at Ho Zi in such a miserable state and thought that he didn't get any advantage. "Okay, let's talk about other things when we get back. Let's go." As he said that, Xiao Chen prepared to pull Ho Zi away. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by bodyguards, each of whom was tall and strong with a serious look on their faces. Xiao Chen stared at them without giving in. He was never tough with women, but he was never timid with men. "What's the matter, you guys don't want to let us go?" Xiao Chen asked, a little dissatisfied. At this time, the bartender came over and said, "Don't be angry, sir. We are also following the rules. Your friend not only caused trouble in our bar, but also smashed our things. Logically, shouldn't he pay compensation before leaving?" After hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to look at Ho Zi. Ho Zi, who now had a backer, immediately fired back, "Stop it, you bastard. Did I smash all these things by myself? If those bastards didn't do anything, how could I smash them by myself? Why didn't you go after them and only leave me behind?" The bartender explained with difficulty, "We can't afford to offend Mr. Wang, and his bill has already been paid." "So?" The bartender looked at Xiao Chen and Ho Zi awkwardly. They were already very polite. After all, it was Ho Zi who started the trouble first. So Xiao Chen asked, "Ho Zi, how much money do you still owe?" Ho Zi smiled sheepishly and said, "I was in a hurry to go out today and forgot to bring my wallet, so I owe you all this money." Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and asked the bartender, "How much money does he owe?" "I paid it for him." When the bartender heard someone coming to pay the bill, he quickly took out the bill. Xiao Chen took a look at the amount on it and his eyes widened. 100,000? Just drinking here, smashing a few cups and asking for 100,000?
Seeing Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, the bartender quickly explained, this gentleman ordered the same wine as Wang Xiao, which cost a total of 53,000. Then he smashed the wine of the guest next door. In order to compensate the guest's loss, our store paid 60,000. In total, our store lost more than 10,000. Xiao Chen took a look at the disappointing Ho Zi and took out all the betrothal money he had prepared. Although Xiao Chen has 500 million yuan in funds, the crappy system stipulates that he can only spend it on beautiful women. Xiao Chen took a look at Ho Zi, and with his eyes he knew that Ho Zi was not a beauty at all. Since he couldn't spend the 500 million, Xiao Chen could only use his own savings. Seeing Xiao Chen taking out his bank card with difficulty, Ho Zi immediately said with a playful smile, "Brother, help me pay for it first, and I will make up for it for you when we get back." Xiao Chen waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to mind it, and then handed the bank card to the bartender. The bartender took it and left happily. Xiao Chen then told Ho Zi about his loss this time. It turns out that Zhang Xiaohua was the receptionist at Ho Zi's relative's company. After Ho Zi went to work there, he became obsessed with her beauty and seduced her. But Zhang Xiaohua has high standards and has never been interested in Ho Zi.
It was not until recently that Zhang Xiaohua finally relented and Ho Zi confirmed their relationship.
After that, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of Ho Zi's money to buy clothes and bags, and Ho Zi was always happy to come whenever she called. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua became increasingly cold towards Ho Zi in the past 2 days. Ho Zi felt strange and followed her.
Chapter 22: The Disappearing 100,000 Yuan.
Unexpectedly, Ho Zi happened to see Zhang Xiaohua and that Wang Xiao talking sweetly here. Ho Zi was furious and slapped Zhang Xiaohua in the face. When Ho Zi was about to beat Wang Xiao again, he was held down by his cronies. In the end, Ho Zi was beaten up by Wang Xiao and his men. After that, Xiao Chen came over after receiving Ho Zi's call. After listening to Monkey's story, Xiao Chen felt aggrieved for him. No one could stand being cuckolded and beaten. Xiao Chen patted Ho Zi on the shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged, Ho Zi.
We will definitely make them suffer someday." Ho Zi nodded, glanced at Su Yueru and asked, "I'm fine, but what's wrong with you, Brother Chen?"
"I saw that girl has been looking at you for a long time." Xiao Chen saw Ho Zi staring at Su Yueru with lustful eyes, so he patted Ho Zi's head hard with his hand.
"That's your sister-in-law, don't have any evil thoughts about it." Ho Zi's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked back and forth at Su Yueru, then turned to look at Xiao Chen, and suddenly laughed, holding his stomach. "Brother Chen, don't dream. I know you look good, and all the girls were obsessed with you when you were in college. But now that you're in society, the Chanel outfit that girl wears is enough to keep you delivering takeout for half a year." Ho Zi's impression of Xiao Chen was still stuck on the time when he was delivering takeout food to save money for the bride price after graduating from college, and Xiao Chen was too lazy to explain to him. While Ho Zi and Xiao Chen were talking about this, the bartender came back with Xiao Chen's bank card. "Sorry sir, there is insufficient funds on your card. Do you have any other card that can be used for payment?" Insufficient funds? Xiao Chen thought back to his life during this period. Although he was no longer working, he still had some spare cash, so he hardly touched the money in his bank card. The 100,000 yuan inside shouldn't be enough, unless. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. There is only one possibility, that is, Chen Yuejiu and her family used Chen Yuejiao's connections in the bank to transfer all the money in Xiao Chen's card. No wonder Chen Wenbin and his friends disappeared after they suffered losses in the old city community last time. It turned out that all his savings were transferred away. Although Xiao Chen was angry, the matter was done and it was of no use hating Chen Yuejiu and the others. At this time, Zi looked at Xiao Chen pleadingly, but Xiao Chen had no other money to come up with except the 100,000. Just as the two were staring at each other awkwardly, a slender hand handed a black card to the bartender. The bartender originally looked at Xiao Chen and the other man with disdain in his eyes, but was stunned by this black card. "Little miss, what are you doing?" the bartender asked stutteringly. "I married him," Su Yueru said lightly. The bartender nodded and agreed and went to pay the bill. Ho Zi stared at Su Yueru blankly, while Su Yueru walked to Xiao Chen, took his arm and asked, "Husband, is this your friend? Why don't you introduce her to me?" "Husband?" Ho Zi couldn't believe his ears. He once again looked at this extremely beautiful woman, with her long legs, thin waist and wealth. Ho Zi looked at Xiao Chen again with eyes full of awe. He didn't know how Xiao Chen managed to get such a beautiful and rich woman. This is Ho Zi, my college classmate and current roommate. Xiao Chen turned and introduced Su Yueru.
Ho Zi quickly rubbed his hands on his body, then stretched them out in front of Su Yueru and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Brother Chen's best friend.
I know everything about him."
Su Yueru stretched out her hand and shook hands with Ho Zi without any pretense, saying, "We owe our Xiao Chen a lot of thanks to you for taking care of us in the past." Ho Zi was immediately flattered and shook his head repeatedly to indicate that he had not done anything. After a while, the bartender came back with Su Yueru's black card. He respectfully returned the black card to Su Yueru with both hands. At this time, Su Yueru turned to Xiao Chen and smiled sweetly and asked, "Husband, where are we going now?" Xiao Chen couldn't stand Su Yueru's teasing anymore, so he cleared his cough. Ho Zi warmly invited the two of them to go out with him for a midnight snack. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru's Chanel outfit with some embarrassment. He couldn't imagine how Su Yueru, dressed like that, could sit in a smoky barbecue stall. As a result, Su Yueru readily agreed and pulled Xiao Chen outside. When Xiao Chen and the others came outside, Ho Zi saw Su Yueru's Ferrari and immediately walked around the sports car, looking at it and touching it all over.
"Sister-in-law, is this car yours?" Ho Zi's face was filled with excitement. Su Yueru nodded lightly. "Can I take a picture?" "Just one." Ho Zi stretched out his index finger with an eager look on his face. Su Yueru smiled and said, "Why not lend it to you? I have another one at home." Ho Zi wanted to climb onto the sports car right away after hearing that look, but he still said modestly, "That's not good, I'll just take a look." Su Yueru glanced at Xiao Chen and turned to Ho Zi and said, "Don't be so polite. This is my thank you gift for helping me keep an eye on Xiao Chen in the future." Staring at him? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. What did he, an ordinary worker, have to worry about? As a result, Ho Zi immediately jumped into the car and said to Su Yueru in a flattering manner, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I promise to complete the task. If Brother Chen has any movement, I will tell you the first time." Xiao Chen got in the car and scolded Ho Zi for being unfaithful to his friends. Then the three of them set off to the barbecue street. Su Yueru had lived a wealthy life since she was a child, and had always been to 5-star hotels and Michelin restaurants. So she had never been to such a crowded open-air night market. Su Yueru looked at everything in front of her curiously. The stalls selling various snacks were enthusiastically soliciting customers. Seeing that Su Yueru was curious, Xiao Chen explained to her how to make these dishes one by one. Now that he had level 10 cooking skills, it was not difficult for him to make these on the spot. Seeing that Su Yueru was listening attentively, Xiao Chen bought all the food that looked clean from the stalls for Su Yueru to try. Ho Zi was eating dog food beside him and was full. The three of them arrived at the door of the barbecue restaurant, which was filled with smoke and people. Xiao Chen asked Su Yueru and the penniless Ho Zi to wait at the door while he went in to place the order. Just as Su Yueru and Ho Zi were chatting about Xiao Chen's past, someone suddenly bumped into Su Yueru. The drunken man muttered, "Damn it, you have no eyes." When he saw clearly that it was Su Yueru he had bumped into, his lustful nature was immediately exposed. "Little beauty, you're out so late. Do you want your brother to accompany you?" Ho Zi immediately stood in front of Su Yueru, pushed the drunkard away and cursed, "You are blind, you bumped into him without even looking at who he is." Chapter 23, Meeting the Rival. The drunkard looked Ho Zi up and down, then looked at Su Yueru, who was wearing all branded clothes, and immediately showed an obscene smile. "So you're here to do business, that's easier to say. I'll give you double the price this guy offers. My pretty girl, stay with me for now." As he spoke, the man was about to reach out to grab Su Yueru's arm. Suddenly, the man was pushed to the ground by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen usually looked timid, but he had learned Sanda for 3 years in college. The reason why he became afraid to argue with others later was mainly because Xiao Chen became more stable after entering society and no longer used violence to solve problems. But this time, this drunkard violated Xiao Chen's bottom line, and Su Yueru was his bottom line. After Xiao Chen pushed the drunk to the ground, he walked up to Su Yueru and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Xiao Chen's nervous look, Su Yueru smiled and shook her head. At this time, the man on the ground stood up shakily and said, "How dare you, little bastard, push your master Zhang down. If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll get someone to beat you up right now." Xiao Chen looked at him coldly without saying a word, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. The man seemed to be aware of the other party's strength, and turned around and ran away tactfully. At this time, Z boasted to Su Yueru, "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law.
My brother Chen was invincible in the university town back then. Even 10 of that kidney-deficient uncle wouldn't be able to defeat him. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Ho Zi and said, "We are all adults now, and the country is advocating civilization and harmony. We should follow the trend of the times." As they talked, the three of them found a quiet corner and sat down waiting for their barbecue to be served. During the meal, Ho Zi used his eloquence, which he had honed over the years, to make Su Yueru laugh. As the three were talking, a group of people suddenly walked out of the crowd, led by the middle-aged uncle who had just been beaten and fled. "Master Shui, they were the ones who beat me up just now." The uncle spoke respectfully to a well-dressed young man. The man glanced at Xiao Chen and the other three, and finally his eyes fell on Su Yueru. "Xiao Ya, I didn't expect to see you here," the man said, half in surprise and half in nostalgia. Su Yueru also looked at the man in surprise, her hands clenched into fists under the table. Seeing that Su Yueru didn't say anything, the man glanced at Xiao Chen and Ho Zi and said politely, "You are Xiao Ya's friends, right?" "My name is Shui Yuan, and I'm Xiao Ya's childhood sweetheart." Xiao Chen and Ho Zi looked at each other. Judging from Su Yueru's expression, their relationship might not be as simple as Shui Yuan said. But Xiao Chen still stood up, shook his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Xiao Chen, and I'm Yueru's husband." Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Shui Yuan couldn't help but increase the strength of his hands and asked, "Husband? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Chen did not show weakness and replied with more force, "Which word do you not understand? Husband means husband. Yu and I are legally married." Shui Yuan looked at Su Yueru in disbelief when he heard this and asked, "Xiao Ya, is what he said true? How could you fall to this level?" This sentence instantly caused a huge reaction. Xiao Chen pulled Shui Yuan's hand and bent it behind his back. Shui Yuan painfully shouted at the men around him to come and help. Shui Yuan's men immediately rushed forward but were blocked by Ho Zi with his body. However, Ho Zi himself was hit by several punches and cursed in pain. At this time, Su Yueru threw a bottle of beer on the ground. There was a loud bang and everyone was stunned. "Shui Yuan, we don't have any relationship anymore. Please let my husband go." Su Yueru returned to her usual icy beauty demeanor, making people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shui Yuan lost his usual composure in pain and yelled, "Should I let him go? It was this wage earner who wouldn't let me go. Su Yueru, I never thought that after you left me, you would find such a worthless guy." Shui Yuan wanted to continue laughing at them, but Xiao Chen pressed Shui Yuan's arm and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Su Yueru hurried forward to hold Xiao Chen, and Shui Yuan's men also hurried over to help him stand up. Shui Yuan dusted himself off and pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "Do you know who I am? I will make you regret everything you did today." Xiao Chen took a step forward, scaring Shui Yuan so much that he quickly stepped back. Seeing his appearance, Xiao Chen said contemptuously, "Just because I don't cause trouble doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. If you have any tricks, just come up and tell me. I'll be waiting for you." Shui Yuan took one last deep look at Su Yueru, then waved and left with his men. Ho Zi was still shouting behind them at this time. Xiao Chen patted Ho Zi's shoulder to indicate that he and Su Yueru should also prepare to go back. After saying goodbye to Ho Zi, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru walked slowly on the street. The two seemed to have returned to their previous state of silence. Finally, Xiao Chen spoke first, "How did you get to know that pretty boy?" Su Yueru lowered her head and murmured, "My relationship with him is very complicated. Because our two families are old friends, I have known him since I was a child. In fact, he is still my ex-fiancé." "Ex-fiancé?" Xiao Chen was suddenly confused. Did that mean Su Yueru almost married that money-grubbing gigolo? When did it happen? Xiao Chen asked a little unhappily. "We broke off our engagement just a month ago," Su Yueru replied. "A month ago?" No wonder that pretty boy was so surprised about Su Yueru's marriage. "Can I ask why?" Xiao Chen said. Su Yueru looked up at Xiao Chen and said, "I haven't figured out how to tell you about this. Can you give me some time?" Seeing Su Yueru's pleading expression, Xiao Chen nodded softly. The two took a taxi back to the apartment, went back to their rooms and went to sleep, without saying a word all night. The next day when Xiao Chen got up, Su Yu had already gone to work. Since they started living together, Xiao Chen has never seen Su Yueru spending her days leisurely. It turns out that rich people are also so tired. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that all his savings had been transferred away by that bad woman Chen Yuejia. The reason why Xiao Chen was so sure was that apart from Chen Yuejiao, he had almost no female friends in Longchang.
Moreover, Chen Yuejiao knew the password of his bank card and even used his bank card to withdraw money for Chen Wenbin.
Therefore, the most likely destination for Xiao Chen's 100,000 yuan this time is Chen Yuejiao. As for how to settle the account with her, Xiao Chen still needs to think about it carefully. Just as he was lying idly on the latex bed in a daze, Chen Xiaoxiao called again.
Master, where are you? Come and save me.
Hearing this familiar cry for help, Xiao Chen was inexplicably puzzled. How did he become a hero who saved the people?
Chapter 24, Descendants of the Kitchen God.
Xiao Chen didn't want to pay attention to Chen Xiaoxiao at first, but Chen Xiaoxiao kept begging him.
Master, please come and save me.
If I fail in this cooking competition, Xiang Shunzhai will be acquired by someone else.
Isn't it great to acquire it? It won't affect you in any way. How is that possible?
If they acquire Xiang Shunzhai, I will be out of work. If I am out of work, I will have no choice but to go to your house for meals every day, master.
Chen Xiaoxiao said pitifully. Are you begging me or threatening me?
Xiao Chen asked Chen Xiaoxiao, and Chen Xiaoxiao replied playfully, Of course I'm begging you, but if you don't come I can also threaten you instead. Seeing that Chen Xiaoxiao was determined to rely on him no matter what, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and said, Okay, wait for me.
Xiao Chen packed up simply and went to Xiang Shunzhai.
As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward and grabbed him and pulled him inside. The scene was like that of robbers taking hostages, which made Xiao Chen a little scared. He felt that he might have joined a pyramid scheme. Xiao Chen pulled his hand back and said, Tell me what happened first, and then I'll see if I can help you.
It's like this, master.
There was a rich second generation who wanted to bribe our boss to sell the shop to him. But our boss refused to sell it, so he brought a chef to mess it up. Chen Xiaoxiao spoke with indignation, her tone filled with hatred for the capitalists.
Xiao Chen asked her, Why do you need to ask me to come? He is just a rich second generation who is idle. The second generation rich are not scary.
What's scary is that the chef he invited to help is a chef who was served in state banquets. I can fool ordinary diners with my skills, but I'm doomed by this level.
Master, help me. After listening to Chen Xiaoxiao's explanation, Xiao Chen decided to meet this state banquet chef who sounded extremely powerful. So the two of them came to the hall of Xiang Shunzhai together, and saw that the atmosphere inside was quite tense. An old man with white hair and beard sat on a pearwood chair in the middle of the hall, and opposite him sat a man in a suit and tie. When Xiao Chen walked closer, Chen Xiaoxiao introduced herself to the old man. Xiao Chen greeted the old man and turned to look at the rich second generation. This world is neither big nor small. But Xiao Chen happened to meet Shui Yuan again. It turns out that the person who wanted to acquire Xiang Shunzhai and even brought people to disrupt the business was Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan recognized Xiao Chen immediately.
He glanced at Xiao Chen with contempt and said, I thought Mr. Chen had invited some powerful helpers, but it turns out he is just a jerk who deceived ignorant women. Shui Yuan started with a personal attack, and Xiao Chen was not willing to be outdone. I was wondering where this parasite came from who wanted to buy someone else's property by force. It turns out that he is the hooligan who harassed my wife.
Are you so uneducated? Didn't the adults in your family tell you not to touch other people's things casually?
Xiao Chen and Shui Yuan looked at each other, their teeth chattering. If Xiao Chen was trying to help Chen Xiaoxiao before, now he was just trying to vent his anger.
Master Shui, isn't this the little jerk who picked a fight with us yesterday? It's true that enemies always meet on a narrow road.
Today, I, your uncle, will teach you a lesson. The person who spoke was the uncle who acted crazy after drinking yesterday.
He was eager to step forward and embarrass Xiao Chen.
At this time, the white-haired old man in the middle shouted in a deep voice, Master Shui, are you trying to cause trouble in my shop? Although I am old, I remember that Xiang Shunzhai didn't seem to have the surname Shui.
Hearing the old man's rebuke, Shui Yuan restrained his arrogant attitude and said, Mr. Chen, you are too harsh.
I am not targeting Xiang Shunzhai, but this person and I have a deep grudge.
Do you really want to use this person to oppose me?
Old Chen looked at Shui Yuan pointing at Xiao Chen angrily and pondered for a moment.
Chen Xiaoxiao stepped forward and persuaded him, Boss, my master is really powerful. Believe me, he will definitely win.
Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's insistence, Old Chen made up his mind and said, Master Shui, I have decided to use this young man for the cooking competition between Xiang Shunzhai and you today.
Who do you decide to do?
Shui Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chen with contempt, then turned around and signaled his men. At this time, a man in a Zhongshan suit with an extraordinary demeanor walked out from the crowd. The man bowed and said to Mr. Chen, "I was the former chef of the state banquet and met Mr. Chen everywhere. I have heard that Xiangshanzhai has produced many talented people and its dishes are famous throughout the country. I came here today to learn a little from you." Xiao Chen scratched his ears, wondering why this person didn't say anything nice, but had to speak in such a pedantic way that made people uncomfortable. But Elder Chen did not despise this man's pedantry. Instead, he asked politely, "You Sifang? You are the junior of Yu Hongsheng, the head chef of the state banquet?" Yu Sifang said modestly, "Yu Hongsheng is my grandfather. I have admired the reputation of Xiangshanzhai since I was a child. Today I see that it is indeed worthy of its reputation." After saying that, Yu Sifang glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao, who had a curvy figure, without leaving a trace. The words sounded nice, but Yu Sifang's condescending attitude made everyone present feel that what he said was just against his will. Yu Sifang and Mr. Chen were about to compliment each other but were interrupted impatiently by Shui Yuan. "If you two continue to be so polite, will you have time to compete in cooking?" After saying this, the polite atmosphere immediately dissipated. No matter what, Yu Sifang was indeed invited to challenge the opponent. The two sides started to fight, and Shen Lao cleared his throat and said, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend our Xiangshanzhai food tasting meeting today. I would like to thank you all here." As he spoke, Mr. Chen bowed and saluted from afar to the guests around him who were dressed in gorgeous clothes. Today's food tasting is not only assisted by our distinguished guests from Xiangshanzhai, but also by Mr. Yu Sifang, the grandson of the state banquet legend Yu Hongsheng. It can be said that this food tasting will be more anticipated than in the past. And the final result will be judged by you all to show fairness. While Mr. Chen was still talking, Shui Yuan could no longer hold back and interrupted him loudly, saying, "If Xiangshanzhai loses this time, I hope you will all be witnesses. From now on, Xiangshanzhai will be acquired by me and become a brand of my Shui family catering. I hope that Mr. Chen will keep his word when the time comes." Old Chen looked at Shui Yuan coldly and said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant. You may end up with nothing." Shui Yuan snorted coldly and did not respond. He waved his hand to signal Yu Sifang to quickly prepare the food for the competition. Yu Sifang stole another glance at Chen Xiaoxiao and then reluctantly went to prepare the ingredients. Chen Xiaoxiao also ran to Xiao Chen and said, "Master, let me help you. What should we cook? Or the Dragon City signature dish?" Chapter 25, Long-Lost Craftsmanship. Xiao Chen did not answer, but looked at Yu Sifang who was busy at one end of the hall. Yu Sifang was seen fishing a fresh fish out of the water, and with a shake of his hand, a row of knives of different sizes were lined up. Yu Sifang picked up a handful of fish in his hand without even looking at them, then quickly removed the scales and internal organs. During the whole process, not a single speck of filth stained Yu Sifang's white Zhongshan suit, which showed how solid his skills were. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation over there, then found a stool to sit down on and asked the waiter to bring in tea and melon seeds. Chen Xiaoxiao was so angry that she almost vomited blood when she saw this. She asked Xiao Chen to come and help, but Xiao Chen came here to eat melon seeds. Chen Xiaoxiao urged anxiously, "Master, we only have 1 hour. If you don't hurry up, we will lose." As Chen Xiaoxiao spoke, she felt a little resentful towards Xiao Chen in her heart. If he lost, he would only lose face, but if she lost, she would lose Xiangshanzhai. "Are you fast?" Suddenly Xiao Chen asked Chen Xiaoxiao without any context. Chen Xiaoxiao became even angrier. "Why are you asking me this if you don't start the race quickly? Can I win the race if I run faster?" Xiao Chen suddenly laughed and said, "If you run faster, you might really win the race." Chen Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly, "Master, what do you mean? We are competing in a vegetable contest, not a sports meet." Xiao Chen whispered a few words into Chen Xiaoxiao's ear and then told her, "Whether we can win depends on you, run faster." Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously and asked, "Is it possible? Are you sure you want to do this?" Xiao Chen did not answer but picked up the teacup and drank it slowly. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoxiao could only grit her teeth and leave. Everyone looked at the two people on the field in confusion. One was preparing enthusiastically while Xiao Chen was watching Yu Sifang's performance leisurely. When Yu Sifang put the fish into the pot and a half-meter high flame instantly shot out of the pot, Xiao Chen even clapped his hands in approval. Yu Sifang glanced at Xiao Chen with a bit of displeasure. This man actually thought he was an acrobat. Seeing that Yu Sifang's dishes were almost ready, Old Chen became a little impatient. Old Chen got down from the armchair and walked to Yu Sifang as if nothing had happened, nodded in praise,
then walked to Xiao Chen and reminded him in a low voice. Xiao, everything over there is almost done. I wonder if you should start too. Xiao Chen put down the melon seeds, patted the fallen melon seed shells on his body and said, Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll start as soon as Chen Xiao comes back. Before Mr. Chen could speak, Xiao Chen raised his hand and looked at his watch. It seemed that Chen Xiao was about to arrive, so Xiao Chen slowly walked to the stove and put an empty casserole on it. Then Xiao Chen took out another piece of tofu and placed it on the chopping board. At this time, Shui Yuan sneered and said, I thought you were holding back some big trick. You dare to participate in the cooking competition with this kind of ingredients? Then Shui Yuan pointed to Yu Sifang and explained to everyone, Dear guests, our Shui group has always used the best ingredients to entertain guests. For this cooking competition, we specially selected the yellow croaker that is unique to Hokkaido. The meat is tender but has a short shelf life. So we specially arranged a special plane to airlift the fresh yellow croaker here. This one fish is worth 5 million. Hearing Shui Yuan say this, the diners around him all gasped. Eating a mouthful of fish would cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan, so this food tasting was worth it. Just when everyone was secretly rejoicing at their good fortune today, Shui Yuan turned around and laughed at Xiao Chen. Are you planning to fool the distinguished guests with tofu? Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you? While Shui Yuan was laughing non-stop, Yu Sifang's dish was already ready. People around rushed to Yu Sifang and wanted to see what the fish worth 5 million looked like. As soon as everyone saw the dishes, they exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, look at the fish's gills, they're still moving. Could it be that it's not dead yet? That's right. Although the fish has been gutted, Master, you cooked it too quickly. The fish is probably not completely dead. Is this edible? It's too cruel. If you don't eat it, I will. It costs 5 million. Even if it's shit, I have to taste it. Everyone was arguing with each other when Mr. Chen came over. Old Chen looked at the fish carefully and said in surprise, Is this the recipe used exclusively by the imperial court? It is said that this skill was lost after the founding of the People's Republic of China. I didn't expect to see it again today. Old Chen was so excited that he didn't care about whether he won or lost. There are folk ways to cook squirrel fish, but the most sophisticated ones are made by the imperial court. In the early years, the imperial chefs would take the gills, cut open the belly and remove the scales from the live fish to ensure that the fish was still fresh. Then they would make 9,981 cuts on each side of the fish. The knife skills were also very particular, not too deep or too shallow, and each cut had to make sure it went 1 inch into the fish. At this time, Mr. Chen picked up a small piece of fish with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. His eyes immediately widened. It's this taste. I was lucky enough to eat squirrel fish made by Mr. Yu once in the early years. It was deep fried and then drizzled with a secret sauce, which made the fish meat not only firm and tender, but also more layered in taste. Hearing what Mr. Chen said, everyone started eating. After eating, everyone followed suit and praised the food again and again. Just as everyone was praising Yu Sifang's cooking, Chen Xiao finally came back panting. Chen Xiao was holding a sealed ceramic jar in her hand. Seeing that Yu Sifang had already presented the dishes to everyone, she suddenly became a little anxious. Master, why haven't you cooked yet? It's already done over there, so don't we lose? Chen Xiao angrily put the ceramic jar heavily on the table, and Xiao Chen walked forward carefully to take a look. If you had broken this, we would have definitely lost. Fortunately. As Xiao Chen spoke, he opened the seal of the pottery jar, and immediately a refreshing fragrance emanated from inside. At first, the fragrance was very faint, and only Xiao Chen and Chen Xiao could smell it. But as time went on, the fragrance became stronger and stronger. People not far away asked in surprise, What's that smell? Can you smell it? Is it the smell of the fish? No, it smells better than this. Everyone sniffed around and finally saw that it was Xiao Chen who put all the soup in the clay pot into the empty casserole on the stove. Everyone was a little disappointed. Why was it just a can of cold soup? At this time, Xiao Chen put the tofu that he had just been fiddling with for half a day into the pot. The tofu was just cut and shaved by Xiao Chen with a knife. But the appearance of the tofu did not change at all, so everyone only saw Xiao Chen put another whole piece of tofu into the pot of cold soup. Chapter 26, A Plain Bowl of Soup. Everyone curled their lips at Xiao Chen. Compared to the 5 million yellow croaker from Shueishao's side, the dish Xiao Chen made with a piece of tofu and cold soup was too insincere. Young man, are you treating a beggar like that?
Our country is now striving for a well-off society, and you are holding the country back. Not only will your legs be pulled back, your balls will be torn to pieces too."
The onlookers were complaining. Xiao Chen remained calm and was not affected by the ridicule from the crowd.
As the soup slowly heated up, the aroma became stronger. Everyone's mouths watered when they smelled it, but most people were too embarrassed to go forward and taste it due to face concerns. At this time, Elder Chen came up to Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Xiao, have you finished cooking?"
Xiao Chen nodded calmly.
Old Chen was shocked and thought that Xiao Chen was young and energetic, and he actually wanted to use such a simple dish to deal with his opponent. He also blindly believed in Chen Xiaoxiao and entrusted such an important matter to an outsider. It was too late for old Chen to regret now, so he looked into Xiao Chen's casserole in despair. As a result, Mr. Chen was stunned by the scene before him. There was nothing cooking in the casserole, and the piece of tofu that Xiao Chen had just put in had completely disappeared. After Mr. Chen recovered from his initial shock, he looked at the soup carefully again. It turned out that the piece of tofu had turned into barely visible threads. Old Chen was very curious about the taste of the soup, so he asked Xiao Chen to serve him a bowl. When he took the first sip of the soup, Mr. Chen was surprised by its deliciousness. If the yellow croaker just now contained the supreme deliciousness of fish, then this soup also encompasses many flavors of the world. Mr. Chen looked carefully at the tofu shreds in the soup and found that each strand of tofu shreds, as thin as hair, were almost exactly the same. And the way they fall into the soup is as beautiful as falling flowers in spring. Falling flowers are scattered all over the place.
Old Chen couldn't help but recite the poems he memorized when he was young. Thinking back to the past, decades had passed in a flash.
Old Chen couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes became wet unconsciously. Everyone was stunned when they saw Mr. Chen crying.
How bad must the drink be to make Mr. Chen, who was nearly 70 years old, cry?
Then a burly man stood out from the crowd. That man was Li Debao, who had some conflicts with Xiao Chen before. Li Debao was fearless, relying on his tongue that had tasted thousands of flavors. This time, he heard that there was a free food tasting session here, so he came to join in the fun. Unexpectedly, he met Xiao Chen again. Li Debao also wanted to avenge his previous shame, so he stood up at this time. Xiao Chen also served a bowl to Li Debao, who looked at the bland dish with some hesitation. It was far from what Yu Sifang had made. But Li Debao still tilted his head back and gulped down the bowl of soup. He didn't say a word for a long time after he finished swallowing the soup. The person next to him pushed him and urged him, "Li Debao, please say something.
How does it taste? Is it that bad?"
Li Debao was pushed to his knees by the man. After a while, he raised his bowl and said, "This is damn delicious. Boss Xiao, give me another bowl." Everyone was stunned by this sudden change.
Shui Yuan even started to curse, "You despicable people, an old man and a big fool, who are you acting for?"
Being scolded by Shui Yuan, Li Debao immediately glared at him. Li Debao, who was as big as a mountain, was kneeling on the ground, which was quite oppressive, so Shui Yuan didn't dare to say anything anymore. But the people around him still rushed to ask Xiao Chen to give them a bowl of soup to try. Xiao Chen handed the spoon to Chen Xiaoxiao and sat down on a stool nearby. Chen Xiaoxiao quickly helped everyone to serve the soup. Li Debao got the second bowl as he wished. There was a burst of slurping sounds followed by a burst of enthusiastic exclamations.
"What is this taste? I have never tasted it in my life.
Yes, this smell reminds me of my first love." The people who had just disliked Xiao Chen's cooking skills now changed their attitudes and looked at Chen Xiaoxiao flatteringly, hoping that she could help them serve more. At this time, Shui Yuan walked up to Chen Xiaoxiao angrily, snatched the spoon from her hand and served himself a bowl of soup. He looked at the soup in the bowl with disdain, took a sip with disgust and was about to spit it on the ground. But just as he was about to vomit, Shui Yuan changed his mind and drank the soup back. Li Debao, who saw this, showed a disgusted expression and said, "Just drink it, you are so dirty." Shui Yuan glared at him fiercely and said, "He is cheating.
Where did he get this soup and pretend it was made by himself?" Everyone saw that Xiao Chen didn't do anything at all.
After that, Shui Yuan pointed at Chen Xiaoxiao and said, "Little girl, tell me where you found this soup.
Did Xiao Chen instruct you to find external help?"
Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen and said stubbornly, "I found this soup from my master's house. Of course he made it himself."
Shui Yuan sneered and said, "If he says yes, then it's yes? If you find a beautiful woman from his house, can you still become his wife?"
At this time, a cold voice said, "I can testify that this soup was made by Xiao Chen." When everyone turned around, they saw a beautiful woman with a curvy figure and outstanding temperament walking in. Su Yueru walked up to Xiao Chen and said, "This soup is what Xiao Chen makes for me to eat with noodles every day. If you don't believe me, I still have a lot at home. You can go check it out." Everyone was stunned looking at the cold and beautiful Su Yueru. Such a beautiful woman actually knew Xiao Chen. What the beautiful woman said must be correct. Shui Yuan asked indignantly, "Xiao Yu, why do you always help Xiao Chen? What's so good about him, a poor loser?" Su Yueru looked at Shui Yuan's angry face and said coldly, "If I don't help him, should I help you? I remember clearly what happened to you if I helped you." Seeing Su Yueru's resolute words, Shui Yuan asked everyone to leave with a dejected look. Although Shui Yuan made some harsh remarks before leaving as expected, to the winner, the loser's provocation was nothing more than overestimating one's own abilities. Seeing Shui Yuan and the others fleeing in panic, Old Shen stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Mr. Xiao, this time it's all thanks to you. Before, Xiao kept persuading me to invite you, but I was a little worried. I didn't expect it, the young are really to be feared." Xiao Chen also responded politely with a few words, and Old Chen looked at Xiao Chen with even more satisfaction. "Mr. Xiao, you are now at the right age to get married. I wonder if there is a suitable partner. If not, you can consider my Xiao Xiao." Old Chen pushed Qin Xiao Xiao, who was standing silently beside him. Qin Xiao Xiao had become very well behaved and didn't say a word since Su Yueru appeared. Chapter 27, 10 Languages in Minutes. Before Xiao Chen could refuse, Su Yueru answered for him, "I'm sorry, Xiao Chen is already in love. Miss Chen is so young and beautiful, you should find a man who is more suitable for you." When Chen Xiaoxiao heard Su Yueru say this, she quickly expressed her opinion, "Yes, Sister Su is right. Master is not suitable for me, Grandpa." "Grandpa?" So the number one restaurant in Longcheng, Xiangshanzhai, was opened by Qin Xiaoxiao's family. Xiao Chen cast an exploratory look at Qin Xiaoxiao, which frightened Qin Xiaoxiao so much that she quickly clarified, "Master, don't look at me like that. You already have my sister Su, so don't go around flirting with others." Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao looking at him with a righteous expression, Xiao Chen felt both angry and amused. Why did he flirt with someone else? Wasn't she the one who had been pestering him? Just when Xiao Chen wanted to argue, Old Chen sighed regretfully and said, "No matter what, you have done a great thing for Xiang Shunzhai. If you need anything today, just ask. Xiang Shunzhai will definitely help." Xiao Chen bowed again to express his gratitude, then said goodbye to Su Yueru. After coming out of Xiang Shunzhai, Xiao Chen wondered why Su Yueru appeared here and asked the reason. It turned out that Su Yueru had left an important document at home, and when she went back to get it, she ran into Qin Xiaoxiao, who was helping to get the soup. As for how Su Yueru communicated with Qin Xiaoxiao became as obedient as a mouse seeing a cat when he saw her. Su Yueru just smiled and didn't answer. Xiao Chen didn't ask any more questions, but only asked about Su Yueru's next itinerary. Su Yueru looked at the time and decided to take Xiao Chen to a nearby shopping mall for lunch. Xiao Chen got up early in the morning and ran here to help someone fight in the ring. He was indeed tired and hungry, so the two of them went to the mall to eat together. Perhaps because she was spoiled by Xiao Chen's cooking skills, Su Yueru looked around and finally decided to dine at a French-style Western restaurant. This was actually the first time Xiao Chen had eaten real Western food. He had no money when he was a student, and later when he started working he was reluctant to spend money, so he never had the chance to try it. Su Yueru flipped through the menu gracefully, and Xiao Chen followed suit and opened the menu to take a look. As a result, the moment he opened it, Xiao Chen wanted to curse. What kind of foreign restaurant is this? There is not a single Chinese character on the menu. There were only a few words on the English menu that Xiao Chen could barely recognize. At this time, a well-dressed waiter came over and talked to them in French. Xiao Chen was confused while Su Yueru responded with a smile. She is worthy of being called a beautiful CEO. Not only is she pretty, but her IQ is also very high. After talking to the waiter for a few words, Su Yueru put down the menu and said to Xiao Chen, "What would you like to eat? I heard that they have black truffles and foie gras just flown in from France today." Xiao Chen flipped through the menu, which he couldn't understand a single word, and said half-jokingly, "How about we just fry one?" Hearing what Xiao Chen said, the tall waiter snorted without disguising himself. He couldn't understand why a woman like Su Yueru, who was so beautiful and worldly wise, would fall for such a country bumpkin who wore cheap clothes and had no culture at all. At this time, Su Yueru seemed to sense the waiter's contempt for Xiao Chen and immediately started protecting her husband. "Please do as my husband says."
Su Yueru said lightly. Miss, what do you mean?
At this moment, the waiter no longer pretended to be French and asked Su Yueru in standard Mandarin.
Don't you understand this? Just make all the dishes on the menu for me. Su Yueru explained as if she was talking to a mentally retarded person. Ah, but. The waiter hesitated. But what? Is there a word you don't understand, or are you afraid I can't afford the money?
Su Yueru frowned slightly but revealed her cold and elegant queen side.
No, it's not. I'll tell the chef right away. Please wait a moment. With that, the waiter trotted off to the kitchen. Xiao Chen looked at the aloof Su Yueru and asked, why do you have to be angry with such a person? He is just treating people differently. It's human nature.
Su Yueru turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen and said coquettishly, I don't care how he treats others, but he must show enough respect to my husband.
And. As she spoke, Su Yueru moved closer to Xiao Chen, and the distance between them became closer and closer, so close that Xiao Chen could even see the fine hairs on Su Yueru's fair skin.
Su Yueru continued, also, I know you don't bother to show off to these people, but I hope you still have the awareness of being my husband, Su Yueru. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that the woman in front of him was not only beautiful and cool, but also domineering. After Su Yueru finished speaking, she regained her innocent and shy expression that she only had when they were alone, and smiled sweetly at Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen immediately understood Su Yueru's intention. Sometimes you can't just keep a low profile.
Some people and some things make it impossible for you to keep a low profile.
Soon, the appetizers came one after another.
These dishes were all developed by the French chef himself, and each one was full of novelty and creativity. At this time, the French chef came out personally to introduce the ingredients and origin of each dish to Su Yueru and Xiao Chen. The French chef is not only a good cook but also very handsome, full of exotic charm.
Those blue eyes stared at Su Yueru with full power as if they wanted to reflect Su Yueru completely into their eyes.
No wonder people say that the French are passionate and unrestrained. This French guy doesn't take Xiao Chen seriously at all and only treats him as a decoration to eat with.
Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, and immediately thought silently in his heart, sign in.
Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring proficiency in 10 languages. Whatever you think comes true, Xiao Chen is really worried that he won't be able to communicate with this French guy. He got this skill without being proficient in 10 languages. Of course, Xiao Chen had already discovered the problem with this system. He carefully looked for the small print attached to the sign and reward. Sure enough, there was a small note below that said level 10 skill with sweet talk included. At this moment, Xiao Chen was immediately attracted by this system.
It was really considerate.
Xiao Chen's biggest shortcoming is that he is not good at sweet words but is good at expressing himself through practical actions.
Xiao Chen was very satisfied with this additional skill and even wanted to try it out immediately.
After communication became a problem here, Xiao Chen heard the Frenchman boasting about the ingredients he used. It's not that this potato is only available in France, but that sweet potato is airlifted from France. The French guy spoke excitedly, but Su Yueru just shook the champagne in her hand and watched him show off quietly. After eating part of the appetizer, Su Yueru signaled that the main course could be served.
Chapter 28, The Great Master Teaches Me How to Pick Up Girls.
At this time, some people started to come into the restaurant to eat, but as soon as they entered the door, they were startled by the way Xiao Chen and Su Yueru ate. I saw that most of the waiters in the restaurant were surrounding the two of them. There was nothing they could do because there were too many dishes and one or two waiters could not handle it. At this time, the French guy finally returned to the kitchen to cook, and the arrogant waiter came back to replace him.
Xiao Chen and Su Yueru were slowly cutting the steak, while the waiter was serving Su Yueru attentively.
There was a couple sitting right next to Xiao Chen and his friend, and the girl was quite dissatisfied with their extravagant attitude.
What are you showing off?
You're just a vain girl who hangs out with rich men. The boy quickly pushed the girl with his arm and said, keep your voice down.
It will be bad if someone hears you. The girl said without showing any weakness, if you are afraid of what others will say, then don't do it. You don't know who you are showing off your wealth to. Pa.
Her boyfriend quickly glanced at Xiao Chen and muttered, I don't think she's dating a rich man, but more like a gigolo.
Look at what the man is wearing, doesn't this restaurant have a dress code?
The two of them were complaining to each other, and the interesting thing was that the woman only complained about Su Yueru while the man only laughed at Xiao Chen. At this time, Su Yueru wiped her mouth elegantly with a napkin, turned to the two of them and said, "You must be very unhappy together."
The girl in the couple immediately said angrily, "What are you talking about? My dear and I love each other the most." "Oh, really? Do you think so too?"
Su Yueru raised her eyebrows and looked at the boy. The boy became nervous when the beautiful girl looked at him like this.
Seeing that the boy hesitated to answer, the girl stood up and scolded, "Wang Dongdong, what do you mean? Are you attracted to this green tea girl?"
The boy sat down and reached out to pull the girl and said, "Xiao Yuan, stop making trouble.
Sit down and eat your steak." "Eat? That's all you care about. Let's break up. I don't want to be with a poor bastard like you anymore."
Okay. I'm poor and I'm not worthy of you.
Do you think I don't know anything? You dumped me just to find your godfather."
The girl was so angry that she ran out of the restaurant crying, while the boy picked up a piece of steak with a fork, stuffed the whole thing into his mouth, and left without looking back.
After watching such a big drama, Xiao Chen felt very sympathetic towards the boy. He had also been scolded by Chen Yuejiu in public before, and then Chen Yueji walked away in anger.
At that time, Xiao Chen also ate the expensive food with grievance like the boy just now. After all, these meals were earned by his hard work. Seeing Xiao Chen staring at the empty table next to him in a daze, Su Yueru reached out her little hand and held Xiao Chen's hand.
"What's wrong, husband? Are you unhappy?"
Seeing Su Yueru's cautious look, Xiao Chen smiled and said that he was fine. At this time, the waiter next to him muttered in French, "Delcy should understand their own weight, don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat." As he said this, he placed the foie gras in front of Xiao Chen with a fake smile. The foie gras was arranged in the shape of a pure white swan.
"Enjoy your meal,"
the waiter said to Xiao Chen in standard Mandarin.
Xiao Chen smiled back and asked him in standard French, "Are you a toad?" This sentence of standard French stunned Su Yueru and the waiter. How could he speak French so fluently? "First, sir, do you speak French?" the waiter asked stutteringly. Xiao Chen answered him in French again, "Did I say I can't?"
Yes, Xiao Chen never said that he didn't know French. But when he came in and looked at the menu just now, he clearly didn't understand anything. At this time, Su Yueru also asked curiously, "You speak French very well, when did you learn it?"
Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "I haven't studied it on purpose. I was just saying it for fun. Does it sound good?"
Xiao Chen really didn't know how well he spoke French. After all, he had only acquired the language skills for less than an hour. But to others, this truth sounded as if Xiao Chen was pretending to be a big shot, the one howling on the grassland.
"What else do you want to say?" Su Yueru asked intimately, holding her chin with one hand. Timo Xiao Chen blurted out.
"This is a Spanish sentence, which means I love you." This 10th level language skill also comes with a collection of love words, so Xiao Chen spoke out such corny love words as soon as he opened his mouth.
"Oh, really? Anything else?"
Su Yueru didn't know whether she understood or not, but she had a smile on her face.
"Ti amo." "Italian?"
Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with a little surprise.
"Milujite." "Wow, you even say that? What does it mean?" Su Yueru asked curiously. "It means I love you." Xiao Chen spoke to Su Yueru in French. Su Yueru's face turned red and she looked straight at Xiao Chen. "Why are you a little weird?"
Xiao Chen continued.
"What's strange about that?"
Su Yueru quickly covered her red face.
"Very cute." Su Yueru punched Xiao Chen lightly on the chest and said, "Hateful."
Her shy look almost made the waiter next to her knock over the plate.
"Is this how all great people flirt with girls?"
If you don't learn several foreign languages these days, you can't even pick up girls. But only Xiao Chen himself knows what kind of cheesy love words are included in the level 10 love words skill. Moreover, when he spoke, it was completely out of Xiao Chen's control, so even though Xiao Chen was almost embarrassed to the point of digging a great wall with his toes, he never ran out of words to say the cheesy love words. Not sure if it was because of the red wine or because Xiao Chen's offensive of cheesy love words was too intense, but Su Yueru's face turned red with embarrassment. When she stood up, she was still a little shaky. Xiao Chen stepped forward to support Su Yueru, and Su Yueru fell into Xiao Chen's arms, feeling a little tipsy. The waiter who had been arrogant before was now helping Xiao Chen clean the table in a very servile manner. He had just written down many of Xiao Chen's tricks for picking up girls, so he was very respectful to this unremarkable man. Even though Xiao Chen asked him to pack up the untouched dishes on the table, this behavior still exuded a sense of thrift in the eyes of the waiter.
Brother, can you add me as your WeChat friend?
The male waiter chased out of the restaurant and stopped Xiao Chen.
Su Yueru was a little drunk.
She stood in front of Xiao Chen and said, "No, my husband doesn't like men.
Women are not allowed either."
The male waiter was a little speechless.
This beauty looked normal at first glance, so why did she become so crazy now?
Xiao Chen put his arm around Su Yueru's slender waist, and with his other hand he took his phone and entered a string of numbers. Then Xiao Chen returned the phone to the male waiter, who took it with many thanks. "From now on, I will have a great person to rely on when picking up girls.
This feeling is great." Chapter 29 Bugatti Drift.
The next morning when Xiao Chen woke up from his sleep, he saw Su Yueru looking at him seriously. Su Yueru was lying on Xiao Chen's bed, with only a thin layer of sheets between her and Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen could even feel Su Yueru's warm body temperature coming through the bedsheets.
Xiao Chen grabbed the bedsheet and wrapped himself tightly. It was not because he was afraid that Su Yueru would take advantage of him, but because Xiao Chen liked to sleep naked.
"Why aren't you at work?"
Xiao Chen hurriedly concealed his panic.
"Giving myself a day off today is a benefit of being a boss." Su Yueru had no intention of getting up and leaving.
Instead, she crossed her legs and looked at Xiao Chen with her chin on one hand.
"Then why didn't you knock when you came in? It's scary to stare at me." Xiao Chen turned his back to Su Yueru.
"I knocked, but you were sleeping so soundly that you wouldn't even know someone stole you." Seeing Xiao Chen with his back to her, Su Yueru smiled and patted Xiao Chen's butt with her hand.
"Hurry up, lazy bum. You have to go shopping with me today." After Su Yueru finished speaking, she ran out the door.
Xiao Chen was a little surprised to see Su Yueru's back disappearing behind the door, wondering when this little girl became so bold that she dared to tease him. But Xiao Chen still quickly got up and dressed. After all, he was afraid that Su Yueru would come back in a hurry and then she would see his virginity that he had kept for more than 20 years. Although Xiao Chen and Chen Yuejiu had been in a relationship for 4 years, and Chen Yuejiu had repeatedly hinted at her doing that.
But Xiao Chen is still very conservative.
He feels that he must give girls some protection before he can do something.
As a result, Chen Yuejiu did not understand Xiao Chen's thoughts, and even did some things that made Xiao Chen very angry. But after Chen Yuejiu begged desperately, what could Xiao Chen, as a good man of the new era, do?
Of course, he could only forgive her. Thinking about it now, Xiao Chen would not regret his original decision.
This is his principle and bottom line as a human being.
After finishing his packing, Xiao Chen came to the restaurant and saw that Su Yueru had already prepared breakfast for him.
Xiao Chen sat down, picked up a piece of bread and looked at it again and again. Su Yueru was a little angry seeing his reaction. "What are you looking at? I didn't poison you." "I know you wouldn't poison someone on purpose, but what if you didn't mean to? I'd better check it out."
When Su Yueru saw Xiao Chen making fun of her, she waved her fist as if to hit him. Xiao Chen begged for mercy and changed the subject. "Why do you want to go shopping?"
"I see you don't usually go shopping. Girls love online shopping the most, and the number of online purchases made by beautiful female CEOs is frightening."
From time to time, Xiao Chen was conscripted by Su Yueru to carry express deliveries for her. It was no exaggeration to say that the pile of express deliveries was as high as a small mountain.
"I'm going to give you a good makeover today."
Su Yueru held a piece of bread in her mouth and looked at Xiao Chen with narrowed eyes.
Xiao Chen couldn't help hugging himself, pretending to be scared and said, "What are you going to do to me? I tell you I won't give in."
Su Yueru pretended to rub her hands and smiled evilly. "Then you can shout, but no one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out."
Xiao Chen yelled in cooperation, "Break the throat, break the throat." The two of them laughed like idiots for a while.
Su Yueru said seriously, "As my nominal husband, I must make sure that you can match me in appearance." Xiao Chen teased, "Beautiful lady, you are saying that I am ugly."
"Why are you being so subtle?" Su Yueru said seriously, "You are not ugly, you are even a little handsome."
Su Yueru pinched her thumb and index finger to show Xiao Chen, and continued, "But why do you dress yourself so sloppily?"
"Sloppy?"
Xiao Chen thought this was my personal style, comfortable.
"You don't understand. This is the most popular comfortable style this year." Xiao Chen waved his hand to express his rejection of Su Yueru's transformation. Su Yueru narrowed her eyes and smirked again. "Are you afraid that others will see your figure?" "It's okay, I took a look and it's still okay." "What? Did she see it?"
Although Xiao Chen worked part-time as a fitness coach in college and did a lot of exercise after work, Xiao Chen still maintained a good figure. But being seen by a beauty like Su Yueru, and when I was sleeping naked, it was still very embarrassing to think about it. How can a girl like you say such things casually? Su Yueru came close to Xiao Chen and said, I am not only a girl, I am also your legal wife. So is there anything about you that I cannot see? The logic of this statement seems to be, probably, and indeed correct. Xiao Chen was speechless, and Su Yueru clapped her hands, pulled Xiao Chen up and walked outside. There was a brand new Bugatti parked at the door. Su Yueru shook the key with her index finger and threw it to Xiao Chen. Today I will enjoy the chauffeured transportation of a private driver. Su Yueru said as she sat in the passenger seat of the sports car. Since graduating from college, Xiao Chen has rarely driven a car. The most common one he drives is a small electric car for food delivery, so Xiao Chen was still a little excited when he got the key to the Bugatti. Just like women like to buy express delivery, men like luxury cars the most. So when Xiao Chen sat on the leather seat of the sports car, he felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Sit still, I'll show you the speed of the takeaway prince. As Xiao Chen spoke, he stepped on the accelerator and the Bugatti rushed out with a bang. This is fucking awesome, Xiao Chen thought secretly. When he arrived at the shopping mall parking lot, Xiao Chen once again felt the vanity brought by the luxury car. Xiao Chen drifted and turned the car and parked it in the parking space. People around him began to look at him with admiration. They were very curious about what someone who could afford such a luxury car looked like. When Su Yueru got out of the car, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Luxury cars and beautiful women are always an eye-catching combination, but what kind of rich person must have such a combination? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xiao Chen got out of the car. Humph, turns out to be a lousy designated driver. I was watching him for nothing. That's right. This beautiful woman with a luxury car can only be matched with a billionaire. Walk around and waste time. Everyone ridiculed him, but at this time Su Yueru walked around the front of the car, walked to Xiao Chen and put her hand on Xiao Chen's arm. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground again. Oh my god, what a magical combination. Beauty, do I still have a chance? Even a lousy designated driver can get a pretty girl. I'll be single soon. For a moment, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru walked into the mall under the complicated gazes of the crowd. Arriving at the mall, Su Yueru went to the branded men's clothing area on the third floor with ease. The lady at the door bowed and saluted in a well-trained manner. Welcome to Armani. Chapter 30. I do not discriminate against Meters Bonwi. What? Is this the luxury brand that I should start shopping with? As a poor person who has always believed that Adidas and Nike are luxury goods, Xiao Chen is not interested in these fashion luxury brands. I went to New York for a meeting and visited Fifth Avenue. Among the stores there, my favorite is Armani. Su Yueru spoke as if she was discussing which spicy hot pot restaurant was the best. Su Yueru picked up a shirt with a novel design and placed it next to Xiao Chen to measure it. Well, this one is good. Do you want to try it? Xiao Chen glanced at the price. What the hell? Such a piece of clothing with big holes and small holes costs more than 10,000 yuan. This is leaking air, and I'm afraid my back will hurt. Xiao Chen pushed away the clothes that Su Yueru handed over to him. Su Yueru didn't force it, she just shrugged and said, if you don't like it, just pick one yourself. You gave me a necklace last time, so I just happened to give you a return gift. Even though it is the beautiful woman who spends the money, everyone's money is money. So Xiao Chen walked around the store trying to find a cheaper piece of clothing. After searching for a long time, the cheapest one cost more than 1,000 yuan, and that was a pair of underwear. Xiao Chen secretly cursed the corruption of capitalism in his heart and finally walked up to Su Yueru and spread his hands to indicate that he didn't like anyone. How about we go to Meters Bonwi? Xiao Chen suggested. The saleslady next to him, who had been walking around with him for quite some time and was already getting impatient, sneered silently. Why are you so strange, sir? Do you dislike the clothes in our store or can't afford them? Xiao Chen just smiled and said nothing, while Su Yueru pointed to the nearest row of fashions and said, I want all of these, pack them up. Xiao Chen and the lady at the counter were both stunned. What kind of overbearing CEO drama was this, but something seemed wrong. The lady at the counter quickly packed the clothes, and Su Yueru picked out a set of clothes and threw it to Xiao Chen. Hubby, put it on and show it to me. Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with seductive eyes. Xiao Chen could not stand the request of beautiful women, so he obediently took his clothes and went to the changing room. When Xiao Chen was changing in the dressing room, he heard the ladies outside complaining to each other in low voices.
Is this guy being kept by that beautiful lady?
Look at how generous she is. She spends a whole hanger of clothes at a time.
That's right, that beauty is really beautiful.
If I can be supported by her, I won't care about gender.
But the man is not that good either. He looks poor. Did you hear him?
He said he was going to Meters Banhui.
What's wrong with Maybang? You can only afford Maybang's clothes.
Maybe the guy has some outstanding qualities, so the beautiful girl is willing to spend a lot of money on him.
What outstanding qualities do you mean?
I think his figure is just so, skinny and without much substance.
What do you know?
Did you see that guy's butt?
It's so perky. I'm sure that guy must be pretty good.
Xiao Chen felt very complicated when he heard the chattering of the sales ladies.
Keeping a mistress? My butt is so good? How come I don't know?
Xiao Chen thought about it and looked at his butt in the dressing mirror, but then he looked away in shame.
Well, it's quite curvy. Ding. You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
Xiao Chen was looking forward to what reward he would get today.
So he thought silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top male model figure.
Top male model body? What the hell is this? Xiao Chen looked into the mirror again and was suddenly shocked as if struck by thunder.
In the mirror, Xiao Chen's muscles were clearly defined, especially his chest muscles, which were so large that he was embarrassed to touch them himself.
There are 8 abdominal muscles neatly arranged below the pectoral muscles. Others cannot achieve such an effect even if they spend every day in the gym. Below the abdominal muscles is the sexy mermaid line, which goes straight down along the groin, looking very provocative.
Looking at his muscles, which were as strong and powerful as marble sculptures, Xiao Chen felt a sense of pride in his heart. Men also care about their body shape because a beautiful body will always attract the favor of the opposite sex and even make beautiful women fall for you. And Xiao Chen's figure can be considered the best among the best. Xiao Chen tried on the clothes and found that they were all bought according to his previous sizes. So now Xiao Chen couldn't fit into these clothes at all, and Xiao Chen's old t-shirt was a little too small, so he looked particularly tight. So he could only wear his old sweatpants and bare his upper body.
Xiao Chen walked out of the fitting room and said to the saleslady, "These are a little small, do you have any bigger ones?"
When the ladies at the sales counter saw Xiao Chen shirtless and showing off his perfect body, they all covered their mouths with their hands. They covered their mouths to stop themselves from screaming. What a fantastic man he is, with perfect pectoral and abdominal muscles, sexy mermaid line and that charming dog waist.
God, please give me this man.
The ladies at the counter were having a fierce ideological struggle in their hearts. They really wanted to touch Xiao Chen's muscles, but they felt a little ashamed and were afraid of being rejected by Xiao Chen.
Can anyone get me a bigger shirt, please? Xiao Chen reminded again, and only then did the saleslady react. Yes, sir. I'll get it for you right away.
A salesgirl of average looks and slim figure agreed, then trotted off to help Xiao Chen find a top. The remaining salesgirls didn't dare to look Xiao Chen in the eye, but they didn't want to miss the opportunity to see such a perfect body. So they all stole glances at Xiao Chen out of the corner of their eyes, and Xiao Chen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. After all, he didn't have any special aspects that could attract the opposite sex's interest before. Whether it was his brains or body, looks or talent, or family background or ability, Xiao Chen was the kind of person who couldn't be said to have any advantages. But since he got the system, he has gained a lot. Although he is sometimes inevitably cheated by the system, it is still quite good overall. Xiao Chen pretended to be indifferent and looked around trying to find Su Yueru, but he couldn't find her for a while.
Where is the lady who just accompanied me? Xiao Chen asked an ordinary-looking fat teller.
The girl was flattered and replied, that lady.
I saw her go out to make a phone call. She should be back soon.
Seeing Xiao Chen looking a little worried, the fat cashier added, "Don't worry, she has already paid the bill.
You can pick out the clothes you like." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. He was not worried about this. Chapter 31, The Blessings of Qi.
At this time, the saleslady who had just left came over pushing a cart of clothes.
"Hello, sir.
These are new models this year, and all fit your size.
You can try them on."
Xiao Chen nodded, picked out a simple t-shirt from the hanger and put it on. The originally ordinary t-shirt looks very noble when worn by Xiao Chen, especially the distinct muscle lines under the t-shirt make Xiao Chen look particularly charming.
Wow, it really looks like the model is wearing it. Why is it so beautiful? Is this dress so stylish?
No, I need to take a picture and send it to my girlfriends.
Wow, I met a handsome guy today.
The women who were shopping saw Xiao Chen through the store glass and rushed into the store.
Brother, why are you in such good shape?
Little brother, do you have a girlfriend?
If so, would you mind having another one? Add me one, add me one.
The women watching all had infatuated expressions, completely losing their usual reserve.
Is this the true meaning of opposite sex attraction?
Xiao Chen wondered, but his attention was not on these women at all.
Excuse me, ladies. This is a customer of our store. You will cause distress to our customers. So please stay calm and step back.
The salesgirls spontaneously gathered around Xiao Chen to ensure that he would not be harassed by the enthusiastic onlookers.
I just left for a while, and you're already here to attract attention?
A cold voice said as Su Yueru walked over from behind the crowd in red-soled high heels.
Su Yueru walked over with great momentum in a Chanel dress, and the women watching around her couldn't help but make way for her. Su Yueru walked to Xiao Chen effortlessly, took a look at his supermodel-like figure and teased, "What's going on? Did you develop a second growth spurt?"
Xiao Chen was ashamed. There were many things about him that he couldn't explain.
Where have you been? I couldn't find you. What's wrong, husband? You miss me so much after not seeing me for a moment?
Su Yueru looked up at Xiao Chen sweetly, but she put her arms around Xiao Chen's waist and pressed her chest against Xiao Chen's body. Seeing the two of them being so sweet, the women who were watching walked away tactfully. The ladies at the counter kept bowing and greeting with an apologetic look on their faces, but Xiao Chen and Su Yueru didn't take it seriously.
Try this on for me. Su Yueru picked up a formal navy blue suit and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen seldom wears formal clothes.
After all, his job has always had no requirements for clothing.
Xiao Chen walked into the fitting room with a suit and shirt, and came out dressed in a moment. Oh my god, how can a man be so handsome? That's right, that's right. I can't stand this kind of abstinent boys. I've fallen for them.
The ladies at the counter were talking in low voices, while Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen carefully. Xiao Chen originally had a delicate appearance, and with this attire, he looked even more aloof and abstinent. His model-like figure makes him look even more domineering in formal attire, and Xiao Chen's masculinity soars.
Honey, I want you to wear this suit, too.
The waiter brought me an identical suit. A coquettish voice was heard, and Xiao Chen suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Xiao Chen turned around and saw Chen Yuejiao walking in with a slightly fat man. When she saw Xiao Chen's face clearly, Chen Yuejiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Chen and Chen Yuejiao were both a little out of control, the slightly fat man asked Chen Yuejiao, "Jiao, do you know this person?"
Chen Yuejiao quickly calmed down and said, I don't know him. I've never seen him before." Don't know him? Humph, 4 years of dating wasted?
Xiao Chen saved up 100,000 yuan for the betrothal gift until he vomited blood, and now Chen Yuejiao said she didn't know him. Xiao Chen thought indignantly in his heart, even though he took the initiative to break up with Chen Yuejiao and did not feel the slightest regret afterwards.
But now seeing her in person, Chen Yuejiao's reaction still made Xiao Chen very angry. Miss Chen is so forgetful. You forgot about your ex-boyfriend who you dated for 4 years so quickly?
At this time Su Yueru said sarcastically. When the slightly plump man saw Su Yueru, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in his small eyes. If Chen Yuejiao is as pure and beautiful as a beautiful girl next door, then Su Yueru is as absolutely beautiful as a queen, and unattainable. It is this unattainable and inviolable nature that further arouses men's desire to conquer.
My name is Wang Qinghua. May I ask who you are, young lady?
The slightly plump man ignored Xiao Chen and stared at Su Yueru, looking at her nakedly.
Su Yueru was not at all timid.
She walked to Xiao Chen, took his arm and said, "I am Xiao Chen's wife.
My husband has a bad temper. So if you keep looking at me like this, I'm worried that you might not be able to leave the store."
Hearing Su Yueru's words, Wang Qinghua looked at Xiao Chen with disdain.
He was just a pretty boy with nothing but a pretty face. Even if he hugged the beautiful woman's waist, what could this pretty boy do to him?
Although Wang Qinghua thought so in his heart, he still restrained his attitude because he wanted to leave a good impression on the beautiful woman. He smiled kindly and said, I have no ill intentions, but I was so amazed by the young lady that I couldn't control my eyes.
I hope the young lady will not be offended. Oh? Even if I don't mind, does Miss Chen have any objection?
Xiao Chen discovered that Su Yueru was very skilled in the technique of sowing discord. But Chen Yuejiao didn't care what Wang Qinghua said at all, she just looked at Xiao Chen. Although she just said that she didn't know Xiao Chen, she had always been thinking about him in her heart. Especially when she later found out that he actually had assets worth 500 million, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Chen Yuejiao later tried to contact Xiao Chen, but he ignored her. He never responded to her text messages or phone calls. Her mother and brother kept trying to bring her and Wang Qinghua together, so Chen Yuejiao gave up the idea of getting back together. But now, looking at Xiao Chen, who had completely changed, Chen Yuejiao's desire to reconcile was revived.
Was Xiao Chen so handsome before? And was he in such a good shape? He was just like the leading actor in an idol drama.
Seeing that Chen Yuejiao ignored Su Yueru, Wang Qinghua thought that Chen Yuejiao had tacitly agreed to his philandering.
So Wang Qinghua put his arm around Chen Yuejiao's waist and said, My daughter Jiaojiao is very generous. She can especially understand that I am popular with women. So if you have any concerns in this regard, you can rest assured. This is a very shameless statement. What he means is that he still wants to enjoy the happiness of having many wives. Chapter 32 Misunderstanding. Hearing Wang Qinghua's shameless remarks, Xiao Chen stood up before Su Yueru could speak out against him. Wang Qinghua, right?
There are a few things I would not like to say in front of a lady.
Can you please come with me to the fitting room?
Xiao Chen said in a calm tone. Wang Qinghua had a very high opinion of himself, and he instinctively rejected Xiao Chen's request.
Is there anything you can't say in front of everyone, or do you want to talk to me about the transfer price?
Wang Qinghua said this with an obscene smile, feeling quite proud of the joke he had made.
Wang Qinghua's original name was Wang Baiwan. He made his fortune in his early years by recruiting people for Macau casinos.
Later, he switched to real estate and made a fortune with his unique vision. After he became rich, he felt that his original name was not very cultured, so he changed his name to Wang Qinghua in order to appear to be highly educated and well-educated. But in recent years, Wang Qinghua has been addicted to online gambling, and has not been able to get back much of the money he invested.
Fortunately, he is still a small local tycoon with his early accumulation. Of course, the local tyrants have only one way to get things done: spending money.
So Wang Qinghua thought that he could send Xiao Chen away by giving him some money, and then he could do whatever he wanted. Seeing that Wang Qinghua had no intention of backing down, Xiao Chen walked up to him and asked, I'll give you one last chance.
Will you come with me or not? Wang Qinghua smiled contemptuously and said, Follow you? Sorry, I only like beautiful women and don't like gays. Xiao Chen sighed. He wanted to resolve the dispute privately, but not everyone was willing to give each other some leeway. Xiao Chen quickly moved behind Wang Qinghua, stretched out his hand to twist Wang Qinghua's hands behind his back, and with his other hand, he grabbed Wang Qinghua's little finger and twisted it in the opposite direction. Since acquiring a supermodel figure, Xiao Chen discovered that not only had his figure changed drastically, but his body's reactions had also become much faster. Xiao Chen had practiced Sanda for 3 years when he was in college. After strengthening his body this time, Xiao Chen felt that his fighting power had increased sharply. It hurts, you little jerk, let go of your prince. If you hurt me, I will make you regret your actions for the rest of your life. Wang Qinghua was pressed down and could only turn his head and curse. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he increased the strength of his hands. Ah, my hand. What on earth do you want to do? Xiao Chen looked at Wang Qinghua's red face and said, Do you know how the law identifies the crime of assault? Wang Qinghua was stunned for a moment. Is this a question and answer session? What on earth do you want to say? Chen Yuejiao, you stinky bitch, tell your damn ex-boyfriend to let me go. Wang Qinghua had no idea what to do with Xiao Chen, so he took it out on Chen Yuejiao. Wang Qinghua, how dare you scold me like that? During all the years that Chen Yuejiao was spoiled by Xiao Chen never said a harsh word to her. So at this time, Chen Yuejiao was angry and regretful. If her mother hadn't instigated her behind her back, she would be the one standing next to the handsome and wealthy Xiao Chen. Who would give up such a handsome and stylish boyfriend and insist on being with a greasy uncle like Wang Qinghua? Apologize, Wang Qinghua. Otherwise I will cripple your little finger. Even if I cripple your little finger, you will only be slightly injured at most. I won't be punished at all.
As Xiao Chen said this, he pretended to really break Wang Qinghua's fingers, and Wang Qinghua screamed in pain.
I'm sorry, isn't that enough? Xiao Chen did not let go but said seriously, be sincere and show your sincerity. Otherwise.
Xiao Chen stopped talking and increased his strength. A real man never talks nonsense. Finally, Wang Qinghua started to cry, and then sobbed and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have flirted with your woman.
Her name is Su Yueru, and I hope you look into her eyes and apologize.
Wang Qinghua blushed and looked up and said, Miss Su, beautiful lady Su, please forgive me. I was so ignorant that I dared to tease you. I will never dare to do that again. Please treat me like a fart and let me go. Wang Qinghua sounded pitiful.
Su Yueru looked at him with disdain and turned away, ignoring him.
Xiao Chunfan let go of Wang Qinghua's hand and wiped it hard on his clothes before walking to Su Yueru's side. Let's go and look somewhere else, Xiao Chen suggested.
Su Yueru nodded, and Xiao Chen took all the clothes he bought in his hands and used his free hand to hold Su Yueru's. Chen Yuejiao looked at the two people's backs as they left, feeling inexplicably lost.
Those should have been my happiness, but now I can only be with this kind of person.
Chen Yuejiao looked at Wang Qinghua squatting on the ground with snot and tears on his face, and felt sick. But she didn't dare to break up with Wang Qinghua. After all, Chen Wenbin was now following Wang Qinghua to invest. If she had a falling out with Wang Qinghua, all of their family's belongings would be lost.
Honey, are you okay?
Chen Yuejiao went forward to help Wang Qinghua, but Wang Qinghua pushed her to the ground.
You bitch, are you teaming up with that jerk to tease me? You are so shameless. If you can't bear to leave him, go find him. See if he will give up that beautiful woman for a broken woman like you.
Wang Qinghua became more and more excited as he scolded. He was sure that Chen Yuejiao wouldn't dare to do anything in front of him, so he kept saying all kinds of bad things to her.
Finally, Chen Yuejiao couldn't bear it anymore and ran out crying. When the two men left the store, the salesgirls were finally free to gossip.
It turns out that the girl just now was in a relationship with that handsome guy. Yeah, they were in a relationship for 4 years. But in the end, she still found an older man. Oh, that's why women shouldn't be too vain.
Look at that old man, he's not a good guy. On the other side, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru walked out of the mall, and Su Yueru still sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Xiao Chen had just started the car, and Su Yueru asked, Xiao Chen, do you still like Chen Yuejiao?
This sentence scared Xiao Chen so much that he almost drove the car into the mall.
Xiao Chen quickly stopped the car and asked, why do you ask that?
Su Yueru lowered her head and played with her fingers and said, when that fat guy scolded Chen Yuejiao, you were so angry that you wanted to break his fingers.
And you still said you don't care about Chen Yuejiao anymore?
Xiao Chen was speechless. He felt angry when he heard Wang Qinghua scolding Chen Yuejiao, but it was only because of his principles and bottom line as a man. Xiao Chen believes that as a man, he has a stronger body than a woman, so he needs to restrain himself and not bully the weak either in words or actions. But unexpectedly, in Su Yueru's eyes, all this became evidence that he still liked Chen Yuejiao.
Chapter 33 Night. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru, who was playing with her fingers with her head down.
He put one hand behind her head and slowly turned her face towards him.
He stared into Su Yueru's eyes and said, Woman, what nonsense are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will let you know who I really like. What the hell?
Xiao Chen was so embarrassed that he could dig a castle with his toes.
He wanted to explain to Su Yueru that he actually didn't like Chen Yueji anymore.
But when the words came to his lips, they were modified by the accompanying level 10 love talk skill and turned into this kind of shameful domineering quote. In fact, men rarely speak like this. Those who write these shameful lines are often female screenwriters who have never been in a relationship and are self-satisfied. But this kind of love words can often touch a woman's heart the most. Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with a blushing face, as if she was waiting for something. Xiao Chen stared at her lips, which were as soft and beautiful as flower petals, and slowly leaned closer. Just when their first intimate contact was about to be completed, someone suddenly knocked on the car window.
Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to leave or not?
An old man in a security uniform stood outside the car and knocked on the glass and asked. The two of them jumped away quickly as if they had been electrocuted. Then Xiao Chen opened the car window, and the old man outside the window looked inside the car curiously. He found a blushing girl sitting awkwardly inside, while the man was sitting in a suit and looking at him.
The young man looks like a decent person, is he bullying the girl?
The old man looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. After all, it was almost dark, and it was very suspicious for these two people to be alone in the parking lot.
Uncle, you misunderstood. We were just talking in the car and we're leaving now.
Xiao Chen explained as he started the sports car and prepared to leave. However, the security guard put his hand on Xiao Chen's car window to prevent them from leaving.
Girl, you have not been kidnapped by this man. If so, just blink your eyes. Don't be afraid. Your uncle is here.
It is said that the uncles in Longcheng and the aunties in Chaoyang district are the most enthusiastic people. Seeing that the uncle was determined to do what was right, Su Yueru smiled and said, "Uncle, you really misunderstood.
We are a legal couple." This time it was the old man's turn to be embarrassed. He looked at the two with a smile and said, "You two have a good relationship. You are so interesting. Okay, I won't take care of you anymore. Go home early, it's easy to catch a cold at night."
After saying that, the security guard walked over slowly with his hands behind his back, leaving Xiao Chen and Su Yueru staring at each other.
Xiao Chen cleared his throat and said, "Master is quite humorous." Su Yueru's face turned even redder, and she reached out and hit him.
Xiao Chen smiled and started the sports car, preparing to head towards the apartment. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang.
Xiao Chen took out the phone and took a look and found that it was Ho Zi calling.
As soon as the call was picked up, Ho Zi's voice started shouting at the top of his lungs.
Brother Chen, come quickly. If you don't come, I will die."
Xiao Chen was speechless.
Why did Ho Zi always call him at the end of his life? Didn't Ho Zi have a girl he couldn't let go of before he died? What's wrong with you?
I have something important to do here.
Xiao Chen asked a little impatiently. The atmosphere between him and Su Yueru was just right.
If he returned to the apartment now, put on some music and light some candles, maybe he could have sex with her.
Brother Chen, help me.
No matter how urgent the matter is, you can't ignore your brother's lives. Ho Zi begged bitterly on the other end of the phone, and Su Yueru felt a little bit sorry for him.
Why don't we go take a look? Ho Zi sounds very anxious.
When Ho Zi heard Su Yueru's voice, he felt as if he had seen a savior.
Sister-in-law, save me. Ho Zi is a very emotional person, so he is not steady when facing things.
He often speaks and acts without thinking, so he offends many people. But he was very loyal to his friends. When Xiao Chen just graduated and couldn't find a place to live, Ho Zi rented a house for Xiao Chen to live with him. Xiao Chen thought about it, asked Ho Zi's location, then turned the car around and drove over. Xiao Chen arrived at the door of the bar where he redeemed Ho Zi last time. The lights were turned on and the bar sign lit up.
Night Color, Su Yueru read the name of the bar, it sounds pretty nice.
Ho Zi was detained for this last time, and it happened again this time.
He really has no memory. Xiao Chen said with a look of disappointment, holding Su Yueru's hand and walking into the night.
As soon as he entered, he heard melodious music and live performances. Xiao Chen looked at the couple sitting together and being affectionate under the dim lights.
It's really a good place for a date. Xiao Chen almost forgot about Ho Zi. Brother Chen, sister-in-law. I'm here. Ho Zi waved to them from a booth not far away.
Xiao Chen walked over and found Ho Zi sitting alone in the booth, looking suspicious, with only a bottle of beer on the table.
Ho Zi, what are you doing here by yourself? You're sneaking around. Xiao Chen sat down next to Ho Zi and Su Yueru sat on the other side. Brother Chen, guess who I saw here?
Ho Zishan spoke mysteriously.
Who is it? Is it your little lover? Xiao Chen said impatiently. Brother Chen, you are really smart.
I just saw that bitch Zhang Xiaohua here.
Ho Zishan gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up and then said hatefully.
Zhang Xiaohua is no longer your girlfriend.
Ho Zi, you need to be more open-minded.
A man should let go when it's time to let go. Xiao Chen tried to enlighten him, and Ho Zi smiled and said, Brother Chen, that's easy for you to say. If you find a wife like my sister-in-law who is so rich and beautiful, of course she won't understand the pain of us single dogs. Ho Zi turned his head and looked at another booth not far away and continued, now whenever I see Zhang Xiaohua and her adulterer, I wish they would disappear from this earth. Xiao Chen also followed Ho Zi's gaze and found that Zhang Xiaohua and the rumored Wang Xiao were feeding each other fruits in that booth. There were also several wealthy young men wearing luxury brands sitting around them, each with 1 or 2 young models in their arms.
The scene was as stimulating as it could be.
No wonder Ho Zi was so angry that he called Xiao Chen for help.
This is too dog torturing. Xiao Chen found Ho Zi's hatred funny, so he teased him,
since you hate them so much, why don't you go and deal with them?
Why are you sitting here drinking alone?
Hosey said helplessly, if it were just these two bastards, I, Hosey, wouldn't be afraid of them.
But did you see that pretty boy holding the two young models?
As he spoke, Hosey pointed to the effeminate young man sitting in the middle of the booth.
Chapter 34, The Best Debater Appears.
The effeminate man was probably in his early 20s, wearing expensive clothes that even people who didn't understand luxury goods could tell at a glance were very expensive. His dandy manner further confirmed the fact that he had a wealthy family. He brought two young models with him and each of them was very beautiful. I saw them pulling this one's little hand and kissing that other's little mouth and having a lot of fun.
What's the matter? Are you attracted to her? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Brother Chen, please stop kidding me. I don't even like someone like you, so how can I like him? Oh, what's going on? Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Brother Chen, you have become more handsome again?
Hosey stared at Xiao Chen for a while, then waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to pay attention to his question.
Then why are you so afraid of that man? Do you know who he is? Brother Chen. Hosey asked again in a mysterious tone. Xiao Chen shook his head, but Su Yueru next to him said, that man is Su Yuechen, the son of Su Xianming, the first family in Longchang.
Hosey immediately gave a thumbs up and said, sister-in-law is really good at foresight and insight. The Su family is very powerful in Longchang, and that Su Xianming is the boss behind my relative's company.
Tell me, can I go over there and cause trouble? Su Yuechen? Xiao Chen glanced at Su Yueru, wondering why the two people's names were so similar. Was it a coincidence? Is he friends with that young Master Wang? Xiao Chen asked. I just asked around.
They have a relationship like a wolf and a hyena and a hyena, a fly and feces.
They are inseparable. Hosey answered indignantly. So you can only sit here and watch, and you can't do anything. You didn't ask me to come here just to watch other people pick up girls with you, did you? Xiao Chen asked again. Of course not, Brother Chen. I asked you to come here mainly because I wanted you to help me mediate between the two of them.
Hosey looked at Xiao Chen pleadingly and continued. You are good at speaking, so please tell Mr. Su that he should not interfere in the matter between Wang Yuan and me.
I just want to teach Wang Yuan a lesson but don't want to implicate my relative.
Hosey is a man who has a clear distinction between love and hate. He will definitely pursue to the end those who hurt him, but he will not express any gratitude on the surface towards his relatives who have taken him in, but he still thinks of them well in his heart.
Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I'll go over and talk to him. But I can't guarantee that he will agree. Hosey thanked him profusely and said, Brother Chen, one is worth two. My sister-in-law and I will be waiting here for the good news of your victory. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and prepared to get up and go over.
At this time, Su Yueru grabbed Xiao Chen and said, that young Master Su is not someone who can listen to reason. He has been spoiled by his mother since he was a child. He feels that everyone in the world should be his mother.
You will not get anything good if you go there.
After hearing this, Xiao Chen wanted to ask Su Yueru how she knew this young Master Su so well, but Hosey boasted, sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about Brother Chen. He used to be the best debater in our school. There is no one he can't handle. Well, Xiao Chen has to go whether he wants to or not. So Xiao Chen patted the back of Su Yueru's hand to reassure her, and then strode over.
Excuse me, are you Su Mingqian? Xiao Chen went over and got straight to the point.
Su Mingqian hugged the two young models and lazily looked up at Xiao Chen and said, it's me, what's the matter? The reason why Su Mingqian answered so politely was because he felt a little afraid when he saw Xiao Chen wearing an Armani suit and had a perfect figure.
Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's nothing important, I just want to talk to you alone.
Before Su Mingqian could answer, Zhang Xiaohua next to him suddenly said, you are Hosey's roommate, right?
What's your name? Let me think. Oh, your name is Xiao Chen, right?
Originally, Xiao Chen's current figure was very conspicuous, so Zhang Xiaohua noticed him when he walked over. But Zhang Xiaohua felt that the man looked more and more familiar, and now she finally remembered that he was sent by her ex-boyfriend who was entangled with her.
Were you sent by that scoundrel Hosey? How long are you going to harass me?
Zhang Xiaohua glared at Xiao Chen, while Wang Yuan and Su Mingqian also stared at him unfriendlily. I was indeed called by Hosey, but I am not here to see you.
I want to talk to Su Xiao. Xiao Chen said this and looked at Su Mingqian standing aside. Su Mingqian raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chen and said, you said that you were called by that little jerk-hosey? Then you have no right to talk to me. I never talk to lowly people whose net worth is less than 100 million yuan. This time it was Xiao Chen's turn to raise an eyebrow. He didn't expect Su Mingqian to be so unkind. Then why is Mr. Su unwilling to communicate? Okay, I get it. Xiao Chen said this as he prepared to turn around and leave. There were plenty of ways to teach people a lesson, so there was no need to rush. But at this time, the little model next to Su Mingqian suddenly leaned over to his ear and said a few words, and Su Mingqian immediately showed an obscene smile on his face. Wait, it's not impossible to talk to you. I have a suggestion. Su Mingqian paused, and Xiao Chen turned and looked at him. Come and compete with us in drinking. For every person you drink with, the girl next to me will take off a piece of clothing. The hot young model next to Su Mingqian blew a kiss at Xiao Chen. And if you can't drink more than we can, we need to take off all your clothes, including your underwear. And get out of here with your bare ass. Su Mingqian looked at Xiao Chen provocatively. He was sure that Xiao Chen would not dare to agree to such an impolite request. And even if he agreed, he would have no chance of winning. After all, Su Mingqian had 5 or 6 people on his side. What Su Mingqian didn't expect was that Xiao Chen actually agreed. Okay. I respect you as a man. Then we'll go first. Waiter, bring me the best foreign liquor. Su Mingqian waved his hand and motioned Xiao Chen to sit down. Soon, a waiter came over with a tray carrying bottles of expensive foreign liquor. This bottle of foreign liquor could pay for Xiao Chen's work for a month before, but now Su Mingqian opened it all and poured it into the glass so easily. Su Mingqian pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You go first." Zhang Xiaohua said to Wang Yuan coquettishly, "Mr. Wang, I don't drink. Besides, drinking is too harmful to the body. I still want to have a baby for you." But Wang Yuan was not impressed by Zhang Xiaohua's coquetry. "Young Master Su asked you to drink, so drink it quickly. Everyone knows about your past in the nightclub. If you drink 1 glass, I will give you 10,000. Can you still drink it now?" Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a teasing look, but Zhang Xiaohua was not angry at all. Chapter 35, To Drink or Not to Drink. Zhang Xiaohua was not angry at all for being exposed by Wang Yuan in public. Instead, she shyly pushed Wang Yuan and said, "Hate you, Mr. Wang. Why are you talking about other people's embarrassing things? Since you and Mr. Su both asked me to drink, then I will drink. But you have to promise me that you can't default on the final payment." Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disdain and said, "Do you think I should refuse to pay you for that little money? Stop talking nonsense and drink quickly." As he spoke, Wang Yuan reached out and stuffed a full glass of foreign wine into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua opened her red lips slightly and drank the glass of wine. Finally, she licked her lips with satisfaction and said teasingly, "It's your turn, Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen also picked up a glass of wine. He had always been a good drinker, but this was his first time drinking foreign wine. The wine was surprisingly spicy as it entered his throat. Xiao Chen used to drink white wine with his father, so he was quite accustomed to this spiciness. Seeing that Xiao Chen quickly finished the wine in the glass, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the second glass. In this way, the two of them drank the foreign liquor 1 glass at a time. When people around saw him drinking foreign liquor like it was free, they came over to watch. Finally, when Zhang Xiaohua drank the 20th cup, he vomited. Seeing this, Wang Yuan hid far away and didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua, who was vomiting all over the place. In the end, it was another young model next to Su Mingqian who helped Zhang Xiaohua to the bathroom. Su Mingqian clapped his hands in appreciation at the relatively sober Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Are you interested in hanging out with me? What good can that little jerk do for you?" Xiao Chen wiped the remaining wine from his lips and said, "The biggest difference between me and people like you is that I take feelings seriously and regard benefits and interests as the premise of relationships. When you lose your usefulness, you will be kicked away by those you consider your friends." Su Mingqian knew that Xiao Chen was mocking him, so he looked at the hot model next to him and said coldly, "Take it off." The model also had a good mental state and took off her shirt with a smile on her face. In an instant, the thriving big white rabbits were revealed in front of everyone. The men present did not expect such an exciting scene and immediately cheered. Su Mingqian pulled the young model up and walked around in the crowd with a sense of mischief. Even if the girl had a good mental state, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was left with only a bra and a short skirt. Su Mingqian looked at everyone and announced, "As long as this brother can drink more than me, this woman can take off another piece of clothing."
Hearing this, the men around him all cheered Xiao Chen on. After all, it was very rare for everyone to see such a scene. But this made Xiao Chen very embarrassed. His original intention was not to embarrass the girl but to have a good talk with Su Mingqian. But now his loss of composure seemed to be developing in a direction he did not want to imagine. And if this brother can't drink more than me, he's gotta get out of here naked. Su Mingqian's words once again made the whole crowd excited. What was more exciting than watching a beautiful woman taking off her clothes was seeing others make a fool of themselves. This was probably a bad nature that people were born with. Everyone was banging on the table or the wine bottles to cheer, and Su Mingqian picked up a bottle of foreign liquor and started drinking from the bottle. Su Mingqian spent his life eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and was uneducated and unskilled, but his only outstanding skill was drinking. Su Mingqian discovered from a young age that he had a talent for drinking and rarely got drunk. Alcohol is difficult for some people to metabolize, but for Su Mingqian it's just a matter of peeing. So he was determined to win this time. Seeing Su Mingqian drinking a bottle of foreign liquor in big gulps, everyone gasped. Is this still a human being? Drinking alcohol is like drinking water. No, it's easier than drinking water. Xiao Chen also felt a little nervous. He just started talking into the bottle? But Xiao Chen did not back down. He picked up the foreign wine in front of him and put it directly into his mouth. To be honest, it was spicy and bloating, and after drinking a bottle, Xiao Chen felt like peeing. Xiao Chen saw double images in front of his eyes, but he still stood firmly and stared at Su Mingqian, who had two faces. Come again. Xiao Chen grabbed another bottle and started drinking. When he took the last sip, he almost vomited. But he suppressed the urge to vomit and swallowed the wine. Su Mingqian's face was still pale as he looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. The double image in front of Xiao Chen's eyes became deeper. Do I really have to leave naked? No, I can't embarrass Su Yueru. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and stood where he was. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen raised his wrist in surprise and looked at the hands of his watch with blurry vision. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the reward for the new day had finally arrived. Xiao Chen thought, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining alcohol immunity. When you feel sleepy, the pillow comes. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly become clear. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to signal him to stop. Su Mingqian thought Xiao Chen had admitted defeat and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Brother, what do you think? Do you admit defeat? Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, I'm not admitting defeat, I just want to pee. Su Mingqian taunted, pee? I think you want to escape. Everyone burst into laughter. If you're worried, I can pee here. Do you have a urinal for me? Xiao Chen said this while pretending to unbutton his pants. The bar staff quickly stopped Xiao Chen, and the manager also went to discuss with Su Mingqian. Finally, Xiao Chen went to the bathroom accompanied by the staff. After coming back, Xiao Chen seemed to be reborn, staring at Su Mingqian with sharp eyes. It's too boring to play like this, Master Su, why don't we have a big one? Xiao Chen suggested. What do you mean? Su Mingqian thought Xiao Chen was drunk and acting crazy. Does the waiter have a bottle of mineral water? Xiao Chen asked the waiters in the bar to bring 2 5-gallon mineral water barrels, and then asked them to fill the 2 barrels with wine. What does 5 gallons mean? That's 19 liters. Even drinking water can kill you. The onlookers shook their heads and felt that Xiao Chen was crazy. When the mineral water bucket was filled with foreign liquor, Xiao Chen was the first to pick up the bucket and start drinking. Tons. When Xiao Chen drank, everyone around him swallowed silently. Su Mingqian also picked up the bucket, but the bucket was a bit too heavy, so he finally asked the bartender to help him lift it and drink from it. Come on. Brother, come on. Whether I can see the naked body of a real beauty this year depends on you. The onlookers were also infected by the madness of the two. Chapter 36, First Encounter with Sister Yang. Xiao Chen was seen drinking it mouthful by mouthful. Xiao Chen's body was very strong now and he didn't even shake while carrying such a heavy bucket. Although Su Mingqian had the help of the bartender, he was a young master who did not exercise much for many years, so his hands began to shake after a while. Xiao Chen didn't spill a drop of wine, and the way he tilted his head back to drink was like a bold hero in a classic novel.
However, Su Mingxian's hands were shaking so much that the wine flowed down the corners of his mouth onto his clothes. Soon, Su Mingxian's white t-shirt was stained with wine, exposing his figure to everyone. There is nothing to see in a man's figure, but Su Mingxian looks a bit feminine and his ribs are clearly visible because of his thin body. So he felt extremely embarrassed and ashamed after being drenched in alcohol. Master Su is so interesting, is he performing a wet temptation show? A charming woman walked to the front of the crowd and teased. Su Mingxian threw the bucket on the ground and looked at the person who came with a dazed look. Finally, he recognized the woman who laughed at him. Sister Yang, we have no grievances and no worries today, why are you coming here to laugh at me now? Su Yueru spoke to the charming woman in a slurred voice. The woman called Sister Yang covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. The huge diamond in her hand sparkled brightly under the dim light. Mr. Su, have you forgotten that you and my Yang Yin were secretly dating without telling me? I remember I told you a long time ago not to hook up with my artist casually. Sister Yang's tone was a little cold, and Su Yueru quickly smiled and said, Sister Yang, I'm not in a relationship with Lu Yin. We were just out shopping together and were secretly photographed by a nosy paparazzi. There's really nothing. At this time, Xiao Chen also put down the bucket of wine and looked at them calmly. According to Ho Zi, how could Su Yueru, who has a prominent family background, be so cautious with such a woman? Don't pretend in front of me. Yang Yin has already admitted it. But I won't allow her to have any contact with you anymore, and you'd better not provoke her again, okay? This is the last time I warn you. After Sister Yang finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yueru sharply, and Su Yueru nodded vaguely. This reaction is not at all like that of a son of a wealthy family. Mr. Su, do you want to drink or not? Xiao Chen reminded Su Yueru, and Su Yueru was extremely surprised when he saw Xiao Chen's calm demeanor. With his alcohol tolerance, few people could last until now, and he was already in such a mess, but Xiao Chen was not hurt at all. Seeing that Su Yueru didn't say anything, Xiao Chen said, if you come again, I'll just take a piss and continue. If you don't come, I hope young Master Su will go home early and stop worrying about my brother's affairs. Xiao Chen didn't say anything too harsh, not only because Xiao Chen's personality allowed him to give both parties some leeway, but also because he was afraid that if Su Xiao drank anymore, someone might die. Xiao Chen himself was fine, but no ordinary person could withstand drinking like that. What? Are you scared? I can still drink. Although Xiao Chen thought that it would be better to leave a way out for them to meet again in the future, Su Yueru obviously did not think so. He has been competitive since he was young, so how could he admit defeat so easily? As he spoke, Su Yueru sat down at the booth and picked up the bucket full of wine, swaying as he prepared to continue drinking. At this time, Su Yueru came over at some point, snatched the wine from Su Yueru's hand and threw it on the ground. Su Yueru, have you had enough of the trouble? Su Yueru shouted at Su Yueru coldly. Su Yueru looked at Su Yueru with blurry eyes. Sister? Why are you here? What? Sister? I was wondering why their names are so similar, so they are siblings. Did I just abuse my brother-in-law? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's forehead was suddenly filled with black lines. Go home right now and let the doctor check if there is anything wrong with your body. Although Su Yueru said this in a cold tone, Xiao Chen could feel Su Yueru's concern for her brother. Sister, I have a competition. This little jerk is really good, but I think I can beat him. Su Yueru explained incoherently. Su Yueru went up to him and slapped him on the back of the head and said, Who are you calling a jerk? He's your brother-in-law. What? Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief, as if he had done something unforgivable and heinous. Sister, how can you be with someone like this? Su Yueru spoke out his words word by word with difficulty. It's none of your business who I'm with. Now all you have to do is go home obediently. Su Yueru said this and raised her hand again, ready to hit him. Su Yueru hugged his head and stood up shakily. The two young models around him hurried forward to support him. Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen deeply again and then left with the company of the young model. In the end, everyone who didn't get to see the young model take off her clothes felt sorry for her, and some even ran over to try to get close to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen walked past everyone and came to Su Yueru. He had a lot of questions to ask, but when he saw Su Yueru look dazed, he stopped talking. At this time, Sister Yang, who had just been talking to Su Yueru, came over and said in surprise when she saw Su Yueru, Xiaoru? You've grown so big. I didn't recognize you at first. You're getting more and more beautiful. Su Yueru smiled politely and said, Sister Yang, long time no see. Sister Yang looked at Su Yueru with nostalgia and said, yes, the last time I saw you was at your mother's funeral. How old were you then? Things have really changed and time has passed. Su Yueru didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about this kind of meeting and her expression was a little cold. By the way, Xiaoru, what are you doing now? You are so talented, are you interested in working with me? I promise to make you a superstar like your mother. A subtle hint of disgust flashed across Su Yueru's face but quickly disappeared. No need, Sister Yang. I am doing well now. I am ready to change my life. Sister Yang nodded as if she was lost. Then she looked at Xiao Chen next to her and her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, are you interested in working with me? I think you have the potential to be the next Eddie Peng. Nice words can always touch people's hearts. Xiao Chen has been said before that he looks a bit like Peng Juxing. Now that her body has become supermodel level, she looks even more similar. Sister Yang put her business card in Xiao Chen's hand and said, don't rush to reject me. Think about it carefully. Call me anytime. She put her hand to her ear as if she was making a phone call, then smiled charmingly, waved and left. Xiao Chen flipped through the gold-embossed business card, on which was simply written Agent, Yang Meili. Chapter 37, The Mystery of Life. As soon as Sister Yang left, the crowd started talking. Who was that just now? He was so domineering, and scared Master Su into looking like a coward. You don't even know her? She's the agent of the famous star Lu Yinyin. I heard she even set up an agency and has many popular stars under her. Lu Yinyin? The one who is now known as the leader of the Four Little Flowers? She is a stunning beauty. I would die with no regrets if I could hold her hand. Don't dream. Can you see Lu Yinyin? Only rich guys like Su Xiao can play with her. We losers have no chance. Xiao Chen casually put the business card given by Sister Yang into his pocket and walked to Su Yueru. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, he put his arm around her shoulders. At this time, Wang Yuan, who had been sitting in the booth, suddenly came over enthusiastically. Sister Su, do you still remember me? I'm Wang Yuan. I often went to your house to play when I was a child, and you were especially nice to me back then. Wang Yuan stared at Su Yueru with bright eyes, while Su Yueru looked as if she didn't allow anyone to come near her. Wang Yuan Bao, right? Yes, I remember that. You were quite fat then, but you have lost a lot of weight now. Wang Yuan didn't feel embarrassed when he saw Su Yueru calling him by his nickname, but instead looked very happy. Yes, I am Yuan Bao. I didn't expect you still remember my nickname. If someone who didn't know Wang Yuan saw this scene, they would definitely think that this was a young man who was just beginning to fall in love. However, Su Yueru had just seen Wang Yuan's bad attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua, and she knew very well that this man was no longer the little fat boy she had met when she was a child. Wang Yuan is now full of bad habits. He only restrains himself in front of Su Yueru because he has had a crush on her since childhood. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua staggered back and weakly squeezed into Wang Yuan's arms. Wang Yuan pushed Zhang Xiaohua away with disdain and said, "Get out of here. Where are you going to lean against when you're covered in dirt?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Wang Yuan with great grievance and said, "I became like this because of you, can't you let me get hurt?" Wang Yuan sneered, "For me? You money-hungry bitch, what's the point of talking about love with me? If I wasn't after your temporary novelty, do you think I would care about you?" Hearing such heartless words, Zhang Xiaohua burst into tears. "Wang Yuan, you big bastard, how could you do this to me? I have given up everything for you. I even quit my job to be with you every day. How can you be so heartless?" Zhang Xiaohua cried and pulled Wang Yuan's trouser leg. Wang Yuan moved his leg away in disgust and took out a stack of money from his pocket. Wang Yuan threw the money into the air, and in an instant countless RMB floated up. The onlookers cheered and tried to take advantage of the chaos. "Zhang Xiaohua, all this money is yours. But I can't control how much you pick up." As he spoke, Wang Yuan took out more money from his bag and threw it around. He had just promised Zhang Xiaohua 10,000 yuan for a glass of wine, so he did not go back on his word at this moment. But he didn't tell her how to give her the money at the beginning. Now it seems that Zhang Xiaohua needs to rely on her own ability to get it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the scattered RMB and the people around her scrambling for money, and immediately recovered from her sadness. She got up from the ground and pushed the people around her who were scrambling to grab the RMB,
and yelled, "You hooligans, this is all my money. I risked my life to drink it cup by cup, so don't steal it, give it back to me." Zhang Xiaohua, with her hair disheveled, tried to tear at the looters, but there were too many of them. So she quickly gave up and quickly lay back on the ground to pick up the RMB on the ground. I don't know when Houzi walked to Xiao Chen's side. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was desperately picking up money on the ground inside.
"Brother Chen, thank you for this time. I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Let's go."
Xiao Chen saw that Houzi had completely given up on Zhang Xiaohua, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Houzi, think positively.
There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why bother looking through the garbage dump?"
Houzi nodded, glanced at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time, then turned and left. Xiao Chen was about to leave with Su Yueru, but Wang Yuan jumped off the table and caught up with them.
"Sister Su, are you leaving now? I still have a lot of shows to perform for you." Wang Yuan spoke to Su Yueru with great interest.
He thought Su Yueru would like to see him playing with everyone in the palm of his hand.
But in fact, Su Yueru was very disgusted with men who behave like this. "Honey, let's go. I'm a little tired." Su Yueru ignored Wang Yuan and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to protect Su Yueru to prevent her from being hurt by the crazy crowd. "Okay, honey. We've had enough of the show. It's time to go home."
Xiao Chen said this as he supported Su Yueru and prepared to leave, but Wang Yuan grabbed Su Yueru's hand and stopped her from leaving.
"Sister Su, do you really want to be with this pretty boy? What's so good about him? You and I have known each other since we were kids."
Su Yueru coldly shook off Wang Yuan's hand and took out a disinfectant wipe and wiped it carefully.
"People change. You are no longer the Wang Yuan Bao I knew. And I have never liked you from the beginning to the end. In my eyes, you are now a real jerk. If I hear you slandering my husband again, I will make you speechless." At this moment, Xiao Chen could only use one word to describe Su Yueru, and his eyes domineering. As a man, he was shocked by Su Yueru's aura.
The wife that the system rewarded him with was truly a treasure girl. Wang Yuan was so frightened by Su Yueru that he couldn't say a word, so Xiao Chen and the other two left in the gazes of everyone. On the way back, Su Yueru confessed her family situation to Xiao Chen. It turned out that Su Yuechen they had just met was her half-brother.
Su Yueru's biological mother died in an accident when she was only 8 years old.
At her mother's funeral, she met the mistress secretly kept by her father, Wen Meiying, Su Yueqian's mother. It turned out that her father had been living with his mistress when her mother was still alive, and her stepmother couldn't wait to move into the Su family mansion right after her mother passed away. The stepmother was young and beautiful, and her methods were very impressive.
How could Su Yueru, who was a child, possibly defeat her?
Wen Meiying was always very nice to Su Yueru in front of her father, but turned around and mocked and abused her.
Eventually, under Wen Meiying's design, Su Yueru quarreled in front of her father many times. Wen Meiying always regarded herself as a victim, which led to a cold relationship between Su Yueru and her father. Chapter 38: Mysterious Visitor.
Later, the birth of Su Yueqian exacerbated the breakdown of the relationship between father and daughter.
Wen Meiying was afraid that Su Yueru would create obstacles to her son's inheritance rights in the future. So he tried every possible means to make Su Yueru quarrel with him, and even went so far as to hurt Su Yueqian and put the blame on her. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but for a woman like Wen Meiying, these are just means to achieve her goals. After finally going to college, Su Yueru completely cut off all ties with the Su family. She completed her studies with the inheritance left to her by her mother Tang Wan and started the Yuexia group from scratch after graduation. Su Yueru only used the briefest words to explain her life story, but Xiao Chen could still hear from her tone how much suffering and grievances she had endured all these years. After returning to the apartment, Xiao Chen pulled Su Yueru to sit on the sofa. He saw that Su Yueru had many complaints and concerns about her family, so he didn't want to persuade her to forgive others. Xiao Chen just hugged Su Yueru gently, and he patted Su Yueru's back gently, again and again. "You've worked so hard these years. I'm here for you from now on. You can rely on me, act unreasonably, and do whatever you want." At this time, Xiao Chen pulled Su Yueru away from him, looked into her eyes and continued, "From now on, I will slowly make up for the childhood, youth you missed. Believe me." Hearing this, Su Yueru finally couldn't help crying. Tears rolled down the corners of Su Yueru's eyes. Xiao Chen felt sorry for Su Yueru and wondered why beautiful women could be so moving when they cried. "Thank you, Xiao Chen. How come you found me just now?"
Su Yueru said this with a bit of emotion, her slightly parted red lips looking extremely seductive.
If I kiss her now, will she feel that I am taking advantage of her? Xiao Chen thought secretly.
But he didn't want to hesitate, so he made up his mind, put his arm around Su Yueru's shoulders and kissed her. Although this was not Xiao Chen's first time in love, he was also quite good at kissing. But even though he was holding such a beauty, Xiao Chen's heart still pounded.
Compared to Xiao Chen's proficiency, Su Yueru seemed much more inexperienced. At first, Su Yueru was a little shy and pretended to resist a few times.
But with Xiao Chen's patient guidance, Su Yueru gradually lost herself in the ocean of love. They were kissing passionately, and suddenly Xiao Chen felt something was wrong. As a man of considerable will, he prided himself on being able to control himself even when indulging in a romantic relationship.
But why was he so unfocused this time?
After just a few kisses, Xiao Chen's little brother had already begun to raise his head unconvincingly. Su Yueru seemed to notice something strange about Xiao Chen and her face turned even redder.
It's okay. I understand.
Su Yueru turned her eyes away and stared at the shadow cast by the floor lamp on the wall.
No, Yueru, listen to me.
Although we are already husband and wife, I will never force you as long as you don't want to.
Xiao Chen waved his hands and explained. Well, okay. Then we have a deal. When I can really accept you, we will do what you want to do. Su Yueru said shyly with her head down.
Oh, of course. I'll keep my promise and never force you. Xiao Chen answered without thinking, but he regretted it as soon as he said it.
But he quickly adjusted his mentality.
After all, it had been less than a week since he and Su Yueru met and got married. To a certain extent, they knew very little about each other.
Since he had waited for 4 years for a woman like Chen Yuejiao, he didn't mind waiting for another 4 years for Su Yueru.
For years, she was worth it. Of course Xiao Chen knew that he would definitely not be able to sleep alone tonight. Because they came back from the night scene at 3 a.m., they hurried back to their rooms and went to sleep.
At dawn, Xiao Chen appeared in front of Su Yueru with dark circles under his eyes due to insomnia.
Su Yueru covered her mouth and smiled but did not laugh at him out loud. Just when Xiao Chen finished washing up and the two of them were getting ready to have breakfast, the doorbell of the apartment suddenly rang.
Su Yueru and Xiao Chen looked at each other in bewilderment. This apartment was Su Yueru's new home.
She had not told any of her friends or colleagues, and even her best friend Tang Xinrui only knew the neighborhood where she lived but not the specific house number. And Xiao Chen has never told anyone that he lives here since he moved in.
So who could this person be knocking on the door early in the morning? Did you order takeout? Xiao Chen asked as he walked over to open the door.
Su Yueru shook her head but remembered that Xiao Chen might not see it, so she shouted, "I didn't order it.
I never eat takeout. Who is it?"
Xiao Chen opened the door with one hand and scratched his messy hair with the other. Standing outside the door was a man whose age was difficult to guess, because he obviously lived a wealthy and well-maintained life, so it was appropriate to say that he was 40 years old. But looking at his luxurious attire and the temperament acquired over the years, it is not unreasonable to say that he is over 60 years old. Looking at this mysterious man, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" The man looked Xiao Chen up and down through his gold-rimmed glasses. From the shorts and slippers Xiao Chen was wearing to his messy hair, the uncle undoubtedly revealed his disgust and contempt.
"Tell Xiao Ye to come out and talk to me."
The uncle said this coldly and turned his eyes away, no longer looking at Xiao Chen, as if looking at him would be an insult to his eyes. At this time Su Yueru also walked to the door. She was stunned when she saw the middle-aged man in front of the door.
After a long while, she finally spoke, "Dad, why are you here?"
The middle-aged uncle then turned to look at Su Yueru and said in a deep voice, "How dare you ask me?
Look at what you have done. Living with this kind of trash is really a disgrace to the family and a violation of morals."
Su Jiqiang started cursing as soon as he came up, causing Su Yueru's eyes to turn red. "Who I'm with has nothing to do with you and the Su family. I left the Su family a long time ago, and I don't plan to go back in the future." Su Yueru bit her lip and said with tears in her eyes.
Su Jiqiang pointed at Su Yueru and shouted angrily, "Are you going to break off relations with the Su family just for this kind of rubbish?
If your brother hadn't come back to tell me, I wouldn't know what you have done all these years. You are such a disgrace to me and your mother."
"Which mother are you talking about? My biological mother or your mistress?"
"I was no longer a member of the Su family the day you brought your mistress back to the Su family mansion.
So you don't have to worry about what I do." Su Yueru fought back without showing any weakness.
From the conversation between the father and daughter, it can be seen that their personalities are really similar.
Fortunately, Su Yueru looks like her mother. Chapter 39. Some family members are just like this. Su Jiqiang was so angry that he was shaking all over and cursed, "You are such a loser, it's a pity that your mother is always thinking about you at home. She heard about you last night and stayed up all night looking for you everywhere. You actually said this about her now, I will beat you to death." As he said that, Su Jiqiang raised his hand and was about to slap Su Yueru in the face. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Jiqiang's hand to prevent him from hurting Su Yueru. "What? You dare to touch me? Do you know who I am?" Su Jiqiang struggled to pull his hand back. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so strong. He used all his strength to break free but failed and his face turned red. "Uncle, please don't be angry. I think we can sit down and talk about anything. There's no need to be so dramatic." Xiao Chen looked at Su Jiqiang with a smile. Su Jiqiang felt that he couldn't deal with this gangster in a short time, so he gave in. "Take your dirty hands away from me first." Su Jiqiang pulled his hand back with such force that he almost fell to the ground. Xiao Chen made way for Su Jiqiang to come in, and the three of them returned to the apartment. The three of them sat on the sofa in silence, feeling awkward and not speaking. At this time, Su Yueru broke the silence first. "What on earth do you want to do this time? Don't tell me you came to see me. You haven't looked for me since I left home for college." Su Jiqiang cleared his throat awkwardly and looked at Xiao Chen beside him. Xiao Chen understood that Su Jiqiang was reluctant to explain his purpose because there were outsiders around. So Xiao Chen found an excuse and left. At this time, Su Jiqiang finally spoke. "Xiaoya, I know I owed you a lot in the past. Maybe it's because I'm old now, and I always think of you and your mother these years. I'm sorry for you." As he spoke, tears welled up in the corners of Su Jiqiang's eyes. Su Yueru turned around and looked at her father, whose hair had already turned white. She felt a little reluctant and said in a slightly softer tone, "Don't mention my mother. You are not worthy of mentioning her." Su Jiqiang lowered his head in silence, and sat on the sofa with his hands supporting his forehead. Su Yueru spoke again. "Why did you come here this time? Didn't that bitch Wen Meiying ask you to come?" Su Jiqiang raised his head and said weakly, "Don't call her that. After all, she is your stepmother and your brother's biological mother." So many years have passed, but Su Jiqiang has not changed and is still protecting that vicious woman. Seeing that Su Yueru didn't say anything, Su Jiqiang continued, "Actually, the main reason I came here this time is because I want to tell you something. That is, when your mother passed away, she left you some inheritance. Do you remember?" Su Yueru nodded. If it weren't for the inheritance left to her by her mother, she would have starved to death long ago. "It's like this, you should have a portion in your hands, and I've kept the rest for you. So don't worry, I'll keep it well for you." Su Jiqiang spoke weakly, and anyone who heard it would feel that something was wrong. "You'll keep it for me? What else did my mother leave for me? How come I don't know about it?" Su Yueru had never heard Su Jiqiang talk about this matter. After her mother's death, the inheritance was handed directly to her by Lawyer Lu. She always thought that the money was all the inheritance left by her mother. "Well, these are some of your mother's jewels. She passed away suddenly, so these jewels were not included in the estate inventory. Later, Lawyer Lu transferred all the jewels to your name according to the will your mother wrote in advance, and according to your mother's wishes, they will be handed over to you after you get married. It can be regarded as the dowry she prepared for you." As Su Jiqiang explained, Su Yueru's tears began to flow. She was only 8 years old when her mother died, and for an 8-year-old child her mother had already started planning her life. "Where are those jewels?" "They are the dowry my mother prepared for me. Don't worry, when you get married, I will give everything to you according to your mother's wishes." Su Jiqiang comforted her. "Xiao Chen and I have obtained the marriage certificate. Legally, we are married." Su Yueru said aggressively that she already felt that this matter was not that simple. "You mean you and that little bastard have already got married? Are you crazy? What future do you have with a guy like that?" Su Jiqiang finally couldn't suppress his inner anger and roared. "Don't bring this up with me. It's my freedom to marry whomever I want. Now I just want to get back what belongs to me. Can you tell me where the jewels are?" Su Jiqiang was like a deflated ball. "Well, those jewels were actually sold by your brother. You know he was naughty since he was young, and he made a bunch of bad friends who knew how to cheat him of his money. He was too proud to tell his family, so he ended up selling those jewels secretly. Su Yueru stood up after listening to this, pointed at Su Jiqiang's nose and said, "That's your good son, don't get involved with me. I don't care how he got those jewels, I just want you to hand them over to me intact. Otherwise I will call the police and let your precious son learn a lesson about life." Hearing Su Yueru threatening him like this, Su Jiqiang also became tough. "Go ahead and sue me. I don't believe anyone in Longcheng would dare to touch my son. And I've long seen that you're a cold-blooded woman, just like your mother. You don't take your family seriously at all." Su Yueru said with tears in her eyes, "I am cold-blooded? I don't take my family seriously? Do you regard me as family? All you have in your eyes is that mistress and her bastard. When have you ever cared about me and my mother?" Su Jiqiang slapped Su Yueru on the face, and a blush instantly appeared on her fair face. Su Yueru still stood there stubbornly, staring at Su Jiqiang, and Su Jiqiang couldn't believe that he had actually reached out and hit her. Although Su Jiqiang did not like Su Yueru as much as he liked Su Yueqian, he had never hit his daughter. Neither of them spoke at this time, but Xiao Chen walked out of the bedroom with a cold face. "Mr. Su, I think it's time for you to leave. And I hope you remember that you are never welcome here again." Xiao Chen walked to the door and opened it. Su Jiqiang walked towards the door with an embarrassed expression. He stopped halfway as if he wanted to say something to Su Yueru, but in the end he just sighed and left. "Are you okay?" Xiao Chen touched Su Yueru's face with his hand distressfully. He could feel her face getting slightly hot. "I'm fine. I've been disappointed in him for a long time. This is just another proof. I have more important things to do now." Chapter 40, The Charming Guide. Su Yueru said as she took out her cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lawyer Lu. Do you have time now? I have some questions I would like to consult you." Su Yueru listened silently to what was said on the other end of the phone, and then the two agreed on a time and place and hung up. "I have to go out to do something. I don't know when I will be back. Don't wait for me, husband." Su Yueru said this and pecked Xiao Chen lightly on the face before leaving. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru's slim figure disappearing behind the door with a thoughtful expression. He returned to his room and found the business card that Sister Yang handed to him last night. The gold-plated font showed that the owner of the business card had extraordinary power. Last night Xiao Chen had noticed that Su Yueqian seemed to be quite afraid of Sister Yang, as if Sister Yang had some leverage over him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen dialed Sister Yang's number without hesitation. Sister Yang was very surprised when she received Xiao Chen's call. She thought Xiao Chen was looking for her to discuss cooperation. After Xiao Chen stated his purpose, he asked Sister Yang if she knew about Su Yueqian's resale of jewelry. Sister Yang was silent for a while, but then she spoke. "Actually, I can't tell anyone about this, but we are destined to be together. I hope you can remember my kindness in helping you today." Xiao Chen agreed repeatedly, and Sister Yang finally spoke. "I only heard about this from Yin Yin. Yin Yin told me that Su Yueqian had sold a lot of jewelry over the past 6 months. I didn't dare to intervene because their origins were unknown, but I heard that he seemed to have sold them to the largest auction house in the black market." "There is a black market in Dragon City?" Xiao Chen asked with a little surprise. Sister Yang laughed and said, "This world is all black and white. Where there is the daytime where you and I live, there is the nighttime where snakes and rats live. I heard that there will be an auction at the black market tonight. Maybe the jewels you are looking for will appear there." After hearing this, Xiao Chen thanked her excitedly. When he was about to hang up the phone, Sister Yang stopped him. "Don't be hasty. The black market has its own rules. Are you going to rob or be robbed if you rush over so rashly?" After hearing what Sister Yang said, Xiao Chen was a little hesitant. He really knew nothing about the black market. "Forget it, I'll help them to the end. I'll have someone take you there, and with this person's introduction you'll be able to get in smoothly. But remember not to cause trouble, or I won't be able to protect you." Sister Yang gave instructions and Xiao Chen nodded repeatedly. After that, the two agreed on a time and place to meet and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and thought about his plan for tonight. First of all, he had to know what the jewels belonging to Su Yueru looked like. Then he also needs sufficient funds and trusted helpers. Although Sister Yang is generous and enthusiastic, she is a businessman after all. I have no feelings or conflicts of interest with her, so when the critical moment comes, Sister Yang may not help me.
After thinking about the plan, Xiao Chen first called Ho Zi to ask him out. When Ho Zi heard that Xiao Chen had something to ask him, he immediately skipped work and ran over. After that, the two of them packed up and went to the agreed location to wait for the contact person. When the agreed time came, Xiao Chen and the other person still hadn't shown up.
Brother Chen, is that Sister Yang playing a trick on us? It's been half an hour and there's not a single sign of her.
Just as Ho Zigang finished speaking, a low-key business car suddenly stopped in front of the two of them. Xiao Chen and the other man were looking at the car suspiciously when they saw the rear window roll down to reveal a face as beautiful as a lotus in clear water.
Why are you standing there? Get in the car quickly. The beauty urged to open the car door.
Xiao Chen and the other man quickly jumped into the car, which was originally quite spacious. But with the addition of two grown men, the car suddenly seemed a bit crowded. Xiao Chen looked inside the car and found that although the exterior of the car was the same as the interior, it was decorated very comfortably and luxuriously.
After they sat down, Ho Zi suddenly asked in surprise, You are Yang Yin, right? Oh my god, you are the big star Yang Yin. Yang Yin was a little annoyed by Ho Zi's fuss, but Ho Zi turned around and said to Xiao Chen in surprise, Brother Chen, am I dreaming? I am actually sitting in a car with the famous star Yang Yin. As he said this, Ho Zi pinched himself hard, it really hurt. This was all real, and Ho Zi was shaking with excitement. Seeing Ho Zi's useless look, Xiao Chen ignored him and turned around and asked calmly, Are you the person Sister Yang sent to pick us up? Yang Yin was touched by Xiao Chen's calmness and said with a smile, I was wondering why my sister insisted on me picking you up. You are quite special. Why aren't you excited to see me? Yang Yin has been beautiful since she was a child, so everyone around her dotes on her. After she became a star, she became even more popular. Both men and women seemed very excited to see her. There are very few people who are as calm as Xiao Chen. Excited, he's a big star. By the way, did Sister Yang tell you how to get into the auction? Xiao Chen first perfunctorily answered Yang Yin's question and then directly stated his intentions. Yang Yin straightened her slender waist, making her curves look even more graceful. With me here, are you still afraid that you can't get in? I tell you, there is no place in the entire Dragon City that I, Yang Yin, can't go to. Can you come into the men's room? Seeing Yang Yin's proud look, Xiao Chen couldn't help but tease her. You rascal. Yang Yin pouted, pretending to be angry. It's true that when a beautiful woman is angry, she looks really funny. Ho Zi quickly pretended to be a good person and coaxed Yang Yin, and together with Yang Yin, they attacked Xiao Chen. While making jokes along the way, Xiao Chen also took the opportunity to ask a few questions about Su Yueru and the jewelry he was reselling. It turns out that Su Yueru not only spends money lavishly but is also addicted to gambling. He would go to the underground casino in Aocheng every week to gamble, but his luck was so bad that he never came back. After half a year, Su Yueru was almost broke, so he decided to resell his property. And somehow he found the jewels so quickly that he secretly took them out and sold them bit by bit. As far as Yang Yin knew, Su Yueru had sold at least a dozen pieces of jewelry. As for which one Xiao Chen was looking for, Yang Yin had no way of confirming them. She could only help Xiao Chen find those that were recently sold by Su Yueru. She had never seen more. Even so, Xiao Chen was still very grateful to Yang Yin. After all, if a big star came out to accompany them to the black market for nothing, it would have a very bad impact if the news got out. The driver drove around and finally stopped at a manor in the suburbs. Ho Zi opened the door and gentlemanly stretched out his arm to help Yang Yin get out of the car. Chapter 41, Pink Diamond Appears. Although Xiao Chen had long been accustomed to Ho Zi's flattery, he did not expect that he could be even more flattering in front of the beautiful star. It turns out that people are complicated. When you think you understand someone, he often goes beyond your imagination. Xiao Chen followed the two into the manor, and as soon as he entered the door, a uniformed guide came to greet him. Ms. Yang, you are here. The usher bowed 90 degrees, and Yang Yin smiled cordially and said, Tony, has today's auction started? I brought two friends here to play. The guy named Tony replied, It hasn't started yet, Miss Yang. You and the two VIPs can take a rest in your private room first. I will notify you when it starts. Yang Yin smiled more charmingly and said, Thank you for your hard work, brother Tony. Tony's legs suddenly felt weak when Yang Yin called him like that, and he looked at Yang Yin with an obsessed expression. Yang Yin also took Xiao Chen and the other person to her own box. Yin, you are so charming. I don't think any man can resist a beauty like you. Ho Zi flattered him from the side. Brother Ho, stop joking. What do you mean by a beauty like me? I am the only beautiful woman like me in the world, okay? This is not a rhetorical question but an affirmative sentence.
Once you get to know Yang Yin for a long time, you will find that she is essentially an extremely narcissistic person. But even so, people will still forgive her behavior because of her beauty.
They even think that this narcissism is a cute behavior. Ho Zi responded to Yang Yin.
After the three of them arrived at the box, Yang Yin handed a mask to Xiao Chen and Ho Zi respectively.
This is the rule of the auction. We don't know who is participating and we won't let others know that we are participating.
From Yang Yin's account, it can be seen that the standards and confidentiality of this auction are still very high. So Xiao Chen was a little worried whether he had enough money to buy back the jewelry from Su Yueru's mother. After waiting for a while, Tony knocked on the door and came in. He looked at the three people who had already put on masks and respectfully led them to the auction site. As soon as he entered the scene, Xiao Chen found that it was even more luxurious and grand than he had imagined. Rows of comfortable sofas were filled with lazy rich nobles, and waiters were moving among the crowd, delivering glasses of red wine or champagne to them. Each one wears a unique mask, and there are many scantily clad, hot beauties sitting on the sofas waiting for bosses who are interested in them.
Of course, it's just for company. As for more, we'll have to wait until the auction is over. Ho Zi was originally eager to try to pick up a beautiful girl, but he couldn't bear to leave Yang Yin, so he had to grit his teeth and stay. As soon as the three of them sat down, the waiter brought them red wine and auction catalog. Xiao Chen opened the catalog and searched with Yang Yin for the jewels sold by Su Yueru.
But it wasn't until I turned to the last page that I discovered something, an uncut natural pink diamond. Even in the album it looks incredibly gorgeous and dazzling. As the finale item of the auction, this pink diamond has a starting price of 150 million.
Xiao Chen swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, the money was spent on Su Yueru. Otherwise, he would feel really bad. Are you sure that Su Yueru secretly sold this diamond here? Xiao Chen confirmed it again. Yang Yin nodded. 150 million is a considerable sum of money for the big star Yang Yin. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yang Yin also confirmed that she didn't understand why such an ordinary man would be obsessed with such a luxury item.
Xiao Chen also nodded to indicate that he would get the diamond no matter what. Because he saw that the name of the diamond was Thimunafsu. Although Xiao Chen's English was not good, he was still familiar with these words. Through his poor translation, he discovered that the name of the pink diamond was Su family's moon, which was Su Yueru. So he concluded that this diamond must be related to Su Yueru, and he must get it. The auction was hosted by a rather elegant old man. Although he looked quite old, his voice was loud and moving, as if listening to him speak would make you yearn for the collectibles. The auction began, and the hostess, wearing a cheongsam with her white thighs exposed, took out the auction items one by one. The first thing that was brought up was a blue and white porcelain vase. Although Xiao Chen didn't know much about antiques, he felt that the vase must be very expensive just by looking at its appearance. This must be several 100,000, right? Ho Zi was drooling over the blue and white porcelain vase. Yang Yin chuckled and said, "It's more than that with a zero at the end." Ah, a small porcelain vase like this is worth millions? No, I have to go back to my hometown to search and see if there are any similar ones. Ho Zi was eager to go back to his hometown to shop on Taobao, but Yang Yin poured cold water on him.
This kind of top-grade porcelain is not available in some remote places.
It can only appear in places with profound cultural heritage and rich history.
Inspired by Yang Yin, Ho Zi suddenly felt a sense of pride in his hometown. Who says my hometown is a poor and remote place without a rich history?
I'll tell you something that will scare you to death.
My hometown is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the people are rich and abundant.
Not to mention such a small porcelain bottle, there are even ones as big as a jar.
Not only Yang Yin, but even Xiao Chen felt that Ho Zi was exaggerating too much.
According to him, even if there was such a great treasure, it would have been donated to the country long ago. Seeing that the two ignored him, Ho Zi became even more anxious. When Ho Zi was about to say something, the auction started. The local tycoons dumped the money in truckloads as if it were not money but just a pile of garbage.
Of course, this was just Xiao Chen's imagination.
In reality, the rich people were just half lying on the sofa, lazily holding up their own small signs.
Okay, number 25 bids 50 million. Is there a higher bid?
The old man on the stage looked around the crowd, and after making sure no one was holding up a sign, he said, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million three times.
Deal. With the crisp sound of hammer, the small blue and white vase has been bought. Fuck, this is too much. 50 million, I've never seen so much money in my life. As Ho Zi spoke, he looked at the small card in his hand. He flipped it over and over again, then put it under his nose and sniffed it. It smells so good, the smell of money is so good. I wish I could have money too. I'd buy one and take it home as a treasure. I'll give you a chance later. Xiao Chen said to Ho Zi. Ho Zi replied doubtfully, that's great, I'll also enjoy the feeling of being a rich man. Then the lots were taken away one by one, leaving only the last pink diamond. Chapter 42, Make Friends with the Rich. The whole audience was excited when the pink diamond was shown by the etiquette lady. It's not that this rough stone is so dazzling, it's just that the rough stone itself is just an irregular shape that has not yet been cut into a beautiful shape. But when the etiquette lady showed the diamond to everyone, the delicate pink color of the diamond still amazed everyone present. The color is so pure and beautiful, it is simply a magical creation of nature. Yang Yin took a deep breath when she saw the raw stone. Women naturally have no resistance to jewelry. It's so beautiful. I didn't even have the chance to see this rough stone before Su Yueru sold it. If I knew it was so beautiful, I would have gotten it for myself no matter what. Yang Yin said with a bit of regret. Seeing Yang Yin's reaction, Xiao Chen also made up his mind. Even if this raw stone was not a relic of Su Yueru's mother, he would still buy it and give it to Su Yueru. Ho Zi, just keep calling out the price. You must not stop until I tell you to. Do you understand? Xiao Chen instructed Ho Zi. I understand, but Brother Chen, do we have that much money? If they really film us, what should we do if we don't have money to pay for it? Don't worry about anything else. Just act like a rich man. Got it? Ho Zi liked this kind of pretentious work the most, and immediately nodded with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce to you the finale of this auction, a natural pink diamond. This pink diamond comes from the private collection of a famous late movie star. She bought it at Christie's auction for 130 million. It turns out that this lady has a very unique vision. The auctioneer kept the secret, saying, since this movie star won the pink diamond, the price of pink diamonds has continued to soar. Now the real value of this pink diamond is 300 million. So our auction price this time will also start from 300 million, and each bid will be at least 5 million. Please try your best to get it, and the auction will start now. Once the auction started, the cards on the field never fell. 330 million. 345 million. 375 million. As prices continue to rise, there are fewer and fewer competitors. In the end, the only people left were Ho Zi and a woman who looked a little fat from the back. Although Ho Zi kept raising his sign and bidding, sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. This special code is too exciting. 400 million. The woman over there held up a sign and shouted. Everyone in the field exclaimed. Ho Zi also turned around and asked Xiao Chen what he thought. Now it is 400 million. It would be fine if they gave up, but if they really got photographed, how would they end it? It's easy to pretend to be rich, but it's hard to pay. Xiao Chen ignored Ho Zi's frequent gestures and continued to stare at the pink diamond. Since Xiao Chen didn't call for a stop, Ho Zi could only grit his teeth and continue. 450 million. There was another round of competition, and finally the woman called out a high price of 450 million. It's really exciting. This guy and that woman are fighting hard. I wonder who these people are. Do you know who that woman is? I heard she's the daughter of Wang Yuan, the richest woman in Longcheng. She has nothing else in her family except money. Of course, Wang Yuan is also a powerful character. I heard that she was able to raise 2 children by herself and become a wealthy woman in Longcheng. I guess that unfaithful man must be regretting it now. How delicious it is to have such a gigolo. People in the crowd were whispering. Ho Zi could no longer hold on. This psychological and financial tug of war is extremely exhausting. 494,300,000. Xiao Chen took the sign from Ho Zi and shouted. This number with both decimals and integers is the total balance of Xiao Chen's previous sign and reward. Excluding the money he used to buy Su Yueru a necklace, not a single cent less is left here. Xiao Chen is taking this gamble. If the price over there is higher, he can only think of other ways. As a result, there was silence in the audience. Some people were wondering why the number was chosen like this. Was it some kind of superstition? Others were wondering if the money was enough.
Seeing that no one bid, the auctioneer shouted, 494,300,100,000 once, 494,394,394,000,000.
Deal. The baby is so tired. Was this number said intentionally to trick him? Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He won the bet.
Ho Zi screamed because Tony, the organizer, had come over to ask them to pick up the goods.
Tony came so quickly as if he was afraid that Xiao Chen and the others would run away. The so-called picking up goods actually means paying the money. Brother Chen, what should we do? This is getting out of hand. I say stop when it's time to stop. This way I can divert their attention, and you two can take the opportunity to run away. Anyway, I don't have any money. What can they do to me?
Seeing that Ho Zi was about to use his hooligan tactics, Xiao Chen quickly stopped him and said, "Don't do that.
Even if I run away, where can Miss Yang's reputation go? As long as we follow the rules, there will be no problem." Ho Zi was speechless.
He was prepared to sacrifice himself because he had no money to follow the rules.
Now, Xiao Chen didn't understand his spirit of sacrifice at all. Arriving at the VIP room of the auction, it was much more luxurious and grand than Yang Yin's box.
The host was already waiting on the side, and greeted them with a smile on his face.
"Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies. The pink diamonds are definitely worth the money. Sir, would you like to pay by cash or card?" Faced with such a direct question, Ho Zi wanted to run away.
It was too late to sell blood now, and he wondered if they would be forced to sell their bodies.
Swipe the card. No password.
Xiao Chen said calmly as he handed 2 cards to the beautiful lady next to him. The receptionist walked gracefully towards the card machine while Ho Zi had already begun to bid farewell to his innocence. A few minutes later, the receptionist came back gracefully, holding a pink diamond in a brocade box and 2 empty bank cards in her hands. This time even Yang Yin, who had always been calm, was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this young man was so rich that he spent nearly 500 million yuan at once.
Although this 500 million is Xiao Chen's entire fortune, others are not aware of it.
And from Xiao Chen's lavish spending, they would only think that he is as rich as a country.
Ho Zi's reaction was even more exaggerated. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked back and forth at Xiao Chen and Yang Yin. Finally, he slapped himself twice in public. The sound of the slap was crisp, but it was followed by Ho Zi's ecstatic laughter. Ho Zi walked up to Xiao Chen and looked at him affectionately. "Tyrant, please be my friend." Chapter 43, Surprise and Shock. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ho Zi's deliberate humility. If Ho Zi knew that he had used all his money to buy pink diamonds and that he only had less than 10,000 yuan on him, would he still speak to him so respectfully? "Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Is this all the pocket money my sister-in-law gave you? My sister-in-law is so awesome." Ho Zi didn't care about Xiao Chen's reaction and just kept flattering him. "Don't worry about where the money comes from. Anyway, I'm poorer than you now, so you don't have to flatter me like that. It's strange that I'm not used to it."
Xiao Chen waved his hand to indicate that he was not a wealthy man at all, and that the 500 million dog money was spent cleanly by him. But as long as Su Yueru is happy, Xiao Chen feels that it is all worth it. The 3 of them took the pink diamonds, and the auction house specially sent bodyguards to take them back. After returning to the apartment, Xiao Chen placed the pink diamond in Su Yueru's room and prepared to go to the nearby supermarket to prepare ingredients for dinner. After a busy day, Xiao Chen didn't eat much, so he was a little hungry now. He checked the doors and windows of his house, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he set off. Normally, he didn't have the habit of being so cautious, on the one hand because the security of this high-end residential area had always been very good, and on the other hand, he didn't have anything valuable to lose. But today he was shocked by the security arrangement at the auction. When he came out of the auction, there were 4 bodyguards protecting him. So he finally realized that this pink diamond is not only a commemorative jewelry in the eyes of many people, but also a huge amount of RMB that drives people crazy. He came back from the supermarket carrying a bag of food. On the way, Xiao Chen called Su Yueru and asked her when she would be back. After learning that Su Yueru was almost home, Xiao Chen quickened his pace and walked back. When they arrived at the floor where they lived, Xiao Chen heard the sound of many people talking. Somehow, Xiao Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. When he walked to the door of the apartment, he saw several security guards surrounding the door. Xiao Chen didn't care about anything and walked towards the apartment but was stopped by a burly security guard.
Stop, don't go any further. Who are you? What's going on here? Xiao Chen asked anxiously and looked around but did not see Su Yueru. He looked for Su Yueru all the way home but couldn't find her. Did Su Yueru come home earlier than me? What happened at home? The more Xiao Chen thought about it, the more anxious he became. He wanted to go into the apartment to check, so he bypassed the security guard and tried to go in. As a result, the security guard immediately reached out to grab Xiao Chen and wanted to drag him back roughly. Unexpectedly, before his hand touched Xiao Chen grabbed him and twisted his fingers hard. It hurts, who are you? Are you the thief just now? Someone come quickly, come and catch the thief. The fat security guard shouted, and the other security guards who had gone to other residents to inquire about the situation gathered over. A security guard who often greeted Xiao Chen recognized him and quickly stepped forward and said, don't hit him, it's a misunderstanding. This is a resident of our community. The security guard turned to Xiao Chen and said, don't worry, Mr. Xiao. This is our new security guard and he doesn't know you yet. He just encountered a thief, so he's a little nervous. After hearing this, Xiao Chen let go of his hand. The fat security guard grimaced in pain, covering his hand with his hands and looking at Xiao Chen with squinted eyes. What happened in my house? Have you seen Miss Su? While on patrol today, Dehu saw a suspicious person walk into your building. He secretly followed him and came to the outside of your house. After seeing the suspicious person go in, he notified us, and we came here quickly. The security guard explained. Later, Miss Su came back, so we asked her to wait outside while we went in to catch the thief. Unexpectedly, there was no one inside when we went in. Miss Su also felt very strange and called the police. We will stay here to see if we can find any evidence. After listening to the old man's account of what happened, Xiao Chen had some guesses in his mind. But he still confirmed with Dehu, could you have mistaken that suspicious figure? Dehu was quite unconvinced after being taught a lesson by Xiao Chen, and he became even more angry when Xiao Chen questioned him. Are you questioning my professionalism? I was trained by a legitimate security company. And anyone who has seen my eyes will remember them. Seeing Dehu's confident look, Xiao Chen couldn't help but tease, have you seen the thief's face? Can you find him? Dehu was a little depressed when he heard this and muttered, it was too dark at that time, and I only saw his back. Xiao Chen stopped teasing Dehu and prepared to walk into the apartment. At this time, Dehu stepped forward to stop Xiao Chen and said, you can't come in. Xiao Chen asked angrily, don't you already know that I'm a resident here? Why are you stopping me? Dehu insisted, this is a crime scene. I learned in security school that no one except the police can enter the crime scene. Otherwise, the evidence will be destroyed. You know a lot. Xiao Chen couldn't help but mock Dehu. Dehu didn't hear the sarcasm in Xiao Chen's words, and said proudly, that's right. I am the study committee member of our class. Well, this brother's name is not only Tiger, but his personality is also very fierce. While the two were talking, the police had already arrived, and Dehu quickly stepped aside to let the police officers in. Su Yueru also came back behind him. Seeing Xiao Chen, she asked worriedly, are you okay? When I came back, I heard Dehu and the others say that there was a thief at home. Luckily, you were at the supermarket at that time and were not at home. Xiao Chen also pulled Su Yueru over and looked at her nervously, saying, I just looked for you everywhere. Next time, you must call me as soon as possible. I will be by your side immediately. While the two were being affectionate at the door, Dehu next to them looked around uncomfortably. This couple is openly abusing the tiger here. The police went in for a while, and an older policeman came to call Su Yueru and the other person. Please come in with us and confirm if there are any valuable items missing from the house. The two followed him in, and Xiao Chen looked carefully at the doors and windows and found no signs of them being opened. The police took the two people to check room by room, and the room was almost exactly the same as when Xiao Chen left. There's nothing different. It was like this when I left this morning. Su Yueru said to the old policeman. So that means the security guard is lying? Is he dazzled? As soon as the old policeman finished speaking, Dehu came over angrily. I, Dehu, swear by my 80-year-old mother that I definitely saw a suspicious person enter Miss Su's room. Chapter 44 I believe in him. Seeing Dehu's confident look, the old policeman was not convinced. He turned to the other security guards and asked, did you spot the suspicious figure this comrade mentioned? The security guards looked at each other and didn't know how to answer.
The security guard stepped forward and said, "Comrade police, we also heard from Dehu that someone sneaked into Miss Su's house, so we followed them here." The old policeman listened and pondered for a moment, then pointed at Dehu and said to the others, "That means no one else has seen the suspicious figure except him.
How do you explain it now?"
The old policeman looked at Dahu with dissatisfaction, and Dahu suddenly became so nervous that he scratched his ears and cheeks.
"Police comrades, you must believe me. I really saw it. Otherwise, why would I call Uncle Jean and the others over?"
Dahu explained himself while others looked at him indifferently.
"I believe in Dahu," Xiao Chen suddenly said.
Dahu seemed to have seen his savior and completely forgot about the quarrel between them.
"Brother, you are so nice. I knew you were a good person."
Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Dehu say that. He pulled his hand out of Dehu's grasp and said, "The reason I believe him is because something is missing from my house."
Everyone was stunned when this was said, and Su Yueru looked around the room again.
The layout and furnishings in the room were the same as usual, with no signs of rummaging. If a thief really broke into the apartment, he would definitely search the place. Generally, wealthy people have safes in their homes, and valuables are kept in secluded places. But here everything is clean and tidy, and it is hard to suspect that someone has come in.
"Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Is there something you're missing?" Su Yueru asked. Xiao Chen nodded and led everyone to Su Yueru's bedroom.
Su Yueru's bedroom is decorated in a minimalist style, with just a few items clearly visible. Xiao Chen pointed at Su Yueru's bed and said, "I came back just now and put a gift on Yueru's bed."
So Yueru didn't know about this. But now it's gone. I guess it was probably stolen by that thief. "Gift?" The old policeman asked, "What gift?" "A diamond. A pink diamond," Xiao Chen answered concisely.
The old policeman signaled to his assistant with his eyes, and the young man hurried over to take pictures of Su Yueru's bed and check for any traces of fingerprints.
"What does the diamond you're talking about look like? How big is it? How much did you buy it for?" The old policeman took out his notebook and prepared to start taking notes. "I just bought it from an auction house. You can ask them for specific photos. As for how big it is, I'm not sure. I spent nearly 500 million on it." Xiao Chen told the truth.
But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned again. And this was mainly due to the shock of being crushed by money.
"You mean Wu Yi?"
The old policeman's hand holding the pen was shaking a little, and he wrote down an amount that shocked himself in his notes.
"Yes," Xiao Chen answered calmly, showing no panic at all about losing a huge sum of money. "Xiao Chen, does the diamond you mentioned look like this?" Su Yueru said this as she took out a photo album from her bedside table and pulled out a photo.
The photo shows an extremely beautiful woman, who is staring at the camera with sharp and cold eyes, as if the eyes of the Snow Queen can travel through time and space and hit your heart. Sitting next to her was a cute and well-behaved little girl with 2 pigtails. She was holding a stone that emitted a soft pink light in her hand.
Su Yueru pointed at the stone and asked Xiao Chen, "Is it this pink diamond?" Xiao Chen looked at it carefully and nodded.
Both the appearance and the pink color it revealed were exactly the same as the diamond he had photographed.
"Yes, that's it."
Su Yueru's eyes lit up and she said, "This is a gift my mother gave me when I was 8 years old." This photo was also taken at that time.
Su Yueru's eyes turned from surprise to sadness. Xiao Chen knew that Su Yueru's mother died in an accident when she was 8 years old.
So this diamond should be the last gift her mother gave her.
The old policeman took the photo and looked at it and said, "Miss Su, can I borrow this photo for a while?" Su Yueru hesitated for a moment but still handed the photo over. "Based on your descriptions, we have basically grasped the situation. We will speed up the follow-up investigation. Please be patient." After the old policeman finished speaking, he left with his assistant. The security guards apologized and made promises. Dahu patted his chest and said to Xiao Chen, "Brother, don't worry. You supported me so much today. I will definitely help you find the thief who stole your things." After everyone exchanged some polite words, Xiao Chen saw the security guards off. Dahu followed behind reluctantly, and finally asked Xiao Chen quietly, "Brother, is your diamond really worth 5 or 500 million? Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Not that many." Just as Dahu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Chen continued, "It's 494,310,000. Dahu choked and coughed for a long time before saying, "Oh my god, how many houses do I need to buy and how many wives do I need to marry?" Xiao Chen patted De Hu and said, the marriage law stipulates that bigamy is not allowed. De Hu smiled innocently and said, I know, I am just a metaphor. Xiao Chen was speechless. What a metaphor. I guess Chinese was taught by the security guard. Xiao Chen waved to De Hu to indicate that he was going back. De Hu hesitated to speak and finally left with great sorrow. Although Wu Yi was not his, he was really sad. Xiao Chen returned to the apartment and saw Su Yueru sitting on the sofa flipping through a photo album. He walked over and put his arm around Su Yueru's shoulders. The two were silent for a while, and Su Yueru looked up at Xiao Chen and said, how do you know that the pink diamond is my mother's relic? Xiao Chen kissed Su Yueru on the forehead and said, there is nothing I don't know about you. Su Yueru knew that Xiao Chen was coaxing her, but she still smiled sweetly and said, how do you have so much money? Is that diamond so expensive? Daughters of wealthy families are different. The most expensive gift Xiao Chen has ever received is a hero fountain pen. But others have played with diamonds as toys since they were young. Not anymore. All my wealth was stolen by that thief. Xiao Chen pretended to be disappointed and said that in fact, he was not as disappointed as when he found out that the 500 million could only be spent on beautiful women. Su Yueru was a little touched and asked, you gave me all your money to buy diamonds? Xiao Chen nodded, and Su Yueru said with tears in her eyes, you were so stupid, why are you so nice to me? Chapter 45, The Mind Reader. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru, whose eyes were wet and her face was red, and swallowed his saliva and said, you are my wife, so who can I treat if I don't treat you well? Su Yueru leaned into Xiao Chen's arms and said worriedly, but can the thief find it? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He stole the pink diamond just after you found it. Xiao Chen nodded silently. The theft of the pink diamond was so coincidental that it made people suspicious. It was only an hour from the time he put the pink diamond down and went out to the time he came back. Who would know so much about the pink diamond and steal it in such a short time? Xiao Chen felt at a loss for a moment, but he still comforted Su Yueru calmly. After Su Yueru fell asleep slowly, Xiao Chen carried her back to her room. After settling Su Yueru, Xiao Chen returned to his room. He recalled what happened today, sorted out the current situation, and had some ideas in his mind. The next morning, Su Yueru received a phone call and went out, while Xiao Chen found De Hu to know more about what happened last night. De Hu told everything he knew, including all the suspicious and non-suspicious things that happened yesterday. After talking for about an hour, De Hu picked up his teacup and drank a lot. After drinking the water, De Hu suddenly sighed and said, this is really troublesome. I wish I had superpowers at this moment. If I could know what other people are thinking, I would be able to catch the thief right away. Know what others are thinking? Yes, if you can know what others are thinking, wouldn't it be as easy as putting words on a thief's head? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen began to sincerely hope that today's sign and reward could be this kind of superpower. Just like he had acquired cooking and makeup skills before, he hoped that he could see through people's hearts at once. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised. This system really came as a timely help. Xiao Chen thought to himself, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to read minds. The ability to read minds? Sounds pretty impressive. Xiao Chen carefully studied the description of this reward. The ability to peek into other people's hearts is to peek into their most desired thoughts and desires. By making physical contact with the person you want to peek into, you can get the person's true inner thoughts. Suga, it turns out it's so easy to know what others are thinking. Xiao Chen was secretly delighted but still paid attention to see if there were any bugs. Sure enough, the additional small print reads, excessive use of this ability by the host may cause backlash. Backlash? Shouldn't this scary-sounding side effect be explained in detail? Xiao Chen secretly complained in his heart, but he couldn't care less now. De Hu, can I touch you? Xiao Chen spoke with some difficulty. De Hu's body trembled. He took a step back and said, Mr. Xiao, our company has regulations that prohibit close contact with customers. Xiao Chen was speechless, but still stood up and explained, I have studied Chinese medicine before, and I saw that you looked a little unwell, so I thought of feeling your bones and taking your pulse. If you don't want to, forget it. After saying that, Xiao Chen pretended to leave. De Hu quickly stopped him and said with a smile, why didn't you tell me earlier, Mr. Xiao? I just happened to be feeling unwell these past few days. Can you please take a look at me? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pretended to take De Hu's pulse. In an instant, Dahu's memories appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes.
A rather old woman was smiling lovingly at him as she lay weakly on the bed in a hospital gown.
Dahu, you have to find a good wife for me as soon as possible. I still want to live to hug my eldest grandson.
Dahu's voice came at this time. Mom, you should take good care of yourself.
I am not in a hurry to get married. There are too many girls chasing me. I am overwhelmed by the choices.
The woman coughed for a while, then reached out and touched herself and said, That's good.
You are the one that I am most worried about right now. Within a few seconds, the scene in front of Xiao Chen disappeared. Is your mother ill? Xiao Chen blurted out without thinking.
Dahu immediately pulled back his hand and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, shouting, Mr. Xiao, how can you be so amazing that you can tell that my mother is sick just by feeling her pulse? Xiao Chen rubbed his shoulders and said, this. Mainly, I see that you are depressed and insomniac, and you seem to be single, so something must have happened at home.
Dahu wanted to slap Xiao Chen again, but Xiao Chen dodged him.
A few slaps from him would cause him to lose half a bar of blood. Mr. Xiao, you are not only a good doctor, but also very accurate in judging people.
How did you know I'm single? I've been single for almost 20 years. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Dahu from recalling his single history. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you tell me who came to our building yesterday?
This. I can check the surveillance.
It will be more accurate. Xiao Chen nodded and the two of them went to the monitoring room to check the surveillance.
In the end, the two of them screened out several suspects they had rarely seen and took screenshots of these people. After doing all this, Xiao Chen prepared to hand over the evidence to the police comrades who had come yesterday. Before leaving, Xiao Chen said to Dahu, if you have nothing to do, find a wife quickly. Don't keep lying about being pursued by girls.
It's obviously fake the moment you hear it. Dahu smiled innocently and said, Mr. Xiao, how do you know I'm lying?
I have to save money to treat my mother's illness.
Which girl would be willing to follow a poor loser like me?
Xiao Chen suddenly felt that Dahu was exactly like himself in the past, when he was also busy and toiling for the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. But now he has met someone who really cares about him.
It will happen.
Not all girls are so materialistic.
Trust me.
Seeing Xiao Chen's firm words, Dahu smiled foolishly again. After arriving at the police station, Xiao Chen found the old police officer who was in charge of the investigation yesterday and handed over the information he had investigated to him.
The old policeman looked at them and asked, Are you sure that there is a high possibility that the thief is among these people?
Xiao Chen nodded and explained, Dahu and I watched the surveillance 3 times. These people are not residents of this building, but they appeared in the building when the pink diamond was stolen.
So I think the suspect must be among them. The old policeman looked at the screenshots doubtfully and said, You know we can't just take innocent citizens for questioning if we don't have sufficient evidence. Xiao Chen was a little anxious.
He looked at the work ID on the old policeman's uniform and said, Officer Li, as a senior police officer, you have more experience than me. But this matter is very important to me and I think as a citizen, I have the obligation to cooperate with the police in the investigation.
Chapter 46 Suspect Number 1.
Xiao Chen spoke so sincerely that Officer Li was a little shaken. After thinking for a while, Officer Li called the young assistant and asked him to identify the people in the screenshots and hand them over to the police station for questioning. At this time, Xiao Chen made another request to Officer Li, Officer Li, I actually hope that I can assist you in the investigation.
So can I go with that young officer? Officer Li was a little embarrassed.
He didn't expect Xiao Chen to make such a request.
Don't you trust us?
The young policeman was indeed lacking in sophistication, so he immediately started to confront Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen was not angry but explained calmly, You misunderstood. I just hope to assist in the investigation. If there is anything I can do to help, I will spare no effort to help. The young policeman smiled contemptuously and said, Assist in the investigation? Who do you think you are? Detective Sherlock? Do we, the People's Police, still need your help?
This series of questions made the atmosphere of the whole conversation very awkward.
Xiao Chen looked at Officer Li who was silent. He knew that the final decision would still be made by Officer Li.
After a long silence, Officer Li said, Xiaoyan, since this is your first mission alone, why don't you take Mr. Xiao with you? After all, Mr. Xiao has been working in society for many years and has more experience in dealing with people than you do. Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Chen with a bit of disdain and was about to refute Officer Li, but Officer Li waved his hand to indicate that he had already made up his mind.
Xiao Yan angrily asked Xiao Chen to leave, and the two got into the police car.
Xiao Yan still threw things around and gave Xiao Chen a cold look. Xiao Chen was not angry and just let Xiao Yan vent. After a while, Xiao Yan felt that it was meaningless and left. They found the home of the first suspect, who appeared in the apartment building where Xiao Chen lived on the night the pink diamond was stolen.
She actually lived in another building in the same community.
Xiao Yan knocked on the door, but there was no response for a while. Just as Xiao Yan was about to knock on the door again, the door opened by itself. A young woman in a silk nightgown walked out of the door. She looked almost the same as in the screenshot in Xiao Chen's hand.
Can't you let me sleep so early in the morning? Why are you knocking?
The woman rubbed her hair angrily, her long, slender thighs showing under her nightgown.
Xiao Yan didn't expect this scene.
He swallowed and said seriously, "Hello, Mississippi.
I am Yan Shouzheng, a police officer from Longqing Police Station. I came to you to investigate some matters."
Although it was already past 10 o'clock, for girls who often went to nightclubs, this time was almost midnight.
So the woman still answered angrily, "Police? Can the police prevent others from sleeping? Tell me what law I have violated?"
This scene was so familiar, but it was Xiao Yan himself who was stumped by a series of questions.
I didn't stop you from sleeping.
I just need you to cooperate with our investigation, and you can sleep after the investigation is completed.
Xiao Yan explained.
The woman laughed out of anger, and Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, beautiful lady.
We need your help urgently. If it's not convenient for you now, can we come back to you later?"
Xiao Chen's humble tone and the fact that he exuded the aura of a supermodel made the woman feel a little relieved.
"Come in and ask whatever you want to ask. Don't bother me anymore."
The young woman turned and walked back into the room, and Xiao Chen and the other man followed her in. As soon as Xiao Yan entered, he spread his notes on the table and asked in a serious tone, "Excuse me, are you Feng Xiaoxiao?" The young woman raised her eyebrows, crossed her legs and sat opposite Xiao Yan and said, "Yes, what's wrong?"
"May I ask where you were at 9:40 p.m. on August 24th of this month?" Xiao Yan continued to ask.
Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "I don't even know what day it is today, so how can I know where I will be at that damn time you mentioned? Anyway, I will either be at a nightclub or on my way to a nightclub." Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was not cooperating, Xiao Yan slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Be serious, if you don't cooperate, I will take you back to the police station for interrogation."
"Okay, then take me away. I'm really bored,"
Feng Xiaoxiao said with all her might. Xiao Chen picked up the kettle from the table and poured a glass of water for Xiao Yan, then poured another glass and handed it to Feng Xiaoxiao.
"Just drink some water and calm down. There's no need to get so angry."
Xiao Chen signaled Xiao Yan with his eyes as he spoke, and Xiao Yan sat down reluctantly. Feng Xiaoxiao stretched out her fair little hand and took the cup of water handed to her by Xiao Chen, and her fingertips touched Xiao Chen intentionally or unintentionally.
"You don't look like a policeman, but you're pretty handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?"
Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen teasingly, and Feng Xiaoxiao's memories appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. The picture was shaky, as if drunk. Then a short and fat figure appeared in front of him, and Feng Xiaoxiao rushed over and hugged him. But the short fat boy pushed her away like a thief and cursed, "Are you crazy?
You actually came here.
If you are seen by my wife, I will have to divorce her, do you know that?" Feng Xiaoxiao's voice came, "Then you divorce her, and then you marry me. I will live with you in the future." The short fat man said angrily, "There is no way I can marry you.
If you know what's best for you, move out of this neighborhood right now. Don't let me see you here again. Didn't you say you would divorce me before? Didn't you say you would marry me? You scumbag, how could you do this to me?"
The short and fat man ignored Feng Xiaoxiao and ran into the apartment building where Xiao Chen was. Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly chased after him. What happened later was no longer important. Xiao Chen now knew why Feng Xiaoxiao appeared in the apartment building where he lived for no reason. It turned out that she was looking for the short and fat man who abandoned her. Xiao Chen also had an impression of that short and fat man. He often ran into that man shopping with his wife and children in the supermarket. The family of three looked extremely happy, but the short and fat guy actually cheated on them. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Xiao Chen looked at Feng Xiaoxiao's pale face and said, "Thank you for your compliment.
I'm already married." For some reason, Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly became a little dim.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but said, "Miss Feng is so charming, she will definitely find someone who suits her."
Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile and said, "Really? I'll just give you my good wishes." Xiao Yan looked at the two people flirting and said angrily, "Teacher Li asked you to assist me, not to pick up girls. Can you be more serious?" Xiao Chen stood up, saluted and said, "Yes, sir." Chapter 47, Suspect Number 2. Xiao Chen deliberately imitated the salute in Hong Kong movies, which made Feng Xiaoxiao laugh out loud. Xiao Yan seemed to feel that his dignity was threatened and was about to explode, but after Feng Xiaoxiao's mood improved, Xiao Chen asked about her whereabouts at that time. This time Feng Xiaoxiao's resistance eased a little, but she also made some changes to the facts. She just said that she went there to break up with her boyfriend, and ended up chasing her boyfriend into the apartment building where Xiao Chen lived. Because her boyfriend lives downstairs from Xiao Chen's house, it looks like Feng Xiaoxiao has been there. After everything is investigated clearly, Xiao Yan will call Feng Xiaoxiao's boyfriend to confirm. Although Feng Xiaoxiao was reluctant, she still dialed the number of the short and fat man for Xiao Chen's sake. At first, the short fat man cursed Feng Xiaoxiao angrily and told her not to bother him anymore, but when he heard that it was the police who asked Feng Xiaoxiao to call him, he immediately changed his attitude. People who have done something wrong are often the most afraid of the police, so no matter what Xiao Yan asked, the short and fat man over there responded one by one. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yan specially praised the short and fat boy for his active cooperation, which made Feng Xiaoxiao roll her eyes. After confirming that Feng Xiaoxiao had nothing to do with the theft, the two continued to the home of the second suspect, a well-known internet company nearby. Xiao Yan came to the front desk, showed his police officer ID, and asked whether the man in Xiao Chen's screenshot had come to work. The front desk called the company's human resources department to confirm and learned that the man had just taken a leave and was not in attendance today. Xiao Yan asked for the man's address again, and the two drove to a remote shared housing complex in the old city. When they got there, the two asked around and finally found suspect number 2 in a dilapidated two-story civilian building. But as soon as the two entered the house, suspect number 2 felt something was wrong and immediately prepared to escape through the window. Xiao Yan quickly went over and grabbed the suspect's legs to prevent him from escaping through the window, but the man was too strong and kicked Xiao Yan hard, sending him flying to the ground. Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly and grabbed the suspect. Regardless of his desperate struggle, she used a set of women's self-defense skills to subdue the suspect. Xiao Yan got up from the ground in a panic, took out the handcuffs and put them on the suspect, then sat down on the ground panting. Xiao Chen was also very tired. The man just now struggled with all his might. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physique had improved greatly, otherwise he would have probably escaped. "Thank you just now. I didn't expect this man to be so difficult to deal with." Xiao Yan recovered and turned to look at Xiao Chen. "You're welcome. After all, you're helping me." Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, "It is my job to serve the people." "But you are quite skilled." Xiao Chen smiled. He practiced Sanda when he was in college. In order to help his junior schoolmates avoid being bullied by bad guys, he learned women's self-defense and taught them. "I didn't expect that I would actually use it on a man today. This man looks so guilty, he must be the one who stole something." Xiao Yan guessed. But Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It's not him." Just now when Xiao Chen caught this man, he touched the man's skin, and his memory was immediately seen by Xiao Chen. The reason why suspect number 2 appeared in the community where Xiao Chen lived was because he was having an affair with his boss's wife. His boss happened to be on a business trip that day, so he took the opportunity to come to Xiao Chen's apartment building to meet with a married man. When the two were in the midst of their affectionate love, the police suddenly came, and the two were so scared that they thought the matter was exposed, so they hurriedly left. The main reason he asked for leave today was because he was afraid that his boss would come after him, so when he saw Xiao Chen and the other man coming over, he felt guilty and wanted to run away. But Xiao Yan didn't know all this. He just thought Xiao Chen was talking nonsense and ignored his opinion, preparing to take suspect number 2 back to report. Xiao Chen wanted to stop Xiao Yan and ask him to continue the investigation with him, but Xiao Yan was stubborn and refused to listen to his advice. In the end, Xiao Chen could only take the address of the next suspect and investigate it himself. Xiao Chen took a taxi to an old neighborhood in the old city. He knocked on the door and then a familiar voice came from inside. "Who is it?" a woman asked. Xiao Chen felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. The door opened from the inside and a woman in her 60s stuck her head out. "Mr. Xiao, why are you here?" When Xiao Chen saw the woman's face, he remembered that this woman was Sister Chen who helped Su Yueru clean the house every week. This Sister Chen was actually Su Yueru's nanny when she was a child, and she worked in the Su family for almost 40 years. Su Yueru was taken care of by her since she was a child until she left the Su family to go to college.
In recent years, Sister Chen has been getting older and her health is not as good as before. Su Yueru's stepmother dismissed her because she was not doing her job well. She had spent almost her entire life in the Su family, but when she left, the Su family didn't even give her a decent retirement package. Even so, she had no complaints against the Su family until Sister Chen went to work as a cleaner at Su Yueru's company and they met again. Su Yueru remembered how Sister Chen had taken care of her in the past, and since Sister Chen was old and could not do so much work, Su Yueru arranged for her to live in her home. Sister Chen goes to Su Yueru's house 3 times a week to clean the house. Su Yueru pays her 5,000 yuan a month, which is a very good salary for many young people. Therefore, Sister Chen has always been grateful to Su Yueru and even respects Xiao Chen very much. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned to see Sister Chen here, but he quickly reacted and said, "Oh, Sister Chen.
Do you live here? I came here to see a friend."
Sister Chen enthusiastically invited Xiao Chen into the house, and she took the initiative to pour tea and cut fruit for Xiao Chen.
"Sister Chen, please stop being busy. I'll just do it for a while and then I'll leave."
Xiao Chen stepped forward and held Sister Chen back to stop her from taking care of all this. As a result, as soon as he touched Sister Chen's hand, new memories appeared before his eyes.
A gruff young man holding a stack of money in his hand asked dissatisfiedly, "Is that all? This money is not even enough for a meal for me."
Sister Chen's voice came, "Xiaohao, don't spend money recklessly.
Mom is old, you have to work hard to support yourself in the future." The young man snorted coldly and said, "I also want to work hard, but where can I find a good job?
Look at others who are born into wealthy families, and then look at me, who is just the son of a poor worker.
What can I do? I am also desperate."
Sister Chen stopped talking and just sighed deeply, but this still annoyed the young man. He kicked over the stool next to him and cursed, "Fuck, I hate your sighing the most.
I am like this now because you didn't live up to your expectations. If you could find me a rich father, I would have everything." Chapter 48, Suspect Number 3.
The young man became more and more excited and continued to shout at the top of his lungs, "In the end, you found my damn dad, who died a long time ago and left us alone.
I don't even have a decent girlfriend now because you didn't save anything for me."
Sister Chen slapped Xiaohao on the face and cursed, "You beast, how can you say that about your father?
Why did he die? You can't say that about him."
The man snorted coldly and said, "Okay, I won't tell you."
"Can't I just leave? I never want to come back to this crappy place again." He was a little dazed for a moment. Sister Chen's son Xiaohao looked exactly like suspect number 3 in his screenshot.
When he came out of Sister Chen's memory, he saw Sister Chen looking at him with concern.
"Mr. Xiao, are you okay? You don't look well." Sister Chen asked with concern. "Ah, I'm fine." "Sister Chen, are you alone at home? Why don't I see your family?"
He asked deliberately, and Sister Chen said with a melancholy look in her eyes, "My husband passed away a long time ago, and my son and I have been dependent on each other all these years. I was old when I gave birth to Xiaohao, and his father had just passed away. So I spoiled the child all these years.
Xiaohao's bad temper now may be caused by me."
Sister Chen seemed to have found someone to talk to, so she talked incessantly. After talking for a while, Sister Chen suddenly came to her senses.
"Oh, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. You came here to see your friends, right? I'm sorry for babbling on and on."
As she said this, Sister Chen stood up awkwardly.
He waved his hand and said, "I don't have anything important to do, and that friend is not at home. So you don't have to worry about me, but why didn't I see your son? Did he go to work?" Sister Chen sighed and said, "Maybe. Mr. Su and his family are really good people. Miss Su didn't mind my age and was willing to hire me. And Mrs. Su didn't mind that Xiaohao didn't go to school much and actually let Xiaohao take care of Mr. Su. I really met a good customer." "Mrs. Su?" he asked, a little confused. "Yes, that's the wife that Master Su found later.
Although Mrs. Su fired me, she still found a good job for Xiaohao. Xiaohao drives for Master Su every day and runs errands for him, and he can earn 5,000 yuan a month."
Seeing Sister Chen's relieved expression, he felt uneasy. If this matter was really related to Xiaohao, then there must be more unknown secrets hidden behind it. "That's great, Sister Chen. It's getting late. I should go back too. See you next time." He then stood up and walked towards the door. At the door, he turned around and asked Sister Chen, "Sister Chen, did Xiaohao go to Miss Su's residence to pick you up yesterday?" His casual question stunned Sister Chen. "No, Xiaohao never came to pick me up."
He is very busy and he doesn't know where Miss Su lives. He nodded, said goodbye to Sister Chan and left. After Sister Chan came out, he felt more and more that the whole thing was inextricably linked to the Su family. This also confirmed his previous guess. So he decided to go to the Su family in person. As a large family that has been entrenched in Longcheng for almost a century, the Su family can be said to have a significant influence on the entire Longcheng. This generation of the Su family is mainly composed of the eldest son Su Jigua, the second son Su Jifu, the third daughter Su Jimin and the youngest Su Jiqiang. Although the Su family of this generation is not as prosperous as in the early years, the four of them still live quite comfortably thanks to the accumulation and struggle of the previous generation. Among them, the youngest, Su Jiqiang, is the most promising. He not only inherited all the industries of the Su family, but also expanded the Su group's business to areas such as catering and film and television. It can be said that Su Jiqiang not only won at the starting line of his life, but also had great business talent, which prevented the Su family from declining during his generation. However, due to the curse that wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations, the third generation of the Su family were all extremely absurd and naughty. He had heard Su Yueru talk about her cousins, each doing more bizarre things than the other, so he was not surprised when he heard that Su Yuechen stole the jewelry from home and sold it. When he got in the car, he told the Su family's address and even the taxi driver looked at him a few more times. He came to the Su family mansion, which was the top-notch mansion where the Su family had lived for generations. The mansion is located in the most prosperous neighborhood of Longcheng. It is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle and is very suitable for living. The neighbors around are either wealthy or superstars, either rich or noble. When he arrived at the door of the villa, he was stopped by 2 uniformed security guards who asked him to show his ID and explain his purpose. He said he was here to look for Xiuhao, but the security guard looked him up and down and asked, "What's your relationship with Xiuhao? Why are you here to look for him?" As he was hesitating whether to say that Xiuhao might be the thief, the extended Lincoln car parked behind him suddenly rang impatiently. He turned his head and looked at the car, and the person driving the car was Xiuhao himself. Xiuhao looked very energetic in his black driver's cap. He opened the car window and shouted, "Who is that? A good dog doesn't block the road. Can't you see that you're blocking the door?" Faced with Xiuhao's shouting, he did not retreat but took a step forward and came to the front of the car. "Are you sure, Xiuhao?" Xiao Chen asked. "It's you, Master Sure. If you know what's best for you, make way for me. Otherwise, Master Sure will let you taste the taste of a tire today." Xiuhao shouted arrogantly. At this time, a young man in a suit and tie got out of the car. That man was none other than Su Yuechen. Su Yuechen looked at him and instinctively wanted to vomit. The last painful experience in the bar made him not want to drink recently. "Why are you here? Did my sister ask you to come?" Su Yuechen asked in a bad tone. Xiaochen smiled and said, "Why, are you afraid of me? I came here on my own initiative, your sister probably doesn't know." Su Yuechen raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you doing here? What could you do in our Su family?" He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm here to propose marriage. Although your sister and I have obtained a marriage certificate, I have never met your parents. I still hope to get your blessing." Su Yuechen smiled in disbelief and said, You dare to come to my house to propose marriage? You really don't know your place. I advise you to disappear before my dad comes back and don't embarrass yourself here." As Su Yuechen said this, he came forward and pushed him. He was just waiting for him to come over and let her touch him. So he took the opportunity to grab Su Yuechen's hand, and the moment they touched, another memory emerged. It was a magnificent and bustling place, filled with the sounds of dice colliding and people's cheers or shouts of frustration. Chapter 49, First Visit to Su's House. Through Su Yuechen's vision, Xiaochen could see a group of people gathered around the card table, their eyes fixed on the 2 people sitting at the table. One of them was a middle-aged man with a bookish air. He was holding his cards and squinting his eyes. Opposite him was a fat man with a fat head and big ears wearing a gold chain. Sweat was pouring down his head like a waterfall. The middle-aged man smiled at the fat man and then turned the cards in his hand upside down. The fat man swallowed and threw the cards on the table. The cards were good, but the uncle opposite had better cards. The people around him gasped and said, "Oh my god, Mr. Song actually lost. And he lost 15 million in one go. This is going to be a lot to watch." The fat man called Mr. Song ran away in shame after losing his money. At this time, Su Yuechen sat opposite the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who looked like a teacher bowed slightly to Su Yueru in a very cultured manner and then signaled the dealer to start dealing the cards.
Su Yueru's cards were pretty good, which made him inexplicably proud.
The uncle opposite seemed to see Su Yueru's pride and added more chips.
100 million? Is that so exaggerated?
Someone shouted around. He felt even happier in his heart, as he was confident enough to win this time. So he threw out all his chips.
As expected, when the cards were revealed, Su Yueru lost.
Su Yueru hugged his head tightly. He never expected that he would lose so completely. But he was not willing to give up, so he borrowed another 300 million chips to make a comeback. Of course, the fact is that he lost everything without a single cent left. Faced with such a huge deficit, Su Yueru still did not give up. He always felt that he could win back all the money in the next round. The money was getting less and less while the stakes were getting bigger and bigger, and finally he had lost all the money he could borrow. He lost his mind and rushed to the middle-aged man, grabbed his collar and cursed, "Damn it, are you cheating?
I'm going to destroy you."
As he was about to hit someone, he was stopped by several strong bodyguards. The man stood up and said in a friendly manner, "Little brother, it is the rule here to admit defeat."
"You are so generous, but I am afraid you are not a good gambler. And there is one more thing I need to tell you. If you can't pay off all your debts within 3 days, you may be the one to be ruined."
After saying that, the middle-aged man signaled to the bodyguard, who immediately twisted Su Yueru's arm hard behind his back.
As the pig slaughtering screams rang out, Xiao Chen finally understood why Su Yueru secretly resold the jewelry.
Su Yueru had indeed mastered all 4 of the skills of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. When he came to his senses, Xiao Chen grabbed Su Yueru's arm again and twisted it like the bodyguard he remembered.
Sure enough, the effect was obvious.
Su Yueru's old injury seemed to have not healed yet, so his screams were still very loud.
"Master Su, have you forgotten the pain now that your wound has healed? Either you take me in or I will injure you today as well."
The scene was so familiar that he couldn't help feeling a little guilty.
What do you mean? It's nothing, I just don't know how Mr. Su would react if he knew you went to the casino. Xiao Chen pretended to think and said, "I heard that the Su family's family rules are quite strict. Will they deprive you of your inheritance rights?"
As soon as these words came out, Su Yueru's face turned pale. He struggled to let Xiao Chen let him go and waved away the security guards who came over.
Su Yueru reluctantly took Xiao Chen to sit in the stretched Lincoln.
It was Xiao Chen's first time to sit in such a flashy car, so he looked and touched here and there, looking even more like a country bumpkin. Su Yueru muttered something under his breath and drove into the inner courtyard of the villa. After getting off the car, Su Yueru was forced by Xiao Chen to sit down in the villa's living room. Xiao Chen touched the large leather chair in the living room and sat half lying in it.
"What is your purpose in coming to my house?" Su Yueru asked unhappily.
Xiao Chen pointed at Su Yueru, who was standing beside him, and said, "You have to ask him about this."
Su Yueru asked back in confusion, "Ask me? How would I know why you're here?"
He sat up slightly and stared at Su Yueru, who was standing behind Su Yueru, and asked, "Where were you around 9:40 last night?"
Su Yueru was shocked and said quickly, "I'm at home." "It's dark, of course I'm at home."
Xiao Chen tilted his head and looked at Su Yueru and said, "You blurted it out without even thinking about it."
"Did you already think about what to say?"
Su Yueru suddenly became angry and rushed towards Xiao Chen, past Su Yueru.
"I can say whatever I want to say. It's none of your business whether I answer quickly or not. Are you a policeman? Why do you care about me?" Su Yueru said as he grabbed Xiao Chen's collar, wanting to teach him a lesson.
Xiao Chen did not resist at all, as he had already seen Su Yueru's memory. Su Yueru ran desperately on the dark street, looking back as he ran. He slowed down his pace only when he was sure that no one was following him. He took out the huge diamond from his pocket. The diamond without sharp edges exuded a breathtaking beauty under the light of the street lamp. Even someone like Su Yueru, who has no aesthetic sense, feels that this is a really good thing.
He lowered the brim of his hat and walked into the Su family villa.
A young woman was waiting for him at the door of the villa.
"Did you get it?" the woman asked anxiously.
Su Yueru looked around and saw that there was no one around, then nodded. The young woman threw herself into Su Yueru's arms and said coquettishly, "I told you my honey is the best.
Take it out and let me see it."
Su Yueru secretly put the diamond into the woman's hand, and the young woman gasped when she saw the pink diamond.
"This is so beautiful. I really hope I can have one someday." Don't worry, you will have a good life sooner or later if you follow me. Your aunt should be happy that I stole this thing, right? She won't object to our relationship anymore, right?
Ever since the young woman got the pink diamond, she no longer wanted to get close to Su Yueru. After hearing what he said, she replied impatiently, "This needs to be decided after my aunt sees it.
If it is a real pink diamond, maybe she will be happier."
He thought there was no problem and was about to get intimate with the woman, but he didn't expect the woman to immediately avoid him.
"Come with me to see your aunt first.
You'll have plenty of time to do this later." After hearing this, he happily followed the woman upstairs. When he arrived at a room, he saw Mrs. Su sitting on the sofa. Although Mrs. Su was in her 40s, she was well maintained, with fair skin and almost no wrinkles, and her face had the charm and seductiveness of a young woman. Mrs. Su was wearing comfortable and luxurious clothes, and when she saw him come in, she smiled.
Chapter 50 Confrontation. Xiaohao is back. How is the matter going?
Mrs. Su asked affectionately, as if she saw her own son.
Mrs. Su, I've got the things.
Su Yueru said this and took out the pink diamond from his pocket.
Mrs. Su eagerly took the diamond and looked at it carefully.
Before she hooked up with Su Jiqiang, she was actually a saleswoman at the gold building, so she had many opportunities to come into contact with these luxurious jewels. As an ambitious woman, she often learned the skills of identifying treasures from treasure appraisers. She was smart and eager to learn, so she could identify some basic gemstones soon. She looked at the diamond over and over for a long time, and finally looked up and said with a smile, "I said Xiaohao is the most capable. I wonder how much better he is than you at Yen, that little bastard." Su Yueru actually took it seriously and immediately expressed his loyalty. "Don't worry, Madam Su, I will do whatever you ask me to do."
"And you are Lingling's aunt, which means you are my aunt. I am the most filial person, and I will treat you as my own mother in the future."
His words were touching and sincere, and he was completely different from the way he had been arguing with his own mother.
Mrs. Su showed no sign of abnormality.
Instead, she seemed deeply moved and patted his arm. At this time, a servant came to report that Mr. Su had arrived home and was waiting for Mrs. Su downstairs for dinner.
Mrs. Su then told her niece, Lingling, "Xiaohao is a good boy. Your aunt is very optimistic about your relationship this time.
Take Xiaohao and put the diamond back into the safe, and come down to eat later." Then she turned to look at Su Yueru and said, "Xiaohao, I should have kept you for dinner. But some things are hard to say in front of Master Su, so..." She paused at the right time, and Su Yueru immediately expressed his understanding. "Don't worry, Mrs. Su.
Only the three of us know about this. I will never tell anyone even if you kill me." Mrs. Su was even happier. She said goodbye to the two of them in a friendly manner before going downstairs.
Xiao Lingling took him to Mrs. Su's bedroom, and he saw a huge safe behind the decorative painting on the wall. Xiao Lingling was about to press the password when she turned around and saw him craning his neck to look at her.
She said with a bit of disdain, "Turn around quickly, what else do you want to see?" He smiled awkwardly and turned away.
He turned around when he heard Xiao Lingling calling him, but he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. As expected of the Su family, they are really rich.
The safe is filled with dazzling jewels, placed in open brocade boxes. He was stunned.
Xiao Lingling pushed him and urged him, "Put the diamond in quickly."
"What are you standing there for?" He then hurriedly placed the pink diamond in an empty brocade box.
Even though the jewels inside were already dazzling enough, they still seemed a little inferior when the pink diamond was placed in. Xiao Lingling smacked her lips a little enviously and then carefully closed the safe.
"Okay, leave through the back door. Don't let anyone know you've been here, okay?"
Xiao Lingling arranged for him to stay, but he didn't want to leave so soon. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Lingling, wanting to kiss her, but unexpectedly, Xiao Lingling impatiently shook his hand away.
"Are you crazy? Don't you know where you are? Get out of here before anyone sees you." After saying that, Xiao Lingling left without looking back.
Su Yueru spat on the ground and cursed, "You bitch, you just despise me because I have no money. When I become rich, I'll see if you can still be picky about where you live."
After Su Yueru's memory disappeared, Xiao Chen dodged another punch he threw.
Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru. Now he was sure enough that Su Yueru was the thief who stole his pink diamond. He straightened his clothes and said seriously, "Su Yueru, for Sister Chen's sake I can give you one last chance.
If you hand over the things that don't belong to you now, I can still let you go." Su Yueru laughed contemptuously after hearing this. "Let me go? Who do you think you are? Let me go.
I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you."
Just use whatever tricks you have.
He knew that Su Yueru was still obsessed with his crime, so he took out his cell phone and said, "Then I'm going to call Officer Lee and ask him to bring someone over to look for the stolen goods." Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru on the side became a little anxious.
Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Are you saying that Xiao Hao took your things? If he took your things, why didn't you go to his house to look for them? Why did you look for them at my house? Are you sick?
Su Yueru yelled and cursed loudly. Although his reaction was very strong, judging from his expression and memory, Su Yueru should be unaware that Su Yueru had stolen the pink diamond. Just when several people were arguing, a soft voice was heard.
Yueru, what are you doing? What does it mean to yell at home?
Xiao Chen turned around and saw Mrs. Su coming down from the stairs.
Even for a young woman, Mrs. Su's figure is very enviable.
She has slender calves, a well-proportioned figure, and the most eye-catching thing is her pair of seductive fox eyes.
It seems that once you are glanced at by Mrs. Su, you will forget the other person's age and identity and fall into her charm.
Mom, it was this little jerk who came here to cause trouble. Su Yueru quickly ran to Mrs. Su to complain.
Oh, who are you? Mrs. Su looked Xiao Chen up and down.
Perhaps because of his supermodel figure and calm temperament, Mrs. Su was quite polite to him.
Hello, Mrs. Su. My name is Xiao Chen, and I'm Su Yueru's husband.
Mrs. Su opened her mouth in surprise.
Is Yueru married? I didn't even know.
That look of surprise was so realistic that if he hadn't learned from Su Yueru that her stepmother was an excellent actress, he might have really been fooled. Seeing that he did not explain, Mrs. Su continued, "Since he is Yueru's husband, he is the son-in-law of the Su family.
We are all family, and we should live in harmony with each other."
As she spoke, Mrs. Su led Xiao Chen to sit on the sofa and told the servants to serve tea to the guest.
After a busy period, Mrs. Su slowly spoke, "I wonder what Xiao has to do when he comes to the Su residence this time."
Before he could answer, Su Yueru said, "He said he came to propose marriage, but then he accused Xiao of stealing his things."
It's really inexplicable. Xiao Chen didn't explain anymore and just observed Mrs. Su's reaction.
There was no change on Mrs. Su's face as she continued to drink her tea calmly.
Chapter 51 Foreign Aid.
But Mrs. Su glanced at Su Yueru out of the corner of her eye while drinking tea.
Putting down the teacup, Mrs. Su asked seriously, "Yueru, is this really the case?"
After hearing this, Su Yueru immediately knelt down in front of Mrs. Su and explained, "Madam, you are wise.
I am innocent.
I don't know who instigated Xiao Chen to come and cause trouble for me." After that, he turned around and pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "I haven't seen you before, how could I steal your things?" Mrs. Su nodded and looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao, I watched Xiao Hao grow up.
His father died early, and his mother worked hard to raise him. So I am half his relative. Today you come to accuse Xiao Hao. Do you have any evidence?"
Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Su, who was taking sides, and said, "I don't have any evidence yet, but I have a photo of him appearing in my apartment.
My things disappeared on the night he showed up. If it was you, Mrs. Su, who lost something, what would you think?" Mrs. Su didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so confrontational.
She turned to look at Su Yueru, who was kneeling on the ground.
"Do you have anything to say?"
Su Yueru burst into tears and said, "Mrs. Su, my father died early, and it was not easy for my mother to raise me alone.
I usually feel very sorry for her.
Oh, she was cleaning at Miss Su's house, so I went to pick her up from get off work yesterday."
Xiao Chen watched his tears come and couldn't help but sigh that everyone in this family from top to bottom is an actor-level actor.
Mrs. Su smiled gently and said to him, Xiao, look.
This is all a misunderstanding.
Xiao Hao is a filial child, so there is nothing wrong with him picking up his mother from get off work. He sneered and said, "Well, it's okay to pick up mom from get off work.
But Sister Chen didn't go to work yesterday." Yueru sympathized with Sister Chen's age and let her work 3 days a week. She happened to be resting yesterday.
As soon as these words were spoken, Mrs. Su and Su Yueru's faces turned ugly.
"Oh, yes.
My mother didn't go to work yesterday, so I went to help her get the work clothes that she left behind for Miss Su."
Su Yueru hurriedly made up a lie.
Xiao Chen sneered at him and said, "Oh, look at my memory.
Sister Chen was at work yesterday. Don't you even know whether your mother went to work or not? Or are you hiding something?"
Su Yueru panicked and cursed, "You bastard, how dare you play tricks on me." As he said that, he wanted to get up from the ground and hit Xiao Chen. Mrs. Su's tone changed and she angrily scolded, "How dare you?
Who told you to hit anyone at will in the Su family? After scolding Shi Xiaohao, Mrs. Su turned to look at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Xiao, you said Xiaohao stole something from you. What was it? Tell us so that we can help you find it. Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Su, who looked hypocritical, and smiled. That's perfect, Mrs. Su is also familiar with this thing. What I lost is a rough pink diamond that has not been cut. As soon as he said this, everyone present changed their expressions. Su Yueru glanced at him secretly with a guilty look on his face. He didn't know that Xiao Chen had already bought back the pink diamond he had sold. He just thought that Su Yueru asked him to retrieve her mother's belongings. Shi Xiaohao looked at him in shock. Shi Xiaohao thought he had done things perfectly, but he didn't expect to be found so quickly. As for Mrs. Su, she was a woman who had experienced many hardships. She looked at Xiao Chen calmly and asked, What do you mean? How can I be familiar with your things? Xiao Chen smiled and replied, I made a slip of the tongue. What I meant was that the pink diamond I lost was actually a gift from Yueru's mother. It had been kept by the Su family before, but was later secretly sold by young Master Su, and I bought it back from the auction house. Mrs. Su wanted to argue but was interrupted by Xiao Chen, who raised his hand. He continued, If Mrs. Su doesn't believe me, you can go to the auction house to confirm it, but I'm not here to argue about the pink diamond being resold. I'm here to find the real culprit who stole the pink diamond from my home after I bought it back. At this time, Su Yueru couldn't help but blurt out, You bought the pink diamond back? That's great, Mom. Now Dad won't be angry with me anymore. Seeing Su Yueru confessing, Mrs. Su glared at him with disappointment. Since you are looking for the murderer who stole the pink diamond, why did you come to my house to look for it? Do you think I stole it? Mrs. Su deliberately said something unpleasant, but Xiao Chen did not respond but pointed at Shi Xiaohao, who was standing aside. How could I possibly question you, but this man is indeed a big suspect. So I'm going to take him back to the police station. Mrs. Su, do you mind? Seeing Xiao Chen's firm attitude, Mrs. Su didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, Shi Xiaohao tilted his head and looked at him and said, If you don't let me go, do I have to go? Do you think you are a policeman? If you insist on me going, then produce evidence. What's a broken photo? Evidence? If I find the stolen diamonds, you will have nothing to say, right? Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Su and said, Mrs. Su, can you open the Su family's safe for me to check? I think Shi Xiaohao must have hidden the stolen diamonds in it. Nonsense, what you said. Has our Su family become a den of thieves hiding stolen goods? You are bullying me, a woman. Can't I do anything to you? Mrs. Su spoke in a high-sounding manner, but she was very flustered inside. It was as if Xiao Chen knew all their plans and actions, and every word he said was so targeted. Now he even knew where the jewels were hidden. Don't worry, Mrs. Su. This is a den of thieves. Just open the safe and you'll know. If Mrs. Su keeps refusing, it will only make people suspicious, won't it? Xiao Chen used the method of provoking the opponent. Okay, come and see if you want. I'll see what you say then. Su Yueru said this heartlessly. He still couldn't understand why his mother treated Xiao Chen so politely, so he thought of taking this opportunity to give Xiao Chen a slap in the face. But he didn't know that he was actually undermining his mother. Nonsense, Yueru. Just shut up. Mrs. Su scolded. Is Mrs. Su feeling guilty? Xiao Chen made a sarcastic remark, but another majestic voice came. Take him to open the safe. I want to see what else he has to say. Su Jiqiang came in from outside, exhausted, accompanied by Mrs. Su's niece, Xiao Lingling. When the woman saw that things were not going well, she called Su Jiqiang to inform him of the situation, which is why he was able to come back so quickly. Su Jiqiang walked up to Xiao Chen and said coldly, No one has ever dared to humiliate my Su family, which has been established for 100 years. Since you insist that my wife has hidden your things, I will take you to check it out now. Chapter 52, Deep Scheming. As Su Jiqiang spoke, his expression became even gloomier. But let me be frank. If you can't find anything, don't blame me for suing you for defamation. He spoke seriously, and it was obvious that he was very angry with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't know what that scheming woman Xiao Lingling had said, but he couldn't care less now. He nodded carefully to indicate that he was willing to bear all the consequences. So Su Jiqiang walked in front and prepared to take Xiao Chen to open the Su family safe. At this time, Mrs. Su anxiously wanted to keep everyone, but it was too late. Everyone came to the room that Xiao Chen had seen in his memory before.
In front of everyone, Su Jiqiang removed the oil painting on the wall to reveal the huge safe inside. Then he punched in a combination and the safe opened. There was still a glittering array of jewels and precious stones inside, and people who had never seen it gasped. This is too extravagant. A diamond as big as a pigeon egg is placed casually in the brocade box. As people were staring at the jewels, Xiaochen noticed at a glance that the pink diamond that he had put in there earlier was missing. This matter is actually unexpected but also reasonable. Xiaochen had been entangled with Mrs. Su downstairs for so long, but he never saw Qiao Lingling. And she knew the password of the safe, so it was easy for her to exchange the diamonds. But now in front of everyone, it would be very difficult for Xiaochen to continue the investigation. As expected, Su Jiqiang turned around and looked at him and said in a deep voice, "What do you say now?" Xiaochen didn't want to explain anything hesitantly, so he just stared at Qiao Lingling without saying anything. Qiao Lingling was a little scared by his gaze and moved closer to Shi Xiuhao little by little. Mrs. Su had recovered from her panic and shouted, "Why aren't you talking? Where's the energy you had in your debate with the scholars just now?" Everyone took advantage of the situation and started to ridicule him. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, a beautiful woman walked in. Su Yueru finally returned to the Su residence after several years. The grass and trees here seemed to be the same as before, but the people and things had changed. She walked to Xiaochen's side amid everyone's surprised gazes, stretched out her hand to hold him, and said as if no one was around, "Husband, I couldn't find you anywhere. So you came here." The first person to react was Mrs. Su, Wen Meiying. She walked up to Su Yueru enthusiastically, took Su Yueru's hand, and said affectionately, "Xiaoya, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could ask the kitchen to make your favorite dishes." Su Yueru pulled her hand out coldly, wiped it with a disinfectant tissue and said, "I will use my own family, so I don't need to report to you in advance. All these years have passed, how come you still only have these tricks? You haven't improved at all." There was a flash of anger on Wen Meiying's face, but then she looked at Su Jiqiang beside her with grievance. Su Jiqiang saw that she bullied Wen Meiying as soon as she came back, and immediately scolded her, "If you talk to your mother like this again, get out of the Su family immediately." Wen Meiying pulled Su Jiqiang softly and said, "Master, don't be angry. Xiaoya must be in a bad mood. It's okay to let her say a few words." Su Yueru sneered and pulled Xiaochen to the safe. She looked at the things inside and then turned to look at Su Jiqiang and said, "Of course I will leave, but I will take what belongs to me before I leave." "Your stuff? No one can touch the safe without my permission." Su Jiqiang's face turned red and he yelled at her angrily. But she ignored him and handed a big cloth bag to Xiaochen, pointing at the jewels inside and said, "These are the jewels my mother left for me. Take them all." Hearing Su Yueru's words, Wen Meiying on the side became anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed Xiaochen's arm to stop him from moving. She shouted to Su Yueru frantically, "What evidence is there to prove that these are what your mother left for you? She has been dead for so many years. These are all given to me by the master. They are the jewels I have saved all my life. Don't even think about taking them away." Seeing Wen Meiying lose her composure like this, Su Yueru laughed instead. She took out a document from her bag and said, "This is a jewelry list that lawyer Lu personally drew up after my mother passed away. It clearly lists the details of the jewelry my mother left behind. You can take a look if you want." After she said that, Wen Meiying felt like a deflated balloon. Some lies people will believe to be true if they are told for a long time. She has always believed that these jewels belong to her. Now even she has forgotten that these jewels were actually left by Su Yueru's biological mother. Master. Do you really want her to take these away?" Wen Meiying looked at Su Jiqiang with resentful eyes. He waved his hand impatiently to indicate that he didn't care what Su Yueru did. Seeing that she had lost her last support, Wen Meiying didn't care about her dignity and sat on the ground weakly. Xiao Lingling was a perceptive person and quickly went forward to support her. But she was just in the stage of venting her anger, and Xiao Lingling coming over would be completely asking for trouble. She pushed away Xiao Lingling, who was squatting to support her, and Xiao Lingling fell to the ground without warning. "You little bitch, your father doesn't care about your mother and you don't want her. If I hadn't pitied you, I wouldn't have bothered to bring you here. I provide you with good food and drink, but you're just hanging out with men all day. You really have a conscience that has been eaten by a dog." Wen Meiying scolded Xiao Lingling in a roundabout way to vent her anger, and Xiao Lingling could only listen silently and shed tears. Xiaochen packed all the jewels, and the safe suddenly became bleak.
It was full of sparkling jewels just now, but now it was empty. Su Yueru looked at the gloomy faces of the people around her with satisfaction. When she was about to ask Xiao Chen to leave, Xiao Chen walked up to Xiao Lingling. He handed a tissue to Xiao Lingling, who was crying loudly. Xiao Lingling was slightly stunned and looked at the tall and straight Xiao Chen before she took the tissue. Just by touching Xiao Lingling's fingertips, Xiao Chen already knew the whereabouts of the pink diamond. It turned out that she had just taken the pink diamond out of the safe secretly while everyone was arguing downstairs. Because she was in a hurry and was nervous, she couldn't find the place to hide the pink diamond for a while. She casually wrapped up the pink diamond and hid it in her tight-fitting bra. Xiao Chen turned around and walked back to Su Yueru, whispering his guess into her ear. Su Yueru, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at the harmless-looking Xiao Lingling in surprise. He is so scheming at such a young age. She walked up to Xiao Lingling, who was still sobbing, and looked down at her condescendingly. Chapter 53, The Farce Ends. Su Yueru's cold eyes made Xiao Lingling feel uneasy, and she couldn't help but shrink herself. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked in a panic, looking at the men present with helpless eyes. This is a scheming woman who is good at taking advantage of the men around her. "Do you want to take it out yourself, or do I do it myself?" Su Yueru looked at her threateningly. "Take what? I don't understand what you are talking about." Although she said this, she was already slowly moving towards the wall. Su Yueru snorted coldly, grabbed her collar with one hand and reached into her clothes with the other. Xiao Lingling screamed in shock, and Shi Xiuhao rushed forward regardless and tried to pull Su Yueru away. But Xiao Chen stood in front of him and prevented him from touching Su Yueru. "Su Yueru, how long are you going to keep messing around? This is immoral and really ruins our family tradition." Su Jiqian shouted loudly and coughed repeatedly in anger. At this time, Su Yueru had already stood up, holding a small cloth bag in her hand. When she saw the cloth bag, Wen Meiying had already guessed what might be inside. Sure enough, when Su Yueru threw away the rag that was wrapped around it, the uncut pink diamond was inside. This is. Su Jiqian was a little surprised and speechless when he saw the pink diamond. He had looked for Su Yueru before because he heard Wen Meiying say that the pink diamond was sold by Su Yueqian. Although he searched all the golden buildings, big and small, in Longchang, he couldn't find it. Finally, he had no choice but to find Su Yueru, hoping that she would not hold Su Yueqian responsible. But now this pink diamond appeared in front of him again, and he couldn't help but feel surprised and angry. Su Yueru told Su Jiqian the whole story in a cold voice. After listening, he pointed at Su Yueqian with a trembling finger, then turned to look at Wen Meiying in disappointment. "You instructed Shi Xiuhao to do all this? Since Xiaoye has given up the matter, why did you bother to provoke her? This pink diamond was originally left to Xiaoye by her mother, why did you let someone steal it? You really disappoint me." As he said this, Su Jiqian slapped his hands on his thighs and hatred inside deeply. "Husband, listen to me. They are all wrongly accusing me. It was that little bitch Xiao Lingling who ordered Shi Xiuhao to steal things. I know nothing, husband." When Meiying cried and threw herself at Su Jiqian's feet, pointing at Shi Xiuhao and cursing, "You little jerk, I've known for a long time that you are not a good person. Not only did you lead Shen astray, but now you are also flirting with Xiao Lingling. Our Su family can't tolerate scum like you, get out of here right now." At the end of the conversation, when Meiying yelled at the top of her lungs, Xiao Lingling looked at her with tears in her eyes, while Shi Xiuhao clenched his fists in anger. "Wen Meiying, you stinky bitch, you clearly said that if I could steal the pink diamond for you, you would agree to let me and Lingling date. You even said that we could get married. Now you're trying to turn the tables and get away with it. I'm telling you it's impossible. If we have to die, we'll die together." After saying this, he looked like a scoundrel and simply lay down on the ground. This made Wen Meiying very angry, but she suddenly covered her chest and wailed in pain. The Su family father and son were immediately frightened by Wen Meiying's acting skills and thought she was really going to have a heart attack. The two of them hurriedly called a private doctor, and Shi Xiuhao, seeing that things were not going well, took advantage of the chaos to escape. Su Yueru looked coldly at Su Jiqian, who was sweating profusely in anxiety, and couldn't help but sigh that her father didn't treat her mother with such care back then. Having seen enough of the Su family's farce, Su Yueru said to Xiao Chen tiredly, "Husband, take me home." Xiao Chen nodded, and the two of them took all the jewels and left the Su family mansion. Back at the apartment, the two of them sat on the sofa and poured out all the jewels in the bag in one breath. Suddenly the room was filled with jewels and precious stones.
Xiao Qin couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the table full of diamonds the size of pigeon eggs. Su Yueru saw that he didn't speak for a long time, so she asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Don't speak. I think I made the right decision by marrying you," he said half-jokingly, reaching out to hug Su Yueru tightly. Today has been a really long day, especially meeting the Su family. He was even more certain of one thing, that it was not easy for Su Yueru to grow up to be so strong and kind. Su Yueru hit him on the chest, but then leaned closer to his chest. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the pink diamond. It was the last gift my mother gave me. It means a lot to me." Xiao Qin touched her soft long hair, stroking it gently and slowly. "I will take good care of you in your aunt's place in the future. I swear," Xiao Chen said from the bottom of his heart. Su Yueru looked up at him affectionately and said, "I believe you." As expected, Xiao Chen kissed her again, but when things got out of control, he stopped decisively. Su Yueru looked at him doubtfully, and said a little embarrassedly, "I now agree that you can do what you want to do." Looking at Su Yueru's blushing face, he bit his tongue hard and ordered himself to wake up. "I still owe you a wedding. I hope that what other women have, you must have too. And it must be 100 times better than them. So I won't do anything to you today." Seeing that he was so determined, Su Yueru suddenly scolded him angrily and ran back to her room. Xiao Chen stayed where he was, putting away the jewelry while trying to figure out what she meant. The next day, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru went to the bank together and stored all the jewelry in Su Yueru's own private safe. After a series of changes, both of them felt that they should relax and have a date first. Before the date, Xiao Chen took Su Yueru to a nearby lottery station. Because all his money was used to buy diamonds, and his previous savings were taken away by Qin Yuejia. So he is now almost a beggar, trying to prepare some money for the date. He decided to try his luck at the lottery station. Maybe he would become a billionaire by accident. When he arrived at the lottery station, Xiao Chen symbolically bought a few lottery tickets. But he was actually waiting for today's sign and reward. "I hope to win 10 million. I hope to win 10 million. He repeated this to himself as he scratched the first lottery ticket. "Thank you for participating." The lottery was mocking him mercilessly, and the system did not respond at all. "I hope to win 1 million. I hope to win 1 million. Maybe he was too greedy just now, so the system did not fulfill his wish, so he changed the amount and continued to pray. Chapter 54 Koi Carp. Another thank you for participating. Xiao Chen was a little discouraged. The system is not working well today. It would be fine if he could win a few $100s, so he scratched the lottery ticket and prayed silently again. Su Yueru couldn't help but burst out laughing. When she saw Xiao Chen holding the lottery ticket and praying devoutly, she couldn't help but think he was really cute. "Did you know that the odds of winning the lottery are actually lower than being struck by lightning?" Su Yueru teased. Xiao Chen scratched his head and threw the invalid lottery ticket into the trash can. Then he handed the last lottery ticket to Su Yueru and said, "Then let me see if you will be struck by lightning." Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen suddenly became happy, thinking that it was still late. So he silently said in his heart, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the koi physique for the day. Koi physique? Does it mean that you will be very lucky today? Although it is only one day, if you are lucky enough, you may become a multi-millionaire. Thinking of this, he felt a little comforted. "Yeah, I won the prize," Su Yueru suddenly exclaimed. He took the lottery ticket from Su Yueru's hand, and the winning amount appeared on it, 100,000 renminbi. Because the maximum winning amount for the scratch ticket he bought was 100,000 yuan, Su Yueru won the first prize. Why is it that she is the one who won the prize even though I have the physique of a koi fish? Xiao Chen thought a little puzzled. But then he understood, and as expected, when he saw the small print reminder of the sign and reward, he was so angry that he was speechless. It clearly says only effective for beautiful women. In other words, even if he has the physique of a koi, luck will not come to him. To put it bluntly, Xiao Chen is just a koi fish that can hold wishes. Is the koi fish's wish important? Of course it doesn't matter. But when he saw Su Yueru's happy expression, he felt a little relieved. See, if a person lives long enough, it's possible for him to be struck by lightning. He said this, preparing to leave with a lack of interest. Unexpectedly, Su Yueru, who had tasted the sweetness for the first time, did not follow him, but ran to the lottery station and bought a lot of lottery tickets. As a junior female billionaire with a net worth of billions, this little prize is nothing to be excited about. But Su Yueru was experiencing the thrill of being struck by lightning for the first time, so she bought some of each type of lottery ticket. Most of them were the kind where the prizes were drawn directly, so she could find out right away if she had one. With Xiao Chen, the living koi, around her, it can be said that almost all of her lottery tickets won the jackpot. In the end, a large group of spectators stood around and watched her scratch the lottery tickets. Every time a ticket was opened, she won one. And every time she won one, she lost interest in the lottery ticket and gave it to the people watching nearby. Finally, after offering a large number of various rewards, she was finally willing to leave. Before leaving, she handed the last lottery ticket to Xiao Chen and looked at him provocatively. Looking at her proud little look, Xiao Chen scratched his lottery ticket. Not surprisingly, "Thank you for your patronage" appeared in front of him again. Su Yueru laughed at him for this, and then the two of them continued walking on the street. For the next half day, no matter what Su Yueru did, she would receive special treatment. Although she was the most beautiful woman, she was usually the focus of people's attention and preferential treatment. But today this kind of privilege and luck is particularly frequent. Even when she went to buy an ice cream, the clerk would pile up so many pieces before handing them to her. What made her happiest was that the two of them went to draw various blind boxes together. The blind boxes that were usually the hardest to open seemed to appear one after another today as if they were everywhere. Xiao Chen stood aside holding a large pile of dolls. Seeing her carefree smile, Xiao Chen also became happy. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Sister Yang calling. He hesitated whether to accept it, but then he thought that Pink Diamond was recovered thanks to Sister Yang's help. So he picked up the phone. Sister Yang came straight to the point and said she needed his help, and even reminded him that he owed her a favor. There is no room for excuses now. After Xiao Chen hung up the phone, he told Su Yueru about Sister Yang. She was not unhappy but put herself in his shoes. It's never nice to owe someone a favor, so go ahead and don't worry. I also have something to do at the company, so let's meet at home tonight. She smiled sweetly and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Xiao Chen took a taxi to Sister Yang's address and found that it was a high-rise office building in a bustling commercial district. After I explained my purpose downstairs, the receptionist called to confirm. Soon Sister Yang came down to pick him up in person. As soon as they met, Sister Yang said a little embarrassedly, "Xiao Chen, I don't want to use favors to force you to come. But this time it is an emergency, so I can only resort to this last resort. I hope you can understand." He waved his hand nonchalantly to indicate that everything was fine, and then asked what had happened. Sister Yang replied sadly, "It's Yang Yin. She really likes Director Chen's work, so she was looking forward to the audition opportunity. But now she suddenly doesn't want to go and won't listen to anything you say. She even locked herself in the dressing room and refused to come out." He was confused after hearing this, as he was unfamiliar with the entertainment industry. He neither watched movies nor followed any celebrities. "Sister Yang, since you can't persuade her, what can I do?" Xiao Chen thought that his relationship with Yang Yin was not as good as hers with Sister Yang. They had only had a brief intersection. Sister Yang looked at him helplessly and said, "Yin may not listen to me, but I feel she may listen to you." Just when he was about to question, Sister Yang impatiently pushed him to the door of Yang Yin's dressing room. "Yin, Xiao Chen is here. You can go meet him." There was silence inside the door. He shrugged at Sister Yang to indicate that he was of no use. As a result, the door suddenly opened a little from the inside, and Yang Yin looked out from inside. After seeing him, she opened the door a little and went back into the dressing room. Sister Yang clasped her hands together and gestured to him, hoping that he could persuade her well. Xiao Chen had no choice but to push open the door of the dressing room and go in. After hesitating for a moment, he closed the door again. Yang Yin was sitting in front of the makeup mirror with her back to him. He slowly walked over and cleared his throat. Before he could say anything, Yang Yin suddenly lay on the table and sobbed. He suddenly panicked, wondering what he had done wrong. He walked over and patted her head awkwardly. Yang Yin's hair was smooth and shiny, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Chapter 55, Mirror Incident. Yang Yin was startled by his sudden and intimate behavior. She looked up at him and said angrily, "What are you doing? Pervert." He scratched his head a little sheepishly and said, "Your hair is so nice, I couldn't help but touch it."
What's good about that? It's so dull. I feel like there's nothing good about me.
As she spoke, her eyes dimmed.
Xiao Chen then understood what was wrong with her. This should be a common psychological problem among modern people.
For working people like him who are struggling on the survival line, there is no time to have psychological problems.
But for people who pursue a higher quality of life, life is more than just about the present. Yang Yin is undoubtedly a person suffering from depression.
Once a person becomes depressed, he or she tends to feel that life is hopeless, and his or her evaluation of himself or herself will also decline. Faced with such a situation, all people around can do is listen and encourage them at all times. So Xiao Chen held her shoulders and let her look at herself in the mirror without makeup. She looked at her face with a bit of despair and said, "I look too ordinary.
I will definitely not be chosen by Director Chen."
If he didn't know that she might be depressed, he would have thought that Yang Yin was being coquettish. As the most influential female star in the modern film and television industry, even he who never watches TV knows her works well. All this is not only due to her acting talent but also to her unforgettable beauty.
Then why do I think you are so beautiful? There shouldn't be any man in this world who doesn't like you. He comforted. Really? But I really don't have the confidence that I can win that role. Can I play a stunning beauty well? Yang Yin asked a little worriedly. You don't need to act, you are a stunning beauty.
No one is sure of what they will do, we are all trying our best to live our lives. Ha, Xiao Chen even wants to give himself full marks for this chicken soup. Sure enough, she was a little shaken, but then she became depressed again.
It's too late. I just sent the makeup artist away. Now there's less than an hour until the audition starts. I think I'd better give up.
Hearing her say this, Xiao Chen immediately laughed.
It's easy. I can do it for you. She immediately looked at him warily and said, "This is not a joke, do you know how to put on makeup?"
He rolled up his sleeves, pressed her in front of the mirror and said, "You'll know in a minute." Then he laid out all the makeup brushes and looked carefully at her face. Xiao Chen activated the makeup skill, and the system automatically displayed the best makeup suggestions for Yang Yin. As expected, the system praised her looks. Yang Yin felt a little shy when he looked at her, and urged her, "How long are you going to stare at me?
Do you know how to put on makeup?"
He reached out and pulled out a wet towel and handed it to her, motioning for her to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes first.
Then he began to put makeup on Yang Yin.
Since the system has strengthened and upgraded his physical fitness, his movements are now so fast that it seems he doesn't need to think. Yang Yin followed his instructions obediently, closing her eyes and tilting her head, like a Barbie doll at the mercy of others. It took him about 10 minutes to finish all his makeup. He patted her shoulder and motioned for her to look up. The moment she looked up, she was stunned by herself in the mirror. Even though she was in a state of self-denial, she had to admit this fact. The person in the mirror was so beautiful, and the delicate makeup magnified all the beauty in her. With her high nose bridge, innocent big eyes and beautiful lips like petals, at this moment she is Nua's creation showing off her skills.
How can you put on such beautiful makeup? Is this really me?
According to the principles of physics, it is indeed you in the mirror.
So you have to believe in science.
To her, such a straightforward answer seemed like the highest level of love words. Seeing that her mood had improved significantly, Xiao Chen offered to take her to the screening. Although she still had some concerns, she readily agreed when she heard that Xiao Chen was going to take her there.
When Yang Yin appeared in front of everyone radiantly, everyone exclaimed in amazement and cheered.
Sister Yang secretly gave him a thumbs up to show that she was not mistaken about Xiao Chen.
He drove the agency's business car to take her to Director Chen's interview site.
After entering, the two found that many celebrities who came to see her were already gathered there. There are little-known 18th-tier stars as well as senior actresses who are often active in movies and TV shows.
Without exception, these women were dressed gorgeously and had exquisite makeup.
At this time, Yang Yin wanted to retreat again. She pulled Xiao Chen's hand and wanted to leave. But Xiao Chen pulled her back and whispered in her ear, "Today will be your lucky day.
You will win the favor of Director Chen and get the opportunity you have always dreamed of. Believe me."
She looked at him intently with her eyes wide open, then nodded with determination. At this time, a beautiful woman dressed in fashionable clothes walked out of the viewing room.
She looked at everyone arrogantly as if none of them were her match. Finally, she set her gaze on Yang Yin, and her expression softened immediately. "Yin, I thought I might see you. I didn't expect you to come here."
The woman walked over charmingly, swaying her slender waist. Yang Yin seemed to be at a loss, as if she was under some kind of oppression.
Sister Lu, you're here for the audition too?
She spoke softly, not daring to meet the man's gaze.
Of course, this is Director Chen's movie.
I have worked with him several times before, so I hope to continue working with him this time. The confident tone of her voice made it seem as if she was determined to win the audition. The woman said this and turned to look at Xiao Chen. She looked him up and down and then started to giggle.
Yin is still as timid as she was back then.
Why does she bring her boyfriend with her to just an audition?
Yang Yin quickly explained, Sister Lu, you misunderstood.
He is not my boyfriend, he... She was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to introduce Xiao Chen. They seemed close, but there was little interaction between them. Seeing that she stopped talking, the woman waved her hands to show her understanding.
Most artists would not admit their love relationship.
Without waiting for her to explain anything, the woman gave her a wink and left.
As soon as the man left,
Yang Yin fell towards Xiao Chen as if she had lost her strength. Xiao Chen caught her and asked about her condition with concern. Yang Yin waved her hands to indicate that she was fine, but she looked listless as if she had lost everything.
Chapter 56 Job Invitation.
Seeing her so depressed, Xiao Chen took her to a lounge to rest.
You must feel like I'm useless. I don't have to do anything, just stand there.
I'm almost scared to death by her. She whispered discouraging words.
Xiao Chen shook his head.
He could use more chicken soup to cheer her up. But what she needed most now was to get herself out of that state of retreat and discouragement. He bought 2 cans of drinks from the vending machine and handed one to Yang Yin. She looked at the drink in her hand and smiled bitterly. Everyone says I'm lucky, that I was born as a child star and became famous at a young age, but in fact I feel very inferior, and I have been bullied by older kids since I was a child. She paused and continued, some things happened a long time ago, but the pain they brought me makes me feel like I'm still living in yesterday.
I've never been lucky. I haven't even won another bottle in my life.
As she said this, she actually started crying. Xiao Chen patted her on the back silently, and after she calmed down, he said, a lot of things have passed, and you are no longer the crybaby Yang who was bullied by others.
Who are you now? You are the big star Yang Yin who is loved by countless otakus. He picked up the drink in his hand, unscrewed it, took a look, and then smiled bitterly and continued, other things won't be possible for a while, but another bottle is a must. If you don't believe me, look at the bottle in your hand, there must be a prize. Yang Yin glanced at the drink cap in his hand, which had thank you for trying written in large letters on it. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, twisting her drink as she spoke, you can't even win the prize yourself, why are you still making promises for me? Then she turned over the bottle cap and saw that it really had the words another bottle on it. Wow, I really won a prize. I've never won a prize in my life. Look.
She showed her another bottle to Xiao Chen in a boastful manner, and looked so proud as if she had won 5 million. She held the winning bottle cap in her hand and looked at it over and over again. Then she stood in front of Xiao Chen and spoke loudly as if she had made up her mind. I decided to take the audition seriously and I must get this role. I want to let those who used to bully me know that I, Yang Yin, am no longer the little crybaby I used to be.
I am now a shining queen. It is said that confident women are the most beautiful.
At this moment, Yang Yin really exudes a breathtaking charm. When the two appeared in front of everyone again, they were shocked by the sudden increase in Yang Yin's aura. Everyone watched her walk into the viewing room. When she reached the door, she held Xiao Chen and whispered, "You will wait for me, right?"
He couldn't bear to refuse poor Yang Yin, so he had to nod and agree.
The 10-minute interview time was up, but she didn't come out. Xiao Chen was a little worried about her condition, wondering if she would suddenly have a breakdown during the audition. After waiting for another long 10 minutes, just when he couldn't sit still anymore, Yang Yin finally walked out with a relaxed pace.
Come on, I'll treat you to a nice meal.
As soon as she went out, she excitedly hugged Xiao Chen's arm.
He nudged her a little embarrassedly and said, "How's the mirror? You look so happy, so it should be okay?"
She skipped and walked in front of Xiao Chen, vividly imitating the scene when she was looking in the mirror. She used her hands to pull her eyes into a thin slit, imitating Director Chen's small eyes, and lowered her voice to imitate Director Chen's speech. "Well, you performed very well. It fits the image of the heroine in my mind very well. You have great potential, and I hope you will continue to work hard in the future."
After imitating, she danced happily for a while. "You tell me how good I am." Director Chen said I acted the best. Yang Yin said proudly. Amazing, you are indeed worthy of being the national goddess.
He gave a thumbs up and praised. Now she was even more excited and insisted on dragging Xiao Chen out to eat. He checked the time and saw that it was almost time for dinner, so he politely declined her invitation.
Just as he was about to take a taxi to leave, Yang Yin stopped him and asked, "Are you interested in working for me? I know you are rich, but I really admire you."
Faced with her job invitation, Xiao Chen was also a little moved. On the one hand, his savings were almost used up. As a man with hands, feet and self-respect, he could not accept Su Yueru giving him living expenses. On the other hand, he felt quite bored just staying at home every day. However, the job that Yang Yin proposed should be that of an agent, and he had no experience in this area.
Seeing his hesitation, Yang Yin quickly said, "I won't urge you to make a decision now. Call me when you've made up your mind, okay?" He thought about it and decided to do this first.
The two said goodbye and he took a taxi back to his apartment. As soon as he entered the apartment, he felt a clear difference. The air was filled with a mixed smell of paste and rice. He slowly walked to the kitchen and saw Su Yueru's busy back at the cooking table. He walked over gently and hugged her from behind.
This sudden action scared Su Yueru. She held a knife in her hand and said with surprise, "How come you came back so soon? I thought you would be back in a while." He carefully avoided the blade in Su Yueru's hand, reached out to take the knife and asked in confusion, "Are you preparing to cook dinner?"
She looked at the mess on the table and nodded shyly. Xiao Chen keenly noticed that she had several band-aids on her hands, and said distressfully, "You don't have to do these things in the future, just sit on the sofa obediently when you come back." She pouted at him, pretending to be angry and said, "Do you think I'm stupid or that my cooking is bad? I feel sorry for you. If I see you doing this again, I will." Before he finished speaking, Su Yueru puffed out her chest and threatened, "What are you going to do?" He stared at her pink lips, kissed her and said, "I'll kiss you and see if you're afraid." This made Su Yueru look shy. She turned away from him and cursed, "You rascal." Xiao Chen smiled and stopped talking, then turned around and cleaned up the mess on the table. Then he turned on his cooking skills, and in just over 10 minutes a table full of delicious food was served. Su Yueru looked at him with stars in her eyes, picked up her chopsticks and started to eat with relish. While eating, he briefly reported to her what happened today. As a couple, he hopes that they can share information without hiding anything.
Su Yueru ate while listening and asked some questions from time to time.
When she heard Yang Yin asking Xiao Chen to work for her, she urged him to agree without thinking.
Chapter 57, Back to the Old Business.
Xiao Chen was a little surprised that she didn't mind at all.
Normally speaking, wouldn't most people be angry if a beautiful woman approached their husband? But instead of being angry, she encouraged him to work for Yang Yin. "I feel like you're well suited for a job like that, where you can use all the things you're good at. And the fact that a beautiful woman recruited you shows that I have good taste. My husband is just irresistible."
Su Yueru smiled sweetly at him. Even though she said that, Xiao Chen still wanted to think about it, and he had some other ideas in his mind.
"Yueru, do you know what I did before I married you?"
He asked a little nervously, because they got married so quickly that they didn't know each other very well.
"I know, you're a delivery man.
I fainted before because you didn't even deliver the order, but sent me to the hospital instead.
It was because of what you did that I decided to marry you." He didn't expect Su Yueru to say that.
As a female CEO worth billions, it was impossible for her to marry a delivery man no matter how you looked at it.
"What would you think if I wanted to go back to delivering food?"
He looked into Su Yueru's clear eyes, wondering if she would think he was a person without great ambitions.
"I don't have any special thoughts.
Whether you become a manager for female stars or deliver takeout, it's your choice and your life.
But no matter what you do, it can't change the fact that you are my husband."
She kissed Xiao Chen gently on the face and whispered, "Do whatever you want.
I will support you."
Sure enough, Xiao Chen once again confirmed that he and Su Yueru must have taken the wrong script. But he was still very touched when she said that. The main reason why he planned to go back to delivering food was because of his special system. The activation of the system was related to the place where he was, but now wandering around aimlessly every day did not help him study the system at all. So he might as well use the method of delivering takeout to study the relationship between the region and the system. In addition, Su Yueru now supports him so much, so Xiao Chen is more determined to go back to deliver food. The two of them were intimate for a while, and he looked up at the clock. He found that it was 5 minutes to midnight, and his koi physique was about to disappear. So Xiao Chen suggested that she make her last wish as soon as possible. Su Yueru closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and silently made a wish in her heart. Seeing her so pious, Xiaochen asked her what wish she made, but she just smiled and said she needed to keep it secret. After that, the two said goodbye and returned to their rooms. Suddenly, a text message was sent to Xiaochen's phone. It was a text message from Yang Yin, saying that she had not been chosen as the leading actress. The sister Lu I met today actually joined the group with money and was the heroine chosen by the sponsor, so she didn't have any chance from the beginning. But director Chen saw that she had a talent for acting, so he specially chose her as the second female lead.
No matter how you look at it, this is the best outcome.
Xiaochen sent a text message to comfort and congratulate her, and then he looked at the time when Yang Yin sent the message.
At 5 minutes past 12, luck finally failed to resist the power of capital. The next morning, Xiaochen returned to his rental house in the old city.
As expected, he ran into the lazy Hosey again.
Seeing him coming back, Hosey hugged him excitedly and shouted, "Brother Chen, did you come back to accompany me? How do you know I've been lonely these days?"
He ignored Hosey's disgusting words and turned back to his room.
"What's wrong? Brother Chen? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law?" Hosey added in a provocative manner. He rolled his eyes at Hosey and found the work clothes he wore when delivering food from the closet.
"In fact, I haven't been delivering food for only 10 days or half a month, but for some reason it seems like a long time has passed." Seeing him take off his clothes and put on a delivery uniform, Hosey asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, why don't you say something? What are you doing?" After getting dressed, Xiaochen looked up at Hosey and said, "What can I do?" "I'm going to work." "Work? What kind of work?" Seeing that Hosey was still looking at him blankly, he couldn't help but pat Hosey on the back of his head and said, "Go deliver food."
"Are you going to be the president of the country?" Hosey's jaw almost dropped. He shouted exaggeratedly, "Delivering food? You are a billionaire and you want to deliver food? Brother, have you let the money burn your brain?"
As he spoke, Hosey reached out and wanted to touch his forehead. Xiaochen pushed his hand away and spat, "You're the one who's crazy.
I'm a food delivery guy. What else can I do if not this?"
After saying that, he prepared to go downstairs to work. Hosey watched him leave and couldn't help muttering, "I really don't understand the world of rich people." Speaking of food delivery, apart from the hard work of running around in the wind and sun, it is actually a pretty good job. Working hours are also relatively flexible. As long as you communicate well, you can work and leave work according to your own ideas. Without the pressure of survival, Xiaochen came to work as a way to kill time. Because he had given notice in advance, even if he didn't come to work for half a month, no one would come and give him orders when he came back. Of course, the turnover rate of personnel in the food delivery industry is relatively high, so people don't care too much about who comes and who leaves. Riding his beloved electric scooter, Xiaochen felt as if he had become the little office worker who had no other distractions except saving money. Because he hadn't delivered food for a long time, some routes were a little unfamiliar to him. The former little prince of takeout in Longcheng is now as stable as an 80-year-old man.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you going to move on or not? Stop standing on the street like an idiot, okay?"
A loud voice came from behind him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to find that it was a stranger.
He must have come during his absence. Seeing him looking back at her, the loud voice became even more arrogant. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your grandfather?" These words were so infuriating to hear that Xiaochen almost wanted to go up and give that guy a beating. But thinking that he still had orders to deliver, he could only suppress his anger temporarily, started his electric scooter and prepared to leave. "Humph, another idiot."
The loud man cursed again before leaving. Noon is the busiest time for takeout, and Xiaochen gradually returned to his previous state. There are fewer orders in the afternoon, so everyone gathers in the shade to rest. Xiaochen was just about to take a nap when he was kicked awake by someone. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was the loud-voiced man he had met before.
Chapter 58, Loud and Annoying Voice. "I heard that you were once known as the Little Prince of Dragon City Takeout, and you were the fastest delivery man in this area, right?" The loud man put his hands in his pockets and looked at him arrogantly. He was disturbed just after falling asleep, so he was a little angry and answered in a bad tone, "So what? The fact is the fact, there is no need for me to talk nonsense to a deaf ear." Hearing his unfriendly answer, the loudmouth suddenly got angry. "How dare a pretty boy like you say that you are the fastest takeout delivery man in Longcheng? I tell you, I, Sun Yanxiao, am the fastest takeout delivery man in Longcheng." He was too disdainful to argue with such a fool, so he just said perfunctorily, "Okay, I get it. You can do it as soon as possible." He was no longer interested in arguing with Sun Yanxiao about issues like these that only junior high school students would argue about. He turned on his phone to check if there were any orders to be delivered. He spent half a day delivering parcels today, but the system still didn't respond. Seeing that he ignored him, Sun Yanxiao felt that he was asking for trouble. The crowd who were watching were expecting a good show, but when they saw that the two of them didn't make any movement, they all left in disappointment. "I want to compete with you in a real way and make you admit defeat sincerely." Sun Yanxiao ignored Xiao Chen's impatience and talked about his plans. "We will all start taking orders in a while, and we will see who can deliver the most orders by 6 o'clock. If I lose, I will admit that you are the fastest takeout in Longcheng, but if you lose, you have to leave this area and disappear from my sight." Xiao Chen was speechless after hearing his unreasonable request. Why should I compete with such a fool? And winning would not do me any good. I'm not interested. He lowered his head to look at his phone to confirm the order, with no intention of paying any attention to Sun Yanxiao. "Humph, I knew it. You look like a decent person, but you are actually a coward. Then admit that you are incompetent, and I will let you go." This sentence made his anger, which had been extinguished, burn again. A real man cannot admit that he is not capable. "Do you really want to compete? That's not fake, whoever is cowardly is a wimp." He provoked Xiao Chen and said, "Okay, then I'll do as you say." Seeing that he agreed readily, Sun Yanxiao clapped his hands and praised him. Then, the two of them found several colleagues to act as witnesses, and from then on they began their order battle. Soon Sun Yanxiao received the order and set off, and Xiao Chen also received an order and prepared to leave. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? He was shocked to think that his emotional fluctuations could also trigger the system to sign in. So he silently said in his heart, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unparalleled racing skill. Wow, that sounds cool. He is usually very fast in delivering food and can basically complete a few orders faster than his colleagues. I wonder if the racing skills I've acquired this time will help me reach even higher speeds. With that in mind, he checked the attached information again, which clearly stated applicable to any vehicle in road conditions. At the same time, when he acquired the racing skills, the system also gave him the most complete spatial map of Dragon City. His brain was instantly filled with the unfolding three-dimensional image. Not only did he see the detailed traffic conditions of various streets, but even the route he took to deliver the takeaway food was clearly marked. The current Xiao Chen has an appointment with the Baidu map of a human body. He set off with full confidence, and from the time he received the order to the time he arrived at the merchant, he was almost in a state of drifting on the road. This was an experience of extreme speed that he had never had before. Even when he was sitting in the store waiting for the takeaway, he still hadn't recovered from the smoothness of his body spontaneously operating the e-donkey. Because the entire journey was relatively short, he reached the store with just a few operations. Still not satisfied, he decided to experience this lightning-fast feeling again. Soon, the merchant prepared the takeaway food. He placed the takeaway in the insulated box at the back of the car and climbed on board in a cool manner, as if he was riding not an electric scooter but an eye-catching high-end scooter. When to accelerate, when to slow down, when is the best time to turn, and when to start a false start, this series of operations seems to be engraved in his blood. It was fast, really fast, and people saw him as if they were seeing a fleeting shadow. But he still operated very safely. The traffic lights and pedestrians seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. If he wanted, he could get around everything at the fastest speed and the safest route. The more orders he received, the more relaxed he became in his operations. When he was waiting for takeout at the store, he happened to meet Loudspeaker running in anxiously with sweat all over his face. As soon as he entered the door, he did not see Xiao Chen, but anxiously shouted to the kitchen, "Brother Wang, please make my order first. The customer is in a hurry, and I was delayed for a while because I just sent him off." The chef in the kitchen replied without even looking up, "Okay, I'll make it for you after I finish making that, guys." The loudmouth turned around and saw Xiao Chen, who was calm and composed. He immediately boasted, "Are you still resting here? I've delivered more than 30 orders." He didn't have the heart to attack the loudspeaker, so he silently drank water from his thermos. The chef came out of the kitchen, put his takeaway on the table and said, "Hey, you're so fast. I've seen you come here at least 10 times in just a short while. Are other restaurants so busy?
He took the takeaway with a smile. This was not the restaurant he visited most often. So far, he has delivered nearly 70 or 80 orders, and this is even without him exerting his full strength.
He picked up his takeaway and left, but Loudspeaker felt very uneasy.
He has been competitive for so many years, but he has never encountered such a tough opponent. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. Gooden, where are you?
Don't go deliver the food yet, I have something wrong. Ask some brothers to come over.
The other side seemed to be saying something, and he added impatiently, don't waste time, I will make up for all the orders you lost today.
Yes, tough guy, bring your weapons. After giving the instructions, he picked up his takeaway and left.
On the other side, Xiao Chen gradually felt no pressure at all. With his current driving skills, even with two loudmouths they would not be his match. So, he deliberately slowed down his pace and delivered the express leisurely. It wasn't until he drove into a narrow road that he suddenly felt something was wrong. There were two electric delivery vehicles parked in front of him, and a young man with yellow hair was following slowly behind him.
He deliberately turned into the alley next to him. Chapter 59, Ferrari's Takeaway Tour.
Although he avoided the two people blocking the road in front, the young man with yellow hair behind him did not intend to give up easily. He followed Xiao Chen closely, and the two of them wandered around in the alley. Xiao Chen activated the system's built-in map navigation function, and the layout of this urban village immediately appeared in his mind. While avoiding possible obstacles, he slowly distanced himself from the little yellow-haired boy. He didn't shake the little yellow-haired guy off immediately because he wanted to know why they were chasing him here. Finally, at the entrance of the alley leading to the main street, he saw the loud-voiced man. Humph, you didn't expect me to be waiting for you here. Let me tell you, your grandpa was born here, and no one knows this place better than me.
Now that you've fallen into my hands, it's not unfair to you.
As he spoke, the loud-voiced man glanced proudly at the group of little yellow-haired people who were slowly gathering together. They had completely blocked Xiao Chen in the alley.
You are trying to trick me. Didn't you say you wanted to compete with me in a fair and square competition? It's really unbecoming of you to trick me like this.
Xiao Chen shook his head and said. Seeing that he was still so calm at this time, the loud man yelled angrily, you were the one who cheated first.
Who can deliver nearly 100 orders in such an afternoon? Are you flying for me?
You cheated first, so don't blame me for being rude. He listened, shrugged innocently and said, I didn't use any tricks, nor do I bother to use any tricks.
As for whether you believe it or not, I don't care.
The loud man snapped his fingers and walked towards him. Whether you are real or fake, you are unlucky to meet your grandpa today.
Seeing several people coming over aggressively, he said helplessly, is there no other choice?
No one paid any attention to him, even little yellow hair and his friends picked up their weapons. Xiao Chen sighed and parked his electric scooter in the corner to prevent it from being damaged if he really started to use it.
In a flash, several loudmouths rushed forward and tried to suppress his resistance by using a group fight.
But what few people didn't expect was that he would be so good at fighting. He looks harmless standing in the crowd, but when he fights, every move he makes is full of power.
Moreover, he directly attacked the opponent's vulnerable parts and eliminated all the threats from the opponent.
After taking away the tools of Xiao Huangmao and his men, he knocked them to the ground. Finally, he came in front of Loud Voice again. He raised his hands and was about to hit Loud Voice on the head. Loud Voice was so scared that he quickly covered his head.
Unexpectedly, it was just a feint.
He raised his leg and kicked the loudmouth hard on the leg. When he bent down to hug his thighs, Xiao Chen raised his hand and slapped him on the exposed face. He used all his strength in this slap. So the loud-voiced man's face instantly became much taller, and he even spit out 2 teeth from his mouth. He instantly looked at Xiao Chen with red eyes, and said in disbelief, you dare to hit me?
Bah, I tell you, I have thousands of brothers.
If you dare to touch me again, my brothers will kill you directly. Although he said harsh words, the bruises on his face and the blood foam in his mouth greatly reduced the threat of his words. Seeing Xiao Chen coming towards him again, he squatted down and hugged his head and shouted loudly, we are in a society ruled by law now.
You are breaking the law by doing this.
His words made Xiao Chen laugh out of anger.
You still know about the rule of law? Weren't you the one who first found someone to block me?
I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter, brother.
We can say that we didn't know each other until we fought. So if you let me go, I won't bother you again. Okay?
Later on, the loud voice even sounded a little pleading. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and threw the key of his electric scooter to the loudmouth.
Because you keep pestering me, I'm going to be late for an order.
So, you can help me ride my bike back to the gathering point. I'll go deliver the takeaway first. As he spoke, he took out a takeaway package from his thermal box.
The loud man said with a bit of trepidation, "It's okay for me to ride back, but I took your bike away. How can I deliver the food?"
At this time, he waved towards the alley facing the main road, and Hosey came running over.
"Brother Chen, is it over? I was just admiring your heroic figure over there, you are so handsome."
Hosey flattered him, but he ignored him.
"Is the car coming?"
Hosey quickly handed him the keys to the Ferrari and said, "Don't worry, I'll do the job."
"It's already parked on the side of the road." He nodded, then walked towards Main Street with the takeaway.
The loud guy was a little curious about what he was going to do, so he followed him quietly from behind.
When they arrived at the main street, Xiao Chen got into the Ferrari directly with the takeaway. Hosey ran to the passenger seat and sat down. At this time, Loudspeaker opened his eyes and looked at the two people in disbelief. They drove a Ferrari to deliver takeout. I wonder if these two people have some serious illness. Buckle up.
Xiao Chen said something and stuffed the takeaway into Hosey's hand again. Then he started the Ferrari directly, and the moment it started, the Ferrari rushed out like a ferocious cheetah. With a whistling sound that pierced the air, the Ferrari left the crowd far away. The loudmouth who was standing there in a daze was suddenly awakened by a push from his younger brother.
"Boss, who is that guy? Are there still rich people like him who drive Ferraris and deliver takeouts?"
The little yellow-haired boy stared at the direction where the Ferrari disappeared, sighing with envy.
"Don't you think I was a bit too harsh just now?"
The loud voice murmured.
"No, I knocked out both of your teeth." Hearing Huang Mao's words, he glared at him fiercely.
"I mean, we didn't hit him too hard. If we hurt him, we'd all be finished." He felt a little uneasy when he thought about the possibility of being targeted by Xiao Chen and even being sued in court. "We did hit him hard, but we didn't hit him."
"But boss, we can't let you go. We have to extort money from him anyway."
Huang Mao wanted to come up with some ideas, but was glared back by him. They can't afford to offend such a capable and rich man.
"Can I still afford a Ferrari by delivering food?" A new hope rose in the loudmouth's heart. He threw Xiao Chen's car keys to Huang Mao and said, "Go, send the car back to the takeaway place for that brother. Be careful not to damage it." After saying that, he prepared to leave on his electric bike. "Boss, where are you going?" Huang Mao shouted behind him. "Delivering food."
He didn't turn around but waved his hand in a dashing manner. At this moment, he must have felt that his back was very majestic. On the other side, Xiao Chen was driving the Ferrari smoothly through the traffic.
Hosey hugged the takeaway and huddled in the passenger seat. Chapter 60, Delivering Food and Saving a Beauty. Hosey sat in the speeding Ferrari and experienced the speed and passion that can only be seen in the movies. "Chen, brother Chen, drive slower. I feel like I'm going to vomit."
Hosey spoke with difficulty, suppressing his urge to vomit. Before he could protest again, the car stopped.
Xiao Chen took the takeaway from Hosey's hand and went to a shop facing the street. "Mr. Chen? Here is your takeaway. Enjoy your meal."
He handed the takeaway to the slightly plump owner in a very polite tone. The hardware store owner looked at Xiao Chen, who was wearing a takeaway uniform, then stretched his neck to look at the Ferrari parked at the door, and suddenly swallowed.
"Are your company's delivery vehicle specifications so high?"
The shop owner asked him curiously, and he smiled and replied, "It's my wife's car, not the company's." The shop owner was even more surprised.
This delivery boy was amazing. He was supported by a rich woman, yet he was still so independent and strong. Xiao Chen got back into the car under the shop owner's jealous and admiring gaze.
Hosey quickly tightened his seatbelt and held the car door with both hands, looking as if he was ready to die. But he did not drive as dangerously as he had just done. Instead, he slowly drove back to the takeaway point. After finding his electric scooter, he threw the Ferrari keys to Hosey again and sent him back.
On the other side, Su Yueru returned to Yuexia Group's office early.
The company has been encountering problems frequently these days, so she has been dealing with them in a very stressful way. As soon as she entered the office, her secretary Xiao Qian quickly brought in coffee and documents.
"Boss Su, this is the contract and schedule that needs to be signed today. Can you take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be changed?"
She reached for the coffee, took a sip, and opened the top file to read. Xia Group was co-founded by her and Shen Xia after they graduated from university, and the initial startup capital was the inheritance left to her by her mother. The company has grown from 4 people to hundreds of employees now, and it can be said that the effort put in is enormous. However, in the past 6 months, due to a series of changes, many problems have arisen in both her love life and the operation of her company. Therefore, she is now under unprecedented pressure since she started her business.
Have there been any customers who have come to the company to complain recently?
She raised her head and asked with her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Xiao Qian quickly replied, "No, last time a customer complained that our company's products caused allergies, but it was later solved by a handsome guy. And since then, no customers have complained again." She knew that the handsome guy Xiao Qian was talking about was actually Xiao Chun, and she had not yet made her relationship with Xiao Chen public in the company. But ever since Xiao Chen showed up last time and turned the tide to minimize the impact of the incident, all the girls in the company have developed a fondness for that mysterious man.
Later, she also conducted a detailed investigation into the allergy incident.
She found that there were very few ingredients in that batch of cosmetics that could cause allergies, which means that the allergy incident was most likely caused intentionally by someone.
What has Vice President Shun been busy with recently?
I haven't seen her much in the past few days,
she asked in a nonchalant tone.
Ever since Shen Xia was alone with Xiao Chen and said some inexplicable words to him, she has been observing Shen Xia's movements intentionally or unintentionally.
Vice President Shen has been busy with the company's IPO recently.
I saw her having a meeting with several shareholders in the office after get off work that day.
Oh, is that so?
Shen Xia is very popular among her colleagues because of her heroic appearance. But she also met with shareholders alone after get off work.
Even Su Yueru didn't know about this, which was very strange.
Yes, Vice President Shen is dedicated to his work.
He is still busy so late.
He doesn't care about his own life at all. Shen Xia and she were college classmates and they were the same age. But since she met Shen Xia, she had never seen Shen Xia dating any boy. Now that everyone has reached the age to start a family, she is still alone and it is indeed easy to attract other people's attention.
Don't gossip about others behind their backs.
Okay, go and get busy. She sent the small amount of money away and continued with the work at hand. At noon, a call came into her cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number, but she picked up the phone anyway.
There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then a familiar voice came. "Xiaoya, are you there? I want to meet you."
The person on the other end of the phone was her ex-boyfriend Shui Yuan, with whom she had just broken off her engagement not long ago.
"I have nothing to say to you."
As she said this, she was about to hang up the phone.
"Wait, Xiaoye. I have something very important to tell you, so you have to come out and see me no matter what.
I'll be waiting for you at the restaurant you often go to.
See you then."
After saying that, Shui Yuan hung up the phone without waiting for her to refuse.
After hanging up the phone, she felt a little uneasy.
Shui Yuan was her college senior. The two had known each other since childhood but did not start dating until college and eventually got engaged. Originally, the relationship between the two was pretty good, but his mother was very strong, and the whole family was somewhat prejudiced against her background. All these broke out when they were engaged, so Su Yueru resolutely cancelled the engagement. From then on, she no longer contacted Shui Yuan. It was not until she met him by chance recently that she remembered the past. She thought for a while and decided to go and see what Shui Yuan had to say, so she said hello to Xiao Qian and left.
When she arrived at Ziyang Shunsai, the lobby manager recognized her immediately.
Su Yueru is a frequent visitor here, and there are few people in Ziyang Shunsai who don't know her. The manager led her to a quiet table by the window, where Shui Yuan was already sitting waiting for her. The two sat down face to face, and Su Yueru didn't even look at him. Shui Yuan coughed awkwardly and said, "Xiao Yu, I knew you would come to see me." She sneered, looked him in the eyes and said, "The reason I came here is to hear what you want to say. If we just want to reminisce about the past, then there is no need to waste each other's time." Having said that, she prepared to get up and leave. Shui Yuan reached over the table and wanted to hold her hand, but Su Yueru reached out and picked up the teacup on the table and poured it on him. Shui Yuan, who was doused with tea, pointed at her and cursed, "You shameless bitch, you dare to splash water on me.
Do you think I will?"
As he said this, he stood up suddenly and prepared to slap Su Yueru in the face.
As a result, his hand was grabbed by another person before it fell halfway.
Xiao Chen, dressed in a takeaway uniform, stood in front of Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan was shocked at first, looking at the man who grabbed him, but when he saw that he was wearing a delivery uniform, his expression turned into mockery. Chapter 61, Men Can Also Be Pink and Tender.
I thought you were some kind of person, but you turned out to be just a delivery man. You looked so impressive when I last saw you, how come you've become such a mess now?
Shui Yuan pulled his hand back with all his strength and rubbed the painful spot while laughing.
What kind of hooligan do I think you are? You dare to bully women in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid that your mother will spank you if she finds out? Xiao Chen also retorted. Su Yueru was just shocked by Shui Yuan's series of actions.
She never expected that a man who was once so gentlemanly would have that kind of face. She reached out and pulled Xiao Chen's clothes. When Xiao Chen turned his head to look at her, he felt that she was like a young wife who was angry. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he immediately became angry and prepared to beat up the guy who bullied the woman. As a result, his hand was grabbed by Su Yueru. She was worried that the Shui family's influence in Longcheng would have a negative impact on him. Seeing that the two men didn't dare to step forward, Shui Yuan became even more proud. Xiao Yu, I told you long ago that there's no point in finding such a good-looking but useless man. Apart from his good looks, he doesn't even have a decent job. He looked Xiao Chen up and down, looking down on the delivery uniform he was wearing.
A proper job? What's shameful about me earning money with my own hands?
It's better than someone like you who can do nothing but reincarnate. This sentence made Shui Yuan furious. He claimed that he was different from other rich second generations. Not only was he an excellent student in school, but he has also started his own business now. Of course, the reason why he has been so successful over the years is mainly due to the protection of the Shui family, so he is even more afraid of others mentioning this.
Okay, you said I can't do anything except reincarnation, right? I'm bullying you when we compare education and property. How about we have a car race? Luxury cars and beautiful women are standard features of the rich second generation.
As a top rich second generation, Shui Yuan also organized a group of playboys to open a luxury car club. When they have nothing to do, everyone drives their luxury supercars around the city, and Shui Yuan is particularly popular among them for his excellent driving skills. Such experience undoubtedly gave him great confidence, so he pointed at the supercar parked outside and said to Xiao Chen, "Let's meet at Huayuan South Road at 8 o'clock tonight.
If you can beat me, this car will be yours. But if you don't come..."
He paused and looked at Su Yueru and continued, "If you don't come, it means you admit that Xiao Ye has indeed found a coward." He and Xiao Chen looked at each other viciously, and each of them wished they could knock the other to the ground.
But after staring for a while, Shui Yuan snorted coldly and left alone. Only Xiao Chen and Su Yueru were left here. Su Yueru held his hand and wanted to explain.
But he smiled and waved his hands and said, "You don't have to explain anything.
I believe you no matter what you do.
But next time, don't meet this invisible violent man alone.
It's too dangerous. Got it?"
Thinking about Shui Yuan's loss of control just now, she felt scared.
How could a person who usually looked gentle and polite suddenly become like that? She nodded and agreed.
Xiao Chen touched her head and said, "I have some takeout to deliver.
You should go home and have a rest. I will come back to see you after get off work."
She nodded again in agreement, then watched him ride away on his electric scooter.
Some people look so handsome even when riding an electric scooter. Is this the power of love?
Around 7 o'clock that evening, Xiao Chen returned home. Seeing that Su Yueru had fallen asleep while sitting on the sofa waiting for him, he gently covered her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, as soon as he covered the blanket, she opened her eyes and looked at him.
"You're back? Why are you so late?"
she asked, rubbing her eyes.
"It's not too late now. In the past, I would send them off until midnight before going home," he answered nonchalantly. In the past, he often worked until the early morning to collect the bride price.
Thinking back to that time, he felt that it was not worth it for himself. She looked at him with pity, but then she remembered his match with Shui Yuan tonight.
"Are you really going to Huayuan South Road to compete with Shui Yuan?"
He nodded, taking off his uniform and changing into his own clothes. "If I don't go, it means that you have a very poor eye for men.
And this is a question of a man's dignity.
And if he wins, Shui Yuan's luxury car will belong to him. With his current strength, he feels that the possibility of winning is still very high." After changing his clothes, he was ready to go to the appointment, but she stopped him again.
"What are you going to drive to the race? Are you going to ride your electric donkey?"
Only then did he remember that he was only thinking about how to win the race and forgot about the car. At this moment, she jumped up from the sofa, took his arm and said, "You can drive my car, but you have to take me with you." He instinctively wanted to refuse. This game was still very dangerous. This is not a senior citizen cycling competition. Those who participate are all rich second generations who have no idea what reverence is. But he couldn't resist Su Yueru's nagging, so he agreed. The two went to the garage and found her luxurious Bugatti Veyron. A few days ago, on a whim, she changed the color of this Bugatti Veyron into pink. Xiao Chen stood in front of the pink supercar, speechless. Su Yueru said with a bit of embarrassment, "I wanted to buy you another one, but time is too tight. You can just drive it for now. Except for the color, all other features are the best." He nodded reluctantly, and the two got in the car and set off. When he arrived at the meeting point, he found that this section of the road had been completely blocked. Vehicles cannot pass through this section of road. Many people who were unaware of the road closure only realized they could not pass when they got here and had to turn around. Because of the sudden road closure, people around who were rushing home from get-off work complained. However, there were many luxury cars parked in a haphazard manner on the blocked road, and beautiful women in scantily clad clothes were walking back and forth among the luxury cars, chatting with the rich second generations who were standing there. Seeing this scene, everyone's anxious mood to go home turned into curiosity and jealousy, and they all stood on the roadside and watched. When Xiao Chen and the other man came over, they had to honk the horn while driving slowly. At first, the crowd was very unhappy about being disturbed while watching the fun, but when they saw them driving the eye-catching Bugatti Veyron, they all made way. They can't afford to damage this car. If a small piece of paint comes off, all their year-end bonuses will be gone. Seeing them coming, Shui Yuan walked past the group of beauties and came in front of them. When he saw Xiao Chen getting out of the pink sports car, the mocking expression on his face could no longer be concealed. "The color suits you very well. It goes well with a pretty boy like you who is kept by a rich woman." Chapter 62. A good deal. After hearing this, the people around started to ridicule Xiao Chen. He listened to the ridicule of the people around him but was not angry. Instead, he pointed at Shui Yuan's luxury car and said, "I like that color too. Young Master Shui may have to walk home later." Seeing his arrogant attitude, Shui Yuan snorted coldly and left. This time the competition was mainly between Shui Yuan and Xiao Chen, and the two drove their respective cars to the starting point. A referee who looked very professional walked between the two cars to make sure that both were ready, and then squatted one body length behind the two cars. He raised one hand high, then quickly lowered it and shouted, "Let's go." Xiao Chen and the other man stepped on the accelerator at the same time, and the sports car roared forward like an arrow. The crowd around was boiling with excitement the moment the sports car drove out. They shouted all kinds of words to cheer for him, and some were simply roaring. At this moment, people lost the constraints of civilization and became creatures controlled by speed and passion. Even Su Yueru, who was usually calm, was infected by the surrounding atmosphere and shouted Xiao Chen's name loudly. She knew he might not be able to hear her, but she still felt like she was fighting alongside him. However, Xiao Chen, who was driving the Brady, was extremely calm at this moment. He operated it smoothly while glancing at Shui Yuan out of the corner of his eye. Shui Yuan's driving skills are indeed good. He has rich experience in both starting and operating. As a tough opponent, he brought a lot of pressure to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen activated the racing skill and adjusted the mode from elementary to intermediate. The two were driving towards the finish line together, and when Shui Yuan was about to be left behind by him, Shui Yuan deliberately rammed his car into his car. The impact was so powerful that the rear end of the Bugatti was instantly unrecognizable, with fragments of the headlights scattered all over the ground. The crowd watching all took a deep breath. This is really extravagant. A car worth tens of millions crashed without warning and smashed to pieces. It's heartbreaking to see the rich man. The collision caused Xiao Chen to deviate from the track, and Shui Yuan took this opportunity to overtake him directly. He quickly turned the steering wheel, trying to stabilize the direction of the car, then aimed at the destination and accelerated straight towards that direction. It was only a few seconds, but to the person involved it seemed as slow as a century. Shui Yuan caught a glimpse of the pink shadow slowly approaching the finish line in his peripheral vision. He couldn't help but step on the accelerator to the bottom, gritting his teeth and accelerating as hard as he could. But in the end, he couldn't get past the pink shadow, which passed before his eyes like a phantom. There was a cheer all around, and they didn't care who won in the end. People liked the winner. After crossing the finish line, Xiao Chen braked and stopped on the side of the road. Shui Yuan then stopped as well. The crowd rushed over here, most of them just wanted to see what the victorious Xiao Chen looked like. However, the group of rich second generations who were in Shui Yuan's group surrounded Shui Yuan and looked at Xiao Chen coldly. At this time, Su Yueru also ran over. She excitedly threw herself into his arms and said loudly, "Hubby, you are so great." Okay. He was still very excited at this moment. He hugged her intimately for a while, and then saw Shui Yuan and the group of rich second generations preparing to leave. He took the opportunity to walk over and said, "Did Master Shui forget something?" Shui Yuan's face suddenly looked like he had eaten shit. He reached out and pulled the key to his luxury car out of the car. Then he threw it to him with disdain and said, "Take it. I've had enough of it anyway. I'm just about to change it to a better one. This one is just a gift to you." Xiao Chen caught the key he threw over and said calmly, "Whether it is charity or not, you and I know it best. If Master Shui can't afford to lose, I can return the car to you. But you must not go home and cry to your mother and say that I bullied you." Shui Yuan's face turned from blue to red, and he looked at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes as if he wanted to go up and hit him. But he knew in his heart that he could not beat Xiao Chen, so he could only try his best to restrain his anger and humiliation. Seeing that he didn't say anything but got out of the car and prepared to leave with his friends, Xiao Chen said again, "Master Shui seems to have forgotten something?" Then, he pointed at the broken headlight of Bugatti and said, "You cheated just now and almost caused me to crash into the streetlight. This is intentional injury. Shouldn't Master Shui give me an explanation?" Shui Yuan turned around and looked at him, his teeth chattering. At this time, one of his friends stood up and said, "In Longcheng, no one dares to intervene even if our Master Shui intentionally kills someone, let alone intentionally injuring someone. Hurry up and get out of here. If you keep showing off, I'll really deal with you." This was said arrogantly, but he was not afraid. He looked at Shui Yuan provocatively, without giving in at all. Shui Yuan took out a bank card and slapped it hard on his car, then said word by word, "Here is the compensation for your car repair, you can use it as you like. The day after tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we will have another game. Do you dare?" He was shocked. He didn't expect Shui Yuan to be addicted. But he still didn't want to have too much interaction with this person, so he prepared to refuse. Seeing him hesitate, Shui Yuan said again, 50 million for one round. If you win, it's all yours. If you lose, I don't want a single cent from you. Oh, this is great. Xiao Chen was just thinking about making money, and now there is a sucker rushing to give him money. So he agreed without hesitation. Shui Yuan waved and left with everyone, while he and Su Yueru stared at the luxury car in a daze. In the end, the two of them drove home in a luxury car each. After the exciting game, Xiao Chen couldn't sleep. So he carefully went to the kitchen to get some beer, but ended up meeting Su Yueru, who also couldn't sleep. The two of them simply sat on the sofa with a bottle of beer and talked. "Honey, what did you do before? How come you are so good at driving?" He didn't quite know how to answer. Before today, his driving skills were still at the level of just getting his driver's license. This may be a potential explosion. He was talking nonsense. "Hubby, I don't know why I sometimes feel like you're so mysterious." "Really? I'm just an ordinary worker. Before I met you, I was still struggling for the bride price." He couldn't help but think of his life when he didn't have a system. He was really living in a daze at that time. Yes, why would anyone not want to marry you when you are so good? Is 100,000 really that important? I would marry you even if I had to pay 1 million. Hearing her say this, Xiao Chen burst into laughter. Now she is marrying me at my own expense. The house and the luxury car were all hers, and she was so happy just by cooking for her every day. Thinking of this, he hugged her tightly. Chapter 63, Lure the Enemy into a Trap. There are very, very few women like you who follow me without any intention, so I feel lucky every day now. Xiao Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. I also feel very lucky to have met you. The two looked into each other's eyes, and although they were silent, they could feel the warmth from each other. Nothing happened that night. The next day, because Su Yueru's car was damaged by Shui Yuan last night, Xiao Chen drove the luxury car he wanted to take her to work. Arriving at the door of her company, Su Yueru smiled sweetly at him and said, "Thank you, husband. You specially sent me to work." Then she leaned over and kissed him before getting up and leaving. Xiao Chen looked at her enchanting figure from behind, and his heart began to stir. Just as he was lost in thought, a sweet voice sounded in his ears, "Brother Yuan, why are you here?"
Are you missing me?
The person who came was Shinxia, but her voice was obviously much sweeter than usual. On weekdays, Shinxia basically looks like a capable woman, and her voice and tone are full of decisiveness. So when the tone suddenly changed, Xiao Chen didn't react. Shinxia had only judged by the car and thought that the person sitting in the car was Shui Yuan, but when she looked down, she didn't expect that it was actually him. So she suddenly felt a little embarrassed and even blushed.
How could it be you?
She stuttered a little as she said that Shui Yuan was the only one in Longcheng who owned this Koenigsegg, so she never expected that the person sitting inside was not him.
Oh, I'm here to see Yueru off. Is Vice President Shin here for work?
He also tried to hide his embarrassment.
Shinxia's tone and words just now seemed extremely intimate.
If he didn't know that Shui Yuan was Su Yueru's ex-boyfriend, he would have thought that Shinxia and Shui Yuan were a couple.
Oh, yes. Oops, I'm going to be late, so I won't tell you now.
Shinxia pretended to look at her watch, then said goodbye anxiously.
He waved to Shinxia and drove away.
And when his car just turned the corner, Shinxia took out her cell phone from her pocket. She dialed a number and the phone rang for a long time before it was picked up.
Shinxia, why did you call me again? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that we are over?
Shui Yuan said impatiently on the other end of the phone. She smiled sadly and said, Brother Yuan, I know you can't forgive me yet.
But I have something to ask you. Please answer me before you hang up on me.
As a strong woman, Shinxia had never been so humble in her words or deeds, but now she begged the man to talk to her for 2 minutes.
What's the matter? Tell me now.
Not only could one hear his impatient voice, but one could also clearly hear a woman's sweet laughter.
Shinxia suppressed her inner irritability and grievance and said, I just saw Xiao Chen, Su Yueru's current husband.
Why is he driving your car?
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone.
Then he cursed softly and told Shinxia everything that happened between him and Xiao Chen. The reason why he told Shinxia all this was mainly because although he no longer liked this woman, her abilities were still worthy of recognition. And now he urgently needs a partner who can help him deal with Xiao Chen, so he obviously gave Shinxia some illusions in his words. The illusion was that if she could help him make Xiao Chen suffer a fate worse than death, then it would not be impossible for them to reconcile. Sure enough, since he expressed this wish, Shinxia has been more active in asking about some things, such as Xiao Chen's current condition, his work, etc.
After the two exchanged information satisfactorily, Shinxia hung up the phone.
If it were possible to reconcile with Shui Yuan, she would help Shui Yuan even if there were 100 Xiao Chens, not to mention one. When she returned to her office, she called her assistant Xiaoyan.
Please help me order 300 cups of milk tea. I want to treat all the employees in the company to milk tea.
Xiaoyan's eyes almost popped out of her head when she heard this.
Vice President Shin, you mean 300 cups? How much does that cost? For an assistant whose salary is only over 3,000 yuan, the money for milk tea is simply an astronomical figure. It's okay. Everyone has worked hard. I have to reward them anyway.
She pretended to be kind and said, Oh, by the way. Please tell the milk tea shop that I want to designate a delivery man. But I hope they don't tell him about this. Xiaoyan seemed to understand what she heard, but since she didn't explain, she didn't dare to ask again.
So Xiaoyan followed her instructions and ordered milk tea.
On the other hand, the milk tea shop was dumbfounded to receive such a large order. They immediately closed the business for a day to prepare for this order. After seeing that the delivery man had been designated, the milk tea shop immediately contacted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't know Shinxia's plan at this time. He just arrived at the takeaway shop and received a call from the milk tea shop.
He immediately went out to take the order.
When he was about to leave with the first batch of 50 cups of milk tea, he saw that the delivery address turned out to be Su Yueru's company. Because his marriage to Su Yueru was very sudden, and it also involved their personal privacy. So few people in their company know that they are married now, and they don't even know who Xiao Chen is.
However, Xiao Chen had no intention of concealing this matter deliberately. Neither he nor Su Yueru thought that their identities and status would have any impact on their union.
So he just thought it was a coincidence and rode his electric scooter over there. He came to the front desk and the receptionist recognized him immediately.
The receptionist asked excitedly, Are you the handsome guy who helped us out last time? So you're a delivery man.
When she saw him appearing here in a delivery uniform, although she was still enthusiastic, she was obviously losing interest in him.
Yes, this is the takeaway you ordered. Can I leave it here? Can. Can't.
the receptionist and Xiao Yan said in unison. Xiao Yan came down from upstairs at this time and said to Xiao Chenyi in an angry tone, "The takeaway I ordered is for all employees in the company. Since you are here to deliver the takeaway, you have to deliver these milk teas to every employee. It's not as simple as leaving it at the front desk." He has been delivering food for almost 3 years and has seen countless strange things and strange people. But people like Xiao Yan who make unreasonable demands are rare. Even the front desk lady Xiao Mei couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Assistant Yan, the delivery guy has other orders to deliver. It's the same if he puts them here and asks each department to send someone to pick them up." Chapter 64, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. "Xiao Mei, am I talking to you? Why are you pretending to be such a good person? Everyone knows that you are a nympho who throws yourself at any man you see. I tell you that he has to give it to you today, whether he wants to or not. Otherwise, I will call and complain to him." Seeing Xiao Yan's sharp tongue, Xiao Mei was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xiao Chen waved his hand to show her that it was okay, and then asked kindly, "Can I go upstairs to send it off?" Xiao Mei felt a little guilty for not being able to speak up for him. So I explained to him in detail the layout of the company and the distribution of personnel, and told him where it would be most convenient to start delivering the goods. After settling down, he thanked Xiao Mei gratefully and went upstairs to deliver the takeaway. A food delivery guy is worthy of your attention. Are you so eager to get married? Xiao Yan laughed at her again and left. Xiao Chen placed the 50 cups of milk tea on the employees' tables one by one, and he said enjoy the meal to each of them. Because Xin Xia had already announced in the company group that she would send milk tea to everyone, everyone was more surprised to see the handsome delivery guy than the milk tea. There were even little girls who secretly asked him for his phone number, but he refused them all. After delivering these, he returned to the milk tea shop. Because of the size limit of the takeout thermal box, he can only take a maximum of 50 cups at a time. So he made 3 trips and it was time for lunch. At lunch, everyone was free to choose where to eat. However, someone posted a message in the company group that a handsome delivery guy was delivering milk tea, so most of the employees stayed in the company cafeteria to eat. When Xiao Chen came to the staff cafeteria with a new batch of milk tea, he was immediately surrounded by a group of girls. While taking the milk tea he handed over, they asked about his personal situation intentionally or unintentionally. There were even some brave girls who asked him directly if he had a girlfriend. This scene happened to be seen by Xin Xia and Xiao Yan who came to watch the fun. Xin Xia's original plan was to let everyone in the company know that Su Yueru's husband was actually a delivery man. Such explosive news would definitely attract the attention of the company's shareholders. By then, Su Yueru would have no choice but to divorce Xiao Chen in order to alleviate the shareholders' concerns. As long as Xiao Chen leaves Su Yueru, he will be nothing more than a salted fish that can never turn over. Moreover, Su Yueru would also be greatly hit by such a scandal. It was really a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But she never expected that he was so popular among female employees and seemed to be very popular with women. What's so good about that delivery guy? Just look at his poor face. You can tell at a glance that he can't even afford a house. These women are also ignorant. They think a man is handsome. Xiao Yan grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yeah, I also hate men who rely on their looks to deceive others. You can tell at a glance that he's a gigolo. Xin Xia also chimed in. It would be great if everyone could see his true face. It's obvious that this kind of man has no sense of responsibility. Xin Xia said this with a hint of meaning, and signaled Xiao Yan with her eyes. She immediately understood that since she became Xin Xia's assistant, her tricks of doing bad things behind her back had greatly improved. I will definitely not let Vice President Xin down, just wait and see. Having said that, Xiao Yan walked towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was surrounded by a group of women and could hardly move, but he was afraid of touching others, so he seemed particularly restrained. Just as he was in a dilemma, a scream came from his left. Oh, you rascal! Where are you touching? Xiao Yan covered her body and screamed. Everyone followed Xiao Yan's gaze and looked at Xiao Chen's left hand, while he looked at Xiao Yan in amazement. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiao Yan immediately started crying. How can you touch someone's but when there's chaos? Everyone, please give me some justice. Someone is being rude to me. Big tears streamed down her cheeks. She looked so heartbroken that I wonder if she really thought Xiao Chen had done something cruel to her. Really? Oh my god, I didn't expect this guy to be so scary. I just wanted his phone number. That's right, I really can't believe it. He looks like a decent person,
but I didn't expect him to be so perverted. He dared to do this in public. Who knows what he would do if no one was around? Go away, stay away from this kind of person. Everyone was talking about it, but they left the area around Xiao Chun and Xiao Yin empty. Seeing that it was working, she grabbed Xiao Chun and refused to let go, insisting that he give her an explanation. Xiao Chen felt confused at this time. He was sure that he had never touched the woman's body. Besides, Xiaoyan's appearance, to put it nicely, was average, with a short stature and a round face. Even if he really asked him to touch her, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As they were pulling, suddenly a cold voice was heard. "What are you doing here?" Everyone was shocked and made way for Su Yueru. She usually had lunch in a private restaurant, but today when she was about to go out for lunch, she accidentally opened the company's group chat. She found that someone had posted the video of Xiaoyan pulling Xiao Chen in the group. At first, she was not sure whether the delivery man was Xiao Chun, but when the camera zoomed in, she finally could not sit still. She rushed to the staff cafeteria not because she believed Xiao Chen would really do such a thing, but because she vaguely felt that there might be other hidden secrets behind this matter. Seeing Su Yueru coming over, Xiaoyan, who knew nothing about the relationship between her and Xiao Chun, rushed to her and cried, Boss Su, you have to make the decision for me. This hooligan actually touched my butt in public." "Oh, is that so? Hubby." She turned to look at Xiao Chen as if nothing had happened and asked. Just one sentence made the whole restaurant quiet down. "Husband? Did their boss Su just call the delivery boy husband?" Everyone shifted their eyes back and forth between Su Yueru and Xiao Chen in shock. They couldn't connect a billionaire CEO with a delivery boy, and they couldn't even dream of pairing them up like this. He looked at Su Yueru and shook his head, looking helpless. She turned to look at Xiaoyan and asked, "You said my husband touched your butt. Do you remember which hand touched it?" Xiaoyan was already shocked, and when Su Yueru asked her another question, she panicked and said, left hand, no, it could also be the right hand." She looked around at the people around her, looking very guilty. "Don't panic. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. We will check the surveillance footage later to see what happened. I will never let my employees suffer any injustice, and of course I will not allow anyone to wrongly accuse my husband." Chapter 65. It turns out that the turtle is me. Su Yueru spoke firmly and forcefully. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately tell that Xiao Chen was being wronged. Anyone can see the difference between Su Yueru and Zheng Xiaoyan. One has fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs, while the other is short, fat, with a big face and short legs. If he and Su Yueru were really husband and wife, who would leave his lovely wife at home and come out to touch Zheng Xiaoyan's butt? This made Shen Xia a little flustered. She didn't expect Su Yueru to be so bold as to publicly admit her relationship with Xiao Chen. She originally thought that she could tell the directors about this matter first, but she didn't expect Su Yueru to catch her off guard. She quickly squeezed through the crowd and lied for Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing again? You are really getting more and more outrageous." While scolding Zheng Xiaoyan, she pretended to say to Su Yueru, "Xiaoya, Xiaoyan has been in a bad mental state since she broke up. She feels that all men want to molest her. I was soft-hearted and always protected her. I didn't expect." She pretended to be compassionate but secretly winked at Zheng Xiaoyan, who quickly changed her words, "Oh, I made a mistake. I may have accidentally bumped my head against the table just now. My head is sometimes clear and sometimes confused." Both the master and the servant looked at Xiao Chen apologetically, but Su Yueru was not ready to give up. "Since you are sick, then take a leave of absence and go to see a doctor. The company can't always have such accidents. What do you think, Vice President Shen?" Shen Xia found that Su Yueru's way of addressing her had become so formal at some point, but even though she was unhappy, she had no choice but to follow Su Yueru's arrangements on this matter. "Xiao Ye is right. Then Xiaoyan, you should go home and see your doctor first. Don't come back until you are cured." Zheng Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. She begged Shen Xia to spare her because she had always been so obedient. But in front of Su Yueru, Shen Xia had to put on a show. So she rejected Zheng Xiaoyan righteously and called the security guard to drive her away. The people who had been watching looked at Xiao Chun with even greater curiosity. When they saw that the company's vice president Shen politely apologized to the delivery boy, they became more convinced that he was President Su's husband. But this fact was so explosive that they exchanged gossipy glances with each other, waiting for a while to have a good discussion. Su Yueru pulled Xiao Chen away from the crowd and came to her office. She wanted to confirm something with him.
When the two connected the series of events that happened this morning, an indisputable fact emerged before them.
Su Yueru's college classmate and good business partner Shin Xia has a big problem.
In the past 6 months, many problems have occurred in her company, and all signs indicate that Shin Xia is the most likely candidate. Even when Xiao Chen helped her out with the makeup scandal last time, it was Shin Xia who fanned the flames behind the scenes.
But Su Yueru couldn't figure out why she did this. What is the relationship between Shin Xia and Shui Yuan?
He finally couldn't help but tell her that Shin Xia had mistaken someone for someone else in the morning. She pondered for a moment and said, Shui Yuan is a senior in our department, but she knew Shui Yuan earlier than I did. The two of us have always had a good relationship, but I never thought about it in other ways. Having said this, she fell into deep thought again. At this time, he patted her shoulder and said, It's okay, maybe we are overthinking it.
No matter what happens, remember to tell me, don't carry it alone. Got it?
She looked up and smiled sweetly, saying, Now that you mention it, I do have something to tell you. Our company is hosting a cocktail party tonight, and we are mainly inviting Diamond members and shareholders to attend. Hearing this, he looked at her in confusion.
I want you to come with me. We're kind of in the public now anyway.
Might as well let everyone see how great my man is. As she said that, she threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms.
He looked down at her blushing cheeks helplessly and said, Aren't you afraid that everyone will come against you? I don't want you to be embarrassed at that time. She pouted and said, Do you think they won't know if you don't go? I tell you, if you don't go, I will be eaten alive by those old antiques.
Seeing that she was serious, Xiao Chen nodded and agreed immediately. Not to mention going to the cocktail party, he even went to block the bullet for her. He also spared no effort. Well, you should get off work and go home early today. We need to prepare in advance. After she finished speaking, she pushed Xiao Chen away. In the evening, when he returned home, he was startled by the scene inside the door. A silver-haired old man in a suit stood respectfully inside the door. When he saw him coming back, he immediately bowed and said, Sir, you're back. He took a step back toward the door, and after making sure he had not gone in the wrong direction, he glanced at the old man again. Hubby, you're back. This is Qinbo, the master craftsman who has been making cheongsams for my mother. She stepped forward, hugged his arm, and whispered in his ear, Qinbo's cooking skills are good, but he has too many etiquettes, which is tiring. She pushed Xiao Chen in front of Qinbo, and Qinbo's eyes were filled with the seriousness and persistence unique to an old craftsman. He reached out and pulled out a tape measure to keep measuring Xiao Chen's body. His hands moved quickly and carefully, and the data he measured was all based on his memory. He stood there and let Qinbo manipulate him, but Su Yueru came out of the room wearing a cheongsam. No wonder people liked cheongsam so much in the past, especially beautiful women. There was a corresponding cheongsam costume for almost every season. I saw her walking towards me with graceful steps, her long and beautiful legs appearing from time to time under her cheongsam. The waist design of the cheongsam makes her waist look softer and more slender, which is in line with the illusion of the waist of a palace maiden in Chu state can be held in one hand. In sharp contrast to her slender waist is her tall and full breasts, with the soft curve extending from her chest all the way down to her hips, forming a natural S shape. Faced with this alluring scene, he used all his self-control to say, You are so beautiful, my wife. She stepped forward and asked with a shy smile, Uncle Qin, have you chosen your clothes? We are a bit pressed for time here. Qinbo quickened his movements, and after taking the measurements, he took out a light blue men's suit from the rows of well-made Chinese-style formal suits. He took the clothes handed to him by Qinbo and looked at Su Yueru in confusion. She explained, Today's cocktail party is in Chinese style, so all guests attending need to wear Chinese dresses. Go and change quickly, we have to leave. He obediently went to his room to change his clothes, and when he came out he heard Su Yueru's exclamation. Chapter 66, Old Friends One After Another. Hubby, you are so handsome. I always say that Uncle Qin's craftsmanship and vision are the best. Praising two people in one sentence is a sign of high emotional intelligence. He walked to the dressing mirror and looked himself up and down, and found that the clothes were indeed very suitable for him. Long and straight legs, upright posture, and the aqua blue color echoes Su Yueru's cheongsam. When she came to his side, the two of them stood together like a pair of beautiful people. Honey, are you ready to blow up the place? She stuck out her tongue at him playfully. He smiled indulgently and extended his arm to her in a gentlemanly manner. She took his arm, and the two of them said goodbye to Qinbo and set off. Arriving at the reception, since it was hosted by her company, she needed to greet the members and shareholders who came to the venue. He walked with her in the venue, trying his best to be alert. With the ability to speak 10 languages, he can easily deal with the foreign guests present. Her foreign language skills were also good, and the two of them seemed very relaxed when chatting with foreign friends. The two of them dealt with the crowd with ease, and at this time a middle-aged man with a simple and honest look came towards them with his female companion.
Hello, Mr. Su. I'm doing Jie, the president of New Star Cosmetics.
The man stretched out his hand and shook it with hers, and then the two of them exchanged polite greetings. This New Star Cosmetics is a niche brand that has gained popularity in recent years, and its main product is the traditional Chinese-style cosmetics series. It felt like the momentum was making great progress, so she didn't dare to underestimate this person. After they exchanged greetings, he was immediately surprised when his eyes fell on the girl next to him. Chen Yuejiao, the woman who was about to be forgotten by them, has hooked up with a new man. She was seen standing aside quietly at first, but perhaps she felt that Doing Jia had been talking for too long and ignored her. So she looked a little unhappy, and the look she showed towards Xiao Chen and the other man was more of jealousy and hatred.
Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my fiancé Chen Yuejiao, and this is. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Boss Su, brother Xiao, long time no see. She pretended to greet the two of them in a calm and graceful manner, without mentioning her relationship with them. But judging from the way she addressed him, she was obviously more intimate with Xiao Chen. Doing Jie was also very surprised. He didn't expect that his fiancée would know the popular president of the cosmetics company. What surprised Xiao Chen and the others was that she had changed her man so quickly and got engaged to the new man. Oh, yes. Long time no see. I see Miss Chen is doing quite well now. Su Yueru looked at her well-made pink cheongsam and the famous brand bag in her hand. Doing Jie was quite generous to her, much better than Wang Qinghua. But when Xiao Chen saw her again, he felt no emotion at all. Although he had been in a relationship with her for so many years, he completely gave up on her after discovering that she was just a vain and mama's boy. Now his heart is filled with Su Yueru, so he doesn't even want to say a word to her. But when she looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes were filled with complicated expressions. There was expectation and regret, love and hatred, all mixed together to form an indescribable burning gaze. As if sensing her complicated emotions, Doing Jie considerately asked her what was wrong. Chen Yuejiao laughed off the topic, and Xiao Chen and the other person said goodbye and left. The two talked about what had just happened as they walked, and they both agreed that Chen Yuejiao had a burst of luck this time and finally found an honest man to take over. The two of them had no emotions towards her, and even felt more gratitude and relief. If she hadn't given up Xiao Chen, the two of them might not be together like they are now. But behind them there was a gaze that was growing more hateful. Looking at this handsome man and beautiful woman, Chen Yuejiao was furious. Something unpleasant happened since she and Wang Qinghua ran into the two of them last time. Wang Qinghua was very disgusted with them, but Chen Wenbin gave all their assets to Wang Qinghua for investment. So she didn't dare to turn hostile directly and could only endure it again and again. Unexpectedly, Wang Qinghua abused her even more severely, beating and scolding her and not giving her a penny. He even asked her to take out her own money for him to squander. It was not until one day when Wang Qinghua's wife ran to the bank to make a scene that she realized that the old man actually had a wife and children. She became a mistress for no apparent reason, and the bank leader fired her out of fear of the bad influence. Unemployed, she went to Wang Qinghua to ask for her money back, but he just brushed it off and pretended he knew nothing. But Chen Wenbin, that brainless guy, didn't even leave a receipt when he gave him the money. In the end, she lost both her money and her life. Before she could get over the pain of being cheated of her money and sex, her awful mother gave her a young mistress like Doing Jie. Fortunately, Doing Jie is more reliable than the previous one and is quite nice to her. But she blamed all the humiliation and pain she had experienced before on Xiao Chen and Su Yueru. If they hadn't humiliated and attacked her in every way, how could she be willing to be with these old men? And her mother and brother will not take advantage of her or belittle her. She hated both of them, and this hatred even became her motivation to live now. One day, I'm going to make these two bitches pay. She secretly thought of various ways to take revenge on them, with a cruel smile on her lips. Xiao Chen and the other person continued to move around the cocktail party. The purpose of such occasions was to increase more opportunities for cooperation, so all the participants showed a strong ability to curry favor with the powerful. The most popular among them is Shui Yuan. In Lanchang, the standard for judging the level of any upper-class gathering is whether Shui Yuan participates. If he does not attend the cocktail party, then no matter where the venue is or who organizes it, it will be considered a low-class party.
Although Su Yueru was extremely reluctant this time, she still had to invite him. The two of them walked through the entire venue but avoided him. Unexpectedly, Shui Yuan was so tactless that he walked straight up to them. "Xiaoya, the cocktail party was a great success. And you look so beautiful tonight." He said this in a corny voice that gave people goosebumps, but Su Yueru held Xiao Chen's arm tightly and looked at him coldly. "What's wrong, Xiaoye? Are you still mad at me for my last gaffe?" He looked at Su Yueru sincerely and apologized and explained. "I was so excited because I was too worried about you. After all, it's hard to imagine someone of our status being with a food delivery guy." Chapter 67, Forced Marriage Scene. He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, and every word was sonorous enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. "What do you mean? Who delivered the food? It's not about delivery, it's about President Su actually falling in love with a delivery guy." "Really? Oh my god, this is big news. That man must be after her money. A woman like that must be kicked in the head by a donkey to be with a food delivery guy." People's words became more and more unpleasant, and this seemed to play into his hands. People looked at Xiao Chen curiously. No one expected that the president of Yuexia Group would like a delivery man. What surprised everyone even more was that this delivery man was very outstanding in both conversation and appearance. Is this guy really a delivery guy? I just heard him talking to some French people, and his French was really sexy. And look at his figure, it's a shame he's not a model. How could he just be a delivery boy? Everyone had their own opinion, and at this time a gorgeously dressed woman walked out of the crowd. As soon as she came up, she pulled Su Yueru affectionately, with an impeccable fake smile on her well-maintained face. "Xiaoya, you have lost weight recently. Is it because you are too busy at work and don't eat well? You are also too busy to go home so rarely that you don't have time to eat well. So, when you have time to go home, I will personally cook a few dishes you like and nourish you well." This display of maternal love was so touching that you would have thought she was her biological mother. When Mei Ying held her hand and performed hard. Fortunately, she has learned a lot of social skills over the years and did not fall out on the spot. She calmly pulled her hand back and said in a falsely tender tone, "Auntie One, is your heart okay? Last time I went back, you had a heart attack. I was so scared that I didn't dare go back. I thought you couldn't stand seeing me." The two of them went back and forth, neither of them wanting to let the other get any advantage. Seeing that she could not gain any benefit from him, when Mei Ying shifted her focus. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao, I heard that you have found a job now. How great is that? Before, you were just wandering around like a jobless vagrant. A man should have his own career." Seeing that everyone's eyes on Xiao Chen had changed, she continued, "I feel like delivering food is pretty good. It's a decent job after all. It's much better than hanging out on the street every day." After these words containing huge amounts of information came out, those who had previously thought he was a good person began to change their minds. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Su Yueru was about to help him fight back, but was stopped by him. "How can a man let a woman stand up for him? Thanks to Aunt One, I'm doing well as a food delivery man now. But I don't know how Yue Qian is doing now. The last time I saw him, he was hanging out with thieves. I think you should pay more attention to Yue Qian and stop just taking care of yourself every day." Seeing her grim expression, he pretended to remember something and said, "By the way, since Aunt One also thinks that the takeaway job is good, we are just looking for someone. Why don't I give you the phone number for the job?" As he said this, he actually went to find his cell phone to call her. It was not right for her to refuse, but it would be embarrassing if she didn't refuse. So she could only stand there with a wry smile. Seeing his mother being humiliated in public, Su Yueqian, who had been hiding in the crowd, also rushed over. He pushed Xiao Chen and cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my mother like that? I'll sue you for being a stinking delivery man. Even if I idle away my whole life, it's still 100 times better than working so hard for you." If Xiao Chen had just said that he was not doing his job properly, everyone would have been skeptical. But now that he had admitted that he was idle, it would have been a confession. Seeing this son of a bad teammate, when Mei Ying glared at him with a look of disappointment. She had just repeatedly told him not to come over and give away heads, so why didn't he listen? Now, both mother and son are embarrassed. At this time, Su Yueru asked, "I don't remember any business dealings between you and Yuexia Group. How come you were invited?" This made the two of them even more embarrassed. Although on the surface they were playing the roles of loving mother and filial son, and loving sister and brother, everyone knew in their hearts that in this wealthy family, not to mention the stepmother, even the biological children would turn against each other. So this time the two of them came uninvited, and started to disparage Su Yueru and the other two in a sarcastic manner. It was obvious that they were here to mess things up. Seeing that the two were too embarrassed to speak, Xia suddenly walked over.
Xiao Ye, you misunderstood. I invited them here. You invited him? She couldn't understand Xia's behavior.
They knew each other in college, and there was no way Xia didn't know about her relationship with the Su family.
But why did Xia still invite them even at the risk of offending her? Xiao Ye, I know you may be unhappy.
But as your friend and business partner, I have the responsibility and obligation to safeguard our common interests. These words sounded very eloquent, and everyone present was moved by Xia's words.
You are pursuing your own love, and I have no right to interfere.
But as the president of a group, your marriage is directly related to the interests of the group. As a candidate for your future partner, I still hope that you will consider it carefully. After all, a man with unknown origins and no stable income may approach you with unknown purposes. She spoke passionately, as if she was doing all this for Su Yueru's happiness.
When Mei Ying also quickly seized the opportunity to interrupt and said, "That's right, Xiao Ye. With your conditions, you can have any man you want. Why do you want to be with such an inferior person?"
Xia had already told her that if she could separate Xiao Chen and the other two, she would get a generous reward. So at this moment, she was eager to make a contribution and started to speak without thinking.
Inferior people? Who do you say is inferior? I want to know what you think superior people are like. Su Yueru asked angrily. This. When Mei Ying was a little flustered and couldn't answer.
Shui Yuan said at the right time, "Xiao Yu, no matter how much you deny it, it's useless. He is not the same kind of person as us.
In fact, I still can't forget you. If possible, I still hope that we can get back together.
As for this person, I can completely forget about what happened between you and him and treat you as always." There was an uproar all around, as no one had expected that the president of Yuexia Group had been with the most powerful young man in Longchang. And looking at Shui Yuan's affectionate eyes, elegant appearance, and prominent family background, people all want to shout out loud, "Marry him, marry him."
That's right, Xiao Ye.
I watched Shui Yuan grow up, and I know him well. You have no future with Xiao Chen, and only Shui Yuan can bring you happiness.
Chapter 68, The Strongest Foreign Aid. She spoke sincerely, but she didn't expect Su Yueru to ignore her. She faced Shui Yuan and said, "Oh, you mean you can ignore the current relationship between Xiao Chen and me and still obey me in everything, right?" Shui Yuan thought she was wavering and said hurriedly, "Of course it's true, Xiao Ye. As long as you agree to leave this person and be with me, I promise to treat you well as before." She sneered and said, "Can you treat my child as your own? If you can do this, I can consider it." She said this on purpose to anger Shui Yuan.
The onlookers' eyes lit up and they stared at Shui Yuan without blinking.
This is openly cuckolding herself. I wonder if Master Shui can forgive her for love. You mean you are pregnant with this man's bastard?"
Shui Yuan still looked at her slender waist in disbelief. She deliberately leaned toward Xiao Chen intimately, looking at him with ambiguous eyes.
Shui Yuan was furious.
It turned out that he was treated like a clown and made fun of even though he had given in so many times.
"You bitch, my mother is right. Like mother, like daughter. Your mother is a fickle woman, and you are no good either. I was prepared to accept you, but now I wish I could destroy you."
Seeing Shui Yuan suddenly tear off his usual disguise and transform from a gentleman into a crazy paranoid, the people around him sighed. When Xiao Chen heard him slandering her mother like this, she felt extremely angry. He stepped forward and grabbed Shui Yuan by the collar, saying in a deep voice, "Apologize."
Shui Yuan had completely stopped pretending to be himself. He looked at him provocatively and said, "Apologize? Who do you think you are to ask me to apologize? I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven comes today, you can't make me say sorry." Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? The system was suddenly activated at this moment, and he was looking forward to the sign and reward this time. So he silently said in his heart, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Supreme Favor card. It is relatively rare for the system to offer this kind of reward, and the use of this card is also explained thoughtfully. The Supreme Favor card can make anyone owe the host a huge favor, not just limited to people you come into contact with in life, but even legendary political leaders. This sounds like a get-out-of-jail-free card. As long as he activates this favor card, he can get anyone to do things for him. Of course, it is inevitable to read the small print tips note. The effect of the card is related to the character of the favor object chosen by the host. If the favor object is unwilling to fulfill the host's wish, the card will be invalid. Okay, another bug. But he still chose to activate the favor card now, and the person he chose was Wang Jinjin, the richest woman in Longcheng who also attended the cocktail party. The last time he went to an auction, he met her daughter Yang Yin, and from the many news he heard, he could see that Wang Jinjin was a pretty good person. She was a heroine who hated evil and stood up for justice. She was able to start from scratch and thrive in the business world of Longcheng. Many local families in Longcheng had to rush to curry favor with her. After activating the favor card, Xiao Chen looked into Shui Yuan's eyes again and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Will you apologize or not?" Shui Yuan looked at him with disdain, stretched out a hand and patted his cheek and said, "The reason why I let you stand now is just for Xiaoya's sake. If you are shameless again, don't blame me for being rude. Who's so arrogant here? Then show me one by one." The visitor was a woman in her early 50s, but because she took good care of herself, there were not many signs of aging. She walked with great vigor, and every step she took carried the power of thunder. Her slightly plump figure does not look bloated, and her round face like a full moon, although smiling, exudes majesty that cannot be underestimated. It turned out to be Wang Jinjin, the richest woman in Longcheng. She is also attending this cocktail party. I heard that she used to have a very good relationship with Mr. Su's mother. When she was in trouble, it was Mr. Su's mother who took her in. Oh, it's all in the past. Shui Yuan, who was standing by, looked a little unhappy after hearing this. This Xiao Chen's luck was really too good. Before, Su Yueru was devoted to him as if she was under a spell, and now even the richest woman in Longcheng is so interested in him. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but he couldn't do it in front of Wang Jinjin. Even the prominent Shui family needs to maintain superficial harmony with business tycoons. She seemed to have a general understanding of what had just happened. She turned to Shui Yuan and said, "Shui Yuan, right? Your father and I are old acquaintances. Your family prides itself on its fine traditions, and your children are indeed all outstanding." Hearing Wang Jinjin praising his family background, Shui Yuan couldn't help but feel proud. "Thank you, Aunt Wan, for your compliment. My father often mentions you, saying that you have played a key role in the rapid development of Longcheng. I would like to visit you if I have the chance and learn from you." He was very good at flattering people, but Wang Jinjin obviously didn't buy it. "You don't need to learn. You are not cut out for business. You are just wasting our time." But since the younger generation of the Shui family has always had a good reputation as an elder, I still hope that you can be careful with your words and actions and not bring shame to your parents. This statement still leaves some room for both parties, but saying it in front of so many people can be considered a harsh criticism. Sure enough, when Shui Yuan heard this, he immediately became a little frightened. In his generation, the Shui family had 3 children. The eldest sister, Shui Meiqi, is currently studying for a doctorate in economics abroad. The second elder brother Shui Jin graduated from Shuimu University and is now taking over the family business. As the youngest son, he had to pay to go to college and buy his diploma, but because his mother spoiled him, he has achieved nothing so far. His father had long been annoyed with him for doing nothing all day long. If he was reported by Wang Jinjin at this time, even his mother would not be able to protect him. So he said with great fear and trepidation, "Shui Yuan has learned his lesson. He will definitely change his ways and be a down-to-earth person in the future." She listened and nodded, but her expression was still serious. He pointed at Xiao Chen and the other person and said, "Since you want to make a change, why not start by learning to respect others?" After saying that, she pointed at Xiao Chen and Su Yueru, signaling him to apologize to them. Chapter 69, Loss of Face. But he had just said harsh words in front of everyone, and even if the King of Heaven came, he would never apologize to them. The slap in the face came quickly and painfully. He suppressed his anger and dissatisfaction, his lips trembling slightly. "Xiaoya, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you just now. I shouldn't have said that to your mother. I hope you can consider that we have known each other for a while and not hold it against me." There was sincerity in his tone, as if he truly realized the harm his actions had caused her. But Su Yueru has completely seen through his true colors.
He is just a despicable villain who is extremely good at disguising himself. She didn't say a word, not even a glance. Shui Yuan shrugged innocently to indicate that he had already apologized, and that the unsatisfactory result was not his fault. He was about to leave the party because he had lost face, but just as he was about to say goodbye to Wang Jingjin, he was stopped again. Xiao Shui, don't leave in a hurry. Have you forgotten something? At this time, Xiao Chen even stood up straight and waited, as if he was ready to accept the pleasure of humiliating him at any time. But Aunt Wang, this guy is a complete scoundrel. He is used to defrauding women and then using their favor to seek benefits for himself. I spoke out to stop him this time because I couldn't stand his behavior. He argued eagerly. Oh? There is such a thing? Tell me how he deceived women to get benefits. Auntie Wang, don't be fooled by his well-dressed appearance. He is actually a food delivery man. He has no other skills but to deceive women. Especially rich women, he has no bottom line in cheating them of their money and sex. He spoke excitedly and even turned to look at the people around him hoping for affirmation. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. How can a CEO with a net worth of hundreds of millions be with a food delivery guy? Right, everyone? Some of the onlookers actually nodded in response, and when Mei Ying even excitedly expressed her agreement loudly. He was very satisfied with the effect on the scene, and was feeling proud when suddenly a low voice was heard. What kind of bullshit values are these? How can we be divided into different classes just because we work so hard? What's wrong with delivering food? I used to sell pork. People were talking about it, but Wang Jingjin came over and said with a smile, Mr. Long, you are back from abroad. Why didn't you tell me so that I could prepare a welcome dinner for you? She smiled, patted Long Lao's arm with her round hand and said, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are really energetic. You look more energetic than me. The white-haired old Long laughed happily at what she said, and then he glanced at everyone present with a sharp gaze. When he saw Xiao Chun, he suddenly laughed and said, Little brother, do you still remember me? He was stunned at first, then he remembered that when he was helping out at Xiang Shun Zhai before, he once cooked Longqing's best dish for this old man. The old man enjoyed the meal very much and even gave him a business card before leaving, so that he could ask for help when he needed it. He hurried forward and bowed, saying, It's you. I haven't seen you since I last saw you at Xiang Shun Zhai. So I didn't think of you for a moment. Please don't be offended. Elder Long laughed loudly and waved his hand to signal him not to care. Then he pointed at Xiao Chen and said to Wang Jingjin, This little brother is very interesting. He hasn't even got my business card in Longqing yet and he's not coming to redeem it. As soon as Elder Long finished speaking, the crowd around him suddenly became excited. As the first family to dominate the business world of Longqing, the Long family's existence is extremely special and mysterious. Few people can get the favor of the Long family, and once you get the business card of the head of the Long family, it is undoubtedly equivalent to getting a Dragon Ball. With the Long family's business card, one can utilize all of the Long family's current resources and connections, so countless people dream of getting such a simple piece of paper. However, Xiao Chen has forgotten about it since he got it, and the card is still in his wallet. He and Old Long were polite to each other again, but Shui Yuan remained silent. One after another, these heavyweight foreign players came and made it clear that they were on Xiao Chen's side. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and could only stay here and suffer humiliation. Sure enough, after Wang Jingjin exchanged pleasantries, she turned to look at Shui Yuan and said, You little bastard of old Shui Kuan, your shifty look is exactly like your father's. Even your disdain for others is exactly the same. He immediately got angry when she said that. Before, he had been humble and submissive only because of her rich family property. Now that she was saying this about him, it was fine, but it was too much for her to scold even his father. Since you are my elder, I don't mind you saying that. But my father has no grudge against you, so why are you being so sarcastic? He said this in a self-righteous manner. Oh, no grudges? That's just because your cowardly father didn't have the face to tell you. I can say whatever I want to him today. If you have the guts, tell him to come find me. She said it nonchalantly, then looked at Xiao Chen beside her and nodded with satisfaction. You look quite energetic, young man. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely take you down. Although she said it in a joking tone, she seemed to be serious. Xiao Chen immediately showed a defensive expression and said, You can't joke like that. I already have a wife. I'm afraid she will misunderstand. After saying this, he quickly glanced at Su Yueru nervously, fearing that she would think he was a friend of women.
Wang Jingjin hid her face with her big, jeweled hands and smiled, saying with a hint of regret, I know that. My precious daughter was in a bad mood for a few days because of this. She stopped talking here and looked at Elder Long and said, Elder Long, I have something important to deal with. So I'll leave the matter here to you. As an elder, you have to educate the younger generation on behalf of Shuekuan. Don't you agree? Old Long stroked his beard and smiled, then nodded to indicate that he would definitely teach him a lesson severely. Wang Jingjin then left with satisfaction. Before leaving, she glanced at Su Yueru expressionlessly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason Wang Jingjin took action was not because she coveted Xiao Chen's body, but for Su Yueru's deceased mother. After she left, Elder Long ordered Shui Yuan to apologize to Xiao Chen and the others, and his words were so harsh that it seemed as if he had committed some unforgivable mistake. Under the pressure of Mr. Long's absolute strength and Longcheng, Shui Yuan had to admit his mistake again. And you have to recognize two people at a time, and both of them must be satisfied. In the end, Shui Yuan ended up humbled himself, and Xiao Chen pretended to be magnanimous and forgave him. Chapter 70, Pure and Desire. Even though he suffered such a loss, Shui Yuan was, after all, a wealthy and shrewd young man. He actually had the audacity to continue staying at the party. Although I didn't know what his purpose was, it made people feel very uncomfortable just seeing him turn around and flirt with girls as if nothing had happened. The real reason Shui Yuan stayed here was that he and Shenxia had a secret deal to complete here. Their plan this time was not only to make Xiao Chen and Su Yueru break up, he also wanted to create some crises for Su Yueru's career, and then use these crises to get close to her. Eventually gain her trust and win her heart back. But he didn't expect that he had just lost such a big person in front of her, which made him more eager to use Shenxia to achieve his goal. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to get close to Shenxia, an unexpected woman came over. Lu Qian came over with a charming look, put her arm around his, and whispered in his ear, Brother Yuan, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have come with you. She is the female celebrity that Shui Yuan has hooked up with recently. For a rich young man like him, female celebrities are just appetizers to spice up his life. He didn't really want to be with her, he just called her when he needed her. But for Lu Qian, he was indeed a very suitable marriage partner. So in their daily interactions, they always wanted to intentionally or unintentionally let others know that they had a closer relationship. He casually took her hand away and said in fake surprise, Ms. Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that Director Chen recently picked you and you're going to star in his next work. Congratulations. They were all people who were in the limelight, so he knew very well that Lu Qian could not have only had him as her lover. It was rumored that the financial backer behind her had paid for Director Chen to select her as the leading actress. Although this matter is secretive, everyone in the circle knows it clearly. So he pretended to be angry and teased her. Sure enough, when Lu Qian saw that he was not very happy, she tried to please him in every way possible. The two of them flirted as if no one was around, completely ignoring the pointing and commenting of people around them. At this moment, Lu Qian accidentally bumped into the person next to her and screamed. The wine glass in that person's hand spilled wine stains all over both of them. Don't you have eyes? Don't you see there are people here? Lu Qian cursed angrily. The man stammered, Sister Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. That person was Yang Yin. She didn't see Lu Qian at first, and she didn't expect Lu Qian to be too focused on flirting with Shui Yuan and didn't even look around. So the two of them bumped into each other, and both of them had some alcohol on their bodies, looking quite embarrassed. Lu Qian was even more furious when she found out that it was Yang Yin who bumped into her. She had disliked her since the last time they were at the audition. In the end, she didn't know what kind of seductive tricks she used to make Director Chen insist on choosing her as the female lead. If her godfather hadn't repeatedly added funds, her position as the female lead would have been lost. Unexpectedly, although she was chosen as the leading female role, Director Chen also insisted on bringing her into the crew. After filming these few days, everyone in the crew treated her differently, and some even praised her acting skills as better than their own. These things have already made her very angry, and now she happened to meet her today, so she must teach her a lesson. Thinking of this, she became relentless. It's so easy for you to say that. Just say sorry and that's it. This is a Sichuan embroidery cheongsam. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Look at what you have ruined. How are you going to compensate me? Because Yang Yin had been bullied by her since she was a child, her fear and apology were almost conditioned reflexes. But seeing that she was not giving in, his eyes suddenly turned red. Shui Yuan on the side looked at her carefully.
When he usually saw Yang Yin on TV, he only thought she was pure and lovely.
I didn't expect to see her in person, especially against the backdrop of a Cheongsam, to find that she still exudes a strong sense of pure desire. And when tears welled up in her eyes, Shui Yuan's heart felt as if it was being scratched by millions of cats at the same time. He reached out his hand to stop Lu Qian's unreasonable behavior, and said in a gentle and gentlemanly manner, "Miss Yang, right? As the saying goes, no one should blame you for doing something unintentional.
Since you didn't mean it, then I will take care of this matter."
He turned to look at Lu Qian and said, "Well, Miss Lu, I will compensate you 10 times the price of your dress. I hope you will not pursue Miss Yang's fault for my sake.
Is that okay?"
He looked at Lu Qian with expectation, believing that he would be able to convince her.
Yang Yin said apologetically, "Although I have heard of Master Shui's reputation as a gentleman, we have no dealings with each other.
I can't ask you to do me such a big favor rashly. I'll pay for it.
I hope Sister Lu won't be angry with me."
Hearing her gentle voice, Shui Yuan became even more excited.
"So Miss Yang knows me. I'm so honored. But I have to help you because I'm your fan. If you really want to thank me, please do me a favor and have dinner with me."
He was very active, and his eyes became more and more passionate when he looked at Yang Yin.
This made Lu Qian even more angry. She spat on the ground and cursed, "Who do you think you are? You're just a stinking whore. I'm telling you that no matter who you talk to, it's useless. I don't want you to compensate for the clothes.
Just take off the clothes you're wearing and give them to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened."
She glanced at Yang Yin's pale face and felt extremely happy. This damn woman would use her false image of purity to trick men into favoring her.
Today she was going to let everyone see the true face of this kind of person. Shui Yuan was very angry when he saw that she didn't give him face at all. But in front of so many people, he couldn't just turn hostile. Just when I was worrying about how to convince her, a slim figure walked over.
Su Yueru walked in front of Yang Yin, looked at the bossy Lu Qian and said, "Miss Lu, I'm so glad you can come today. I'm your loyal fan." Lu Qian had heard of Su Yueru a long time ago.
She knew that she was not only from a famous family, but also started her own business and established the leading company of launching cosmetics brand. Now she is a female CEO with a net worth of 10 billion, but she didn't expect that she would be so polite to herself.
She quickly said politely, "You are so polite. I am your company's most loyal customer.
I buy all the cosmetics your company has produced." What she said was honest. After all, Su Yueru's company's products were indeed very popular.
Chapter 71 Her Decision.
Seeing her trying to please her like this, Su Yueru felt that things would be much easier. She continued, "We are honored to have Miss Lu supporting us so much. Our company is planning to invite domestic film and television stars to be spokespeople. I really admire those female stars who are not only beautiful but also have noble character."
"What do you think?"
"Ah, I thought so too." Lu Qian felt extremely excited. Yuexia Group has always been very strict in selecting spokespeople, and often chooses celebrities with international influence. Due to this strict selection method and the high-quality products of Yuexia Group itself, people look forward to becoming the latest spokesperson for Yuexia Group every year. If she can become the new spokesperson, it will not only show that she has a certain international influence, but also increase people's favorability towards her. Su Yueru's words just now made her think that she would definitely be chosen as the new spokesperson for Yuexia Group, so she was extremely excited for a moment.
At this moment, Su Yueru happened to see Yang Yin with tears in her eyes behind her. She pointed at Yang Yin and asked her, "Ms. Lu, what's wrong?
This lady seems to have some misunderstanding with you." She suddenly became panicked. She didn't want Su Yueru to think that she was actually a petty woman at such a critical moment.
So she said to Yang Yin in a friendly manner, "Yin, look at what's wrong with you.
I told you it's not your fault, but why do you still look aggrieved?
Do you think my tone just now was not good? Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you?" Seeing that she didn't seem to be pursuing her anymore, Yang Yin asked with a little surprise, "Sister Lu, are you not angry with me anymore? What about your clothes? Isn't it said that you can't buy them even if you have money?"
Faced with her continuous questions, Lu Qian could only suppress the urge to curse and said, "I have never been angry with you from the beginning to the end.
It's just a piece of clothing. The relationship between us sisters is more important."
Although she said so, her heart was bleeding like crazy. She begged her godfather for this dress for a month before finally getting it. Everything was ruined by this little bitch, and yet I had to pretend to be magnanimous and forgive her.
She tried hard to show a happy expression, and Su Yueru finally said, Miss Lu is really generous.
This shoe embroidery is really beautiful, but it is completely ruined by this. Lu Qian suppressed the pain in her heart and said with a forced smile, it's just a piece of clothing.
I've always been generous like this.
But Yang Yin insisted on compensating her. She refused for a long time and finally became impatient.
I told you that you don't have to pay for it. Is there something wrong with your ears or your brain?
After saying this, she suddenly felt a little regretful and looked cautiously at Su Yueru beside her. Seeing that she was calm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, Yin, I will not pursue this matter today or in the future.
So you should not take it to heart. Only then did Yang Yin finally relax.
She smiled at Su Yueru, and two delicate dimples immediately appeared at the corners of her mouth.
Thank you, Sister Su. You are Yin, right? I've heard of you before, and I met you today. You really are pretty and cute.
She immediately felt embarrassed when she heard the compliment.
I'm not as good as you say.
Sister Su is still the prettiest. She spoke sincerely, but her eyes looked a little lonely. Seeing the two of them talking enthusiastically, Lu Qian felt a little left out, so she interrupted and said, Boss Su, you just said that your company is going to hire a new spokesperson.
Before she could finish, Su Yueru nodded and said, By the way, Yin, are you interested in becoming our company's new spokesperson? I. She? Yang Yin and Lu Qian asked in unison. Lu Qian asked first, Boss Su, are you mistaken? Do you want to invite Yang Yin to be the new spokesperson for your company? Su Yueru smiled and answered her, Yes, is there any problem? Isn't she pretty and cute?
I think she fits the promotion requirements of our products this season.
But you just. You clearly wanted me to be the spokesperson just now, didn't you? Lu Qian thought indignantly. Oh, I just wanted to ask if you know anyone who can do the job.
Seeing that you have such a good relationship with Yin, I'm sure you would be very happy if she were to endorse the product, right?
Now that things have come to this, does she still have any choice?
So she expressed her happiness against her will and congratulated Yang Yin in particular. When everyone rushed to Yang Yin to congratulate her, she took advantage of the chaos and left angrily. Not only did she become a laughingstock at this party, but Yang Yin, that little bitch, also stole the spotlight. She was determined to find a chance to make Yang Yin pay the price. On the other side, Shui Yuan found Shen Xia while Su Yueru went to rescue Yang Yin. After the two of them conspired, she gave him a copy of Yuexia Group's latest product plan. Shui Yuan looked at Xiao Chun, who was following Elder Long and being treated like a star by everyone, and said bitterly, I must take back everything that belongs to me, and I will kick that rat that crawled out of the gutter back into the gutter. Shen Xia seized the opportunity to get close to him and said in an ambiguous tone, Brother Yuan, I am now even ignoring myself to help you.
Tell me how you want to thank me?
He looked down at the shy Shen Xia and said, Don't worry, if you follow me steadily, you will get the benefits.
She moved closer and said, I don't want any benefits, I just want you now.
Seeing that she was getting closer, he pushed her away, saying that there were many people around and they didn't want to expose their relationship. Then he said that he had other things to deal with and left first. Looking at his departing back, her eyes suddenly dimmed. She was in a trance for a while, but when she saw the radiant Su Yueru in the crowd, she couldn't help but become ruthless. If she hadn't existed, she and Shui Yuan wouldn't have ended up like this. In the final analysis, it was all her fault.
The cocktail party ended with the announcement that Yang Yin would be the spokesperson for the new season.
People looked at the bright and beautiful female star on the stage with envy.
After the cocktail party, Su Yueru called Xiao Chen and Yang Yin to her office separately and announced something she had just decided. As our company's new spokesperson, Yin needs a competent bodyguard to protect her, so Xiao Chen, you will be Yin's bodyguard first. Chapter 72 The Mysterious Fan. Su Yueru's words immediately caused shock and opposition from Xiao Chen and Yang Yin. For Xiao Chen, staying with female stars every day is a good job, but as a married man he has high self-discipline and awareness. He knew that if he and Yang Yin often appeared together, people would probably gossip about them. But at that time, it would cause Su Yueru a lot of trouble and hurt. This was what he least wanted to see, so when Yang Yin extended an olive branch to him, he did not accept it. Yang Yin did admire Xiao Chen at first, but when Sister Yang told them about the relationship between them, she gave up those thoughts. And Su Yueru had just helped her so much, she didn't want some rumors to hurt this kind woman. Su Yueru seemed to see the hesitation of the two people, so she explained to them emotionally and logically. On the one hand, as the new spokesperson for the company, Yang Yin needs to maintain her own image, and she has a feud with female stars like Lu Qian who have strong power behind them. So now is the time when she needs someone to help and assist her. On the other hand, if it weren't for Sister Yang's help, the pink diamond her mother left for her would not have returned to her hands. So she really wanted to repay Sister Yang's kindness. Seeing that she was so persistent, he couldn't refuse directly. So he could only agree to be Yang Yin's bodyguard for a period of time, and when the time was right he would quit his bodyguard job. All three agreed to this compromise. Afterwards, Xiao Chen agreed with Yang Yin on the time to start work tomorrow and left with Su Yueru. Looking at the harmonious and loving couple, Yang Yin felt very envious. She drove in the direction of the apartment, and soon after she left, an unremarkable van followed. There was a bearded man in the car who was smoking and following her closely. He squinted his eyes due to the smoke and stared at the luxury car in front with greed in his eyes. There was a rapid ring and the man fumbled in his pocket before finding his cell phone. "Hello, it's me, Sister Lu. I'm following that little bitch, don't worry. She won't find out," the man said in a flattering tone. The man on the other end of the phone gave a few more instructions and then hung up. As soon as he hung up, his expression changed instantly. "You are all cheap women. You act coquettishly to rich men, but you act arrogantly to me. Humph, I will find a chance to deal with you all." He followed Yang Yin to the community where she lived with ease. He parked the car in an inconspicuous parking space and lit another cigarette. He looked up at the high-rise building with a prime location in this luxurious neighborhood. A light quickly came on in a window on the 7th floor. That was Yang Yin's home, and he picked up the telescope and observed unscrupulously. Nothing happened that night. The next day, according to the plan agreed upon last night, Xiao Chen appeared downstairs of Yang Yin's house at 8 o'clock on time. He was driving the company-assigned business car and saw Yang Yin walking out of the building in casual clothes. "Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work," she said a little stiffly after getting in the car. He knew that she might be deliberately distancing herself from him because of her status. So he half-jokingly said, "It's not hard, as long as you give me more bonuses, I'll be on call 24 hours a day." Seeing his money-obsessed look, she almost believed it. But who can afford to give a bonus to a man who spends 500 million at a time? His joke diluted the awkwardness of the previous meeting. The two discussed today's schedule and decided to go back to the office to pick up the items they would need for the filming. As soon as they walked away, the disheveled man in the van started the car. He followed the business car carefully, but it was still difficult to move in the morning rush hour traffic. The two chatted idly in the business car, and she told him about the recent movie directed by Chen in which she had participated. Although she didn't get her favorite role, the role of the second female lead was also very challenging. Director Chen had very high requirements for her performance and also gave her a lot of guidance during the performance. Although she talked mostly about the interesting parts of the acting process, he could also hear the pressure and bullying she suffered in the details. It goes without saying that the person who bullied her the most was Lu Qian. For some reason, that woman always disliked her. He had been making things difficult for her before, and now he was openly bullying her on the set. Relying on her godfather's investment, Lu Qian often arbitrarily changed and added scenes, and even once threatened to remove the second female lead. If it weren't for Director Chen's repeated insistence and protection, it would have been difficult for her to hold on until now. Even though the living environment was so bad, she did not give up her beloved film career, which made him feel a little distressed and admired for her. She was talking happily when she noticed that he was suddenly looking at the rearview mirror seriously. She thought that she had talked too much and made him in a bad mood. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I was so excited that I forgot to stop. I won't say anything more, just drive calmly." As she spoke, she shrank back into her seat like a quail. Looking at her aggrieved look, he couldn't help but smile. "It's not that you're disturbing me, I just feel a little weird." "What's strange?" she asked curiously. "Do you see that van behind our car?" She also looked back through the rearview mirror and saw a dirty van following behind. But there are at least several thousand vans like this in Longcheng, so she couldn't see anything strange about it. "I saw it. What's wrong? Is there anything strange?" "That car has been following us since we left the community. I tried to shake it off along the way, but it was following us very closely." "Have you seen this car before?" Hearing his inquiry, she thought about it carefully.
Although this type of car is very common in Longchang, it seems that I always see this car around me recently. She looked at the car carefully again and found that it did appear near her often. There's a crack on the glass of that car. I seem to have seen the same car appear in my neighborhood several times before. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now the more I look at it, the more it looks like the same car. She answered with a little fear. He nodded calmly, her words had confirmed his suspicions. There was a good chance that the car had been following her, and whoever was in it probably didn't have good intentions.
Chapter 73, Foreseeing the Future. What is going on? Could it be some kidnapper?
She was immediately frightened and asked worriedly.
It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. He promised, already thinking about how to deal with it.
The two arrived at the office, and Assistant Xiao came over to explain the itinerary to her. Today she had a scene to shoot opposite Director Chen, but since Lu Qian was always late and left early due to various reasons, she always had to wait for a long time after arriving on the set. But if she didn't get there early and wait, Lu Qian would constantly criticize her for not being professional enough. After getting all the items related to the filming, Assistant Xiao went to the set with the two of them.
This was Xiao Chen's first time coming to a movie set.
It was much bigger than he had imagined, and the staff inside seemed to be very busy.
After Yang Yin arrived, the assistant director came over and told her the precautions for today's filming. This is a modern urban suspense film involving many dangerous action scenes. Therefore, for the actor's safety, the assistant director needs to carefully inform the actors of the on-site layout.
Today's scenes are very important, including a car crash scene, so the assistant director focused on the issues that need to be paid attention to when crashing. Finally, he repeatedly assured her that the stuntmen this time were the most professional, so she could perform with confidence. Compared to the assistant director's optimism, he didn't think so.
He had been feeling vaguely uneasy ever since the van followed him this morning.
At this moment, a familiar reminder sound suddenly rang out.
Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
The system started up as if responding to him.
So he silently said in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to foresee the future for one day.
As if sensing his inner uneasiness, the system rewarded him with the ability he wanted most.
As long as he can foresee the future, no matter what happens next, he can prepare a response plan in advance. At the same time, the system also thoughtfully reminds the host of the corresponding precautions. The host's foresight ability is randomly stimulated and is not controlled by the host's subjective will. Well, that is to say, although he can foresee the future, his foresight is like a broken radio, and what he can see depends entirely on luck. But something is better than nothing, so he could only accept such reward arrangement. Just when he was distracted, Lu Qian arrived on time, which was rare. As soon as she came in, she was like the moon surrounded by stars, with 3 assistants surrounding her carrying her expensive bags and coats. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Yang Yin, the newest spokesperson for Yuxia Group. Otherwise, why do people say that President Su has a bad eye for people? He chose a poor-looking husband and a country girl as a spokesperson.
Is Yuxia Group going to go bankrupt? Can't they afford to hire a big name?
As she spoke, she looked up and down at Yang Yin, who was dressed casually, with a look of disgust on her face. Originally, Yang Yin was very timid in front of her, but when she heard her slander Xiao Chan and Su Yueru, she retorted, "You can't judge a person by their appearance alone. Just like some people can't hide their poor acting skills even if they are wearing designer clothes.
So instead of humiliating yourself here, you might as well go back and memorize the script."
You little bitch, how dare you say that to me?
What? Sister Lu, I'm not talking about you. Why do you think so much about yourself? Do you think your acting is really bad?
At this moment, Yang Yin was so bitchy that even Xiao Chen had to admit that what she said was right. She was choked and her face turned red. She wanted to curse, but the assistant beside her quickly stepped forward to stop her. There are so many people on the set, and if the incident gets out of hand, it will be bad for her image. She pushed the assistant who came to persuade her, then left cursing. Seeing her leave, Yang Yin suddenly seemed to lose her strength and took a step back. Xiao Chen quickly supported her, and when he saw the smile on her face, he asked, "Are you so happy?"
Of course I am happy. You don't know that I have wanted to do this for a long time. This time I am finally not afraid of her anymore.
He didn't know what kind of experience made her so afraid of that woman, but seeing her so happy, he laughed too. At this time, the assistant director came over and asked her to put on makeup, as it was soon her turn to act. She pulled him quickly towards the dressing room, but soon met Lu Qian again. Their dressing rooms were next to each other, so even though they had just had an unpleasant argument, they still had to pretend to maintain harmony. She immediately sat in front of the makeup mirror and waited for the makeup artist to come and do her makeup. This scene required the use of plasma, so a professional makeup artist was needed to arrange it. But no matter how long she waited, the makeup artist still didn't come. Assistant Xiao Xiao went to urge him several times, but was always brushed off. So she went to find a makeup artist in person, but she didn't expect that several makeup artists were surrounding Lu Qian and were slowly helping her with her makeup and hair. Seeing her coming, Lu Qian waved her hand to let everyone step back. She looked at Yang Yin with a smile and asked, "Yin, what's the matter? It's your turn soon. Are you here to communicate with me? But my acting skills are not very good, I'm afraid I can't help you." After saying this, she sighed hypocritically. Yang Yin looked at the makeup artists and asked who could come over to help her with her makeup and hair. As a result, several people looked at each other, then glanced at Lu Qian cautiously, but in the end no one responded. Faced with the indifference of several people, she looked at them deeply and walked back to her dressing room. As soon as she left, Lu Qian started to say in a sarcastic tone, "It's better to have Director Chen to protect you. Look how arrogant he is. He comes and goes as he pleases. Do you think I'm a vegetable market?" Everyone was afraid to offend at this time, and could only bow their heads and remain silent. However, they still felt sorry for Yang Yin in their hearts. On the other side, Yang Yin sat back in her seat and began to put on makeup clumsily. Normally she doesn't like to wear makeup, so her makeup skills really need to be improved. Looking at her eyebrows in the mirror, one higher than the other, she sighed in frustration. At this time, Xiao Chen walked over, took the makeup brush from her hand, and couldn't help laughing when he saw the makeup she put on him. He saved her failed eyebrows in just a few strokes, then he turned on the makeup mode and quickly put on makeup for her. Just when he was busy, Lu Qian, who came to watch the fun, led everyone over. Chapter 74, Dangers Lurking Around. Her original intention was to ridicule Yang Yin. If she was sensible, she would let the makeup artist put makeup on her. After all, if the matter really got out of hand, she would have a hard time explaining to Director Chen. But when she saw Xiao Chen operating very professionally, she felt surprised and angry. She didn't expect him to do it so well. As an actress, she has a lot of experience in makeup. Especially in recent years, as she gets older, she feels the importance of makeup more and more. She even spared no expense in hiring a high-level makeup artist in the hope of maintaining her current beauty. But makeup can't replace natural looks after all, so she even had the urge to have plastic surgery. And now she discovered that Xiao Chen's makeup skills were comparable to those of plastic surgery. The effect he created was indeed more natural than his bare face, but it could also highlight his own advantages to the greatest extent. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Yang Yin, she wanted to tear off her disgusting face immediately. The makeup artists who came with her praised her one after another. They had never expected that an ordinary man like him would have such exquisite makeup skills. Some makeup artists have even begun to silently memorize his makeup techniques. At this time, the assistant director came over and called Yang Yin to go to the scene for shooting. The moment he saw her, he was fascinated by her radiant face. She changed her clothes in the room and went to the scene with the assistant director. Xiao Chen, who was quietly tidying up the table in the dressing room, was stopped by Lu Qian. "Brother Xiao, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to have such superb makeup skills." Her eyes were full of love, as if she wanted to make him her lover. But he ignored her flattery, said a few perfunctory words and sat down in a chair with his eyes closed to rest. This was clearly a sign of keeping people at a distance, but she seemed not to notice and sat on the chair closest to him. "Brother Xiao, you must be very tired. I know Yin is the best at ordering others around. Several of my fellow apprentices were fooled by her before." She pretended to speak casually, but her meaning was extremely clear. She was clearly letting him know that although Yang Yin looked harmless, she was actually just a green tea girl who played with men's emotions. But he ignored her and continued to pretend to be asleep. She stayed for a while and felt bored, so she stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a picture suddenly flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. Yang Yin covered her stomach and groaned in pain, and soon began to vomit. At this time, the paparazzi who had been prepared rushed out from the corner and took a lot of pictures of her painful face and the dirty dirt on her body. The scene was so shocking that he couldn't help but stand up from the stool. His sudden action frightened Lu Qian so much that she froze in place. He then walked over and questioned her fiercely, "What on earth did you give Yang Yin to eat?" This sentence makes no sense and no one would know how to respond to it. But only those who knew the inside story understood what he meant. She panicked and said with evasive eyes, "I don't understand what you are talking about. What can I give her to eat?" At this time, he had already passed Lu Qian and walked towards the set. At the shooting site, people were concentrating on watching Yang Yin and the male lead acting opposite each other. This scene is about the second female lead cooking a table of food for the male lead, but the male lead didn't appreciate it and even left in anger. In the end, the second female lead was the only one left to finish the food on the table. Everything was going smoothly, but when Xiaochen glanced at the table, he knew that Lu Qian must have added something to the dishes. As for which dish had something added to it, he couldn't figure it out for a moment. The scene soon progressed to the moment when Yang Yin started eating, and Lu Qian also quietly walked over at this time. Originally, what she was most looking forward to today was to see Yang Yin eat the poisoned food with her own eyes and then leave in pain. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen showed up and not only helped her solve the makeup problem, he also knew clearly that she had put drugs in the food. Now she came here just to wait for an opportunity and see if he could find a way to replace Yang Yin's meal in front of everyone. It was noon and the crew had already started preparing lunchboxes. Everyone was waiting for Yang Yin and the others to finish filming this scene so that they could eat. After being busy for a long time, everyone was a little hungry. Xiaochen suddenly had an idea and immediately found the assistant director and asked him to lend him the cooking pot and gas. Because the crew was equipped with a professional chef, he was ready to cook quickly. He immediately used his cooking skills to cook using the ingredients available. Soon the set was filled with a rich aroma, attracting everyone to look in his direction. Finally, because the smell was so delicious, no one wanted to continue filming anymore. So Director Chen had to stop the filming early, as it happened to be at the part where Yang Yin was having dinner alone. When she was asked to stop filming, she had just picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and was about to put it into her mouth. Everyone rushed towards Xiaochen, very curious about what he had made that smelled so good. But he walked past everyone and came to her side, snatching the chopsticks from her hand. Then he poured out all the food on the table. Director Chen was about to scold him when he saw this. But he promised that he would prepare a new table of dishes in a moment. Director Chen then gave up, and the assistant director hurriedly served Director Chen a bowl full of the food he had cooked. The tempting aroma made Director Chen let down his reserve. He took a sip first, and unexpectedly, the taste captured him immediately. What a delicious dish this is! Using the simplest ingredients, such delicious dishes can be made. The person who cooked it is really a genius. Director Chen didn't care about his appearance and immediately started to wolf down the food. Seeing him eating so happily, everyone was very curious about what his food tasted like. So everyone scrambled for the food and finished it all off the pot. When Director Chen wanted to order another portion, he found that there was not even a grain of rice left in the pot. At this moment, he remembered Xiaochen's promise just now, so he signaled him to quickly prepare another table of food. Just make sure to do more this time. Xiaochen agreed readily, then rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. The chef quickly came to help him and secretly watched him while he was cooking to see how he made such delicious food. Every time he made a dish, except for the one plate that was placed on the table as a prop, the rest would be snapped up. Chapter 75. Nothing is wrong. When everyone had eaten their fill, they all gave Xiaochen a thumbs up and praised him. Lu Qian was very angry when she saw that not only her plan was discovered by him, but he also cleverly resolved everything. "Sister Lu, what should we do? This man is not simple. Should we still carry out our subsequent plans? Or should we not do it for now?" Her assistant asked, a little worriedly. "You useless thing. You got scared by a little jerk like that." The subsequent arrangements went according to plan. I don't believe he could have foreseen the future. This time he was just lucky to guess that there was something wrong with the food. She pretended to be calm as she spoke while observing the busy Xiaochen. She couldn't understand why he knew her plan. First he helped that little bitch Yang Yin put on makeup, and now he solved the problem of food. No, I have to find a way to hold him back, she thought secretly. The subsequent performances went very smoothly, and Yang Yin's scene received unanimous praise from Director Chen and everyone else. During the break, she came to Xiaochen to show off. "How is it? My acting skills must be good, right? Look, everyone praises me." She didn't know why, but she felt very safe as long as he was by her side.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Even though I don't understand acting, I got goosebumps watching it.
She felt even happier when she heard his compliment.
But before she could be happy for long, he suddenly asked seriously, "By the way, are you going to work with Lu Qian in the next scene?"
"No, I only have one car crash scene left today."
"But don't worry, it's not dangerous. The first part is played by a stuntman, and I only need to show my face at the end."
Seeing his serious expression, she couldn't help but comfort him. But his brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Originally, it was her turn to act out the car fall scene, but Lu Qian suddenly made the excuse that she was not feeling well and wanted to act out her part in advance. As it was almost afternoon, Director Chen did not bother with her any further in order to shoot the car crash scene while the sun was shining. So he signaled Lu Qian to prepare her part. Since it consisted of several love scenes, Director Chen felt that it should be over quickly.
The assistant director told Yang Yin about Director Chen's arrangement, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
After all, Lu Qian had added and changed scenes too many times in the crew, so it was normal for her to just perform her own part in advance. But Xiao Chen felt something was wrong, so he told her not to walk around the set while he went to check around.
When Lu Qian was filming, it seemed as if she was deliberately delaying the time.
She forgot her lines and laughed from time to time, which made Director Chen angry several times. The short 3 scenes were filmed until the evening, and finally at around 8 o'clock, her part was finished. It was completely dark at this time, so it was a bit dangerous to shoot the car crash scene. But if we don't hurry up and finish shooting today's scenes, the entire movie will be delayed. So in the end I had no choice but to bite the bullet and start preparing for the shoot. After Xiao Chen went around, he didn't have any sudden inspiration. He felt something was wrong, but he didn't know where to start. At this time, the stunt actor had finished shooting all the previous dangerous shots, and Yang Yin was lying in the designated position, ready to shoot the final part. I saw a van driving towards me from a distance. It was not going very fast, so no one paid attention to it. Director Chen stared at the shooting screen and observed the scene, waiting for the male lead to suddenly appear and save her before the van hit her. At this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind.
The car suddenly accelerated, but no one realized there was anything wrong.
However, the male lead did not show up, so Director Chen did not stop filming. By the time Director Chen realized there was a problem, it was too late. Everyone watched as the car ran over Yang Yin, her young and beautiful face filled with surprise and pain. When the car stopped, a disheveled man got out, laughing wildly. The scene flashed by and disappeared before he even had time to recall it. Without thinking, he ran towards where Yang Yin was lying, and the car that was approaching suddenly started to speed up. However, no one noticed the problem with the car, but instead tried to stop Xiao Chen from approaching the filming scene. Director Chen stood up and cursed something, and several people around him came forward to hold him back, trying to stop him from approaching Yang Yin. He pushed everyone away and ran towards Yang Yin. Although she heard everyone's noise while lying on the ground, because of her high acting quality, she did not move until Director Chen called cut. It was only when the van was approaching her without slowing down that people realized something was wrong. But it was too late to do anything now. Director Chen had forgotten to curse and just stared blankly at the van approaching Yang Yin, who was lying on the ground at a very fast speed. Some people covered their mouths, while others turned around and closed their eyes. They knew what was going to happen, but because it happened so quickly, they were helpless. At this moment, a nimble figure ran past. That was Xiao Chen, who broke through the crowd and approached her at the fastest speed. Then he burst out with amazing strength and picked her up from the ground. He held her in his arms and rolled on the ground. The 2 men rolled in front of the van the moment it approached. Everyone screamed and ran towards them from all directions. When everyone got closer, they found that except for Yang Yin, who was a little too frightened, both of them were unharmed. Director Chen pushed through the crowd and walked up to the 2 of them, apologizing with great guilt. Xiao Chen let go of the somewhat panicked Yang Yin, stood up and looked around for the out-of-control van. When everyone saw him like this, they also started looking for the driver who caused the accident. But the man seemed to realize that the matter had been exposed, so he just drove away. After a lot of hustle and bustle, the filming had to be interrupted. Director Chen specially sent Yang Yin back to her lounge and assured Xiao Chen that he would investigate the out-of-control vehicle thoroughly. He bowed to Director Chen to express his gratitude. When they were alone, he asked, "Yin, are you okay?" She was still shaking a little at this time, but she still said firmly, "It's okay, thank you, Brother Chen. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have suffered a lot of misfortunes today." He also didn't remember where he had seen this sentence, which roughly meant that if a girl says she's fine, then there must be something wrong.
Chapter 76 Agreement.
So he turned around, took out a blanket from the side and draped it over her shoulders, then ran outside and got a thermos of hot water. He poured her a cup of hot water and placed it in her hand. The scorching temperature felt in her palm, and her cold heart began to melt.
What are you doing?
In the warm weather of early autumn, she was wrapped in a blanket and holding a cup of hot water in her hand, which made anyone laugh. I heard that girls should drink more hot water.
It's good for the body.
She was amused by these words, and her eyes curved into crescents. Seeing that she was in a better mood, he continued to instruct her. What happened today must have something to do with that woman Lu Qian, so you must be extra careful of that woman.
Do you understand? She nodded and said, I see. Is there something wrong with the food and dishes today?
He nodded to indicate that her guess was correct. Although she had expected this, she didn't expect Lu Qian to hate her so much that she would even go so far as to make so many cruel arrangements. I'll take you home today.
Remember to call me when you get home.
If you feel something is wrong at any time, let me know immediately.
Got it?
He said as he took her and prepared to leave the set. When they reached the door, they met an unexpected person.
Ms. Yang, I heard that you had an accident. I happened to be nearby. So I came to see you. How are you? Are you okay?
The person who came was Shui Yuan. He seemed to be unable to see Xiao Chen and just kept talking to Yang Yin attentively.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shui. I'm fine.
She was embarrassed by Shui Yuan's enthusiasm, but because of his huge influence in Longcheng, it was not easy for her to turn against him directly.
It's all right, it's all right. He let out a false sigh of relief.
At this time, a figure walked out from the dressing room next to him and rushed in front of Shui Yuan.
Brother Yuan, are you here to visit me on set? I'm telling you, I've been very busy today.
Lu Qian spoke in a coquettish voice, as if a hen with her throat pinched. He pulled his arm out of her hand unhappily and gave her another cold look. He hated the kind of woman who acted coquettishly regardless of the occasion the most.
Moreover, he now had a new goal and no longer wanted to be with this kind of fickle woman. Ms. Lu, you misunderstood. I came here to visit Ms. Yang's class. He immediately drew a line between himself and Lu Qian.
Lu Qian became angry and embarrassed when she heard his heartless and cold tone. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Yang Yin's nose with the other hand and cursed, "You are such a flirtatious little bitch. It's not enough to have Xiao Chen, now you want to flirt with Brother Yuan.
I tell you, don't be complacent. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. One day I will let you know who is the number one sister here."
As she said this, she gave the three of them another hateful look before leaving. Faced with Lu Qian's sudden attack, she was obviously a little panicked. At this time, Shui Yuan wanted to put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her, but his hand was stopped by another person just as it was halfway into the air.
Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Let me go. He roared angrily. What's wrong? You know it's unpleasant to be touched by someone you don't like? Xiao Chen teased.
He struggled to pull his hand back and glanced back and forth between the two of them.
Xiao Chen, you despicable villain, having Xiao Yu is not enough, now you even want to seduce Yin Yin. Don't call her so intimately. She doesn't know you at all. Besides, it was Su Yueru's idea for me to be Miss Yang's bodyguard.
Miss Yang and I are just friends.
Friends?
If you say you are just friends with such a beautiful woman, no one will believe you. As he said this, he looked at Yang Yin's chest with an obscene look.
As if sensing his obscene gaze, Yang Yin retreated behind Xiao Chen.
Seeing her behavior, Shui Yuan said with a bit of displeasure, "No matter what your relationship is, I don't care anyway. I'm not here just to visit you, but also to remind you of the appointment tonight. You didn't forget it, did you?" After being reminded by him, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered. The two had agreed to have another racing race at 12 o'clock tonight, and he looked at the time and it was already 11:30.
We changed our address, so I came here to tell you. In case you can't find it and run away.
He threw a piece of paper with the address on it to Xiao Chen, then waved goodbye to Yang Yin like a gentleman. Xiao Chen opened the piece of paper and took a look.
It was far away from where Yang Yin lived.
Even at his speed, it would be difficult for him to send Yang Yin back there before 12 o'clock. Seeing that he was a little embarrassed, she said sympathetically, "Go and teach that loser a lesson.
Xiao Xiao and I will go back together, it's okay."
Seeing her say this, he did not insist. So after the two said goodbye, he returned to the apartment and drove.
Standing in the parking lot of the apartment, he finally chose Su Yueru's pink Bugatti Veyron.
The reason why he did not choose the car he won from Shueyuan was simply because he felt a little reluctant inside. When he drove to the designated location, he found that the number of people participating in the car race this time was even greater than last time. This is a flat road in the suburbs, and there are usually few vehicles passing by. And this time the competition directly blocked the road, so this place seemed particularly empty. In sharp contrast to the empty road are the countless vehicles of all shapes and sizes at the starting point. Beautiful women in bold clothing are walking among the vehicles, their curvy figures complementing the streamlined vehicles. There were also young people in exaggerated clothes sitting ostentatiously in luxury cars. Some of them wore gold chains thick enough to tie dogs, and looked at the people passing by with disdain.
When Xiao Chen's little pink car drove over, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down.
He got out of the car somewhat puzzled, thinking that his car was too pink, which was why everyone was staring at him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got off the car, he heard a buzz of discussion among the crowd.
Is this the pink killer?
I heard his driving skills are as cool as his car.
Really? I didn't watch the game last time, what a pity.
But the fact that he beat Shui Xiao shows that he is quite capable.
I guess he won't be so hot this time for long. Have you heard?
Uncle Hao, the car god, has been invited back by Master Shui.
This time it's going to be interesting. Uncle Hao? Is he the uncle who participated in the world's top racing competition when he was young and competed with Schumacher? That's not true, so I say this is going to be interesting. Chapter 77, Miss Leather Jacket. Listening to everyone's discussions, he couldn't help but become curious about this Uncle Hao. What kind of person can compete with the world's best driver? How fast must his car be? He strolled through the crowd while looking around for someone who looked like Uncle Hao. There are all kinds of people here, from street thugs who fight each other fiercely to racing drivers who look very professional. Just as he was looking around curiously, he was suddenly fascinated by a beautiful scenery. A young lady wearing tight leather clothes and pants was sitting on the hood of a red Ferrari. The young lady is very sexy, and the black leather jacket brings out her curvy figure. Especially the design of the chest, the leather jacket is zipped up just at the chest, revealing the black tight vest and an alluring white underneath. The young lady's face was full of queen-like style, with sexy lips slightly upturned, making her look like she was smiling even though she had no expression on her face. The combination of luxury cars and beautiful women attracted a lot of onlookers. Everyone was admiring the young lady, and some were brave enough to come forward and try to get close to her. Beauty, are you coming to participate in the competition by yourself? Do you want your brother to take you with you? A gangster with yellow hair and a gold chain around his neck came up to chat with me. The young lady ignored his words and stared coldly at his gold chain, which was as thick as a dog leash. The gangster seemed to feel her gaze, but his confidence made him think that the young lady was just interested in him. Ah, this. If you are willing to follow me, I will give it to you.
He pointed generously to the gold chain on his chest. The young lady smiled contemptuously and said word by word, "No, thank you. I just think it looks like the chain I used to tie my dog."
You shameless bitch, I'll teach you a lesson. The gangster got angry and reached out to grab the beauty.
Just when everyone was ready to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, the young lady grabbed the gangster and pinned him down on the hood.
Ouch, bitch, please let me go. Do you know who I am?
The little yellow-haired boy shouted angrily. There was no hesitation on her cold face. There was a click and the gangster's scream was heard. She let go, and the gangster collapsed to the ground, holding his arms and moaning and crying. At this time, the crowd around her no longer dared to look at her beauty, and were all stunned by her decisive attitude. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, she kicked the little yellow-haired boy on the ground, signaling him to get out. The yellow-haired man gave her a last hateful look and left with his arms folded. The onlookers also dispersed one after another, and Xiao Chen deliberately left a little later because he was curious about the woman's skills. So when she turned around and prepared to get back into the Ferrari, her eyes met his. And it was this fleeting glimpse that gave him a lightning-like premonition. In the fiercely competitive traffic, a red Ferrari kept dodging and moving, overtaking the vehicles in front and moving forward. Soon, she came behind a black modified car. The black modified car was already at the front of the convoy, but he was still chasing a pink car.
The two cars, one red and one black, drove forward side by side, and they slowly approached the pink Bugatti Veyron in the front.
At this moment, the black modified car turned sideways and hit the red Ferrari next to it, and at this time a large truck happened to be driving on the road ahead.
The red Ferrari couldn't dodge in time and collided with the truck.
But even an expensive sports car is no match for the steel-framed truck. It was kneaded like a ball of mud and thrown into the air. In the end, all that was left was a Ferrari like a pile of scrap metal on the ground, and the person sitting inside was no longer the beautiful woman with the rebellious look in her eyes. When he came back from the hallucination, he saw the ice beauty-like woman looking at him as if he were a fool.
She must have thought she was a nympho, staring and drooling at beautiful women.
He quickly tidied himself up, and after much hesitation he decided to take care of this matter. Seeing him approaching her, she immediately became defensive. She thought that this was another ignorant scoundrel who came to harass her. He just smiled politely and said straight to the point, "Hi, I mean no harm. I came here to give you some advice."
Suggestion?
A puzzled look appeared on her beautiful face.
Yes, suggestions. For example, can you just drive home and not participate in this competition?
She listened to his words as if she had heard a ridiculous joke.
She smiled speechlessly and asked, "Why should I listen to your withdrawal? Give me a reason.
If I told you that you would die if you participated in the competition again, would you believe it?" Although he didn't want to say this, he had no better reason. At this moment, she no longer looked at herself as if she were a fool.
She looked at herself as if she were a madman and asked, "Are you seriously ill? Or are you just a charlatan?"
Although he had anticipated this might be the case at first, he didn't expect that when it actually happened, his heart would be so hurt. He shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't care, and continued, "It's okay if you don't want to withdraw from the race, but you must be careful of a black modified car.
Remember to stay away from that car."
As soon as his words came out, they immediately caused her to react violently. She suddenly flipped down from the car and reached out to press him on the hood like little yellow hair. But her nimble grasping hands failed to catch him. Because he had taught many female junior students how to defend themselves against harassment in college, he was very familiar with similar tactics. He spun around to avoid her attack and quickly retreated to a safe distance. She looked at Xiao Chun, who reacted quickly, in surprise and asked coldly, "Who are you?"
"It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have no ill will towards you.
I hope you can listen to my advice."
He said this with a sincere expression and turned and left.
She watched the mysterious man leave. Although she was full of doubts, she couldn't help but want to believe him. Just as he turned around and headed back to his car from the other direction, he finally saw the black modified car from the future in an open space. It was originally an inconspicuous Buick, but it was exactly the same as what he saw in the future. The car was parked alone in the open space, and the people around it stayed away as if they were afraid of disturbing it. A somewhat sloppy middle-aged man was leaning against the car door, smoking a cigarette, and playing with a walnut with one hand intentionally or unintentionally.
Chapter 78, Uncle Hao. He slowly walked closer and looked at the inconspicuous black Buick. He couldn't figure out why the car could run so fast.
Perhaps his probing look was too conspicuous. The middle-aged man turned to look at him.
"What are you looking at, kid?"
His voice was low but chilling. Xiao Chen sensed his ill intentions, so he smiled and replied, "Nothing, uncle.
I'm just curious. We're racing here. Can you pull the strings here?"
He deliberately pretended not to recognize the man's identity, but in fact he knew in his heart that this man should be the so-called Uncle Hao.
"You are blind, you little brat. This is our Dragon City's driving god. It's fine if you don't have the knowledge. But you actually slandered our idol like this. You really don't know how to live or die." A gangster jumped out from the side and said swearingly.
He bowed with a pretended apology and prepared to leave this place of trouble. Before he could take 2 steps, the middle-aged man called out to him.
"Wait, I want to see who thinks I'm doing something stupid. Come here, boy, let me take a look."
There was no choice but to bite the bullet and turn around and walk back.
"Uncle, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect you to be the god of cars."
The middle-aged man waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, but he still looked at him with cold eyes.
"Who are you, kid? Why do I feel so annoyed with you?"
The middle-aged man frowned and stared at his face carefully. "I'm just an ordinary loser, with poor eyesight and poor mouth."
"Uncle, please don't take it personally."
Seeing him give in, the expressions of the people around him also softened. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd.
"Uncle Hao, the guy who stole my girlfriend is him." Shui Yuan walked over from the passage that separated the crowd. He looked at Uncle Hao with a flattering look on his face, then pointed at Xiao Chun and said indignantly, "Uncle Hao, the guy I told you about before is him. He was the one who damaged my car and stole it last time." Uncle Hao looked at Xiao Chun coldly again. For some reason, he always felt that Uncle Hao's eyes were not only cold but also a little murderous. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so he argued, "What do you mean your girlfriend? You broke up a long time ago. She is my wife now. It's you who harassed Yueru, not me." He looked at everyone and said, "Some of you were there at the last race. It was Master Shui who damaged the car, and everyone saw it. In the end, I admitted defeat and won your car. Master Shui, are you going to regret it now and want to take the car back?" What he said had reasons and evidence, and more importantly, people around him could also testify to it. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Shui Yuan denied it in a panic. "You are just talking nonsense, but Uncle Hao is a smart man. Don't try to fool him. Uncle Hao is here with you this time, and he will definitely make you suffer." Uncle Hao on the side waved his hand and said, "I don't care about the shit between you two. I just heard that there is a prize for winning here. That's why I came here." Shui Yuan quickly agreed, "Yes, Uncle Hao. I raised the bonus directly to 50 million this time." Then he shouted to everyone present, "Anyone who wants the 50 million bonus can come and participate. As long as you can win, I will give you every penny." There was a cheer from the crowd and the atmosphere immediately reached a climax. People were eager to go back to their cars, and just as everyone was walking away, Uncle Hao stared at Xiao Chen's face and said, "Boy, I have another reason to participate in the competition." "Do you want to know?" he asked curiously. "What?" Uncle Hao smiled contemptuously and said, "I hate the way you look." After he said that, he laughed and left. Shui Yuan, who stayed where he was, raised his hand and made a suicide gesture, then said, "You are dead, Xiao Chen. Any last words?" Xiao Chen looked at him in confusion and said, "Get my 50 million ready. I'll come and collect it in a moment." After saying that, he returned to his car. Because he arrived late, his position was not very good. At the starting point, a beautiful woman in cool clothes stood holding a flag. As everyone started the car, roars of the car resounded through the night sky. He also started the Bugatti Veyron and activated his racing skills. In an instant, the entire road condition appeared in my mind, and the conditions of the surrounding vehicles were also reflected in real time. The system automatically presents the best racing plan, and he only needs to follow the system's instructions to be safe. As the flag dropped, he set off with full confidence. Even though his position was not at the front and there were so many obstacles in front of him. But he still drove very fast, weaving in and out of traffic. He left behind one sports car after another, and soon he caught up with the red Ferrari. He originally wanted to overtake her directly, but unexpectedly the young lady stood in front of him. Should I trip him up or retaliate against him for meddling in other people's business? But her obstruction was nothing in front of the system, and he easily surpassed her according to the system's instructions. It turns out that the system can predict the route the other party may take one step in advance. As long as he follows the plan recommended by the system, he can directly bypass the other party's obstruction. The only cars left in front were Shui Yuan and Uncle Hao's. He couldn't help but speed up and chase forward, but as expected, he was blocked by Shui Yuan. That guy got another luxury car exactly like the previous one from somewhere, and just like last time he wanted to use the same trick to hit me. The system had anticipated this situation and issued an order to speed him up. Just as he drove forward a car's length, he saw Shui Yuan's car suddenly crash into the guardrail on the side of the road. Sparks flew everywhere and the luxury car was completely destroyed. But his driving skills were really good, and he quickly adjusted his state and continued to chase. At this time, Shui Yuan was sitting in a sports car, and the voices of his subordinates came from the headphones beside his ears. Boss, everything is ready." After hearing this, he smiled evilly and said, "Okay, let's get started." After saying that, he accelerated and chased after him. Because of the mistake just now, several cars overtook me. But he was in no hurry to move forward but followed carefully behind the other cars. At this time, Uncle Hao in front was driving easily, when suddenly a huge truck came towards him. The truck was going very fast, and the current road condition was a typical uphill section, so it was impossible to see any vehicles coming from the front. Fortunately, Uncle Hao was experienced and had quick reactions, otherwise he would have most likely collided with the oncoming truck. It's really hard to earn these 50 million.
He muttered to himself, but was not annoyed by this deliberate arrangement to kill someone.
Chapter 79 System Upgrading.
Xiao Chen watched Uncle Hao's car disappear in front of him, and the system suddenly reminded him that this section of the uphill road was very dangerous. Just as he was getting ready to speed up, a truck suddenly came from the opposite direction. The truck was driving very fast and drove straight towards him when it saw his car. He moved to the other side of the road to avoid the truck, but unexpectedly the truck also drove to the same side. This was obviously directed at him. He was startled but quickly regained his composure. Since there is no way to avoid it, why not find a way to solve this problem? He continued to pretend to turn to the other side of the road, and when the truck also began to change lanes, he suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Just when he was already parallel to the truck suddenly came up to him and hit him hard. Just as he was about to be crushed against the guardrail by the truck when he could not dodge in time, a red Ferrari rushed over from behind. The truck was startled by the sudden appearance of the Ferrari and stepped on the brakes reflexively. He took advantage of this opportunity to accelerate. The door on one side rubbed against the guardrail, and the whole car drove forward. The red Ferrari also followed directly using the path he had opened. The two cars sped forward one after the other, and he wanted to honk to show his goodwill. But at this time, several large trucks drove up one after another, and all of them showed obvious interest in his car. After some chasing and dodging, he finally drove to a flat road. And just at the moment he relaxed, the red Ferrari accelerated and overtook him. There was only Uncle Hao's car left in front, and if she rushed over at this moment, it was very likely that what he had expected would happen. Thinking of this, he accelerated and chased after her. He wanted to stop her before tragedy happened. When he caught up with the two cars in front, she was forced by Uncle Hao to drive forward along the guardrail. The system then reminded him that another truck would soon be approaching. He gritted his teeth, accelerated and crashed into the rear of Uncle Hao's car. A huge impact force caused Uncle Hao to crash forward onto the steering wheel.
He looked up and saw Xiao Chen's pink Bugatti Veyron in the rearview mirror.
His eyes turned cold instantly. If he had just forced the Ferrari to the guardrail, it was just a joke. So now he really wants to kill someone. He immediately gave up the Ferrari and prepared to deal with Xiao Chen. Once his grip was gone, the young lady shot forward like an arrow. Looking at the red car going away, Xiao Chen felt comforted and bitter. This time, he may very likely sacrifice himself for this choice. But he quickly activated his racing skills to the maximum, ready to rush forward with all his might. Uncle Hao seemed to want to let him pass and did not stop him. When his car overtook Uncle Hao, he felt happy for a moment. But at this moment, the system suddenly issued a warning, reminding him that another truck was coming ahead. Only then did he remember that in the future prediction, the young lady was run over by this truck. Just as he was about to check the solution provided by the system issued another warning. The system is preparing to upgrade and is expected to shut down automatically in 10 seconds. At that time, the host will lose all the capabilities provided by the system, so please prepare in advance. Then a countdown began to appear on the system interface. 10, 9, 8. As the system continued to count down, Xiao Chen's heart was broken. He didn't expect that this crappy system would be updated at this time, and what made him even more speechless was that he would now lose all the abilities he had gained. If you know this, he won't be pretending to be so high and mighty at this time. He screamed in his heart, "It's all over," and then Uncle Hao finally used his ultimate move. Uncle Hao drove the car right behind Xiao Chen, blocking his way. At this time, the huge truck finally appeared in front. He wasn't quite sure what type of truck it was, but judging from its appearance, this one was definitely bigger than the previous ones. That truck was big enough to hold 5 of Xiao Chen's current sports cars, and even the chassis of the truck was much higher than his current sports cars. In order to avoid the truck, he kept moving left and right. But no matter which direction he drove, the truck followed him as if it was targeting him. Even if he wanted to give up and return now, it would be impossible. Uncle Hao was following closely behind his car. If he wanted to stop or turn around at this moment, he would be hit by Uncle Hao and deviate from the direction, and finally be crushed by the truck under the rut. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. His inner collapse at this moment is self-evident. Just as the truck was getting closer, the red Ferrari that had just run away drove back. She followed closely behind the truck and then sped up to overtake it. She stuck close to the truck so that it could not get close to Xiao Chen, and just when she was about to collide with Xiao Chen, she actually drove her car directly under the chassis of the truck. It all happened so quickly and suddenly. Their cars were so close to each other just now, so close that Xiao Chen could see the resolute expression on her face. When he was finally safely past the truck, he saw in the rearview mirror that she had driven out from under it again. Then she made a spectacular U-turn and drove back after them. What a courageous woman, he thought to himself. But before he could think about it, Uncle Hao's car overtook him from behind. The finish line was less than 400 meters away, so Uncle Hao gave up the last chance to trip him. After all, his main purpose of coming this time was the bonus, and teaching Xiao Chen a lesson was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Seeing Uncle Hao speeding forward, he also accelerated without being outdone. The two of them drove forward almost side by side, and at this moment a memory suddenly awakened in his mind. That was his memory of when he was just learning to drive. His father was repairing the Santana that he had been driving for who knows how many years, while he was nagging at him. Everyone has weaknesses. For example, when it comes to overtaking, a person's blind spot is his biggest weakness. As long as you seize a person's weakness, you win. Blind spot. Yes, for left-hand drive vehicles, the right side is their blind spot. And now he is exactly on the right side of Uncle Hao. Uncle Hao was only focused on the finish line at this time, because the two of them were less than 100 meters away from the finish line. At this time, no one will overtake and move forward, but everyone will accelerate with all their strength and move forward in a straight line. So he made up his mind and stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. With a loud roar, his car rushed forward a long way. Chapter 80, Dangerous. Uncle Hao was a little surprised to see him rushing forward. He didn't expect that this guy still had this much stamina, so he also stepped on the accelerator hard. At this time, the advantage of the super luxury car was revealed. No matter how hard Uncle Hao tried to move forward, he couldn't catch up with him. When he had completely passed Uncle Hao, he immediately turned the car around and rushed directly in front of Uncle Hao. He completely blocked Uncle Hao's car, and Uncle Hao had never expected him to overtake before. So when he stood firmly in front of Uncle Hao felt extremely insulted. The two of them sprinted towards the finish line one after the other, and Uncle Hao tried several times to overtake from behind but failed. Finally, seeing that there was no hope of winning, Uncle Hao angrily rammed his car into the back of his car. The huge impact force almost knocked him unconscious on the steering wheel, but it was also this boost that enabled him to be the first to reach the finish line. He won, although he looked very embarrassed when he walked down the Bugatti Veyron with blood on his head, but it is undeniable that he won. Countless people had already gathered at the finish line. Although they all thought that Uncle Hao would be the final winner, miracles were still very popular. Regardless of whether people knew him or not, they all rushed towards him, and some reached out to touch his body, as if they wanted to share the glory of victory in this way. Good job, brother. I've never seen anyone as good as you. You can even beat Uncle Hao. I'm convinced. Brother, you are awesome. Are you interested in adding me on WeChat? The men and women around him came up to him and tried to get close to him. They had heard of his reputation before, but today's match had completely impressed them. Uncle Hao also got out of the car, and people immediately made way and stopped talking. Uncle Hao looked at him coldly, then looked at the rear end of the pink Bugatti Veyron that was smashed beyond recognition with a mocking look. He didn't go up to greet Uncle Hao. As for Uncle Hao, his natural instinct was to keep his distance from him. The two men looked at each other without saying anything. Uncle Hao lit a cigarette and slowly walked to the edge of the crowd. Just as people were chattering around him again, Shui Yuan finally came back with the convoy behind. The journey was very difficult, although the successive trucks did not cause any trouble for them. But ramps had huge risks to both sides. Except for Shui Yuan and a few very experienced drivers, almost everyone experienced the dangerous racing journey. Shui Yuan walked up to him and saw his badly smashed sports car and his bleeding appearance, and couldn't help but ridicule him happily. You are such a jerk, and you still want to compete with me for a woman. You are lucky that the truck didn't hit you to death. If you know what's good for you, pack up your things and go back to your hometown in the countryside. Otherwise, you may not be as lucky as you are today. When he saw Xiao Chen in such a mess, he thought that he must not have been able to outrun Uncle Hao. But this blind self-confidence was soon slapped in the face. People looked at him with mocking eyes, and the drivers who had almost fallen under the truck came forward to denounce him. Master Shui, didn't you promise everyone that the road would be closed? Why are there still trucks passing by? That's right, Master Shui. My brothers and I are here to make money, not to risk our lives. If you want to take revenge on someone, don't involve us. That's right. That's really unfair. Listening to the complaints from people around him, Su Yueru became a little annoyed. If you're afraid of death, don't come here.
Do you think that 50 million is so easy to get? My money didn't come from the wind. If you want it, show your true ability. If you win the game like Uncle Hao did, I won't give you a penny less.
As he spoke, he took out a check for 50 million from his pocket. But he did not hear the exclamations of people when they saw the huge sum of money. Instead, he heard waves of sneering. At this time, one of his younger brothers ran out from the side and whispered the result of the game in his ear. That is, the one who won the final victory was not Uncle Hao, but Xiao Chen. He was stunned when he heard the news. He didn't expect that even a figure like Uncle Hao would lose to someone like Xiao Chen. The unexpected result and the lofty words he had just uttered were like invisible slaps in his face, one after another, each louder than the last.
What should we do now, Master Shui? I am the winner.
At this time Xiao Chen said in a mean way again. Su Yueru glanced at Uncle Hao, who was smoking alone in the distance, and his expression suddenly became depressed. But soon that dejection was replaced by ruthlessness, and he looked at Xiao Chen with eyes as sharp as a knife.
Don't think you've won just like that. Do you know why no one dares to offend me in Dragon City? That's because all those who have offended me have been.
Having said that, he reached out and wiped his neck. Faced with such naked danger, Xiao Chen said calmly, Su Yueru, do you think that everyone gives in to you because they are afraid of you? They are just afraid of the power behind you. If one day you lose these supports, you will be nothing with your own abilities. He looked at Su Yueru's face, which was slowly turning red, and continued, so I'm giving you a suggestion.
Don't push me too hard. Otherwise, I will make you lose everything you have now. These few casual words made everyone present hold their breath. No one in Longcheng dared to threaten Su Yueru like this. The reason for doing this is indeed as Xiao Chen said, people are afraid of the power of the Shui family. But now this man dares to openly declare war on Su Yueru and the Shui family. What kind of courage does he have? Su Yueru was choked and speechless. He waved his hand to signal his younger brothers to follow him and leave. As a result, he was stopped by several burly men before he had taken a few steps. He immediately became furious and yelled, You all want to follow that jerk in rebellion, right? Well, today I want to see how many people dare to go against my Shui family. As soon as he said this, several big men hesitated. But in the end, the strongest man said calmly, Master Shui, we just happened to pass by Longcheng and came to watch the fun. We don't want to offend you. But I don't know if I should say something. He took a look at this honest man, and after confirming that he was not deliberately causing trouble, he waved his hand and asked him to continue. The man got permission and said, We have nothing to do with the grudge between you and this young man. My brothers and I just want to see the handover of the 50 million. So you. He said this but stopped talking. Su Yueru then remembered that he was so angry that he completely forgot to give the check to Xiao Chen. But his action of walking away in anger just now seemed to others like he was trying to run away without paying his debt. Chapter 81 Yang Yin's private fans. He sneered and looked at the crowd. Although everyone avoided looking at him, he could feel that these few strong men were not the only ones who thought so. Do you think I would default on my debt just for 50 million? This is ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. As he said this, he took out the check for 50 million from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Then he said to Xiao Chen with a look of contempt, Take it, just think of it as alms from me. His attitude was bad and his tone was arrogant, and even the originally neutral onlookers felt that he had gone a bit too far. Isn't it just a few bucks? And I didn't earn it myself, so why are you so arrogant? If I had your reincarnation skills, I could throw out 18 million in a minute. Although they thought so, they were angry but dared not speak out. Xiao Chen looked at the check on the ground, but he didn't bend down to pick it up. This was not only because he had the courage to not accept food given out of pity, but also because he couldn't stand Su Yueru's arrogant temper of relying on wealth. He stood there, looking at Su Yueru, who looked very proud, and said, Either you pick it up for me, or I will teach you a lesson about manners. After hearing this, Su Yueru snorted coldly and looked at him with disdain. How big of a deal could a delivery man possibly make? Seeing that Su Yueru didn't react, he pointed at the other injured people around him and said, If today's game was just a competition, I wouldn't have a say in winning or losing. But you placed a truck to hinder me during the game, and even put other participants in extreme danger. This is simply a disregard for human life. Su Yueru was not panicked at all and even laughed. He stretched out his hand to straighten his clothes and said, Human lives? They are just a few small characters hanging around on the streets. Are their lives that important?
Not to mention injuries, even if they really died, it would only be a matter of a few million. He spoke with such confidence that everyone felt even more disgusted. Rich people don't take the lives of grassroots people seriously at all. They only think of themselves as the most important. Xiao Chen knew that no matter what he said, Shui Yuan would not change his mind, nor would he admit his mistakes. In the face of capital, only by becoming a powerful force can you make them learn to respect you. So he reached into his wallet and took out the business card that Mr. Long had given him earlier. He looked at the fine business card for a while, then smiled and looked up at Shui Yuan.
Do you know what I'm holding in my hand?
This is the business card that Mr. Long gave me.
I didn't know how to use it before. Now I have an idea.
He paused here. But a discussion broke out in the crowd.
What? Is that the legendary Long family's business card? Oh my god, I thought the legend was fake. The Long family? Are they the rumored founders of Dragon City?
The family has been passed down for centuries, but few people know their actual situation.
It's very mysterious.
Compared with the Long family, the Shui family is nothing but trash. Now that this young man has the Long family as his backer, it seems that Shui Yuan won't be able to show off for much longer.
Ah, this is really satisfying.
Xiao Chen held up the business card, and everyone stretched their necks to see what the business card looked like.
He raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd.
Not far away, he saw the young lady who had driven the Ferrari before looking curiously at the business card in his hand.
He turned to look at Shui Yuan and said, "If Mr. Long knew what you did today, he would definitely tell your dad to spank you, right?" Shui Yuan looked at him with an expression as if he had eaten shit.
He really didn't want to offend old Long, so his only choice now was to reconcile with Xiao Chen. He signaled with his eyes to a clever younger brother beside him, and that person immediately understood what he meant. The younger brother walked forward and was about to bend down to pick up the check on the ground and hand it to Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen stopped him. "You should take care of your own affairs."
Even kindergarten kids understand this principle. Master Shui can't possibly not know this, right?
These words clearly indicated that Shui Yuan should personally pick up the check and hand it over to Xiao Chen. Shui Yuan had never suffered such humiliation before, so he was furious. Seeing that he didn't move, Xiao Chen pretended to take out his cell phone and dialed the number written on the business card. Shui Yuan was now a little panicked. Although his face was very important, if he was really sued by old Long, he might be kicked out of the Shui family. So he quickly raised his hand to stop Xiao Chen, and then he slowly moved to the check step by step. He slowly bent down and picked up the check, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Finally, he walked up to Xiao Chen and handed him the check. Looking at his humiliated and angry expression, Xiao Chen felt indescribably happy. While pretending to take the check, he teased Shui Yuan, "Give me a smile." There was an uproar when this was said. There weren't many people in Longcheng who dared to let the young master of the Shui family sell their smiles. What surprised everyone even more was that Shui Yuan actually managed to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Xiao Chen was not the kind of person who would not give in even if he was on the right side, so he took the check back while he was ahead.
After getting rid of the check, Shui Yuan left angrily, saying, "We're even now."
And at this time the crowd's carnival had just begun. People kept coming over to shake his hand, and some even imitated the way he had just teased Shui Yuan vividly, making everyone laugh. Surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Chen wanted to leave several times but was warmly retained by everyone. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and Yang Yin's voice came from the other end of the line. Her voice sounded a little unnatural, overly happy, and she kept talking. He suddenly felt something was wrong, so he squeezed through the crowd and came to an open place.
"Yin, listen to me. Don't say anything now. Just answer yes or no. Do you understand?"
He felt that Yang Yin seemed to be acting abnormally because she was not in a position to speak, so he asked her this. She replied on the other end of the phone, "I understand."
"Are you home alone now?" "No." "Is that person someone you know?" "No." "Are you safe now?" "No."
After getting 3 negative answers, he had roughly guessed her current situation. There was probably someone hiding in her house who wanted to do something bad to her, so she called so late.
And I couldn't explain my current situation clearly over the phone.
He suppressed his bad thoughts and told her in a steady tone, "Don't hang up the phone, keep pretending.
I'll come to you soon." Chapter 82, Cooperation to Save People. After giving Yang Yin some instructions, he prepared to turn back to his car. He had to hurry to her side. At this moment, a man came over and stopped him. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there," the leather jacket lady said in a cold tone. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the cold and aloof young lady would suddenly want to help him. But he didn't want to involve her in this matter, so he politely declined. "No, I'll just take my car there." "Thank you." Before he could take 2 steps, the young lady stopped him and said, "With your car, you will be stopped by the police before you can drive even 1 kilometer. Just follow me." He looked at the back of his car that was badly damaged and felt that what she said made a lot of sense. "Well, thank you for your help." After saying that, the two of them set off without wasting a moment. On the way, he told her the address of Yang Yin's home, and then urged her to drive as fast as possible. Because he could clearly hear that the uneasiness in Yang Yin's tone had increased a lot, and something bad must have happened during the time she was talking to him on the phone. The two of them sped along the road and finally arrived downstairs of Yang Yin's house. He carefully glanced at the vehicles downstairs and found a van with broken glass parked in an inconspicuous backlit place. The car looked very familiar, almost exactly the same as the one he had seen on the set that afternoon. After realizing this problem, he didn't bother to talk to the girl in leather jacket and ran upstairs directly. He communicated with Yang Yin over the phone and asked her where she was now. She said in a crying voice that she was in the bathroom, and there were bursts of heavy knocks on the door coming from the receiver. She screamed in fright. The man didn't notice anything unusual about Yang Yin, so he was still lurking patiently. But ever since she locked herself in the room, he knew he was exposed. So he lost all his patience and was ready to break the door lock and grab her. This sudden change made Xiao Chen even more nervous. He pressed the elevator button desperately, but the elevator did not open for a long time. Finally, he decided to rush up the stairs directly. While on the phone, Yang Yin asked him for help while suppressing her tears. Xiao Chen tried his best to run upwards, but the girl in leather jacket easily surpassed him. As she ran forward, she asked him which floor the person he wanted to save lived on. After he answered breathlessly that it was the 7th floor, he saw the young lady running upstairs in a flash. What an amazing woman! Her physical strength is even better than that of a big man like him. But the main reason why his physical strength deteriorated was because the system was being upgraded and all his previous skill enhancements disappeared. Thinking about his previous superb physical fitness, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But he still gritted his teeth and ran up quickly, and at this time he heard the sound of wood breaking coming from the phone again and again. Yang Yin finally said to him in tears, "Brother Chen, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. You must avenge me." Woo woo. He wanted to tell her not to say such discouraging words, and that he would come to rescue her soon. But all he could muster was sharp gasps for air, and he needed to get there before things got any worse. "Brother Chen, I have always wanted to tell you something. I couldn't tell you before, but now it's too late. I don't want to leave this world with regrets. Brother Chen, I like you." Her words rang in his ears like a thunder. What? Yang Yin liked him? How is this possible? I have only known her for a little over a week, how could she like me? He reached the stairwell on the 7th floor, confused as he thought about what she had said. He walked through the corridor and came to Yang Yin's door. The girl in leather jacket was standing outside her door, studying something. Because they didn't have the key, both of them were trapped outside the door and couldn't go in to rescue people. "Yin, how are you now?" "I'm outside your house. Can you open the door?" He said breathlessly to Yang Yin on the other end of the phone that he was so anxious that he even forgot that she had locked herself in the bathroom, so how could she come over to help them open the door? There was another loud noise from the other end of the phone, and the bathroom door seemed to have been kicked open by someone. She let out a shrill scream and then her phone fell to the ground. He shouted anxiously into the phone, but there was no response from the other end except for the sound of messy footsteps and shrill screams. The girl in leather jacket opened the password door at once, and he rushed in. He rushed into the bathroom and found a sloppy man pressing on Yang Yin. Her clothes were torn to tatters, and her fair, slender neck was being strangled by the crazy man. Seeing that she was almost suffocated by being strangled, he went up and kicked the man. The man let go of his hand in pain, turned around and found Xiao Chen rushing towards him with a ferocious look on his face. "Little punk, do you think you can stop me every time?" He pulled out a dagger from his arms and rushed towards Xiao Chen, waving it wildly at him. Xiao Chen dodged while trying to get closer to Yang Yin to check on her condition. This distraction caused him to scratch his arm. With the sound of clothes tearing, blood instantly dyed Xiao Chen's sleeves red.
But Xiao Chen didn't have time to care about his injuries. He stepped back little by little and led the man out of the narrow bathroom. Then he signaled to the girl in leather jacket to rescue Yang Yin, while he stayed to deal with the crazy man. After seeing the young lady go to save Yang Yin, Xiao Chen, without any worries, directly used all the Sanda skills he had practiced before. He kicked the man on the wrist, and the man lost his strength and the dagger fell to the ground. Then he took the opportunity to sweep the man down with a kick, then quickly stepped forward to flip him over, grabbed his arm with one hand and pressed it behind his back. After completely subduing the man, he called the young lady and Yang Yin out. The lady in leather jacket helped Yang Yin, who had just woken up, into the living room, and threw him a clothesline. He took over and tied the man's hands and feet tightly, then stood up, found his cell phone and called the police. After finishing all this, he immediately went forward to check Yang Yin's injuries. Because he has suffered from many bumps and bruises since he was a child, he is very experienced in dealing with simple injuries. Seeing her at this moment, I found that she had just changed her torn clothes with the help of the young lady. Except for the bruises on her neck caused by being pinched, she had no other scars on her body.
Chapter 83: The Mastermind.
At this time he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The girl in leather jacket took her to sit down opposite him, and she looked at the sloppy man struggling on the ground with horror. It looked like the man hadn't taken a shower for at least a month. Not only was his hair greasy and tangled, but he also exuded an indescribable odor. He struggled desperately on the ground, cursing loudly. Xiao Chen touched his wound, which had already solidified, and thanked the girl in leather jacket.
Thank you, beautiful lady. It was thanks to you that Yin was saved this time. Yang Yin also hurried to express her gratitude.
The lady in leather jacket waved her hand to show that it was nothing to worry about.
She said, "No need to thank me.
You saved me before when Uncle Hao was giving me trouble, so I am returning the favor.
And don't call me beautiful. My name is Long Yun." "Ah, your last name is rare. Are you from the Long family?"
He wasn't a gossipy person, but her last name was rare, so he asked. Long Yun shook his head and said, "I have nothing to do with the Long family.
It's just a coincidence."
Seeing that she didn't want to talk, he didn't ask any more questions.
He looked at the slightly trembling Yang Yin and asked, "Yin, are you okay? When did you find out that this person was in your house?"
She answered with a trembling voice, "After Xiao Xiao and I came back together, she went home. I was very tired today and wanted to go to bed early, but when I walked into the bedroom, I smelled a very uncomfortable smell.
Plus, you told me that someone wanted to harm me, so I was a little cautious and didn't go in."
As she spoke, she unconsciously looked at the man squirming on the ground. The smell on this man is indeed hard to ignore, especially for Yang Yin, who loves cleanliness and has been sensitive to smells since childhood.
"Then I called you right away. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I locked the door.
Then I heard footsteps coming from the bedroom.
I didn't dare to move. I just stayed in there and waited for you to come and save me."
As she said this, she seemed to experience the desperate situation again and began to sob again. Long Yun reached out and patted her gently on the back, and he became even more angry when he thought of how Yang Yin had been pinned down by that man just now. So he stood up and kicked the man hard several times, and the man screamed and cursed.
"Yang Yin, you stinky bitch, don't think you can deal with me just because you found a stinky man. I tell you, I will follow you for the rest of my life. We should have been together, you just ignored me because you disliked my poverty, right?"
She shrank into a ball in fear after hearing his threat, and screamed in despair, "I don't even know you, why are you pestering me?"
"You don't know me? Why are you smiling at me if you don't know me? You dislike me, but you still refuse to admit it.
We could have been together forever, but now I want to destroy you and make both you and this stinky man die miserably." Xiao Chen has seen many self-indulgent people, but he didn't expect there would be someone so delusional. Yang Yin just smiled at him politely, but he thought she was in love with him. And she ignored him later because she disliked his poverty and didn't want to be with him. This kind of extreme person will always look at everything in an extreme way, so this time we can only say that her luck was really bad. Seeing her crying so hard, he seemed to be greatly encouraged.
"You are no different from that bitch Lu Qian, you are just cheap.
You didn't appreciate me when I treated you well, but when I lost my temper, you became cowardly.
Well, if you let that man let me go, I will write off everything with you and will not bother you anymore."
He looked at Xiao Chen smugly, as if he would definitely be released because they were all afraid of him. But Xiao Chen heard other meanings in his words.
"Have you also looked for Lu Qian? What did she tell you?" Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed very interested, he deliberately kept it a secret and said, "What else can I say? Just beg for my forgiveness or something like that." "What? Are you scared? If you let me go, I won't care about you guys scheming against me anymore." At this time, Long Yun, who had been silent, walked over. She looked down at him, and her cold eyes made people feel cold all over. "Take Yang Yin in first. I'll call you when it's ready." She spoke in a calm tone, as if she was just going out to buy a box lunch. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment. He had seen this young lady's skills before. If Long Yun used her full strength, he might not be her opponent. "The police will be here soon. We have to hand him over to them." He was afraid that Long Yun might do something extreme when he got excited. "Don't worry, I know my limits." After she finished speaking, she smiled charmingly for the first time, but he shuddered. As soon as he took Yang Yin into the bedroom and closed the door, he heard a pig slaughtering howl coming from the living room. Yang Yin looked at him a little nervously and asked, "Brother Chen, is this Sister Long okay? Should we stop her?" He thought about it for a moment, and his eyes fell on the bruises on her neck. Some people still need to be taught a lesson, otherwise they won't realize how much harm they have brought to society. After saying that, he pulled her to sit on the bed and carefully touched the scar on her neck. Perhaps it was because the atmosphere was too ambiguous, or perhaps it was because of her panicked confession just now. Yang Yin's face turned red. When he looked up and saw the blush on her face, he reached out and touched her forehead. "You have a fever. Lie down and rest for a while. I'll call you when the police come." When he tucked in the quilt for her and was about to go outside to check the situation, she grabbed the corner of his clothes. "Brother Chen, don't go. I'm a little scared." She looked extremely vulnerable. "Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon. Nothing can hurt you now. I'll always be by your side." He knew that he shouldn't make such an unfulfilled promise lightly, but he had no choice at this time. She nodded reassuringly and closed her eyes. When he walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room, he found Long Yin carefully wiping his hands with disinfectant wipes. The man on the ground had a face swollen like a pig's head. He squinted his eyes and looked at Long Yin in fear. He confessed that Lu Qian had ordered him to come and harass Yang Yin. He had also put drugs in Yang Yin's food before, and even wanted to run her over with his car. Xiao Chen nodded. He had long guessed that these things were related to Lu Qian. And the facts proved that it was indeed the case. Chapter 84, Personal Physician. Long Yun wiped his hands and stood up from the sofa, and the man rolled over from Xiao Chen's side as if he had been electrocuted. "Brother, save me!" He shouted in a crying voice, and several policemen rushed in from outside the door. When the police entered the room, they looked at the man lying on the ground with his head swollen like a pig, then looked at Xiao Chen with scars and Long Yun who looked calm and composed. They were confused for a moment. "Comrade, may I ask who called the police just now?" A police officer asked. It's me, police comrade, help me." The man on the ground squirmed and crawled towards the police again. The police helped him up and asked him, "Comrade, who beat you like this?" He glanced at Long Yun out of the corner of his eye, and Long Yun just moved his fingers and made a crisp sound. No one hit me. I just fell down accidentally." Seeing the policeman's look of disbelief, he added, he fell on his face. At this time, Yang Yin walked out of the bedroom with a haggard face. She said weakly, "I'm sorry, police comrade. I called the police. This man broke into my house in the middle of the night and tried to molest me. Fortunately, Brother Chan and Sister Long saved me." Hearing her say this, the policeman's eyes suddenly became sharp when he looked at the man. He was afraid that he would be taken away by Long Yun, so he quickly confessed, Yes. "Police comrade, I am guilty, please take me away. Woo, please don't leave me behind." Although the policeman didn't quite understand what he meant, he still said seriously, "We will of course take the criminal away, but the others also need to come back to the station with me to make a statement." Xiao Chen and others nodded to indicate that they would actively cooperate with the work, so the three of them left in the police car. After a busy period, it was almost dawn when the three men came out of the police station. After a sleepless night, Yang Yin had a fever, so she looked particularly haggard. Long Yin said goodbye to the two of them at the door of the police station, and Xiao Chen offered to take Yang Yin back to his and Su Yueru's apartment. "How can that be possible, Brother Chen? It will be inconvenient for Sister Su. I'd better go back to my home first." "It's okay. Yueru is not such a petty person. Besides, your home is not safe now.
I want you to rest at my place before you find a safer place to live. After he finished speaking, he called Su Yueru and told her that he would bring Yang Yin home soon. Su Yueru didn't ask any questions on the phone and directly agreed to his decision. The two took a taxi back to the apartment, and Su Yueru was waiting for them downstairs. In the morning light, she stood downstairs in thin pajamas waiting for them. Seeing this, Xiaochen felt distressed and hugged her, scolding her, "Why did you come down wearing so little? The weather is getting colder now. What if you catch a cold?" She smiled sweetly at him, but when she saw the blood on his head and the scars on his arms, she panicked. She hurriedly invited the two to return to the apartment, and called her good friend and personal doctor to help treat their wounds. After finishing all these, she vacated her room for Yang Yin to rest. Yang Yin wanted to refuse at first, but after a night of tiredness and fear, she just lay down. After a while, she fell asleep. Su Yueru asked him to come out of the room. He had not been heard from since he greeted her before going to the game last night. As they sat on the sofa in the living room, he told her everything that happened afterwards. He talked about how he met Uncle Hao and how he escaped from the joint plan of Shui Yuan and Uncle Hao. How did he meet Long Yun and how did he save Yang Yin? The night was so thrilling that even the now bland description made her exclaim several times. After listening to his story, she asked Uncle Hao carefully about his appearance. She was very dissatisfied with his arrogant and domineering behavior. She also asked about Long Yun's personality and was full of curiosity about this heroic woman. It's a pity that Long Yun was a very aloof and mysterious person, and did not leave them his contact information. The two of them chatted happily with each other. Only she could bring them this feeling of closeness and familiarity. He thought that with the system upgrade making all his previous skills invalid, this might affect her feelings towards him. After all, she herself was rewarded by this system. But I didn't expect that people's emotions would not be controlled by the system. Maybe she would be confused by the temporarily tampered memories, but the emotions they developed afterwards were more real. And at this moment, even if the system no longer starts up, it is enough for him to have her love. He looked at her with such love that her face started to burn. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She reached out and pushed him. "Look at you, you are so pretty. Whose daughter-in-law are you? Why are you so pretty?" Even without the 10th level skill of sweet talk, he could still say sweet words to her fluently. "Hate it, I haven't washed my face yet." She covered her face and said with a smile. "Really? Then let me take a closer look at my wife's bare face." He reached out to grab her hand, but at this moment someone coughed softly behind them. The two were startled by the sudden cough, and Su Yueru stood up directly from the sofa. "Lin Shinger, you scared me to death. Why didn't you make any noise when you came in?" She was embarrassed and annoyed, so she just called out her best friend's full name. "Will it be of any use if I speak up? Your world of two just can't accommodate anyone else, okay?" As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaochen and said, "Is this the injured soldier you called me to treat in such a hurry? Isn't he quite energetic? He can even flirt with the girl." Su Yueru's face turned red because of what she said, but she still urged, "Since you are here, go and take a look at him. He is bleeding." She walked forward and pushed Lin Shinger, letting her sit next to Xiaochen. Maybe because she is a doctor, Lin Shinger's dress is very formal, revealing a strong sense of abstinence. She had her jet black hair tied in a ponytail, swaying back and forth behind her head, shining with a satin-like luster. She stretched out her slender white fingers to check the scabbed wound on his head. The cool fingertips felt quite comfortable touching his skin. "The wound on your head is nothing serious. Just disinfect it with alcohol and it will heal in a few days." "Is your arm injured too?" Her eyes fell on the knife wound on his arm and she reached out and poked it. This made him grimace in pain, and Su Yueru quickly stepped forward to stop him. "You feel so bad for her right now?" "I believe the saying that once a daughter is married off, she is like spilled water." Although she was teasing her, Lin Shinger's actions were obviously much gentler. Chapter 85, First Experience with Live Streaming. After checking, she told Su Yueru not to worry, as his injuries were not serious. As to why he was injured, she asked very curiously and in detail. When she found out that he was injured while saving others, the contempt on her face immediately subsided a lot. She thought that her best friend had suddenly gotten married to a man of unknown origin for no apparent reason, and she felt very wary and dissatisfied with him. But from what we just experienced together, he is indeed a responsible and good man who is trustworthy. Su Yueru asked her to go see Yang Yin again, explaining that she had a fever due to the previous fright. She carried her medicine box into the bedroom, and only then did he dare to grimace and cry out in pain. Just now, in order to leave a good impression on Lin Xinger, he gritted his teeth and persisted while she was stitching the wound. Now that she is not here, he can finally feel free to act coquettishly towards Su Yueru. As expected, she felt very distressed to see him in such pain, and looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked, "What should I do?
Is there any way to stop you from feeling so much pain?"
He stared at her rosy lips, grinned and said, "It's true. Come here and I'll tell you." She approached him completely defenseless, not wanting to be attacked directly by him. Her face turned red and she pushed him directly, right on the wound he had just sutured. This time he really gasped in pain, and she thought he was lying to her again, so she turned around and walked back to the bedroom. He had no choice but to follow her to the bedroom door to see how Yang Yin was doing. Lin Xinger was taking her pulse. It seemed that this girl, who came from a family of doctors, was well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine and knew everything. She felt the patient's pulse for a while, then waved her hand to signal the two to leave with her. Returning to the living room, she told the two she was just frightened. She just needs to rest for a while. But during this time, don't let her suffer any huge shocks or anything like that. They both nodded at the same time, and Su Yueru personally saw her off.
After a while, she came back.
Looking at Yang Yin's peaceful sleeping state, she said, "Hubby, I have something else to do at the company, so I have to go out for a while.
You stay here with Yin."
He was in a bit of a dilemma. A single man and a single woman were in the same room together, and his wife not only did not stop them, but also left to create an opportunity for them.
This really made him not know whether to be happy or sad.
He hugged her and teased, "Why are you so confident in me that you leave me alone in a room with a big star?"
She raised her head, looked at him and smiled, "I'm not worried about you, I believe in you. If he's my man, he won't waver even if a fairy is in front of him.
If he's not my man, he'll cheat even if I imprison him in a cage." Looking at her trusting eyes, he kissed her forehead affectionately. He secretly made up his mind to protect her trust and love. "Don't worry, I'll make you something delicious when I come back in the evening.
My husband is the best."
After saying that, she kissed him on the face, then packed up and prepared to go to the company to take care of things. Her company has not been peaceful these days. Ever since her relationship with Xiao Chun was made public at the cocktail party, the company's senior directors have been putting pressure on her. They believed that her marriage to a man of unknown origin and low status would damage the company's image. There is fierce competition among cosmetics companies today, and corporate culture is also a part of the intangible company assets. As the president of the company, he should convey a belief to consumers that this group is high-end and classy, rather than a cheap brand that targets the common people. So they insisted that she clarify her relationship with Xiao Chen to the public. It would be even better if she could draw a clear line between them directly. But their ideas were undoubtedly wishful thinking.
She would never accept the possibility of being separated from Xiao Chen.
So these days she had to continue working under pressure from all sides, while at the same time trying to find ways to change the directors' minds. Just when she was busy and overwhelmed, her assistant brought her another piece of bad news.
"Boss Su, this is bad.
Our company's latest product plan has been leaked, and some small companies have already produced counterfeit and inferior products and put them on the market. Some consumers mistakenly thought they were our company's products and bought them, but after using them, they suffered severe allergies, and some even went to the hospital." She anxiously reported the latest situation to Su Yueru. According to her, the product plan should have just been leaked, so those companies only had time to copy the outer packaging for their own inferior products. But if she doesn't clarify and find the people behind the scenes as soon as possible, the problems facing Yueshia Group may be 100 times more serious than they are now.
Do you know who leaked the latest product plan?
It's not clear yet, but there are only a few people who are in charge of this plan. Only Vice President Shin and you have the specific details of the plan, so as long as Vice President Shin cooperates, we can find out quickly.
She nodded after listening to this.
The top priority now was not only to find out the relationship between Shin Xia and this matter, she now needed an open and quick platform to clarify that the recent allergy incident had nothing to do with Yueshia Group. She thought for a while, then took out her cell phone and called Tang Xinrui. Her best friend has no other advantages except that she is eloquent and looks sweet and lovely. So she gave up her formal job in the family business and turned to the hottest live streaming industry. With her outstanding appearance and cheerful personality, she has accumulated a large number of fans in a short period of time. The last time they got together, she even boasted to Su Yueru about her millions of fans. Su Yueru herself doesn't watch live broadcasts very often, but now there is no faster way to spread her clarification than live broadcasts. And Tang Xinrui, who has millions of fans, is his best support and comrade in arms. The two of them briefly explained the matter, and Tang Xinrui agreed immediately. She promised to come directly to her company in a while, and then the two of them would conduct an on-site clarification and promote their company's new products. If this live broadcast is successful, they will not only resolve the crisis, but also get free publicity for their new products. After the two finalized the details, they agreed to meet later. She told her assistant to prepare the product quickly, while she herself was thinking about the words she would need to clarify. After a busy period, Tang Xinrui arrived at her company on time. After the two of them made some simple preparations, Tang Xinrui opened her live broadcast interface. Chapter 86, Rockets Brush Up. As soon as she started the live broadcast, she greeted everyone naturally as if she was in her element. After a round of greetings, she told her fans the main purpose of the day. When people heard that the million-dollar internet celebrity was actually close friends with the president of Yueru Group, their curiosity was aroused. Some fans even asked about their experiences growing up, and Tang Xinrui did not shy away from sharing with everyone some interesting stories that happened to them since childhood. The atmosphere became harmonious and lively. At this time, some curious fans asked to see Su Yueru. They were curious about what the mysterious female president of Yueru Group looked like. Tang Xinrui looked at her with some embarrassment. She knew that what Su Yueru hated most since she was a child was being watched by many people. That's why even though many scouts had strongly invited Su Yueru to become a celebrity, she refused without hesitation. But this time, in order to resolve the company's crisis, she signaled to Tang Xinrui that she could leave the country. And when the camera turned to her, the fans in the live broadcast room went crazy. They didn't expect that the female president of a group worth tens of billions would be so young and stunningly beautiful. Many people left messages, and for a moment the comments almost covered the phone screen. The CEO is so beautiful. It would be even more perfect if she could smile. I have become a fan of the CEO lady and will support Yueru Group in the future. Does Yueru Group need your support? The CEO is asking for her WeChat ID and a relationship. All kinds of messages flashed across the screen, and before she could say a word, people were about to fight over her. Everyone, please be patient. Our Xiaoye rarely watches live broadcasts. She might be scared by your enthusiasm. Tang Xinrui adjusted the atmosphere in the live broadcast room at this time, and people expressed their cooperation. Sister Xiaoye? What a nice name. Sister Xiaoye, I love you. I beg Sister Xiaoye to date me. I will love you for 10,000 years. Dream on, you losers. The messages never stopped from the moment she appeared. And because most of Tang Xinrui's fans in the live broadcast room are male, most of the comments are nonsense, such as asking Su Yueru to date. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm already married, so I hope you guys will stop spamming me asking for a date. She politely turned down a group of male audience members. What? Such a young lady is already married? She is really marrying too young. Who is the one who could capture my sister Xiaoye's heart? He is so heartless. Sister Xiaoye should belong to everyone. He must be tall, rich, and handsome. You losers have no chance at all. Her simple words sparked another wave of heated discussion. At this time, a rocket suddenly appeared in Tang Xinrui's live broadcast room. It was a reward from the top person in the live broadcast room. Thank you for the rocket, brother Yuan Bao. You always come to support me every time I live stream. I am really touched. Tang Xinrui said this with a playful wink. A top tycoon named Yuan Bao Zayataheo directly replied in the live broadcast room, "This rocket is for Sister Xiaoye. Please hold her for me." When this sentence was typed on the public screen, the people in the live broadcast room immediately went wild. Is this some kind of hooliganism, trying to impress the goddess with money? That won't do, brother Yuan Bao. I'll be jealous. She said this perfunctorily. During live broadcasts, it is inevitable that some male fans will make some rude requests. But apart from giving tips, this little brother Yuan Bao has been behaving very well. I don't know what's wrong with him this time, he actually made such a request. As soon as she finished speaking, a rocket took off, followed by another. When he had sent out 50 rockets, the male fans who were watching the show in the live broadcast room all started to speak up for him. Boss Yuan Bao is so sincere, just help him hug Sister Xiaoye. That's right, 50 at once. It's only been 10 minutes since the show started, you have to show some sincerity. While everyone was discussing the matter, a strange account named Master Shui entered her live broadcast room. Without saying a word, he directly fired 100 rockets. The screen in the live broadcast room was instantly covered by rockets, and the onlookers were also stunned by this sudden scene.
Fuck, where did this rich guy come from? He just started to swipe without saying a word. Brother Yuanbao is outdone, come on.
People were fanning the flames, while Tang Xinrui was pleasantly surprised and thanks to C for the rocket, sweetheart, thanks you here. Because of the sudden interference of this mysterious rich man, the rude request made by the little rich man Yuanbao was directly ignored.
Xiaoye, I see you're still live streaming. If I had known, I would have come here earlier. Young Master Shui left a message on the public screen.
Judging from his choice of words and tone, he seemed to be very familiar with Su Yueru.
So everyone started speculating. Is this Xiaoye's brother-in-law? Oh, are they showing off their affection to us? I'm so full of dog food. Burp, I won't say any more. I need to take a break before I eat again.
At this time, even Tang Xinrui began to doubt whether this young Master Shui knew Xiaoye.
Could this person be Xiao Chen?
Since he was willing to buy more than 5 million worth of jewelry for Xiaoye, it was reasonable for him to send her a few rockets.
But Su Yueru immediately guessed the true identity of this person. He should be the lingering Shui Yuan.
Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Shui, but I never broadcast live. This is Xinrui's live broadcast room.
I thank you for your generosity on her behalf.
With just a few words, she completely severed her relationship with him, and even ignored his gift. Seeing him being humiliated by Su Yueru, everyone started to ridicule him again. At this time, he said on the public screen, I heard that there is a problem with your company's products.
Do you need my help?
I don't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he said such heart-wrenching words in such a public occasion. Originally, Su Yueru wanted to use the live broadcast platform to clarify the issue, but now after what he said, it became an indisputable fact.
Something happened to Yuexia Group? Can such a large group also have problems?
It's the same no matter how big it is, they just want to cheat consumers out of their money.
To put it bluntly, the money of the rich is given by us losers. Truth, I am a loser, and I am proud.
Everyone changed their tone and blindly believed Shui Yuan's words.
Master Shui, please be careful with your wording.
It's not that our company's products have problems, but that some unscrupulous merchants are using our company's packaging to defraud people. This time, I also want to use the live broadcast to inform the majority of consumers to be careful not to be deceived. She clarified his ambiguous words with righteous words. But at this moment, a group of unfamiliar trumpets suddenly came in from nowhere and started denouncing the Yuexia Group.
Chapter 87 Carnival Competition. Don't believe her lies. I got allergic reactions on my face because of using their products. Now I can't even leave the house. Woohoo! The company's products have had issues for a long time. Last time I saw someone go to their company to ask for an explanation. But they used some tricks to block the news.
That's right, this is the power of capital. It's us, the ignorant consumers, who are being deceived.
Don't be fooled by her. Because everything on the internet is anonymous, people don't care about the impact their words will have on others. As a few people continued to slander and throw dirty water, more people began to follow suit and curse. Pa, I knew a woman who looks like this is not a good person.
I think her face has been plastic surgery, specifically to please men.
Are you happy to squander other people's hard-earned money? How shameless.
People turned the live broadcast room into a large-scale hatred against the rich with each other. They didn't even need to understand a person to slander her based on their own imagination. For a moment, Tang Xinrui was a little at a loss. At this time, Su Yueru said calmly, those who are slandering and framing me on the public screen now, I give you 1 minute to apologize.
I have recorded the message that just slandered me.
I will hold those who don't apologize accountable for their legal responsibilities.
In an instant, the barrage disappeared. People were frightened by her calm attitude and serious expression, especially those who just wanted to follow the trend and curse the beautiful president for no reason, and they all fled the live broadcast room. When the live broadcast room returned to normal again, she explained in a calm tone, as you have just seen, whoever stole the design of our company's new product had bad intentions. She also hired a group of internet trolls to frame and slander our Yuexia Group, so I must explain the cause and effect of the matter to everyone here. To prevent innocent consumers from being deceived again.
After saying this, she looked at the camera with sincere eyes, took a deep breath and narrated the whole incident.
At the same time, Xiaoqin took care of Yang Yin, who had just woken up in the apartment. He made her some light porridge and side dishes, and the two of them ate in silence. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, Ho Zi's voice called out, Brother Chen, where are you?" He replied helplessly, "I'm at home. You won't get into trouble again, right?" Considering Ho Zi's previous performance, he would not be surprised no matter what trouble he got into now. "What trouble did I get into?" "It wasn't me, it was you." "Me? What's wrong with me?" he asked doubtfully. "Your backyard is on fire. You're so calm. What are you talking about?" he said in confusion. "I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. Hurry up and open your social media account. My sister-in-law is about to be snatched away by someone." After hearing Ho Zi's incoherent narration, he was even more confused. Besides, he has been busy working to earn money, so how could he have the time to watch TikTok? "I haven't downloaded TikTok at all." "What do you mean? What happened to Yueru?" Fortunately, Yang Yin turned on her mobile phone at this time and found the most popular live broadcast on a certain audio platform. Written on it was a striking title, "The Beautiful CEO of Yueru Group Talks About Love Live." When they clicked on it, they saw Su Yueru clarifying to everyone that the company's new product plan had been stolen. Recently, many consumers have been deceived by fake products, and some have even been nearly disfigured. As the president of Yueru Group, I have an unshirkable responsibility for all of this. But this incident was ultimately the fault of criminals who stole our company's information for illegal profit. And our company has also suffered huge losses. She has already briefly told everyone the general situation of the matter. In line with the concept of taking responsibility to the end, she continued, "So, I will continue to investigate this matter. I will not end it so hastily. I will definitely give justice to all the victims." Although her face was serious and there was no trace of smile. But in his eyes, she was so charming because she was full of justice and responsibility. People in the live broadcast room also responded positively. "Mr. Su is right. Don't let those bad guys do whatever they want. We support you. The beautiful CEO is amazing. I will support CEO Su to the end." In addition to words full of admiration, the live broadcast room was flooded with gifts. Tang Xinrui didn't expect that this crisis could be resolved so perfectly, and what she didn't expect was that everyone would give them gifts so enthusiastically. "Thank you, Brother Yuan Bao, for the rocket. Thank you, Brother Lonely, for your protection. Thank you, Brother Shui Xiao, for the carnival." Although she would thank others for any gifts, her voice became noticeably sharper when the sponsor of the online name Young Master Shui gave her a carnival. And this was just the beginning. With the appearance of the first carnival, Master Shui and the rich man Yuan Bao frantically brushed the carnival as if they were competing. Tang Xinrui suppressed her inner excitement and kept thanking the two for their generosity. After competing for 20 minutes, Yuan Bao, the little rich man, finally quit the live broadcast. The ingot tycoon was blown up and ran away in fear. "Oh my god. Master Shui is still the most powerful one. Salute to the new number one." Followed by a stream of rainbow flattery. When Xiaoqin saw this, he had already guessed the true identity of this young Master Shui. "Ho Zi, is this young Master Shui the same as Shui Yuan?" "Brother Chen, you are so smart, how could you not know? Come up with a solution quickly, my sister-in-law is about to be snatched away." Ho Zi shouted anxiously on the other end of the phone. He smiled slightly, knowing very well that there was no way Shui Yuan could impress Su Yueru in this way. But he also didn't want Shui Yuan to be so happy. "Ho Zi, are you fast? Brother Chen, it's already this time and you're still teasing me? You know how fast my hands are. That's fine. I'll give you a task." Then he told Ho Zi a few words on the phone. Before hanging up, Ho Zi said admiringly, "Brother Chen, you are really great. I am convinced." Afterwards, he asked Yang Yin to lend him her Douyin account. He changed his nickname on a certain audio platform and clicked directly in. The live broadcast room was bustling with discussion about how young Master Shui had just spent a lot of money. Some small internet celebrities even came here to get close to him. "Mr. Shui, are you interested in coming to my live studio? It's really fun." Chapter 88, Delicious Dog Food. "I am Tang Tang, Mr. Shui, please come to my live broadcast room. I have a surprise for you." Small internet celebrities openly left messages in Tang Xinrui's live broadcast room, teasing her top star. But before she could protest, Master Shui said on the public screen, "The only reason I came here is to see Xiaoya. Other people have nothing to do with me." People who don't know his true face will definitely be deceived by his affectionate personality. Only Su Yueru felt her stomach churning after hearing this. Now that she has clarified the company's affairs, there is no need for her to stay in the live broadcast room. Just as she was about to leave, the live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with carnival content again. Master Shui started to abuse the dog again, not only confessing his love but also sending a carnival. Open your eyes and see, it's not from Master Shui. Another super rich guy has appeared. It's really worth coming here today. Let me see who this rich man is. No, there are two rich men. While everyone was discussing the matter, Tang Xinrui's live broadcast room was full of carnivals with no sign of stopping. The names of the wealthy people who send gifts are constantly updated. Thanks to Yueru's husband for the carnival. Thank you Xiao Chen for the carnival. Thanks to Yueru's husband for the carnival. Thank you Xiao Chen for the carnival. Tang Xinrui kept repeating these two names, and as she repeated them, she felt something was wrong. Isn't this Yueru's husband Xiao Chen? It turns out these two mysterious bosses are actually the same person. This guy Xiao Chen was showing his affection to her in various ways. When she realized this, she turned to look at Su Yueru standing beside her. Judging from her shy look, she must have realized that this was Xiao Chen's doing. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have noticed something and asked for confirmation. Is it true that Xiaoya's brother-in-law is here? This is incredible, what a big deal. Fuck, I've never seen such an inhumane way of showing affection. Please accept my knee, brother-in-law Xiaoya. This is embarrassing. Young Master Shui has no chance. Just go to bed. Everyone followed suit and started to make fun of him, but Shui Yuan didn't seem to want to give up yet, and continued to watch the carnival crazily. He wanted to push Xiao Chen's name down so that the word Xiaoyu's husband, Master Shui, would appear on the barrage. But no matter how fast his hands were, the two names seemed to be stuck together and he couldn't get them in. However, the scene of three people playing the carnival together in a live broadcast room is so rare that people no longer care about who is the final winner. Everyone told their friends about this grand event, and even many internet celebrities came to watch this live PK show. However, this time the anchor is no longer the protagonist, and everyone's eyes are just numbly staring at the name flashing below. Finally, after half an hour of non-stop carnival celebration, young Master Shui's name finally disappeared from the live broadcast room. Everyone in the live broadcast room was excited and a little disappointed. They left messages saying, "When will Xiaoya's husband come? I'll move the bench and wait to watch you show your affection. It's so exciting. Xiaoya's brother-in-law is awesome. He spent 10 million this time. He is a real man, he is not soft-hearted." Xiao Chen left the live broadcast room with just one message using Yang Yin's account, "I'll wait for you to come home for dinner tonight." Everyone howled in pain again. Why did everything people in love said seem like they were abusing the dog? Tang Xinrui gained both face and money today, and even her number of fans increased by 1 million. She was in a very good mood and chatted with everyone for a while, then went off the air. As soon as she turned off the camera, she immediately returned to her usual noisy self. She danced with joy and said to Su Yueru, "Xiaoya, I love you so much. This is the time since I started live streaming, when I have the most fans online and the most tips. You are really my lucky star. I didn't do anything. It's all your fault." She struggled to break free from Tang Xinrui's arms and said with a smile, "No, I know that Master Shui came here for you. Look at his posture when he first came. He immediately knocked down my number one. He wanted to leave a deep impression on you. I think he is not a bad person. Do you know who that young Master Shui is? If you knew, you wouldn't say that." Tang Xinrui's curiosity was immediately aroused, and she immediately pestered her to ask who that person was. "If I'm not mistaken, he is Shui Yuan." "Shui Yuan? No wonder. He's so rich and likes you so much. I felt really bad when you two broke up." She frowned a little unhappily after hearing this. Tang Xinrui was good in every way except that her judgment of people was really bad. "I don't regret it at all. Besides, he knew about the incident in our company right away. And he was a little too quick to deal with my live broadcast." After listening to her analysis, Tang Xinrui also felt that Shui Yuan was a bit suspicious. But Xiao Chen really surprised me. In fact, most of the reward this time was given by him. how about I give it back to you?
She was insincerely polite, but the reward was voluntary on his part, so there was no reason for her to return it.
Just take what's given to you. Why are you being polite to me? This dog food is so delicious. I want to eat more in the future.
The two of them laughed and joked for a while, and then Tang Xinrui left for something. As soon as she left, Su Yueru called her assistant to ask about the live broadcast.
Who knew about your preparation for the live broadcast just now?
Boss Su, I prepared it quietly according to your instructions. But I met Vice President Shin on the way, and she asked me a few questions. After listening to this, she waved her hand to show that she understood. Then she instructed her assistant to call Shin Xia over. It seemed that she needed to have a good talk with Shin Xia about this matter.
After a while, Shin Xia came in formal attire.
As soon as she came in, she sat on the sofa opposite Su Yueru, crossed her legs and looked at her watch.
Before Su Yueru could explain her intentions, she spoke first. Xiaoya, if you have anything to say, just tell me now.
I have an appointment with Mr. Zhou to discuss the company's listing.
One of us has to do the work, don't you think?
Her words came suddenly and were clearly accusatory. Ever since she had been openly with Xiao Chen at the last cocktail party, Shin Xia had been particularly distant from her. He even often told the company's directors that he was only concerned with his relationship and left all the company's affairs, big and small, to her to manage.
Shin Xia, you should know better than me why I asked you to come here, right?
She said in a very cold tone.
Chapter 89, Good Brothers, Sharing Wealth.
Faced with her cold tone, Shin Xia was immediately surprised.
She looked at Su Yueru with wide eyes, seemingly angry at her suggestive attitude. Xiaoya, what do you mean? I have no idea why you asked me to come here.
Seeing that she seemed to be completely unaware, Su Yueru almost doubted whether she had wronged her. But from instigating the assistant to embarrass Xiao Chen, to joining forces with Wen Meiying and others to embarrass himself at the cocktail party, to this time the company's secrets were leaked. Thinking back on all these events, she immediately confirmed her guess.
Shin Xia, you and I are the only ones in the company who have the design for our new product.
And these past few days, so many counterfeit products of our company have suddenly appeared on the market.
Don't you know anything about this? What? You need this kind of thing? I've been busy with the company's listing and dealing with the director's dissatisfaction. I don't have time to pay attention to these things. But what do you mean? Are you doubting me?
Her words were flawless. She not only revealed where she had been during this period of time, but also questioned Su Yueru in return, completely turning the passive position into the active one. What I mean is that the leak of company secrets must have happened between you and me, so I hope you can cooperate with the company's subsequent investigation. Let's find the person who leaked the secrets as soon as possible, so that we can give each other a chance to be honest with each other. Because she didn't have any solid evidence, her words were a little weaker, and she asked Shin Xia to cooperate with the investigation. Shin Xia also knew that she had no evidence to directly accuse her, so she fought back stubbornly. Okay, President Su.
Since I am suspected, the company is always welcome to investigate me. So can I go to work now?
President Zhou is already angry because of your inappropriate choice, and I don't want to disappoint him again. After saying that, she stood up and left without waiting for Su Yueru's answer. Looking at her leaving back, Su Yueru reached out and rubbed her forehead. Although this problem has been temporarily resolved, the next step is the most critical and important. Because the new product plan was leaked, they needed to come up with an alternative plan as soon as possible. Moreover, this alternative plan needs to be more perfect in terms of both creativity and publicity. The most difficult thing to achieve is the time issue. In order to minimize the losses, a new plan must be made as soon as possible. Therefore, she had a premonition that she would need to work overtime for some time to come. On the other hand, Xiao Chen and Yang Yin had been staying in the apartment, busy giving rewards to Tang Xinrui's live broadcast. He had already communicated with Hosey on the phone before, and he directly transferred 10 million to Hosey. Of course, this money was lost to him by Shui Yuan, and he later deposited it all in the bank. And now he was using it to teach Shui Yuan Zhang a lesson. Hosey was so excited when he received 10 million that he almost cried. He had never seen so much money in his account before. Xiao Chen had told him very clearly on the phone before that no matter how much he gave as a reward in the live broadcast room this time, the remaining money would belong to him. What kind of friend is this? He is simply a financial sponsor. So Hosey worked 100% hard and pushed his hand speed to the limit. The two of them cooperated with each other, one in front and one behind, according to the previous agreement. While giving gifts in the live broadcast room, she ensured that the nickname above was Yueru's husband Xiao Chen. Hozi usually likes to watch live broadcasts, and he likes to give rewards to his favorite internet celebrities even more. But this is the first time I have given such a reward, so the first time is always very exciting. When his hands were so sore that he couldn't lift them, young Master Shui finally admitted defeat and left. He snorted indignantly. This Shui Yuan was really haunting him and causing him so much trouble. But when he saw his account balance, he suddenly became energetic again. There is still 5 million left in my account, oh my god, 5 million. He dialed Xiao Chen's number with trembling fingers, and Xiao Chen on the other end was very satisfied with his performance just now.
Hozi, you have really good hand speed. I almost couldn't catch up with you. Brother Chen, you're welcome. I've performed beyond my normal level. By the way, Brother Chen, that. Seeing him hesitating, Xiao Chen urged, Hozi, what's wrong with you? If you have to fart, let it out. Brother Chen, I still have 5 million left. Look. He didn't say anything else.
Although Xiao Chen had just promised that whatever was left would belong to him, no one would just give 5 million to someone else.
Oh, keep it. I've spent a lot of your money in the past. And it's thanks to you that I was able to beat Shui Yuan this time. Brother Chen, don't be so polite. I've only spent a few dollars on you before, this is too much. He declined embarrassedly.
Although he wanted it very much, he still had to have some dignity.
Don't say anything else, Hozi. Just take it with confidence since we are brothers.
As he said that, before he could say anything else, Xiao Chen had already hung up the phone. He was stunned for a while, then looked at his account balance again and pinched his thigh hard. It hurts so much, this isn't a dream.
Oh my god, these 5 million are mine? Am I really a millionaire?
He laughed so hard that he bounced up on the bed, then lay back down on the bed. After tossing and turning several times, he even felt like a madman. Finally, he recovered a little from the joy of getting a huge sum of money, and at this time his mobile phone kept receiving messages.
Is this Brother Xiao Chen? I'm Tang Tang, can I add you on WeChat? Brother Xiao Chen, I'm Yang Yin.
Please come to my live broadcast room, there's a surprise. Similar private messages poured into his phone like an avalanche, and he flipped through them slowly and casually. According to his usual behavior, if a beautiful woman flirts with him, he will definitely turn into the best bootlicker and pounce on her. But now his mentality has changed. He thinks that he is, after all, a millionaire. He needed to have the reserve of a wealthy man, so he just browsed through them casually and did not reply to anyone's message. Just as he was savoring the feeling of success, an unexpected text message appeared in front of him.
Hozi, I know it's you. I'm Xiao Hua, can we talk?
Zhang Xiaohua's sudden message made him panic for a moment. His memory of her still remained in the night bar, where she drank herself unconscious for tens of thousands of dollars, and was later abandoned there by that bastard Wang Yuan. Although it was all her own fault, deep down in his heart he had not completely let her go. Although he knew that she approached him with a purpose, he still couldn't help but reply.
Chapter 93 People Living Together. Is there anything else I can talk to you about?
Although his words were cold, he still couldn't let go of the previous relationship in his heart, so he replied to her. She also noticed this, so she continued to reply to him.
Hozi, it was my fault before.
I must have been seduced by that scumbag Wang Yuan.
Now I realize that you are the one who really treats me well. Can we start over?
There was a hint of sneer on his face.
You remembered me only after being dumped by a scumbag?
And if I hadn't spent a lot of money to help Xiao Chen show his love in the live broadcast room, how could she come back to me to get back together? Thinking of this, he replied to her coldly.
There is no possibility for us. I no longer believe in you. Please, Brother Ho. Give me a chance. We can start as friends. I want to make it up to you.
After she replied, she also sent a photo of herself wearing revealing clothes. In the photo, she was crying with tears in her eyes, but it was not as eye-catching as the snow-white skin on her chest. He looked at it, swallowed, and felt a little shaken.
Okay, then we can just be ordinary friends. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. He replied with a sense of alienation, and she quickly and happily said that she would definitely behave well.
Because of Zhang Xiaohua's teasing, he felt a little angry. So he opened the private messages sent by those little internet celebrities and replied to them one by one.
Now he is officially going to start his career as a playboy. It was already early morning when Su Yueru returned home after working overtime. Yang Yin went to bed early because she was still having a fever. When she came back, only Xiao Chen was still waiting for her. Seeing her come back, he went over and picked her up horizontally. She protested slightly, but soon gave in. A lot of things happened that day, and even though she was used to the ups and downs, she still felt a little overwhelmed. He carried her to the sofa and let her half lie on it. Then he went to the kitchen and brought out the soup he had prepared, ready to feed her spoonful by spoonful. No one had taken care of her like this since her mother passed away, so when she took the first sip of the soup, she started to cry. "Why are you crying? Did someone offend you? Tell me and I'll help you vent your anger." As he said this, he was about to stand up and find someone to settle the score with. She quickly grabbed him and smiled with tears in her eyes. "Don't make such a fuss. I just feel that you are so good to me. Every time I encounter difficulties, you will stay by my side. I wish I could do more for you, but I'm just incompetent. I can't help you." He was not being modest when he said this, although he had done a lot for her. But when it comes to matters concerning the fate of her company, he feels powerless. Especially after he recently lost some of the skills given to him by the system, his feeling of powerlessness seemed to be even more serious. Seeing him say that, she quickly stood up and hugged him. "Don't say that. I feel powerful as long as you are by my side. And you are more important to me than you think. So you have to stay by my side forever, okay?" As she spoke, her voice became a little choked up. For a girl who has been facing the world independently since the age of 18, nothing is more important than a reliable shoulder. "Okay, I promise. I will stay by your side forever." The atmosphere between the two was ambiguous, and sparks seemed to ignite when their eyes met. Just when their lips were about to touch, Yang Yin walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the two people hugging each other tightly, and said in a panic, "Sister Su, Brother Chen, you are not asleep yet. I am just thirsty and want to drink some water." She took a step and then walked back as if she remembered something. I'm not thirsty anymore. You guys continue." She turned around and was about to close the door when Su Yueru called her over with a smile. "Come over here if you're thirsty. Your brother Chen made some soup for you. It's delicious. Come over here." She called Yang Yin as if she was coaxing a child, and Yang Yin walked over obediently. He served Yang Yin another bowl of soup that he had made during the last competition at Xiangshunsai. Because Su Yueru liked it very much, he often made it for her. It was the first time for Yang Yin to drink this soup. After drinking it, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Brother Chen, did you really make this? It's so delicious. I've never tasted such delicious soup before." He just smiled and said nothing. Although his cooking skills were gone, his muscle memory from cooking was still there, so his cooking skills had improved greatly. This change also reminded him that if the system restarted again, he must acquire more skills that he could learn and use this time. In short, skills that can be used by yourself are long-lasting and will not be taken away with the disappearance of the system. After Su Yueru and the other finished their soup, he washed the bowl and put it away. Yang Yin looked at Su Yueru with envy, feeling that she was so lucky to find such a considerate man. The three of them said goodnight to each other in the living room and prepared to go to bed. Because he had an agreement with Su Yueru, he decided to sleep on the sofa in the living room and give his room to Su Yueru. When he was about to go to sleep on the sofa, Yang Yin asked curiously, "Brother Chen, Sister Su, aren't you married? Don't you sleep together?" Faced with the curious baby's question, the two didn't know what to say. Finally, Su Yueru whispered a few words in Yang Yin's ear, and Yang Yin blushed and stopped asking questions, and ran back to her room to sleep. He was very curious about what she had said to Yang Yin, so he asked in a low voice. As a result, she looked at him mysteriously, with her slender index finger raised to her lips to make a hushing gesture. "This is a secret between us girls." She left this sentence and went back to her room. Nothing happened that night. When he woke up the next day, he saw two long-legged beauties walking around in the living room. Yang Yin didn't dare to go home, so she wore Su Yueru's clothes. She was wearing Su Yueru's home clothes, short sleeves and shorts, revealing her fair and slender legs. Su Yueru had already changed into formal clothes, but the hip-hugging skirt made her slender figure look particularly attractive. It was too cruel for a young man who had been a vegetarian for many years to show him such a pornographic scene early in the morning. He was even a little unable to control himself,
and at this time Yang Yin seemed to see that he woke up, so she ran over and prepared to pull him up.
"Don't come over here. Men and women shouldn't touch each other," he said half jokingly. "It's the 21st century now, what kind of feudal thinking do you have?" Chapter 91 Reconciliation.
She ignored his protests and prepared to lift his blanket. "No, I sleep naked." He protested loudly, of course this was just to scare her. Unexpectedly, her face turned red and she turned her back.
"Rogue." She said this and ran to help Su Yueru prepare breakfast. "I was sleeping in my own home. What's wrong with sleeping naked? How is that considered a hooligan? Fortunately, I slept in pajamas." He wondered and got up to wash up. After washing up, he sat with the two of them to have breakfast. Su Yueru has to deal with company matters, so she may have to wait until the evening to come back. Sister Yang was very anxious when she found out that Yang Yin was in trouble. But she took her artists abroad to film a movie, so she can't come back for a while. But these days she specially gave Yang Yin a day off and told her to have a good rest. As her agent, Xiao Chen naturally also benefited from it. So the two people who had nothing to do decided to go out and look at houses today. She can't go back to her previous neighborhood because it's no longer safe. Although the man who attacked her was arrested, he denied on the spot that it was Lu Qian who instructed him to murder Yang Yin. He merely admitted that he had followed Lu Qian, but had no previous interactions with her. Because of his recantation, Lu Qian did not receive any form of punishment.
But they all knew in their hearts that Lu Qian would not give up on revenge on her because of this failure. So the only solution now is for them to find a safe place for her to move as soon as possible. Although she and Su Yueru had been getting along very well these past few days, it was still unacceptable for three people to live together. So he called Hosey and asked him to help him find a suitable community and house.
Hosey is a local know-it-all in Longcheng. He has acquaintances in almost all walks of life.
So this time he has to help find a house. Hosey was a little hesitant on the other end of the phone, but finally agreed. He hung up the phone with some confusion, then drove her to the agreed location. When he arrived at the dilapidated neighborhood where he used to live, he saw Hosey and Zhang Xiaohua walking towards him from afar. No wonder he was so hesitant on the phone, it turned out that he got back together with that scumbag Zhang Xiaohua. He watched Zhang Xiaohua walk towards him affectionately holding Hosey's arm, rubbing her chest against his arm. When Hosey saw him from a distance, he pushed Zhang Xiaohua away. He was probably worried that Xiao Chen would blame him for being useless if he saw him. But he didn't say anything, instead he greeted Zhang Xiaohua politely. Ever since their last drinking contest in the bar, Zhang Xiaohua still admires and worships him very much. But when she saw the superstar Yang Yin standing with him, the expression on her face changed from calm to shocked.
"Brother Chen, long time no see. You are getting more and more handsome."
She threw him a wink. As a woman who indulged in pleasure, she was very good at getting close to people. But he just smiled politely and ignored her enthusiasm. Since she is with Hosey now, he has no right to comment on Hosey's choice. But a basic sense of distance must still be maintained. As if she had noticed his coldness, she turned around and tried to get close to Yang Yin. She enthusiastically put her arm around Yang Yin's and started chatting with her about gossip in the entertainment industry in a familiar manner. At this time, Hosey came over embarrassedly, touched the back of his head and said, "Brother Chen, scold me."
He wanted to laugh and asked, "Why would I scold you?"
"I know Zhang Xiaohua is not a good woman, but I was horny and couldn't control myself for a while." Although Hosey belittled himself in this way, he knew that Hosey was actually a man who valued friendship and loyalty. The reason why he got back together with Zhang Xiaohua was that he couldn't let her go. For this brother, even if you know she is a pit of fire, it can't stop him from jumping in. So he just patted Hosey on the shoulder and said, "I know what kind of person you are.
If you want to get along with me, just get along with me. We won't suffer any loss."
After hearing this, Hosey smiled foolishly and immediately changed his previous depressed look.
"Brother Chen, I just happened to have some inside information. Linjiang International is having an internal event, and only VIPs are welcome. I've arranged everything for you, isn't that nice?"
He smiled and patted Hosey again and said, "This is more like you.
Let's go and take a look."
As they talked, the four of them drove to Linjiang International to look at the house. It is worth mentioning that when Hosey drove out the red Ferrari that Su Yueru lent him, Zhang Xiaohua actually screamed excitedly. Xiao Chen immediately noticed the greed in her eyes and guessed her purpose of reconciling with Hosey. She was actually a little disappointed when she first found Hosey. Because she saw Hosey spending money lavishly in the live broadcast room, she thought he must have made a fortune. When we met, I found that Hosey was still the same Hosey, and he still lived in the same shabby neighborhood. It was not until she kept asking questions that she found out that the rewards for the live broadcast were all given by Xiaochen to Hosey. She had originally decided to leave, but unexpectedly he said that there were still 5 million left, and Xiaochen gave it all to her. Upon hearing this, she immediately decided to get the 5 million now. Moreover, she had another unknown purpose in approaching Hosey, which was that she wanted to take Xiaochen down when she saw him again. Now that she knew Xiaochen was so rich, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. That's why she quickly reconciled with Hosey. When she saw the Ferrari, she seemed to see her bright future. Although she knew that this was lent by Su Yueru to Hosey, in her eyes this agreement was hers. So the moment she got into the Ferrari, she was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua who was bullied by others. She is now Zhang Xiaohua, who is about to make a comeback and is worth millions. When the 4 people arrived at Linjiang International, a special sales lady came to guide them to see the house. This is the place with the best scenery in Longcheng, and the entire community is built along the river. It can be said that every household has a river view room, and the property and security here are also the best in Longcheng. Some of the security guards are even retired special forces. Several people followed the sales lady around the community. Basically, all the houses here are villas, with their own courtyards, open-air balconies, automatic garages and open-air swimming pools. Moreover, some villas have been luxuriously decorated to provide convenience for customers who want to move in directly. Hosey and Zhang Xiaohua were visiting the renovated villa and were amazed at it. The whole house is customized with handmade furniture and luxurious European style. Anyone who lives here will definitely be a little princess. Chapter 92, House Purchase Troubles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. She reached out and took Hosey's hand and said coquettishly, "Hubby, you are the best. I want to live here, even for a day." Seeing how eager she was, he gritted his teeth and asked, "How much is it for rent here for a day?" The sales lady almost laughed, but her good professional ethics made her remain polite. "Sir, I'm sorry. We only sell here, not rent." She felt slapped in the face and lost face. So he changed his expression in an instant and said, "Don't you love me anymore? Do you dislike me? Woohoo, I knew that everything you promised last night was a lie. Woohoo, let's break up." Seeing her crying, he was immediately panicked and hurriedly went over to wipe her tears, while constantly comforting her. "Baby, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, I swear to God. If I lied to you, I would die miserably." Seeing him swearing, she burst into tears and said, "Shh, I don't need you to swear. I believe you, husband. How about we buy it, what do you say?" She looked at him expectantly. She knew he still had 5 million in his hands, which would come in handy at this moment. "Well, I think we should think about it again." Seeing him hesitate, she got angry again. "What are you thinking about? Didn't you say you are so awesome? Why do you even have to think about buying a house for your woman?" He gritted his teeth and said to the sales lady, "Okay, let's buy it." The sales lady immediately said excitedly, "Okay, sir. Please come this way. I will handle the formalities for you." A villa here costs tens of millions, and she didn't expect to sell one so quickly. She will definitely get a lot of commission this time. So she diligently served everyone and brought them to the VIP room of the sales office. Zhang Xiaohua put on airs and ordered her around to serve tea and water to several people. Finally, the manager came over to bring the contract to Hosey and explained enthusiastically, "Sir, our Linjiang International is the community with the best scenery and the most complete facilities in the whole Longcheng. There are 24-hour security patrols here." Before the manager could finish, he interrupted him and asked, "The contract says 160,000 per square meter. Is that RMB?" The manager also tried to suppress his smile, then calmed down and said, "Yes, sir. You have a good eye. The house you just looked at is the best in our entire community. It is luxuriously decorated, so it costs 160,000 renminbi per square meter. The floor area of your house is 450 square meters, and we also provide a small courtyard. So the total area is more than 500 square meters." As he said this, he made an expression that said, "You're really getting a great deal. That means this apartment costs more than 70 million yuan? Yes, sir. It's 72 million in total. It's clearly stated in our contract. Can't there be a discount or something? What kind of discount do you want? I can help you get it.
How about a discount of 60 or 70 million? At this time, the manager looked at him with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" and he could only smile awkwardly. This is what is called the disparity of the world. A second ago, he thought he was a rich man with 5 million, but now he knows that he is nothing in front of real capital. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect that the houses here would be so expensive, but there was no reason to give up on what she wanted. She pulled Houzi over and whispered in his ear, "Husband, I just want this villa. Why don't you borrow some money from Xiao Chen? Isn't he very rich?" He looked at Xiao Chun with a bit of embarrassment. The previous 5 million was given to him for free by Xiao Chun. If he asks to borrow more than 60 million now, even if Xiao Chun dares to lend him, he will not be able to pay it back. Seeing that he was unwilling to borrow money, she was so angry that she sat down on the floor of the sales office. "I don't care. I want that house anyway. You have to buy it for me no matter what." Xiao Chen had seen her throwing a tantrum before. But Yang Yin had never seen it before, so she looked shocked and incredulous. Not to mention just dating, even when getting married you wouldn't force others to give you a house. Houzi looked at her with embarrassment, but Xiao Chen could understand Houzi's feelings at the moment. At that time, when he was forced by Chen Yuejiao's family to work to save up for the bride price, he felt so helpless and at a loss. At this moment, a sweet voice was heard. "Who did I think it was? I didn't expect it. This world is really small." The person who spoke was Xiao Chen's ex-girlfriend Chen Yuejia. She was seen wearing the fashion of the season and carrying the latest brand name bag, looking down at Zhang Xiaohua, and then at Xiao Chen and the others in turn. "They say this is the most upscale neighborhood in Dragon City, but I didn't expect it to be just like this. Anyone can come in here." She looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the ground with a sense of superiority. When she and Xiao Chen were dating, Houzi was obviously doing better than Xiao Chen. Zhang Xiaohua also relied on this to suppress her in every way. Seeing her in such a miserable state this time, Chen Yuejiao felt indescribably happy. The manager didn't know about the conflict between them, and was indeed troubled by Zhang Xiaohua and the others. So he politely but resolutely walked up to them and asked them to leave the sales office. "Sir, I'm sorry. If you can't afford the house here, I suggest you look for another community. We have many VIPs here, please don't disturb them." Yang Yin didn't like the style of this community in the first place, so she whispered to Xiao Chun to leave from behind her tightly wrapped mask. As soon as the two stood up, Zhang Xiaohua grabbed Yang Yin's hand and said, "Sister Yin, you are a big star. You must be very rich. Why don't you lend us some money? You can't just watch us being looked down upon." What she said was very unpleasant. It was a twisted logic that if I was poor, I was right, and if I was rich, I was guilty. And the reason she was looked down upon was not because she had no money, but because of her unreasonable and shrewish behavior. Yang Yin originally dressed very low-key, wearing a mask and sunglasses, for fear that people would recognize her. As a result of her commotion, she was surrounded by the crowd. "It really is Yang Yin. I just said it felt like that. Yang Yin is also buying a house here? I'm going to be neighbors with a big star." They seem to be arguing about something. Maybe the star owes them money and won't pay it back. The onlookers immediately started to speculate about the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the ground, and them. At this time, Xiao Chen pulled Yang Yin over and said to Houzi, "I'm sorry for today. Yin and I are leaving first." Chapter 93, Stalking. He had had enough of Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense, and he didn't want to drag Yang Yin into this troublesome matter. Seeing the two men preparing to leave, Zhang Xiaohua burst into tears, as if they had really done something wrong to her. "I say, Xiao Chen, you are really good. Not only did you hook up with Su Yueru before, but now you have even won over a star like Yang Yin? How come I didn't see that you have such charm before?" Chen Yuejiao said with a sour tone. "This is the mentality of women. When a man belongs to her completely, she can't feel that there is anything good about this man. But once this man is liked by many women, she will also feel that his charm has increased a lot. It's a pity that they can never go back." This time she came to see the house in preparation for her marriage with Boss Du. Xiao Chen ignored her sour tone and led Yang Yin to the door. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua once again showed her nature as a shrew to the extreme. Seeing that crying and wailing were useless, she began to hug Xiao Chen's trouser legs like crazy. "Brother Chen, please lend us the money. I really want to be with Houzi. As long as I can live in this house, I will marry Houzi."
Chen Yuejiao looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was kneeling on the ground and begging desperately, and sneered, "It's useless for you to beg him. He threw away our 4-year relationship for a mere 100,000 yuan. Do you think he would lend half 100 million to someone else just for an insignificant friend?" As she spoke, she gave the ordinary dressed Hosey another cold look. All the clothes Hosey was wearing cost no more than 300 yuan, and his tired expression showed his exhaustion from last night's indulgence. This made him look like a down-and-out country bumpkin, totally out of place with the luxurious European-style decoration here. "Besides, even if I lend it to you, can you afford to pay it back?" She looked at the rather embarrassed Zhang Xiaohua coldly, and the pleasure of revenge filled her heart. At this time, Duing Jie came over, and at first sight he saw Xiao Chen being entangled by Zhang Xiaohua. He immediately remembered the last time Su Yueru announced her marriage to Xiao Chen at the cocktail party. No matter what his impression of Xiao Chen was, in order to curry favor with Su Yueru, he had to put on a good show in front of Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. It's such an honor." He extended a hand enthusiastically and shook hands with Xiao Chen, then glanced at the few people. Although he looks silly, he seems to be very honest. However, the fact that he was able to grow his company to its current size in just a few years shows that this person is not simple in mind and scheming. He immediately saw the relationship between the few people and knew that it would be best for him not to get involved in this mess. So he asked Chen Yuejiao and himself to leave, while he greeted Xiao Chen apologetically. "Jiao, I'm not very satisfied with the house here. Why don't we go somewhere else?" "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. I came and went in a hurry this time. I will definitely have a good chat with you next time." After he said that, he signaled to Chen Yuejiao with his eyes. But she pretended not to see it. She would never miss such a lively scene. "Honey, I just like this house. Didn't you say I could choose any wedding house I wanted? I want to buy it here." She acted coquettishly towards him, wanting to easily get something she could never dream of getting right in front of Zhang Xiaohua. And she also wanted to let Xiao Chen see how well she was living now. After saying that, she waved her hand and asked the sales lady to bring the contract for the villa that Hosey had previously viewed. The manager then hurried forward and diligently explained to her the advantages of the villa. Boss Du looked at her with some embarrassment. He didn't want to make enemies with his most competitive company. At this time, Xiao Chen no longer thought about leaving. He wanted to see what she wanted to show off. Moreover, she had just attributed all the reasons for their breakup to him. In her eyes, she only saw that he was unwilling to pay the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. But she ignored his years of hard work and dedication, which made him feel very unhappy even though they had been separated for so long. "Since you make me unhappy, I will make you even more unhappy." He found a sofa and took Yang Yin to sit down. Seeing that he was not going to leave, Zhang Xiaohua thought that her efforts to keep him had worked. So he stood up happily. After the manager finished his wonderful explanation, she nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked directly at Xiao Chen and said, "Okay, I want this villa. Please help me with the formalities." She waved her hand gracefully, then pulled Boss Du to sit down. She snuggled in his arms and said, "Honey, did you hear that? This villa is the best in the neighborhood. When we get married, we can live in the best house." The manager also echoed, "Miss, you have a good eye. This is the most popular house in our building. Here is the bill. Please take a look. The total is 72 million. Are you paying by credit card?" As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Du stood up in shock. 72 million? Even as the company's CEO, I felt that it was too much of a stretch to come up with so much money all at once. He said to her in a gentle voice, "Jiao, didn't we agree to buy a house worth less than 50 million? Our company is in urgent need of cash flow, and we can't come up with so much money all at once." She felt embarrassed when she heard this, and Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly at the right time. "I thought she was some wealthy lady. Turns out she's just trying to be rich." She immediately exploded, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua and cursing, "That's better than a shrew like you. Look at the kind of person you found. Poor and shabby, birds of a feather flock together." Then she turned around and said coldly to Boss Du, "I don't care about your capital turnover, I just want this villa. You have to buy it for me no matter what method you use. Otherwise, don't even think about letting me give birth to this kid." As she said this, she hit her stomach in anger. It can be seen from his slightly balding head that Duing Jie is not young anymore, but no matter how many methods he has tried over the years, he has not been able to help his wife give birth to a child. It was not until he cheated on Chen Yuejiao that they had a child. In order to let her give birth to the child, he not only divorced his first wife, but also agreed to all her excessive requests. But this time he really couldn't come up with so much money at once. Seeing her beating her stomach in anger, he got angry for some reason.
Chapter 94 System Restart.
He went up and slapped her in the face, which made her a little dazed.
Chen Yuejiao, I'm telling you, you can do whatever you want to me.
But if anything happens to the baby in your belly, I will let your whole family be buried with you. She was stunned at first, but when she realized that he was really angry, she immediately backed down.
Hubby, woo-woo, I'm sorry.
I did that because I wanted the baby to live in the best house.
Can you forgive me, please?
Seeing that she had given in, he stopped arguing with her. He turned to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. We have something else to do here, so we'll leave first.
Keep in touch in the future.
After saying that, he pulled her up and left. But when she passed by Xiao Chen, she gave him a hateful look.
If he hadn't abandoned me, how could I have ended up like this?
Not only do I have to be with this old man, but now I have to be slapped by him while I'm pregnant.
All of this is caused by you, and one day I will make you pay the price.
The seeds of hatred had been planted in her heart long before, and now they began to take root and sprout. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to see Chen Yuejia being taken away by the old man, and she was unable to buy her house. She smiled flatteringly at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Chen, you made the right choice by leaving that bitch. Look at her now, she has fallen terribly. First she was a mistress, and now she even has that old man's child.
TSK.
After saying bad things about Chen Yuejiao, she tactfully expressed her own thoughts.
Brother Chen, do you know how important it is for a woman to have a house of her own and a man who loves her?
And a man who loves her will definitely let her live in the house he buys.
Isn't it a prerequisite for marriage that the man needs to buy a house?
Oh?
Is that so?
He asked doubtfully. Su Yueru had never asked for anything while being with him, and even the house they lived in now was hers. Of course, it's only natural for a man to buy a house for a woman.
Even if he has to borrow money, he has to buy it, don't you think?
Hosey. She turned and winked at Hosey, asking him to help her persuade Xiao Chen.
Hosey sighed helplessly and turned away from her.
He didn't expect her to become like this. Although she was a little vain when she was a receptionist, she still had self-esteem and a sense of shame. But ever since she came into contact with those rich second generations and experienced their extravagant lifestyle, she became unscrupulous in pursuit of vanity. Seeing that he didn't respond, she ignored him and just kept chasing Xiao Chen to lobby him. At this time, Xiao Chen did have the idea of buying a house, but not for Zhang Xiaohua. He wanted to buy the best house for Su Yueru. But the price of this house far exceeded the amount of money he had now. Just as he was worrying about this, a familiar ringtone rang in his ears.
Ding! System upgrade completed. You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? The system finally completed the upgrade and started up again. He silently said in his mind, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1 billion bonus. At the same time, the system also issued a new reminder. Since the system has been upgraded, the bonus has doubled.
The host's skills have all been reinforced and strengthened accordingly. Please check and receive it.
As the system restarted, he felt his whole body filled with an incredible power. At this time, he took out the bank card he carried with him and waved to the manager, saying, I bought that villa. The manager had been fooled twice, so he was obviously not in a good mood this time. He took the bank card handed over to him, looked at it suspiciously, then turned around and took out the card machine. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiao Chen in ecstasy. She thought he was persuaded by her and was ready to lend her money to buy the villa. The manager swiped his bank card on the machine, punched in the numbers, and the machine spit out a receipt.
72 million was paid out so easily. The manager looked at them in disbelief until he saw the receipt.
The legendary king of buildings in Linjiang International was bought by him so casually, and the manager became enthusiastic after realizing it belatedly. Sir, please come with me to handle the property formalities.
Are you planning to put the house in your name? Before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua had already stood up. Write my name, my name. Thank you, Brother Chen.
He looked at her in confusion. He didn't expect that there would be such a speechless woman.
I think you misunderstood. I bought this house. I didn't mean to give it to you. He explained patiently. What? Brother Chen, you can't do this. I was the one who fell in love with this house first, and do you want to watch me break up with Hosey? She threatened him in a panic. He smiled coldly. If she was really willing to break up with Hosey, he would be overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua, have you had enough of this? Do you want to break up? Fine, then let's break up. Hosey finally couldn't stand the woman's shamelessness anymore, and he said cruelly. You all bully me. Woo woo. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Hosey first, then at Xiao Chen and the others. Finally, she realized that she could not change the established facts, so she left crying in anger. Hosey greeted him and then chased after him worriedly. I think your friend has fallen into the hands of that woman. At this time, Yang Yin sighed beside him. He shrugged helplessly. When it comes to feelings, those involved are always confused while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. The manager went forward to help him with the purchase contract. He asked again, Sir, are you putting the house in your own name? If so, please show me your ID. He waved his hand and said, I bought this house for my wife, just put her name on it. As soon as he said this, the manager immediately looked at Yang Yin next to him and said, Miss, you were so lucky to have a husband who loves you so much. Because she was wrapped so tightly, the manager couldn't recognize her. But her exposed skin still flushed, and the manager actually mistook her for his wife. He was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstanding, so he quickly explained, You misunderstood, my wife didn't come because of something. This is my friend. Although he tried his best to explain, the manager's eyes became more ambiguous when he looked at them. Chapter 95 Home. In the end, he gave up explaining and just wanted to complete the house purchase contract as soon as possible. He had just finished handling everything when Yang Yin took him away. As she walked out of the sales office, she breathed a sigh of relief, as if the looks from those people just now had put a lot of pressure on her. Will the famous movie star Miss Yang Yin ever be afraid of other people's gazes? He joked. Of course I will. You don't know that they look at me as if I am the mistress who stole someone's husband. It's really scary. I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. She waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. But he still felt embarrassed. He had said he would help her look for a house, but in the end she failed to find one and ended up buying a villa himself. What about your house? Isn't there anything you like here? She shook her head. As a top traffic star, a house worth tens of millions is not unaffordable for her. It's just that she doesn't like the atmosphere here. The vanity of showing off money and power all the time makes her very uncomfortable. Then let's go back and take a look at it slowly. She nodded, and the two of them walked out of the community and never saw Hosey and the others again. So the two of them drove back to the apartment by themselves. When Su Yueru got home in the evening, she already knew that Xiao Chen had bought her a villa worth tens of millions. She walked into the kitchen and saw his busy back, so she secretly ran over and hugged him. How come you didn't discuss such a big thing as buying a house with me? She scolded. I hadn't planned to buy it, but then I changed my mind. He turned around and hugged her back and continued, When you married me, I didn't even prepare a house or a car for you. Even now I'm still living in your house. I feel embarrassed as a grown man. He half-jokingly said that he was not a male chauvinist and did not care about those bullshit worldly ideas that men must be more successful in their careers than women. But there is one thing he is still relatively traditional about, which is that he should give his woman a stable home. So buying that villa was just the beginning of his making up for it. So from now on, I want other women to envy you. You must have better things than others. You must have more than enough things that others don't have. After saying that, he ruffled her hair lovingly. This scene happened to be seen by Yang Yin, who came out of the bedroom. She said in a sour tone, Oh, are you trying to drive me away by torturing me every day? All the women in the world are almost jealous of Sister Su. As she spoke, she plopped down at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands as she looked at the two of them. Su Yueru felt a little embarrassed by her gaze and tried to break free from his arms shyly. But he insisted on teasing her and wouldn't let go. The conversation ended with Yang Yin covering her eyes and screaming, and the three of them sat down to eat dinner. Brother Chen, Sister Su, when are you going to move to the new home? While eating, she asked about their plans to move. Actually, I just wanted to talk to Xiao Chen about this. I don't really want to move to that neighborhood. Su Yueru said a little embarrassedly. Why? Don't you like the house I bought for you? What's not to your satisfaction? I can look for another place. He now has a 10 billion bonus, and just like last time, this money can only be spent on beautiful women. This made him want to experience the feeling of spending money like water even more. After all, he didn't spend any of the money on himself. No, I'm just used to living here. And this is what I bought with my first pot of gold. It's my first home. So it means something special to me. He remained silent after hearing this. He had never thought that this place was so important to her. And for him, this place also feels like home, so he can understand her. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she asked in a panic, "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? I didn't say that it was bad for you to buy me a house, don't be angry." He wasn't angry at all, he just didn't know how to express his heartache for her. "No, I wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. If you don't want to move there, then we won't move. I just bought it on a whim anyway. It was all caused by that woman Zhang Xiaohua. She's really good at brainwashing people." At this point, she curiously asked about the situation at that time, and he and Yang Yin cooperated with each other to act out the situation at that time. The two people's vivid performance made her laugh so hard that she shook with laughter. After playing around for a while, the three of them went back to their rooms and went to sleep without saying a word all night. The next day, Yang Yin's vacation finally ended. She got up reluctantly and packed up to go to the studio. Xiao Chen needs to go with her to director Chen's place to film. The three of them said goodbye at the door. At this time, De Hu from the security team happened to be patrolling by. He recognized his idol immediately and was so excited that he froze in place. When Xiao Chen saw Dahu, he greeted him directly, and Dahu replied him stiffly. At this time he waved to Dahu to come over, and Dahu moved over slowly and in small steps. "Dahu, I remember you said you liked her the most, right?" He pointed at Yang Yin and teased Dahu. Unexpectedly, Dahu's face turned red, and he suddenly bowed 180 degrees to her and said, "Yin, I will always support you. You are the best actor." Frightened by his sudden action, Yang Yin quickly waved her hand and said, "You are too polite. Please get up. I am embarrassed by your behavior." Dahu smiled shyly, stood up, and waved goodbye to them. But he hesitated and took out a duty notebook from his pocket. He wanted Yang Yin to sign for him. After all, in the world of ordinary people, there are very few opportunities to see living stars, so I always want to leave something as a commemoration. She was not disgusted by such behavior, but was quite happy about it. After all, some creepy men claimed to be her fans, but they just wanted to have physical contact with her and take advantage of her. But Dahu never even asked for a handshake from beginning to end. So she happily took his notebook and asked, "Dahu, right? Do you want me to write a message for you?" Dahu scratched his head and said, "Actually, my mom is also your fan, so I want you to write a few words to her." "Can you write that you hope she will get well soon and come home soon?" She then looked up at the big tiger that was as big as a hill and asked, "Is your mother sick?" "Yes, cancer. She has been undergoing chemotherapy since the year before last, and all the money in the family has been spent. But working during the Chinese New Year does not double the salary, so I have spent the Chinese New Year alone for 2 years. This year, I hope she can get better soon and come home to spend the Chinese New Year with me." Chapter 96, Skill Recovery. Looking at his silly smile, she felt a little bit sorry. It's still a few months before the Chinese New Year here. I believe Auntie will get better and come back to celebrate the New Year with you. She handed over the written signature. Dahu wiped his hands on his clothes before taking it and putting it away carefully. After he left, she said to Xiao Chun with a sympathetic look in her heart, "Before, I thought this man was so tall and strong that he looked scary, but I didn't expect him to be such a shy and filial person. It seems that we really can't judge people just by their appearance." He nodded, thinking of the white-haired old lady he saw in Dahu's memories last time. Her most simple hope for her son was that he could find a good girl who loved him. I wonder if he listened to his mother and found a daughter-in-law to bring home. The two discussed for a while and then set off for the studio. They needed to bring the clothes and cosmetics they would need for the day. When I arrived at the studio, Assistant Xiao Xiao hurried over. She was still in shock about what happened a few days ago. If she hadn't gone home early, there was a high possibility that she might have been attacked together with Yang Yin at that time, and she felt scared at the thought of this possibility. But she didn't say it, but swore that she really regretted not sharing the responsibility with her. She had to take the time to comfort Xiao Xiao before the three of them set off for Director Chen's set. It was as busy as ever here, as news of her attack was kept under the greatest possible blockage. So many people are not aware of this matter.
Director Chen came over and asked her a few words of concern, then began to explain to her the shots that needed to be reshot today. Xiao Chen was wandering around the set aimlessly, and from a distance he saw Lu Qian excitedly talking on the phone in a corner. He couldn't hear what she was saying, but judging from her excited movements, something must have happened that made her very unhappy. He pretended to wander around while slowly moving closer, hoping to hear something.
As a result, the noisy environment on the set made eavesdropping more difficult.
He only heard her say that she was missing and then she angrily cursed at her. Perhaps she felt his presence, so she said a few more words and then hung up the phone in a hurry. At this time, the two were very close to each other. She walked over slowly and smiled at him charmingly.
Brother Xiaochen, I'm so happy to see you.
I heard that Yang Yin met a pervert a few days ago, and I was worried for a long time. Her acting skills were pretty good, and he couldn't see any guilt in her expression.
Thank you for your concern. Yang Yin is fine now.
The pervert has also been caught.
But this matter is not as simple as it seems. There must be someone hiding behind him. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "Oh?
I heard from the police that the pervert has admitted that this was his idea alone.
Is there anyone else who wants to harm Yang Yin?"
He smiled slightly. He didn't expect her to show her true colors so soon.
Ms. Lu, how did you know so much? Have you been interviewed by the police?
He knew that the man had confessed to the police at Yang Yin's home that the whole thing was instigated by Lu Qian, but for some reason he changed his statement in prison and insisted that it was an act of revenge on his own. She didn't expect to be outwitted, and answered in a panic, yes. After all, it's a top star like Yang Yin who got into trouble, so it's only natural for everyone to cooperate with the investigation.
Are you doubting me?
She looked at him viciously. As a woman who grew up in the treacherous environment of the entertainment industry, one had to admit that she had extraordinary courage and ruthlessness. Not only was she testing how much evidence they had, she also didn't care whether she would fall out with them or not.
It's not really suspicion, but I have a piece of advice for you. Whoever wants to harm Yang Yin will pay the price.
After saying that, he turned and left without paying any attention to her. They had no evidence to incriminate Lu Qian except the initial man's confession, so he was helpless against her now. I must be careful with this woman, he thought to himself. Returning to Yang Yin's dressing room, he saw his assistant Xiao helping her tidy up her clothes. Seeing him coming back, she greeted him happily. Because of what happened before, she became more and more dependent on him.
Where have you been? I was looking for you everywhere. I'm just looking around. Are you going to shoot till late today?
He changed the subject, not wanting to upset her.
Yes, there are several scenes left. Director Chen wants to finish filming today.
As she spoke, she quickly took out the script and began to review it. Because they had seen his amazing makeup skills before, the makeup artists did not follow Lu Qian's instructions and distanced themselves from them this time. Instead, he waited outside her dressing room early, wanting to learn from him. He also wanted to see if the system upgrade would have any effect on his previous skills, so he used her to practice. Here he put away all the makeup tools and then started applying makeup skills. The system immediately presents the best makeup suggestions for her appearance, and also changes the makeup style accordingly based on what she is wearing. He just had to follow the system's instructions and apply it on her face. The improvement of his physical fitness also enables him to have a precise control over the amount of makeup used and the strength of the technique.
Several other makeup artists watched in amazement.
They had never seen a man who could apply makeup so magically. Although Yang Yin is already pretty enough, people on the internet once used the golden ratio of human faces to test her appearance. As a result, her total score was as high as 8.7 points, and this is just what she looks like without makeup.
After his skillful transformation, it is absolutely stunning and beautiful. Several makeup artists couldn't help but applaud at the end. What kind of magical method is this? How much money would it cost to hire such a person?
Someone couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Xiao, your skills are amazing.
Where did you learn it? Are you a graduate of a professional school?"
This person boasts of his great skills and has done stage makeup for superstars. And because he is good at dancing, he has very good relationships with many celebrities. But this time, seeing his methods really opened my eyes, and I realized that there are always people better than you. He just smiled indifferently and modestly said that it was just a business hobby for him and he had never treated it as his own business. His humble attitude also won the man's favor. Nowadays, young people will act like they are on top of themselves as long as they have a little ability.
Chapter 97, Dreams Come True. If there's a chance, I'd like to introduce you to some big names. It's a shame that your skills are so good that they're not being used, the man said regretfully. And seeing that the other person was sincere, he did not dare to refuse directly. So he just smiled politely and said nothing. Yang Yin looks even more charming with makeup on. This time she plays the role of the vicious second female lead. But whether in acting or appearance, she is far better than Lu Qian. So this time people have concluded that she is likely to surpass Lu Qian and become the dark horse in the movie. She waved goodbye to everyone and went to the set. He lay on the sofa in the dressing room and closed his eyes to rest. Just as he and Zhou Zhuan were dreaming about butterflies, someone patted him carefully and whispered, "Mr. Xiao, wake up." He opened his eyes hazily and found that it was the makeup artist with whom he had just discussed makeup techniques. The man looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to disturb your sleep." He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and then asked him what the matter was. Actually, it's like this. A big shot in the film industry was invited by director Chen to come and make a cameo appearance. This big shot rarely comes out, and this time he came here specifically to give director Chen face. He nodded, but still didn't know what this had to do with him. You don't have to put makeup on the boss, but you have to be the best here. We are embarrassed to try it out. He rubbed his hands together as he spoke, looking at himself expectantly. Xiao Chen is generally a very approachable person. Although he is not always eager to help others, he is not one to easily reject others. And you can also meet some big names in the film industry, which sounds worth it. So he followed the man to the room where the boss was resting. As soon as he entered, he found that this room was even more comfortable and spacious than Yang Yin's lounge, worthy of the treatment of a big boss. The guy here has a warm white towel covering his face, so that the makeup effect will be better later. He walked over and greeted him politely, but the big guy took off the white towel and revealed a face that told a story. When he first saw the face, he almost laughed. Because when he was young, this big shot was very popular and his works were on TV almost every day. He was crazily sought after by people because of his good acting skills and handsome looks. Even Xiao Chen's mother would sit in front of the TV every day, knitting sweaters while watching his plays. But for some reason his father just didn't like this actor. Whenever he saw his mother watching TV, he would criticize his acting skills in a sarcastic way and nitpick. So even after so many years, he still recognized this big guy at once. "Hello Mr. Dong, I'm here to do your makeup." He greeted Dong Wu politely. Dong Wu was also slightly stunned when he looked at him, then quickly smiled at him politely. While he was putting makeup on Dong Wu, the two of them chatted about random things, mostly about the TV dramas Dong Wu had acted in when he was young. He was very familiar with the dramas he acted in because he had watched TV with his mother since he was a child, and Dong Wu was also very happy. "I didn't expect that young people today would watch the plays I performed when I was young. You are really rare." Everyone has vanity, so when he recounted all the plays performed by Dong Wu one by one, he seemed very satisfied. "I like you very much as a young man. If you have anything to say in the future, you can talk to me." He stood up and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. At this time, an assistant came over and asked him to go to film, and he waved and left. When Xiao Chen came out of his dressing room, he happened to meet Yang Yin who came to see him. Yang Yin looked at him in shock and said, "Oh my god, you actually know my idol? Tell me what he said?" He looked at her helplessly and said, "He's over 50 years old, and he's still your idol? But he does have a lot of charisma. Of course, I've loved his dramas since I was a kid. Oh my god, I can't believe I got to see him on the set, it's like I've been idolized," she said excitedly, clapping her hands happily. "You're a star yourself, why are you chasing after other stars? Besides, you're acting in a movie, so you should have scenes together, right?" Her eyes looked a little dim as she said, "A small timer like me can't play against him, but Lu Qian does have one. I'm going to go watch it later. They play lovers of the previous generation in the play. I'm really envious." She looked at him with bright eyes and gossiped, "Do you know? Actually, my idol is still single. I heard that he is still single because of a girl he liked when he was young. He is so loyal and charming." He curled his lips, very confused by the girl's enthusiasm. For men, if they like someone, they should fight for it. If they wait silently, they will turn themselves into the second male lead forever. But she ignored his disdain and directly dragged him to watch the rivalry between Lu Qian and her male god. The background of this scene takes place in a train station in the last century, where the two people bid farewell to each other in the crowd. After putting on makeup, Dongwoo no longer looks like a man in his 50s. Instead, he looks younger and more handsome. When he stands next to Lu Qian, who is a dozen years younger than him, they don't look like they are from two generations. His professional quality is very high, and he was immersed in the role almost the moment director Chen started filming. The entire set was watching the actor in silence, and were moved by his soulful lines and expressions. But at this moment the atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a laugh. I don't know what was wrong with Lu Qian, but she suddenly laughed during the filming. Director Chen shouted cut angrily and asked her in a restrained voice why she suddenly laughed. She said in a pretentious voice, "I'm sorry, director. I was so excited at the thought of filming with Mr. Dong that I couldn't control myself and burst into laughter." Then she pretended to apologize to Dongwoo, but he waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing to worry about. The filming started again, and this time she had to start over again because she forgot the lyrics. After a few times, Director Chen began to curse uncontrollably. But she ran back to the dressing room crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. Everyone could only look at Director Chen in confusion, wondering how the play could be performed without a leading female lead. At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up, walked to Dongwoo and whispered something to him. He frowned at first, then followed Xiao Chen's hand and looked towards Yang Yin. When Yang Yin saw him look like that, she blushed and stood there at a loss as to what to do. After the two talked for a few words, Dongwoo walked up to Director Chen and said, "Director Chen, I have a suggestion. Why don't we change someone to play this scene?" Chapter 98 Fans Meeting. Director Chen was stunned at first, and then he continued, "I heard that the second female lead in this drama has very good acting skills. Anyway, this farewell scene is the Easter egg part at the end of the play, so it doesn't matter who plays it. It would be better to find a more professional person to save everyone's time." Hearing his insistence, Director Chen was also shaken. At this time, Lu Qian rushed out of the dressing room angrily. "Director Chen, what does this mean? Are you going to change the leading actress? Why don't you inform me?" Director Chen saw that she was furious and didn't want to confront her directly. "Lu Qian, this is it. I decided to add this role at the last minute. So it doesn't really matter who plays it. I noticed that you weren't in a good mood today, so why not let Yin take your place?" After hearing this, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, since she is the one to play the role, then I am not important anymore. It would be better to just let him play all my parts." Although she said this, her body had no intention of leaving and instead she walked forward. Seeing that she was obviously here to cause trouble, Xiao Chen protected Yang Yin behind him. Director Chen looked at her with some embarrassment, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, Dongwoo came over, looked at Lu Qian who looked like a fighting cock, and said, "How about this, both of you act in a scene with me, and whoever performs better, whose footage we will use. What do you think, Lao Chen?" Director Chen agreed immediately after hearing this. This method can not only complete the filming task but also rely on acting skills. If someone lacks ability, they can't blame others. At this time, Yang Yin also walked out from behind Xiao Chen and agreed confidently. "Being able to act with my idol, even if there are no shots, is a dream come true." But Lu Qian was obviously unhappy, but she couldn't continue to act unreasonably. Both Director Chen and Dongwoo are big shots whom she cannot afford to offend, and the way to survive in the entertainment industry is to quit while you are ahead. So she agreed to his suggestion, but asked Yang Yin to perform first. She didn't believe she could perform without any rehearsal, let alone surpass herself. Yang Yin agreed readily, and Xiao Chen helped her with her makeup and hair. After the two actors stood in front of the camera, as Director Chen shouted start, they quickly got into the mood. Dongwoo just looked at her affectionately, and then said his farewell words with difficulty. And she actually said the line she had just heard exactly, while she shed tears with restraint and reluctance. The tears slowly flowed from the corner of her eye, becoming the highlight of the performance. After the two performed, Director Chen did not shout to stop for a long time. Everyone was infected by their emotions and immersed in the reluctance and sadness of parting. At this time, Lu Qian stomped her feet hard, and the harsh sound of her high heels interrupted everyone's thoughts. Director Chen then shouted to stop, and she walked over reluctantly. Dongwoo is a professional actor after all. Even though he doesn't have any feelings for her, he still behaves very affectionately once the director shouts start. This only served to highlight her poor acting skills, as there was absolutely no emotional interaction in her performance. Even at the very end, when she wanted to cry like Yang Yin, she found that she couldn't cry at all. She shamelessly waved her hand to signal Director Chen to pause, and then said shamelessly, "Director Chen, please ask the assistant to bring the artificial tears. My eyes are not feeling well today, and I can't cry." Everyone present was speechless. As an actor, if he can't even handle the most basic crying scene, what kind of actor is he? Director Chen was so angry that he threw the script to the ground and yelled at her, "Where do you think this is? Who do you think I am to you? I'm warning you for the last time. If you can't shoot, pack up and leave. I don't care if you are my godfather or my biological father. I don't support anyone here." After saying that, he actually left the set. Lu Qian was scolded so much that she ran back to her dressing room in a hurry in anger. Of course, not everyone was so angry. Yang Yin ran back to Xiao Chen happily. "Brother Chen, did you see me acting with my idol? I was so excited. Do you think he would refuse me if I asked him for an autograph? I guess he won't say no." Dongwu came over from behind with a smile on his face. She looked at him timidly like a young girl in love, smiled shyly and said, "Teacher Dong, I am your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me?" He smiled elegantly and said, "Of course, after watching your performance today, I am about to become your fan." Watching the two stars praising each other's business, Xiao Chen did not feel the slightest bit disgusted. Although the two are more than 10 years apart in age, their love for performing makes them have the same innocent nature. The three of them walked back to the dressing room chatting and laughing, and then he specifically told her about the problems in the performance. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly had a premonition and he heard the system's reminder. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? He silently said in his mind, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eavesdropping skill. The system reward this time is the legendary super hearing. As long as the distance is within 10 meters of him, he can hear the sound no matter how loud it is or whether it is through a wall. This skill is a bit useless to the upright Xiao Chen. If Ho Zi got such a skill, he would definitely use it to eavesdrop on the corners of the small hotel. In order to test the effect, he turned on the eavesdropping skill. As a result, countless sounds crossed obstacles and distances and instantly reached his ears. Some people are gossiping about others, some are calling their girlfriends, and some are crying secretly somewhere. Among many voices, he heard Lu Qian's voice. It's not that her voice was so pleasant, but that she was angrily complaining to someone about what had just happened. "Husband, how could Director Chen let me act with that old man? You don't even know that he's over 50 and he's still not married. Who knows if he has any disease? Woohoo, I just laughed a little and they ganged up on me. They even let that stinky woman Yang Yin take my place. I'm so pissed off." Although the voice on the other end of the phone was very low, he could hear it clearly thanks to his eavesdropping skills. "Don't worry, I will find a way to solve this problem for you. But you still have to be polite to Dongwu. The power behind him is not something you can underestimate. If you piss him off, I may not be able to protect you." Chapter 99, Bad Women One After Another. There was a steady male voice on the phone. He couldn't tell the man's age, but he could feel that he seemed to be very smart. He didn't understand how such a sophisticated man could be with a brainless gold digger like Lu Qian. "Hubby, you are so kind. Why did you come to see me? I have prepared a surprise for you. Wait a little longer, I have some things to deal with recently," she said with a little disappointment. "Okay, husband. By the way, did you help me deal with that perverted thing?" At this time, the man's tone became a little stern, and he scolded, "Next time something like this happens, I will not help you again. It is really stupid for you to do this. It will be easy to get caught." She quickly apologized and said countless sweet words. The person on the other end of the phone then said, "I have already forged a mental evaluation for that person. He will stay in a mental hospital for a while. Let's wait until the storm has passed. During this period of time, you must not have any contact with him, understand?" She swore and promised not to have any contact with that person again, and then the two chatted for a while and hung up the phone. After Xiao Chen eavesdropped on her phone call, he couldn't calm down for a long time. This is a lot of information, and it seems that there is some huge conspiracy hidden. Just as he was hesitating whether to mention this to Yang Yin, she seemed to sense that something was wrong with him. After sending Dongwu away, she asked, "Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? What happened?" He hesitated, but told her what he had just heard. For someone like Lu Qian, he hopes she can always be vigilant. "Are you saying that the man who attacked me before might have been released by them?" She was immediately frightened out of her wits. "It is very likely." Although they did not say it explicitly,
my guess is that it is what we guessed.
She clenched her hands tightly together and asked nervously, "What should I do, Brother Chen?"
He reached out and patted her head and said, "Don't be afraid, I will always be with you.
But I still hope you can be more vigilant.
Be careful with strangers."
She nodded thoughtfully.
On the other side, Su Yueru came to the company and urgently convened a new product design meeting. In order to recover the previous losses, she has been discussing improvement plans with the company's designers these days. Finally, they finalized a new design and decided to hold a new product launch conference the next day to promote the new product and clarify recent rumors. After a busy period, she returned to her office and sat quietly with her forehead in her hands. At this time, the assistant came in and whispered, "Boss Su, I have done everything you asked me to do."
After hearing this, she looked up at the assistant and asked, "Has Vice President Shin done anything in the past few days?"
No, Vice President Shin has not made any suspicious moves other than handling the company's daily affairs. She looked at the table in confusion, not understanding why Xia suddenly became so quiet. She suspected that Xia might have made preparations secretly.
"Boss Su, will tomorrow's new product launch still take place?"
She looked straight at the assistant and said, "Of course, I want to see what other tricks she has." She took out her phone and dialed Xiao Chen.
"Honey, are you done with your work? I need your help with something,"
she said sweetly into the phone. Xiao Chen readily agreed, and the two agreed on a meeting place before hanging up the phone. It is said that when a woman is upset, the best remedy is to go shopping. So she wanted to take Xiao Chen and go shopping together to buy battlesuits for tomorrow's press conference. The three met in the most prosperous commercial street in Longcheng. Yang Yin went up to her and held her arm, and the two girls walked in front, talking and laughing. He smiled helplessly and followed the two of them. Ever since Yang Yin came to their house, he has become more like a light bulb.
When it comes to shopping, girls are the best. The two of them are really competitive.
Starting from the first floor, the two of them took whatever they liked, and he followed behind and paid with a card. Finally, he reached the women's clothing section and was able to sit on the sofa and rest for a while. The two of them consulted each other and took a bunch of clothes to the fitting room to change. Even though his physical strength had been enhanced, he was too tired to move. At this time, Yang Yin changed her clothes and came out, and he suddenly felt his eyes brighten. She chose a denim skirt and t-shirt that were full of youthfulness, which made her look very young. Especially her innocent look matches this dress very well. Although he is already married, this does not prevent him from appreciating beautiful women.
No matter what your social status is, seeing a beautiful woman is always a pleasant thing. Su Yueru also walked out of the fitting room. She was wearing an elegant black V-neck dress with her slender calves showing from under the hem.
An intellectual and mature charm emanated from her, and the slim long skirt outlined her exquisite figure, which made him imagine a lot. Looking at these two beauties with different styles but both stunningly beautiful, the men around them stopped and sighed.
Some people even came over and asked to add both of them on WeChat.
A scoundrel young man with a lewd look on his face stretched out his cell phone towards the two women and threatened that he wanted to be friends with them. At this time, Xiao Chen finally couldn't help but stepped forward to stop him. The man first looked at the boy who disturbed him from picking up girls with an unhappy face. Then he reached out to grab Xiao Chen's collar and warn him to get away. Unexpectedly, his hand was grabbed by Xiao Chen and then bent behind his back with a force. The man struggled desperately, but was no match for his strength. The security guard who received the notification also came over, and he handed the troublemaker over to the security guard. As the little rascal was being led away, he kept yelling at him, "I'll remember you, kid.
Just wait for me. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later."
After this little incident, the three of them prepared to leave early. At this time, Yang Yin suggested going to a nearby internet-famous restaurant for dinner, as she heard that there was a very good chef cooking there. So the three of them went over together to try it and see if the cooking skills were half as good as Xiao Chen's. The few people here just found a private room and sat down, and the two girls, Yang Yin, started to think about ordering food. However, Xiao Chen's eavesdropping skills unconsciously began to check the surrounding environment. He kept hearing people's conversations, some were gossiping about co-workers, some couples seemed to be arguing. And he was listening intentionally or unintentionally. At this time, a familiar voice came from the private room next door.
"Brother Yuan, what do you want me to do? I miss you so much." Chapter 100 Conspiracy.
The shy voice was undoubtedly Xia's. He didn't expect to have dinner in the same restaurant with Xia and Shui Yuan. And when these two people met, he secretly felt that something bad would happen. I asked you to come here mainly to know Su Yueru's new product design plan.
Can you get it? Don't mention it, brother Yuan. That little bitch is guarding against me like a thief. I can't do anything to her in the company," she said with embarrassment. "I see. So how are you doing with what I taught you to do?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "It's already been done with Director Zhou, and I've also convinced a few other directors. As long as they're against Su Yueru, I'll probably have to take over as the president of Yueshia Group." "Very good, you finally accomplished something. Then invite several directors to the new product launch tomorrow. And make her step down on the spot." Shui Yuan has now turned from love to hate, and as for Su Yueru, he really wants her to fall from a high place. By then, that pretty boy Xiao Chen will definitely leave her because of her troubles, and he will definitely let her know the consequences of rejecting him. But the attitudes of those directors are still quite ambiguous. If they are going to turn hostile to each other tomorrow, I'm afraid. She stammered that if they fell out in public tomorrow, it would be better if Su Yueru could step down. If the directors support Su Yueru and abandon her in the end, then my fate will be miserable. But Shui Yuan didn't care about those things, he just wanted to see Su Yueru get into trouble as soon as possible. As for what would happen to her if she failed, he didn't care at all. "Don't talk so much nonsense, just do what I say. I will help you when necessary." After getting his verbal promise, she agreed with peace of mind. "Brother Yuan, you haven't talked to me for a long time. Can you stay and accompany me today?" she said coquettishly. Well, I have other things to do today. If you have time, why not go and win over those directors?" Even through the thick soundproofing panel of the private room, Xiao Chen could still hear the disdain in his tone. If this woman was not still of use to him, Xiao Chen estimated that he would have pushed her away without hesitation. The two of them planned to cause trouble at the new product launch tomorrow, and then left separately. Xiao Chen and his friends had already ordered their dishes, and they were being served one by one. Seeing him sitting there blankly, Yang Yin went up and pushed him. "Brother Chen, why are you standing there? This dish is really delicious, try it." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his bowl. He came back to his senses at this time, looked at Su Yueru, who looked worried, and said, "Yueru, are you going to have a new product launch tomorrow?" She looked at him a little surprised. She seldom mentioned company matters, so she didn't expect that he would know about the press conference. "How did you know?" "I just decided to hold the press conference today." He hesitated, not knowing how to explain that he could hear the conversation in the next room. "Yueru, I actually suspect that someone might come to disrupt tomorrow's press conference." He skipped the difficult to explain parts and went straight to the point and told Xinxia and Shui Yuan the plans. She was surprised at first, but her expression became more serious the more she listened. If she had any doubts at first, she now believed it all. Especially when she learned about Xinxia's secret communication with Jie Chou, she suddenly understood why she had been quiet recently. It turns out that she was planning something big here, preparing to have the board of directors come forward and replace her directly. The funniest thing is that even now, she still doesn't understand why Xinxia wants to deal with her. But the most important thing now is to deal with possible problems that may arise tomorrow, so they ate the meal in a hurry. After dinner, Su Yueru and the other two rushed to the company and secretly held a series of meetings. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Yueshia Group's new product launch conference was held as scheduled. Although this press conference was rushed, the scene was grand and spectacular because sufficient preparations had been made in advance. Celebrities and business tycoons came to watch. Su Yueru was already dressed up and was looking at the arriving guests and reporters with a smile. After the press conference started, she personally introduced her company's new products in detail. Her attitude was sincere, her tone was kind, and she was so beautiful that everyone present was immediately attracted by her. At this time, let alone if she holds a new product, even if she just holds a brick, people will buy it. But at this time, the crowd became noisy, and the originally quiet venue immediately became chaotic. A woman with disheveled hair rushed out from the crowd. Her face was covered with red pimples, some of which she had even scratched and were oozing yellow pus and blood. She rushed over like a mad female ghost, and her terrifying appearance made even the security guards afraid to stop her. Fortunately, Xiao Chen rushed out from the side and stopped her 1 meter away from Su Yueru. The woman was stopped but still tried to throw herself at her, struggling and cursing, "You stinky bitch, how dare you flirt here? Look at what you've done to me, I'm going to make you die miserably." Although he could easily knock the woman to the ground, it was still somewhat inappropriate in such a public place. "There are so many reporters here.
If they catch them with such evidence, it will be disadvantageous to Su Yueru and the others. So he signaled with his eyes to a few burly security guards, and they stepped forward cautiously and grabbed the woman's limbs. When the woman saw that she was controlled, she scratched and bit her own flesh in an attempt to break free. But the result was predictable: she was held tightly and couldn't move. The police had already been called, and the woman saw that she had no more room to maneuver, so she turned to face the reporters' cameras. That face left a deep impression on everyone, and even the timid ones would have nightmares. How could the reporters miss such a wonderful shot? So the flashlights were so bright that they couldn't open their eyes.
The woman cried and complained, "It's all Yueshia who ruined me.
It's their inferior products that made me like this."
Don't be fooled by this woman.
She only cares about money.
She has no humanity.
Her miserable crying and her horrible face made everyone present feel pity for her. At the same time, some people were already booing Yueshia Group and Su Yueru, who was standing on the stage.
Yueshia Group's products have quality issues. Give consumers justice. Give us an explanation, you profit-seeking bitch. Chapter 101 Trap.
At some point, a group of angry people gathered in the audience.
They shouted loudly, trying to arouse people's suspicion and hatred towards Yueshia Group.
Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Su Yueru walked to the front of the stage. She restrained her previous gentle attitude and revealed the coldness and harshness of a business queen. She scanned the entire audience with her cold eyes, and the booing noises gradually weakened and eventually died down.
The crazy woman just now looked at Su Yueru, who exuded the aura of a queen, in surprise, swallowed her saliva and shouted again, "Don't think that we will be afraid of you if you do this. We are the victims. What can you do to us?"
The woman had a look of disdain and indifference on her face. She was sure that no one would dare to do anything to her in public.
Su Yueru didn't bother to argue with her at all.
She smiled contemptuously and said, "If I remember correctly, you were the one who led the trouble in our company last time, right?" What she was talking about was the time when Xiao Chen helped Yang Yin put on makeup after he awakened his makeup skills. It was this woman who secretly replaced Yang Yin's cosmetics, causing her face to be stained after using inferior products.
Yang Yin is a diamond member of Yueshia Group. Her trouble even alarmed Vice President Shun.
If Xiao Chen had not appeared in time to help Yueshia Group resolve the crisis, it is very likely that negative news about product quality problems would have broken out. This time she used the same old tricks again, even at the cost of disfiguring herself in order to frame Su Yueru.
You still have the nerve to bring up the last time?
It's not enough that my friend and I were harmed once by your company's inferior products. I didn't expect you to dare to continue to produce these inferior products.
Are you worthy of the consumers who trust you?
She thought she had done everything perfectly, but she didn't expect that when she was caught by Xiao Chen just now, he already knew everything she had done. He activated his mind-reading skill and found that, as expected, she was instigated by Xinxia to frame Su Yueru, and her main purpose was to make the press conference a mess. The directors who were present later saw that Su Yueru not only failed to control the quality of the company's products, but could not even resolve a public relations crisis of this magnitude. But now everything is in vain. He has already told Su Yueru all their plans.
Moreover, they know exactly the time and financial transactions of their transactions.
I can vouch for our company's products with my personal integrity.
There is absolutely no problem.
As for whether you are a consumer of our company, please provide evidence. Regarding this face smearing incident, she even suspected that this woman had never even bought any of their company's products. She just came here to make trouble. Sure enough, the woman didn't expect her to say that and was a little speechless for a moment.
How could I possibly carry around those inferior products? I used them, so I used them. Don't try to make excuses here.
Then let us see your purchase records. I can also see which products you bought. She looked away and said, "That set of cosmetics was given to me by someone else, and there is no record of my purchase."
So what? Just because I didn't buy it, does that mean I am no longer a victim?
Seeing that she was almost forced into a desperate situation, Su Yueru smiled slightly.
Okay, then I'll ask the friend who gave you the product.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Xinxia, who was slowly walking towards the entrance of the venue.
Xinxia didn't know what was happening here.
She just saw the crazy woman with disheveled hair being controlled, and the reporters at the scene were all staring at Su Yueru in amazement. Xinxia looks very heroic, and the smart professional attire looks very suitable on her. 7 or 8 directors followed her in and frowned when they saw the chaos in the meeting room. She walked quickly to Su Yueru and pulled her arm in a pretended affectionate manner.
What happened here? Are you okay? Shunxia asked, pretending to know nothing.
She just watched her quietly, pretending to be innocent.
Perhaps frightened by her cold eyes, Shunxia asked again, "What's wrong with you, Xiaoye? Did I do something wrong?"
She tried her best to behave gracefully and appropriately in front of the directors.
"Nothing, I'm just wondering how I've done anything wrong to you."
She said this in a way that made her feel extremely depressed. Why did two best friends who used to have a very good relationship end up in such an embarrassing situation today?
"I don't know what you're talking about, Xiaoye."
Although she said this, she had already taken back the hand that was holding Su Yueru.
Su Yueru pointed at the woman whose face was covered in pus and blood and said, "This is the person you sent. Why did you do this?"
She was surprised and didn't expect that she would relate this matter to herself.
Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Yueru continued, "In the past 6 months, there have been many incidents in the company. All the clues point to you, but I still don't want to believe it. I didn't expect you to go to this extent."
She spoke with such sincerity, as if she had made up her mind to break off relations with this best friend she had known since college.
Shunxia was unmoved and sneered, "Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? Do you want to push the problem you can't solve onto me? You can just tell me directly, and I am willing to bear all the blame for you." Everyone watched the two of them talking back and forth.
Both of them made very reasonable remarks, so everyone didn't know who to believe. At this time, a person walked in from outside, and it was Shui Yuan.
He relied on the Shui family's influence in Longqing to cheat people everywhere.
People who don't know the truth will really be deceived by his handsome and sunny appearance, and mistakenly think that he is as righteous as he pretends to be.
"Xiaoye, I heard that something happened to you.
I came here specially to see if there is anything I can do for you."
He said this sincerely as he walked towards this side anxiously.
The venue became lively again, and the words of the young master of the Shui family seemed to confirm that there was really something wrong with Su Yueru. The flashlights flashed again, and he walked past the crowd and came to the stage. Facing the crowd, he spoke calmly, "Please believe me, I swear on the reputation of the Shui family.
Xiaoye must not have done this on purpose.
She and I have known each other since childhood. She must have been deceived by someone to do such an outrageous thing." He was talking to himself there, constantly throwing dirty water on Su Yueru. It seemed like he was defending her, but in fact he was indirectly proving the accusation of the crazy woman. After a speech without thinking, he looked at Su Yueru again and said affectionately, "Xiaoye, it's not too late to apologize now. And the directors of Yuexia Group will also give you a generous retirement package for your hard work over the years."
Chapter 102 Super Face.
After listening to Shui Yuan's nonsense, she burst into cold sneers.
Since when did her own company need someone as irrelevant as him to be in charge? You mean if I admit now that I did all this, the board will let me step down gracefully? He thought she was finally convinced, so he nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, Xiaoye. I promise they will never embarrass you this time. This is also the best way to maintain the reputation of Yuexia Group."
At this time, Jie Chou also stood up. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and his slightly protruding belly showed his age. "Boss Su, I guarantee on behalf of the board of directors that as long as this matter can be resolved satisfactorily, we will not hold you accountable for your dereliction of duty. And for the better development of Yuexia Group, your withdrawal is also the best choice." She turned to look at the other members of the board, and several of them hung their heads in shame. Jie Chou was obviously the dominant figure among them, so no one else dared to express different opinions at this time.
Okay. If this is what you want to see, then it's okay for me to leave,"
she said, somewhat disheartened.
"Sometimes you may not be able to see the truth of your situation when you are standing on a high place. Only when you fall can you see the full picture."
Hearing that she seemed to be relaxed, Shunxia excitedly stood in front of the stage and said to the security guards, "Okay, take this crazy woman away quickly and don't let her appear in front of me again.
Since this person is no longer of any value to us, there are even certain hidden dangers.
Then the only way to deal with it is to let her completely disappear in her own world."
But the woman didn't want to leave so quietly.
She struggled and shouted, Boss Shin, this is different from what we said before.
Can you just let me leave like this?"
As soon as she said this, Shunxia's face changed drastically.
"Take this crazy woman away quickly. She's such an eyesore."
She didn't want this woman to cause any more accidents, and she would soon become the new president of the group. Su Yueru stood up and stopped the security guard. "Let her go first, I think she may have something else to tell us." Shunxia wanted to stop her, but the security guard had already obediently let the person go.
As soon as the woman was released, she rushed to the stage, grabbed Shin Xia's arm and said, "Boss Shin, you said that if I do what you said, you can give me a reward of 5 million. That's why I didn't hesitate to make my face like this. You can't just chase me away now." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and she held onto Shin Xia tightly, refusing to let go. Shin Xia wanted to throw her away in disgust, and shouted angrily, "Jenny, let me go, you crazy woman. Security, security, take her away quickly." Xian Yi? It was not until this time that people suddenly realized that this woman with unknown intentions really knew Shin Xia, and it might even be true as she said, that Shin Xia had instigated her to cause trouble. Faced with everyone's suspicious gaze, Shin Xia quickly adjusted her state. She looked at Su Yueru and said, "Xiaoye, go down and have a rest. I'll take care of this." As long as Su Yueru is not present, she can make up any lie. But Su Yueru smiled slightly and started operating directly with the remote control pen in her hand. Soon some pictures appeared on the big screen, and the content of the pictures was a conversation aimed at disrupting the press conference. She pointed at a head portrait in the picture and asked, "This should be the content of the deal between you and Xian Yi. I didn't expect you to go to such great lengths to sabotage this press conference." Shin Xia instinctively wanted to deny it, but the ironclad facts before her left her no room for excuses. But she still insisted, "Xiaoye, I'm doing this for Yuexia Group. This is the company we founded together, and I don't want it to be destroyed by anyone with ulterior motives." She shed tears of heartache as she spoke. Her words were pointed at Xiao Chen in particular. Ever since Su Yueru announced her marriage to him in public, the outside world has been speculating about his identity. Some rumors even said that he was Su Yueru's kept gigolo, as if he was a termite and that the Yuexia Group would be completely devoured by him sooner or later. So now that her good deeds were exposed by her, Shin Xia decided to use her only weakness to divert everyone's attention. At this time, Shui Yuan also agreed, "Yes, Xiaoye. You are too naive and have no idea how bad people are in today's society. I know exactly why he approached you." He pointed at Xiao Chen as he spoke. "Do you think that everything will be fine as long as you can deceive Xiaoye? Aren't you dependent on her just because she is beautiful and rich? To put it bluntly, I despise people like you who live off you the most." Even Director Zhou stood up and said, "Boss Su, I can't say anything about your family background. But since it concerns the future of Yuexia Group, I have to say a few words. I've also heard about this man from others. He has no proper job and hangs out with female stars all day. I don't approve of this kind of man staying by your side." The reason why everyone unanimously opposed Xiao Chen was nothing more than his humble background and that his only job before was delivering takeout. So everyone thought that it was a blessing for him to be with a top beauty president like Su Yueru. Even Xiao Chen himself thought so. But this doesn't mean that he is not worthy of her. In his heart, no one understands her better than him, and no one loves her more than him. The reason why these snobs keep opposing them to be together is simply because they see that he has no power and is easy to bully. If he came from a wealthy and aristocratic family, would these people still be so opposed to them being together? At this time, a system reminder sounded. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? He suddenly remembered that there was a sign-in reward to be claimed today, so he silently said in his mind, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the top ranking 3 times. Top-notch appearance? To put it bluntly, it is an ultra-luxurious debut show. The standards people use to judge whether a person is rich and powerful are actually quite one-sided. If you give people the impression that you are extremely rich, then even if you have no money, others will blindly assume that you are rich. They will even find various reasons to explain why you are so low-key and ordinary. Even if you are super rich, you give people the impression of being a loser. Then even if you drive a luxury car and live in a villa, others will think that you rent or borrow it. Chapter 103, Middle Eastern Tycoons. Knowing this, he decided to launch a top-level lineup immediately. Although he didn't know how luxurious the top-level layout the system was talking about would be, judging from the rewards he had received so far, it shouldn't be bad. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly there was a huge sound of an airplane engine outside. For this new product launch conference, she deliberately chose the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Longchang. In order to demonstrate the strength of Yuexia Group, she booked the entire top floor of a 5-star hotel as the venue. The best feature of this hotel is that not only is the interior decoration very luxurious, it even has an airport.
It is convenient for those bigwigs who own private jets to land directly on the top floor of the hotel. So when a helicopter flew over, they were on the top floor and could directly hear and feel the roar of the aircraft engine. Even in Dragon City, where bigwigs are everywhere, owning a private helicopter is a rare thing. Because the cost of maintaining a private helicopter is very high, and transportation is so developed nowadays, this mode of travel seems to be very useless. The richer people are, the more they care. It is really not cost-effective to buy a helicopter just to show off occasionally. So when people saw the helicopter flying over so close, they were still surprised and shocked.
What kind of rich person would come here by helicopter?
Some people even ran out directly, but were blown to and fro by the strong wind caused by the plane. After the plane stopped, a foreign man wearing a turban came down from it. They all say that I have a piece of cloth on my head and I am the richest person in the world. This man has starry eyes, sword-like eyebrows, a deep gaze, and a tall, original big nose, and he looks like a foreign tycoon.
He walked into the press conference with an imposing manner and scanned the entire audience. People were so shocked by his powerful aura that they didn't even dare to breathe. At this time, he seemed to have found the person he was looking for and walked quickly to Xiao Chen. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, he bowed deeply to him. What? Oh, no. It should be my God. This tycoon from the Middle East dressed in luxurious clothes actually bowed to that poor loser Xiao Chen? Does he still not understand Chinese culture? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Just when everyone's jaws were about to drop to the ground in surprise, the Middle Eastern tycoon stood up and said in fluent Chinese, "Mr. Xiao, you were in a hurry just now and left your business card behind. I brought it to you specially." Everyone couldn't believe their ears. The rich man from the Middle East actually called Xiao Chen Mr. Xiao. Are you kidding me? Even the man who claims to be the richest man in the world has to be respectful to him. Who is this man? Didn't he say before that he was a delivery man? Rich people are different. For us, delivering food is a way of life, but for others, delivering food is an experience of life. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Just when everyone was skeptical, a tycoon from the Middle East suddenly took out a stack of 24K pure gold business cards. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's instructions, he distributed these pure gold business cards to everyone one by one as if they were free. The person who received the business card was ecstatic, as the weight was absolutely reasonable. Each business card simply had the two words Xiao Chen printed on it, with no other details. Although the business card is simple and plain in design, it does feel heavy in the hand. One of these would weigh at least 10 grams, and based on the current gold price, one would cost several thousand yuan. But seeing his nonchalant look as if he was handing out flyers, everyone was stunned by his overwhelming heroism. Several directors were a little impatient, but they didn't care about the thousands of dollars of gold. Mainly because they remembered that they had just helped Director Zhou to laugh at Xiao Chen, they felt a little nervous. For such a generous boss, not to mention dealing with those small directors, it is not impossible for him to directly buy out Yuexia Group. They were all a little hesitant as to whether to apologize now or to kneel down and lick the boot later. The one who was even more panicked than them was Jay Chou. He didn't expect that the small fry he had troubled several times turned out to be such a god-level boss. He looked at the low-key and luxurious business card in his hand, and regrets came one after another in his heart. At this time, Shui Yuan said unwillingly, "Do you think that anyone will believe you just because you put on such a show? Do you think you can act cool just because you have a foreign extra?" He didn't believe that Xiao Chen could have such a great background, especially since he had been pampered since childhood and people had to respect him wherever he went. He simply couldn't stand being suppressed by an ordinary person like Xiao Chen. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Xiao Chen's face contemptuously. "Please stay away from our President Xiao, otherwise." The Middle Eastern tycoon quickly stepped forward and pushed him away while threatening him. "What else? You, a hired extra, want to do anything to me? I'm telling you, I'm the young master of the Shui family, and my father is Shui Kuan." Shui Yuan looked at Xiao Chen and the others with a smug look on his face, guessing that they were just hired to support Xiao Chen and had no power to show off. But he was only half right. He was indeed there to support the cause, but he was, after all, a real Middle Eastern tycoon. He made a phone call and said to the person on the other end, "Someone here has offended Mr. Xiao. Teach him a lesson. By the way, what's your name?" Shui Yuan was stunned by the question. This guy's acting is quite professional. You're almost exposed, but you're still performing with him? My name is Shui Yuan, and you can use whatever tricks you have. If I'm scared, I'll call you Dad. He said with contempt. The Middle Eastern tycoon nodded nonchalantly and continued, yes, his name is Shui Yuan.
I heard he is a native of Longchang.
You can do whatever you want. Don't embarrass Mr. Xiao.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and bowed respectfully to Xiao Chen and said, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Seeing that even the Middle Eastern tycoons were respectful to Mr. Xiao, the onlookers were shocked.
What kind of wealth and background does this person have to make the world-renowned boss be so polite? People say that the president of Yuexia Group married a poor guy.
Unexpectedly, she was marrying above her station, Xiao Chun, and became a phoenix by flying to the treetops. People were talking here, but Shui Yuan's cell phone rang.
He picked up the phone and said impatiently, Secretary son, what's the matter? I'm busy here.
I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but I saw his face becoming more and more uglier.
Tell me again, who acquired my company? All of them? All 5 companies were acquired? He asked incredulously.
Since graduating from college, he has been messing around with nothing to do. He seemed to be the young master of the Shui family and enjoyed great success, but in fact, he had long been despised by his father and brothers and sisters behind his back. He was eager to achieve some results to impress them, but he didn't expect that he always listened to villains and failed in his investments.
Chapter 104, The Past.
Finally, his mother couldn't stand it anymore and secretly gave him 100 million yuan, asking him to quickly acquire a few small companies. Now that he has these companies, he has handed them over to others to manage. All you need to do is show up from time to make your presence felt. These companies serve as his fig leaf, so that others won't say that he is a second-generation rich man who is not doing his job properly. Because his business has been doing well recently, even his father's impression of him has changed. Unexpectedly, Secretary Sun called and said that his company had been acquired. He asked for details in disbelief, only to find out that someone had directly given money to his father and specifically asked for these companies. Just as he was shocked, the second call came. As soon as he picked up the phone, his father started scolding him. The voice was so loud and the words were so harsh that anyone who was close to him could hear it clearly. You son of a bitch, a loser, what else can you do except cause trouble for me? I work hard outside, and you work diligently behind me to ruin my family. Do you want me to sever the father-son relationship with you? A drop of sweat flowed down his forehead. He knew his father best. If he said such a thing, he would probably really do it. He quickly admitted his mistake and said, Dad, I was wrong. But I haven't been in trouble recently. You said you didn't cause any trouble, but our company's largest shareholder called me just now. He said you offended the head of the consortium and asked me to find you and ask you about it. If the head of the consortium says one word, our company will go bankrupt in a minute. By this time he had realized something, and his sweat was pouring down like a waterfall, but he didn't have time to wipe it off. He looked at the Middle Eastern tycoon with an inquiring look, but the man just smiled at him politely. Even though he just smiled, he shuddered. Boss, it's my fault for not recognizing the real talent. I was also deceived by someone. I didn't expect Xiao Chen, oh no, Mr. Xiao, to have such an identity. I will never dare to do it again. Please be merciful and let me go. He humbly begged for mercy from the local tyrant and Xiao Chen. At this time, face was no longer important. If this guy is really as awesome as his dad says, then he deserves to be licked by his father. The local tyrant turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen, as if to ask for his opinion. Shui Yuan also quickly rushed to him and said, Mr. Xiao, I was too ignorant before and didn't realize that you were giving me a chance. This time I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me for the fact that Xiaoye and I are childhood friends. It would have been fine if he didn't say this, but as soon as he said this, Xiao Chen became angry. You repeatedly set things up for Yueru and framed her. Do you think I would let you go so easily? Hearing him say this, Shui Yuan dragged Shenxia into the water again. He pointed at Shenxia and said, this was all her idea. It was her idea to let others destroy their own faces to frame Xiaoye. I was deceived by her and that's why I did this. Please, let me go. He gave up all his dignity and knelt humbly at Xiao Chen's feet. Shenxia was anxious to exonerate herself because she was betrayed by him. No, it's not like that. I did this at his behest. He has been asking me to trip you up since half a year ago. He said that if I could discredit you, I could become the president of Yuexia Group. I was really blinded by greed, I didn't mean it. Xiao Ya, you have to believe me. She also ran to Su Yueru and begged desperately. Faced with these two people whom she once trusted so much, she didn't know how to choose. One was her best friend in college, and the other was a man she once loved. She never expected that they would team up to deal with her.
Why on earth would you do this? I've never hurt you before. I've always trusted you so much.
She spoke with such pain that it broke her heart. Even though she had had a vague premonition before, it was still a huge blow to her now that she admitted with her own mouth that she was the one who did it all. I can't forgive you for what happened this time, so Shenxia, I am now officially announcing in front of all the directors that you will be removed from your position as vice president of Yuexia Group. And from now on, you will no longer be a member of Yuexia Group. You are fired. Upon hearing this explosive news, reporters in the audience rushed to the front of the stage.
They excitedly took photos and kept asking questions. Excuse me, are you going to expel Vice President Shen from Yuexia Group? But wasn't Yuexia Group founded by you and President Shen? Do you really want to do this? Do you have any opinions on Mr. Su's decision? Do you agree with the decision to fire Mr. Shen? Vice President Shen, what do you think? Are you willing to give up the 10 years of hard work you have put in?
These reporters were eager to watch the fun and raised more pointed questions than the last. Shenxia was begging Su Yueru with tears in her eyes, but now she stood up and looked at the directors sitting behind her. She had already discussed with them that once the time was right, they would help her kick Su Yueru out of office and make her the new president of Yuexia Group. But now when she looked at them, their eyes turned away, avoiding her sight. These directors are all shrewd people, and now everyone can see that Xiao Chen's background is shocking.
Going against him at this time would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Who would go against the rich Mr. Xiao for her?
She seemed to have noticed their thoughts, and a cold smile appeared on her lips.
Okay. You unreliable old man. Now that you see that others are more powerful, you are ready to abandon me, right?
Then let's die together, and no one will have an easy life.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Yueru and said, "Aren't you curious about why I stabbed you in the back? Now I'm telling you, you stabbed me first.
So I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine." She pointed at Shui Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued, "It was obviously me who knew Brother Yuan first, and I was the first one to be with him. But you showed up, and you snatched him away from me.
Did you consider my feelings when you did this?"
Su Yueru looked at her in shock. She had no idea that Shenxia had ever been with Shui Yuan.
"Shenxia, what nonsense are you talking about?
You did know him earlier than me, but when Shui Yuan and I met, he never told me that you and he were already together.
And you never said that you were together either."
At this moment, she suddenly said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, I didn't have a good family background like you, I wasn't as pretty as you, and I wasn't even as rich as you.
So even if Brother Yuan asked me to accompany him quietly, I was willing to do it." Chapter 105, Betrayed by a Girlfriend.
She looked at Shui Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued with a miserable smile, "I thought I could wait until he realized that I was the one he loved the most, but I didn't expect that he only had eyes for you.
I lost to you in this matter, I admit it.
After all, no one can explain the matter of love clearly." Suddenly her eyes widened in anger. "But why are you the president of Yuexia Group, while I am only a vice president, even though we both started a business together?
Is it because you provided the startup capital?
I have worked diligently over the years without a single slack.
Now you tell me to get out, should I just get out?"
At this time she had lost her mind and reached out to strangle Su Yueru's neck. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was quick to stop her. Even Shui Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and hugged her with both hands to prevent her from hurting Su Yueru.
"Okay, all of you are on the side of that stinky bitch.
You have no idea how dirty she is. Her mom was raped by her dad before she was born.
Ha, do you still think she is beautiful now? She is a bastard."
Snap, a loud slap hit her face. Su Yueru, who was shaking with anger, stood in front of her with one hand raised. She looked at Su Yueru in disbelief, unable to believe that she would actually hit her. But this matter was the biggest secret in Su Yueru's heart. If she hadn't been drunk that year, she would not have told Shenxia. Unexpectedly, not only did she not keep the secret for herself, but she now made her secret public. Although this happened a long time ago, she still can't let it go. At this time Xiao Chen hugged her, and she leaned weakly on his shoulder, feeling a little relieved.
"Let me take you back first," he said softly. She nodded weakly.
At this time, Shui Yuan ran to the two of them and begged humbly, "Xiaoye, Brother Chen, please be merciful and let me go.
I promise that I will never cause trouble for you again."
At this point, neither of them was in the mood to continue tangling with these people.
He said seriously, this is my last warning to you. Don't let me find out that you have any desire for Yueru again. And don't appear in front of me again.
Shu Yuan felt as if he had been pardoned. He crawled to his feet from the ground and ran towards the door of the venue. At this time, he turned to look at Xinxia, this hateful woman. He now wished he could tear her mouth apart. But at this time, the reporters came over like bloodthirsty leeches to question Su Yueru. Although it is an old story and one of the witnesses has even passed away, gossip has no time limit.
Boss Su, is this true? Is Boss Su really a person with corrupt morals? Boss Su, please look here. Is Miss Xinxia really going to be fired from Yuexia Group? The flashlights kept flashing, inexplicably making Xiao Chen feel more irritated than ever before.
At this time, Su Yueru suddenly regained her Ice Queen demeanor, looked directly at the cameras of the reporters and said, from today on, Xinxia will be completely removed from Yuexia Group, and Yuexia Group will be officially renamed Yuechen Group. From today on, Xinxia will be listed as the #1 blacklist of all Yuechen Group and its subsidiaries, and will never be hired again. She spoke in a decisive tone, and the coldness in her voice made everyone present shudder. With the power and influence of their company, Xinxia had offended her so much that she had basically sentenced her career to death. No company would be stupid enough to go against Yuechen Group, so she would not be able to find a suitable job for a long time in the future. And now, as soon as she made her decision, the crowd immediately made way for her. They had already felt her powerful pressure. So the two of them left the venue calmly, leaving Xinxia stunned. As soon as she left the venue, she collapsed in his arms. Pretending to remain calm just now had used up all her strength.
Hubby, take me home.
He silently picked her up and carried her back to the apartment. Although they already knew that Xinxia might cause trouble at this press conference because of Xiao Chen's ability to read minds, so they had made all the necessary preparations, but they didn't expect that she would be so desperate that she would directly reveal the secret that Su Yueru had hidden deep in her heart in public. Looking at her who was exhausted by betrayal, his heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand.
Yueru, are you okay?
He didn't know how to comfort her at this time. She smiled sadly but shook her head honestly.
I never thought my best friend would do this to me. I knew people's hearts would change. But I never thought it would become so ugly. He had always known that her family background was complicated. Her father was a wealthy tycoon, and her mother was a famous deceased movie star. Their marriage seemed to have never been happy. But he didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing as rape could exist, and her mother actually married the man who had raped her. One can imagine her inner torment and struggle.
Yueru, I hope you understand that no matter what others have done, it is not your fault. Hearing him say this, she nodded woodenly at first. Her mother often comforted her in this way, and on a rational level she understood that none of this had anything to do with her. But if it weren't for her, her mother wouldn't have chosen to marry her father. She sacrificed her lifelong happiness for herself. As if he could see what she was thinking, he held her shoulders with both hands and made her look at him. He said to her word by word, none of this is your fault.
None of this is your fault. He repeated it over and over again, hoping to convey this belief to her heart little by little.
Finally she broke down and cried, and at that moment she felt that maybe this really wasn't her fault. She curled up in his arms like a child, crying wildly. After she was tired of crying and slowly fell asleep, he gently picked her up and placed her on the bed in his room. He looked at his watch and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. They talked a lot that day, and it seemed that the distance between the two of them was shortened again. Here he slowly prepared dinner, thinking that she could have something to eat after she woke up. At the same time, he was waiting for Yang Yin's call. Because she was attending the press conference with her today, her assistant Xiao accompanied Yang Yin to the filming today.
There aren't many scenes today, so she should be back by now.
As he was thinking this, his phone rang. Brother Chen, this is Xiao.
Something bad has happened to Sister Yin. Chapter 106, Memories of the Pretty Boy.
Xiao spoke incoherently on the phone, sobbing as she spoke. He was completely confused and could only guess from her few words that Yang Yin seemed to have been kidnapped by someone.
Xiao, listen to me. Call the police right now and send me your location. I'll come find you right away.
There was a life-threatening situation over there, and he walked to the door of the room and found that she was still asleep. So he left a note and ran to Xiao. The address Xiao sent was actually a large shopping mall. How could she attack someone directly in such a busy place? When he found Xiao, she was surrounded by several policemen and was taking a statement.
Seeing him coming, she ran to him. Brother Chen, what should I do? I actually lost Sister Yin. Woohoo, Sister Yang will definitely fire me. At this point, this woman was still just worried about whether she would lose her job. He waved his hand silently, then said, "Calm down for a moment and tell me what happened." It's like this. After we finished filming today, Sister Yin said she wanted to come and buy some gifts for you and Sister Su. She feels embarrassed to have been staying at your house, so she wanted to buy you some gifts to thank you. He listened to Xiao Xiao's endless chatter and interrupted impatiently, "Let's get to the point. Why are you talking about these useless things?" She was stunned by his aura and answered obediently, "Then when we came here to choose gifts, a fat girl tried to get close to Sister Yin. They were talking happily, and then. She looked at him a little scared at this time, not knowing what to say next. What happened next? Tell me. He urged. She lowered her head and said, "I didn't notice it at the time, but when I looked up, they were gone." He felt that the matter was not as simple as she said, and at this time the policeman had come over with a well-dressed young man. "Comrade, based on the clues you provided, we will take action as soon as possible. I hope you can keep your communication open in the near future so that we can get in touch at any time." She thanked the policeman profusely, but the handsome young man who was also questioned looked at him with a little displeasure. "Who are you to Xiao Xiao? She said she doesn't have a boyfriend?" Before he could answer, she said, "Please stop pestering me. I don't like people like you." She said it firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. This made the young man very embarrassed, because he was a little handsome, so few girls would reject him. He glanced at Xiao Chen, and then saw his low-key luxury car parked on the side of the road. He said with disdain, "Another gold digger? She was chatting with me passionately just now. Now she throws herself at anyone who's richer. It's really disgusting. You, how can you say that? I don't like you, a gigolo who hangs out with rich women." She looked at Xiao Chen guiltily, as if she was afraid that he would connect Yang Yin's disappearance with her. As soon as she said this, the pretty boy immediately became angry and reached out to teach her a lesson. A man's temper is often inversely proportional to his ability. The more he lives off his wife, the worse his temper becomes and he cannot stand being laughed at by others. Try to say that again, or I'll give you a beating. He raised his hand high and swung it towards her with all his strength. She shrank her shoulders in fear, preparing to meet the blow. As a result, his hand was directly grabbed by Xiao Chen, and memories instantly flooded into Xiao Chen's mind. This is the memory of the pretty boy. He was shopping with a slightly plump girl. "Honey, I've wanted that watch for a long time. Can you buy it for me?" The pretty boy said this in a flattering voice. When the girl turned around, he recognized her. Wang Yanan said generously, "Husband, which watch do you like? Come on, my mother just gave me some pocket money, I'll buy it for you." The pretty boy was ecstatic. With a fat, stupid, rich and wealthy sponsor like Wang Yanan, he could go and show off with other beauties again. "My dear, you are the best." He kissed her loudly. At this time, they happened to see Yang Yin, who was also buying a watch, and he recognized her at once. After all, she is the national goddess. When he saw her stunning beauty, he immediately became a little excited. If he wasn't afraid of Wang Yanan getting angry, he would have wanted to go up and chat with her immediately. At this time, Wang Yanan also saw Yang Yin's identity. She was a diamond member of Su Yueru's company, and Yang Yin was the image spokesperson of their company. The two had met before in some public occasions such as cocktail parties, so they were acquaintances of each other. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Seeing that he had no chance to get a word in, he settled for the next best thing and found Xiao Xiao to chat with her. Xiao Xiao was also someone who couldn't resist teasing, and she started flirting with him in a series of words. Just as the two were talking excitedly, a group of burly men suddenly rushed in. A group of people, including the sales ladies in the store, were stunned. Who could have thought that so many burly men would suddenly appear? At this time, several people walked towards Yang Yin with a purpose. This sudden move made her a little flustered, and she stood there blankly. Xiao Xiao seemed to sense that something was wrong, but she did not step forward to stop it. Instead, she found a place to hide. Seeing that several big men had already walked in front of Yang Yin, Wang Yanan suddenly spoke up to stop them. "What are you going to do? You'd better behave yourself in public." She was originally a generous, decent woman with a simple personality, so she was easily taken advantage of, and would even help people she didn't know well. "Fat woman, you'd better get out of here." Otherwise, I'll let you know what happens when you meddle in other people's business.
The leading man said viciously. If you dare to touch me, I will make you regret your decision today for the rest of your life. She did not flinch at all, but answered more firmly. At this time, the pretty boy walked up to her tremblingly and pulled her. It was not because he cared about her, but mainly because he had not bought the watch yet, and he couldn't let anything happen to his sponsor. My dear, please don't delay our work.
Let's go over there and take a look.
But she ignored his hint and pulled her arm out of his grasp.
She stood in front of Yang Yin and said, I'm not leaving today. I want to see what you want to do.
When the men heard this, they were stunned at first. They didn't expect that this fat woman was so courageous.
Then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. You little bitch, you'd better listen to that pretty boy. We'll go find that pretty girl this time, you can just chill out. Chapter 107 Upgrade Mission.
As they were talking, they actually pushed her against the display cabinet next to them. Then Yang Yin screamed, and someone grabbed her wrist and wanted to take her away.
Only then did the salesgirl react and secretly pressed the alarm button.
Several big men started to panic and wanted to end the battle quickly.
So he carried Yang Yin on his shoulders and walked out the door. Wang Yanan did not retreat at all.
He went straight up and started scratching and clawing at several people. Several people slapped her in the face out of pain.
The pretty boy then said tremblingly, Be careful, you guys, she's the daughter of the richest woman in Longcheng. If you dare to do anything to her, you'll be in big trouble.
His words were meant to threaten them, but the speaker had no intention and the listener took it seriously. It turns out that this little fat girl is actually the daughter of the richest man in Longcheng.
That's great. It's the same if you tie one, but it's no harm if you tie two.
So the big man who was leading the group waved his hand, and another man carried Wang Yanan out the door. The pretty boy didn't have the courage to chase after him, he just protested quietly behind him.
As the memories faded, Xiaochen realized that not only Yang Yin was missing, but Wang Yanan was also missing. Xiao, who else knows Yinin's schedule? Xiao answered without hesitation, No one knows, Brother Chen. No one saw me and Sister Yinin when we came out.
Although her tone was firm when she spoke, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He obviously felt something was wrong, so he stepped forward and put his hand on her shoulder and asked, Xiao, are you sure? At this time, her memory also emerged. The graceful Lu Qian looked at her with a smile and said, Xiao, how old are you this year? Her voice came, I am 20 years old, Sister Lu. Facing this female star who even the celebrity Yang Yin was afraid of, she also felt a little nervous. She didn't understand why Lu Qian suddenly came to her to chat.
Oh, that's not small. You seem to have a pretty good foundation. Have you ever thought about acting? Acting? She didn't dare to think about it. Her family has no power, how can she be a star? Who would support her?
But when she saw how glorious Yang Yin and the others were, she was also very moved. Seeing that she seemed very interested, Lu Qian continued, Actually, I can introduce you to Director Chen. Our play is in need of a minor supporting role.
If you are interested, I can recommend you.
Now even the assistant beside Lu Qian cast jealous glances at her. Everyone knew that Lu Qian and the big boss behind her were extraordinary, so it was easy to recommend her to play a small supporting role.
Well, thank you, Sister Lu.
She said a little flattered.
You're welcome. We're sisters. I don't know why Yang Yin would leave such a good opportunity unused.
Maybe she's afraid that you'll be outshined by her when you become successful. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao meaningfully. Such heart-piercing words even shook Xiao, who had followed Yang Yin for 2 years. Seeing that she was a little shaken, Lu Qian asked casually, Xiao, where does Yini live now? I heard that she met a pervert some time ago, and I'm worried about her. She hesitated for a moment and said, Well, Sister Yinin is living in Brother Chen's house now.
Lu Qian raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, Xiaochen? Doesn't he live with Su Yueru?
She didn't know how to explain it, so she just nodded. At this time, Lu Qian waved her hand and continued, None of this matters.
Xiao, can you take Yinin to Wan'an shopping center? As long as you can get her there, I will take care of things with Director Chen.
Her words were very tempting. Xiao hesitated for a while and then nodded slowly.
After the memory disappeared, Xiaochen saw Xiao nodded without hesitation, indicating that no one knew Yang Yinin's whereabouts. He looked at her quietly for a while. He didn't expect that this young assistant who had followed Yang Yin for 2 years would betray her just because of a verbal promise.
But he soon gave up the pursuit, as it was more important to rescue the hostages at this time. Since this matter is related to Lu Qian, all he has to do is find her. Thinking of this, he asked Xiao Xiao, "Where is Lu Qian now?" She didn't expect him to ask about Lu Qian directly, and she immediately panicked. "Brother Chen, what do you mean? How do I know where Sister Lu is?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a little regretful. She had always looked down on Lu Qian and would never call her Sister Lu. "Xiao Xiao, I don't want to ask you the same question a second time. If you cooperate, I can still keep it a secret for you, but if you don't tell me, I will settle accounts with you later." He never blindly indulges women. He will treat those who are worthy of his trust and dedication sincerely. But he would never show mercy to scheming women like Chen Yuejia and Xiao Xiao. Brother Chen, I was forced to do this." "Woo woo." He raised his hand to stop her from pretending to be pitiful. He already knew the truth of the matter. "Tell me quickly, where is Lu Qian?" Hearing his stern tone, she finally couldn't hold it back anymore and cried. "I secretly heard her say that we were meeting at some factory in the west of the city. I don't know what happened afterwards." He stared at her crying face for a while and felt that what she said must be true. If there is another sign in reward, he must have a skill that allows him to detect other people's lies. Thinking of this, he immediately drove to the west of the city. On the way, he activated his racing skills, and the journey that was supposed to take 40 minutes ended up taking him only 10 minutes. But when he arrived in the west of the city, he discovered that this was the industrial area of Longcheng. Factories are densely distributed in this area, and he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed as he stood on the hillside overlooking the entire city. But at this point, he had no room to retreat. So he activated his eavesdropping skill with all his strength. Originally, he could only hear sounds within 10 meters, but under the influence of his strong wish, his ability gradually became stronger. Ding, the host is detected to have fully activated the eavesdropping skill. The system is upgrading for you. Upgrading again? The last time I upgraded, the system shut down. Don't let me down this time, he prayed silently in his heart. System upgrade completed. The host must complete the upgrade task within 1 day, otherwise the skill will be taken back by the system. What? He was immediately confused. A skill could be taken back by the system? Did that mean he couldn't use it anymore? But you can continue to use it after completing the task, and even upgrade the skills. Ding, the upgrade task is to give the beautiful girl a princess hug. He had just recovered from his confused state, but this time he was even more confused. Chapter 108, 10 Million Ransom. What kind of rogue system is this? Since I can't do it myself, I have to use his hand to fulfill my wish? He suddenly felt extremely annoyed, and now the system has been upgraded. If he doesn't complete the upgrade mission, then his current eavesdropping skills will most likely disappear. Isn't this the same as borrowing a loan from the system in advance and having to repay it on time, or else your house will be taken away? And although it sounds cool to carry a beautiful woman as a princess, it is actually very difficult to do in reality. If you are not careful, you will become a greasy and disgusting man. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He could go home and give Su Yueru a princess hug after seeing Yang Yin and the others. This way, she won't refuse, and she can also complete the task given by the system, which is the best of both worlds. Just as he was secretly congratulating himself on his genius thinking, a system prompt sounded. Ding, system prompt, the upgrade task should be completed without the help of system rewards. Does that mean I can't complete the upgrade task with Yueru? After all, she is the beautiful CEO who was directly rewarded to me by the system. Moreover, all upgrade tasks in the future will have to be completed by my own abilities, which is really a headache just thinking about it. But now he could only suppress all the waves in his heart and use his eavesdropping skills to the maximum. The upgraded eavesdropping skills have indeed been greatly improved. Before, I could only hear sounds within 10 meters, but now I can hear almost all the sounds in the factory below while standing on the high slope. But there were too many factories and too many people inside, so he needed to listen to them one by one. Just as he was trying to distinguish the direction of Yang Yin and the others from the countless voices, they were surrounded by a group of gangsters. Yang Yin was openly carried away by several big men in a shopping mall before, and then she was blindfolded and led to an abandoned factory. The factory was filled with an unpleasant smell of mold and smoke, and the big men threw her and Wang Yanan directly onto a pile of discarded plastic bags. The two men landed on the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, the two of them coughed violently for a while, and the blindfolds in front of them were finally removed. In addition to the burly men who had taken them away before, there were also a few rascally little yellow-haired guys who were looking at the two of them with lewd looks on their faces. Their mouths were stuffed with cloth to prevent them from shouting.
Yang Yin had been pampered since childhood and had never seen such a scene before.
She was so frightened that she began to tremble.
Wang Yanan was a little calmer.
After all, her mother, Wang Jingjin, a heroine, had been very strict with her and her brother since they were young, and her management even felt a bit militaristic.
At this time, the big man in the lead said, "Miss Yang, we actually have no ill will towards you. Please don't be afraid. We are also doing things under the orders of our superiors. Someone will want to see you later. It will be easier for us if you cooperate with us."
Although his attitude was domineering, he was still polite.
She nodded continuously after hearing that.
Seeing that she cooperated, the big man took the cloth ball out of her mouth with confidence.
Then he looked at Wang Yanan in embarrassment. He was still hesitating about what to do with this unexpected goods. At this time, the man who carried her away came forward and said, "Brother, I heard that pretty boys say that this fat girl is actually the daughter of Wang Jingjin, the richest man in Longchang. If we call her and tell her that her daughter is in our hands, we will definitely be able to extort a large sum of money." When he heard that, his eyes narrowed and he looked at her as if she were a piece of fat. "Okay, take the cloth out of that fat girl's mouth." Then he said to her, "Little fatty, as long as you ask your mother for 10 million, we promise to send you back to your mother in good condition. Do you understand?"
He spoke with great confidence, thinking that she would definitely cooperate with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the cloth in her mouth was taken off, she screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "You are the fat man, your whole family is fat. I tell you, if you give me 10 million now, I can consider letting you go." Compared with the eldest brother's momentum, she spoke more confidently and did not realize that she was the one being kidnapped. "Little girl, if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't even know your own weight," he said, raising his hand and slapping her across the face. Her fair face suddenly swelled up, but this did not affect her performance. "You bastard, you dare to hit me? I'm telling you, I'll remember you. When I get out, I'll pay you back 100-fold. She spoke passionately and with great vigor, but she was tied up like a dumpling and could only passively take the beating. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Yang Yin hurried to help and directly blocked her with her body.
"If you hit her again, I won't see the people you bring later. Please let her go. Nan, can you be a little more obedient?"
It is said that a hero never suffers a loss in front of him. Wang Yanan is not only a hero, but also a righteous man who is not afraid of death. But when she saw Yang Yin standing up for her, she cooperated and stopped yelling. The panting elder brother motioned to his younger brother to bring the phone over. He advised Wang Yanan, "Beautiful girl, tell me your mother's phone number, and I won't make it difficult for you." She looked at Yang Yin, who was quietly signaling to her, and said in cooperation, 131-3244. After saying that, he quickly dialed the number. He wanted to sell the stuff quickly. The phone rang for a while before the other end picked up. Before the other party could say anything, he spoke, "Is it Wang Jingjin? Listen, your daughter is in my hands. If you want her to return safely, quickly prepare 10 million. Only then did the other side slowly say, "Who are you? Why should I believe you?" He kicked Wang Yanan on the ground, then put the phone directly next to her mouth and said, "Say something and ask your mother to quickly prepare a ransom of 10 million. She glanced at the ferocious kidnapper. The fact that he dared to kidnap people openly in a shopping mall showed that he was indeed fearless. If you fight against such a desperado, you will be the one who suffers in the end.
"Mom, I'm Nan. Please ask Long Yun to save me."
She called for help on the phone. At this time, he took the phone and said viciously, "Now you believe it, your daughter is in my hands.
If you want her to live, you'd better not call the police.
Then put all the 10 million cash I want in a bag and put it in the place I specify. After receiving the money, I will naturally release your daughter." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a response. Then he called a gangster and told him to keep an eye on the two men.
Chapter 109, Unexpected Guests.
The ransom was huge, and he didn't trust anyone to collect it, so he planned to bring people to collect it himself.
He gave instructions to his men and left.
As soon as he left, the gangster immediately started to act like a bully.
He walked up to Yang Yin, squatted down and got close to her and said, "Goddess Yang, do you still remember me?
His greasy hair gave off a strange smell as if he hadn't washed it for days, and mixed with his bad breath it made people feel a little nauseous.
Fighting back the urge to vomit, she asked, "Who are you?"
"If you let me go, I can give you 10 million.
She hopes to impress this person with money. Sometimes problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Goddess Yang is so naive. Our boss invited you here to reminisce about the past. Why would he ask you to pay?
After you meet the guests, our boss can have an in-depth exchange with you."
Ha, I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it.
He said this with an obscene smile on his face, and even licked the corner of his mouth with his greasy tongue.
She was frightened by his words. Was she going to be maliciously retaliated against? No, she had to find a way to leave. Who are you?
I have no grudge against you, why would you do such a thing? She looked at him with a bit of despair, and only then did she feel that he seemed a little familiar.
Goddess Yang is just forgetful. You forgot that we just met.
In that mall, when you were shopping with another beautiful girl. As soon as he said this, she suddenly remembered that she was approached by a gangster when she was shopping with Su Yueru.
Fortunately, Xiao Chun chased the gangster away.
She didn't pay much attention to that person at the time, but now she sees that it is the person in front of her.
What a narrow road the enemies meet.
She seemed to remember, her eyes widened.
He then said, "Well, if you tell me the phone number and address of the other beautiful woman that day, I might consider letting you go."
He touched her hair with his hands that had not been washed for several days, and then put her hair under his nose and smelled it. There was no way she would tell Su Yueru's phone number and address, but she was frightened by his perverted behavior and almost cried.
Yang Yin on the side spat at him, "Bah, a scumbag like you wants Yueru's phone number. You wish for it."
He reached out and wiped the saliva off his face, then reached out and slapped her again. "You bitch, don't think I won't touch you just because you're my hostage. Even if I beat you half to death, I can still get the ransom." After saying that, he slapped her again as if he was still not satisfied. When she was about to resist, Yang Yin quickly stopped her.
Resisting at this time would undoubtedly be asking for trouble.
Seeing that both of them were silent, he smiled smugly.
Goddess Yang is sensible. Our guests will be here soon.
You should be more sensible to avoid suffering later. His words were vague, but it was clear that they had no intention of letting her leave today. At this time, someone came to the door to announce that a guest had arrived, and he quickly stood up and went to greet him. The person who came was Lu Qian. She was swaying her slender waist, which made the gangsters stare at her in amazement. She goes for the sexy style, so her usual outfits are quite bold. Especially the surging aura on his chest, everyone who saw it for the first time was shocked.
Where is third brother? Why are you the only one here?
She looked at the servile little gangster with a bit of disgust. He quickly replied, "There is a meat ticket today, and the third brother went to get the money.
He should be back soon. We have already prepared the person you want." "Oh? Take me to see her."
Only the crisp sound of high heels could be heard echoing in the empty factory, and he walked over with Lu Qian. When she saw Yang Yin sitting on the ground, covered in dust, she immediately smiled. "Yang Yin, when you fought with me, you didn't expect that you would end up like this."
"Lu Qian, why did you do this? Aren't you afraid that I will call the police?"
Hearing her say this, Lu Qian covered her mouth and laughed happily.
"Call the police? How could that be possible? How can I bring you here and let you walk out of here safely?"
She felt the threat in Lu Qian's words, and thinking about what the gangster had just said, she had a bad feeling.
"What are you going to do to me? I'm telling you, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law."
Before she finished speaking, Lu Qian waved her hands in the air, as if she was annoyed.
"Do you think anyone can come to save you now? Can Xiao Chen still protect you now?"
"I tell you, he can't take care of himself now." It turned out that she had already known about the incident at Su Yueru's company press conference, so she took action so suddenly.
As long as Xiao Chen doesn't come to make trouble, she can deal with Yang Yin, the annoying little bitch.
Besides, if you wait any longer, you won't call the police even if I ask you to. There is no news more explosive than a female celebrity being raped by a brothel.
If you still want to keep your acting career, you will just shut up, right?
As she spoke, she smiled gracefully again.
"How dare you? You can't do this." Yang Yin was also a little panicked.
At this point, it seemed that no one would save her. Just when she was in despair, Lu Qian looked at her watch and urged, "When will third brother come back?" If you need to do something, do it quickly, otherwise there will be more trouble. The gangster's eyes swept across her full breasts, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "It should be soon. It will definitely be no problem for third brother to go in person." But she was getting a little impatient, so she pointed at him and said, "Why don't you do it? It doesn't matter who you do it. I just want to use the video of her getting fucked as leverage." He was a little flattered at this moment. Happiness came too suddenly. This was supposed to be a benefit for being the boss, but is it going to be a bargain for myself? This is not appropriate, Sister Lu. Third brother has already taken a liking to this little girl. If I go, I will have a hard time explaining to third brother. He looked at Yang Yin and swallowed his saliva. Of course he wanted to possess such a beauty, but he was afraid of the trouble that would come later. "It's okay, third brother, let me tell you. You go ahead, I'll take the picture here." As she spoke, she actually took out her cell phone and prepared to take a picture of Yang Yin being raped. After hearing this, he immediately showed an obscene smile and walked towards Yang Yin. Seeing him coming, she backed away desperately. At this time, Lu Qian was already ready, and she urged loudly from behind. In the meantime, he began to take off his shirt, revealing his muscular body with distinct ribs. His arms were covered in large tattoos, and his hands were already unbuckling his belt. She begged with a slightly tearful voice, Sister Lu, please, don't let them do this. I will agree to whatever you want." Chapter 110 Sending Heads. Lu Qian sneered and said, "You promised me everything? Humph, it's too late. Who told you to compete with me in Director Chen's movie? Who told you to flirt with Brother Yuan? Last time that pervert failed to kill you, I will destroy you this time." Her tone was so fierce, as if Yang Yin was the murderer of her father. It seemed that she would not let her go this time. Yang Yin started crying a little desperately, and Wang Yinan tried her best to stop her. But she was tied up like a dumpling and had difficulty moving. After being kicked away by the gangster, she could not do anything for a while. There was a sound of clothes tearing. Yang Yin screamed in despair. She was only wearing a thin shirt, which was torn to pieces. Seeing her fair skin and frightened expression, he suddenly became excited. He put his bad-breathed mouth in front of hers and wanted to give her a wet French kiss. But she shook her head desperately and struggled, preventing him from succeeding. Lu Qian kept urging and ridiculing him behind the camera, which made him angry, and he slapped her in the face. The force was so strong that she was dazed and lost the strength to resist. Just as the gangster was about to kiss her on the mouth, a blinding light shone on several people. "Brother, this is bad." Someone drove right in. Someone came running over to report to him. "Fuck you, am I blind? Isn't this just shining the headlights on me? Who the hell is this? How dare you mess up my business?" He let go of Yang Yin and stood up, tightening his pants while squinting at the car. A pink Bugatti Veyron. A 1.8-meter tall, handsome man with a model figure walked out of the car. He had no weapons in his hands and looked at him calmly. "Who are you? Are you here to get gay?" He looked at Xiao Chun with a bit of contempt. The pink car made him look down on Xiao Chen. But when Xiao Chen came closer to him, he recognized him immediately. "So it's you. You beat me up last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. You dare to come to my place and act wild. You must be tired of living," he said, waving his hand to call his men over. Xiao Chen looked at the people who had gathered around him, about 6 or 7 of them. With his current skills, it would be difficult for him to defeat them all at once. But when he saw Yang Yin lying on the ground in dishevel, a nameless anger suddenly rose in his heart. "Just do it. It doesn't matter whether you can win or not. If you can win, you have to fight. If you can't win, you have to fight." Thinking of this, he rushed towards the little yellow-haired boy closest to him with great momentum. The man didn't expect that he would target him right away. He was unable to react for a while and was knocked to the ground by him. Then he rushed to the next target, but the others were already prepared and rushed forward to surround him. Most of them had weapons in their hands, some holding long sticks, some holding iron bars, and some even holding daggers. For him, who was unarmed, he was in a passive position and could only take the beating. After being hit by the other party's sticks several times, he gradually felt exhausted. This was even though his physical strength had been greatly enhanced when he acquired a model's figure. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fallen to the ground after a few blows from the club. "Brother, this kid is quite durable. The brothers have hit him several times, but he can still fight back."
The thugs surrounding him shouted. Beat him to death. I don't believe he can keep holding on like this. After hearing what he said, a group of hooligans rushed up as if they were injected with chicken blood. A pack of wolves can kill a tiger. No matter how strong Xiao Chun is, he can't hold on it this time. Bang! He was hit hard on the head by a gangster with an iron rod. Suddenly, a starry sky appeared before his eyes, and blood flowed from his head. Brother Chen, leave me alone. Let's go. Yang Yin shouted at him while struggling desperately on the ground. He was distracted by her scream and looked at her involuntarily. As a result, he was hit by a club by the gangster behind him, and finally he fell to the ground due to exhaustion. The gangster who had just molested Yang Yin walked straight up to him and stepped on his face. You are so arrogant, so arrogant. You were very powerful when you beat me before. Why are you lying on the ground like a dog now? Then he pressed his foot hard on his face and said, Call me daddy now, I might be in a good mood and let you go, you son of a bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen laughed. With this IQ, why are you a gangster? If I call you dad, do you dare to respond? Seeing him smile, the man became even angrier. He kicked Xiao Chen hard, then dragged Yang Yin over. Aren't you on good terms with this little beauty? Now I'm going to make out with her right in front of you and teach you a lesson as a virgin. What? This person is really shameless. He can actually do such a thing. Only then did he see Lu Qian coming out from the corner. She looked at him with a smug look on her face, as if she was the ultimate winner. Just as the little hooligan was about to flirt with Yang Yin again, someone shouted, Zheng Yuan, you little bastard, are you going to rebel while I'm away? Whose people do you dare to touch? The person who came was none other than the third brother who had gone to collect the ransom. He came back angrily. Zheng Yuan quickly ran up to him and explained, Third brother, it wasn't me. It was Sister Lu who asked me to come. Sister Lu said she was afraid of more trouble at night. Before he could finish explaining, the third brother slapped him in the face. That won't do. You dare to touch my third master's woman. Are you tired of living? As he said this, he walked in with a few brothers, and immediately showed a lustful look when he saw Lu Qian. Sister Lu, I brought the person you wanted to you. When will you have time to accompany me? He put his arms around her slender waist, but she didn't push him away directly. Instead, she leaned into his arms half-heartedly. Third brother is very busy today. Isn't one Yang Yin enough? It won't be too late for us to make an appointment later. Then she brought her third brother to Yang Yin, and the third brother immediately let her go when he saw Yang Yin. Yin, I'm your fan. I finally have the chance to get to know you properly. He stared at her torn shirt and looked at her fair skin with lustful eyes. As if she sensed his unfriendly gaze, she shrank back and said, Please, let me go. I can also give you a ransom. Speaking of the ransom, the man seemed to remember something and immediately started cursing. Damn Wang Jinjin, the richer she is, the more stingy she is. She didn't even pay the ransom as promised. I had to wait in vain. I'll take care of her fat daughter. Chapter 112-18 Martial Arts. As he spoke, he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ever since Xiao Chen activated his fighting skills, his mind was instantly filled with professional knowledge related to fighting. From hand-to-hand combat to the use of weapons, it can be said that he is now proficient in all kinds of martial arts. When the big man rushed over with a stick, knowledge and skills of using the stick immediately appeared in his mind. At the same time, his limbs seemed to have muscle memory, and he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ping pong pong, there was a sound of wooden sticks hitting each other, and the big man stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Long Yun had been very skilled in using the nunchakus before. If it weren't for the gangsters around who were constantly making trouble, she might have been able to take him down directly. But compared to Xiao Chen, Long Yun's stick skills were just like a child's trick. Xiao Chen's stick flowers were seen one after another, endlessly and continuously, leaving him no chance to get close. Moreover, as the fight between the two continued, even his possibility of fighting back continued to decrease. When he was about to be chopped down by Xiao Chen, he shouted to the hooligans beside him, What are you all standing there for, you idiots? Why don't you come over and help me? They also didn't expect that the scum who had just been humiliated by being stepped on the face would so quickly become a different person and become so powerful. People were fascinated by the fight between the two men. At this time, hearing the call from their boss, they immediately engaged in combat, picking up their weapons and rushing forward.
They still wanted to use their numerical advantage to crush Xiao Chen directly. But they didn't expect that as soon as they rushed up, they were stopped 1 meter away by his stick and could not get close to him. The so-called stick sweeps a large area. Among all weapons, the stick is the most suitable one to deal with this kind of group fight. Xiao Chen's stick skills were impeccable, leaving no room for attack. Instead, he kept hitting the opponent's vital points, and the gangsters were knocked to the ground one by one. As the number of people continued to decrease, the thugs on the opposite side began to panic.
"Boss, this guy is too troublesome. How about we retreat?" someone suggested.
Seeing that he couldn't win, he was not the only one who wanted to run away.
But the big man was unwilling to do so.
He had been a powerful figure in Longqing for so many years, and everyone in both the black and white worlds gave face to his third brother.
How could he lose face in front of this kid? Damn it!
If anyone dares to leave today, I'll deal with this guy first and then I'll deal with you bunch of rubbish.
He was still struggling as he spoke.
At this time, Long Yin saw that the other side was demoralized and Xiao Chen was fighting hard with the big man, so he stood up and joined the melee. Long Yun's martial arts were already pretty good, and he had just been offended, so his attack was even more ruthless. Soon there were 7 or 8 people lying on the ground. They were scared by Long Yun's beating and just lay on the ground pretending to be dead. No matter how their eldest brother called them, they would not get up. "A bunch of useless trash, it's a pity I still support you."
Oh, my God.
He was knocked to the ground by Xiao Chen's long stick. A bump immediately appeared on his head and his head was buzzing.
Good man, let's talk it over nicely.
We are brothers, we can discuss things together.
Since you can't win, just admit defeat quickly. This has been his way of survival in the underworld over the years. The more arrogant you were before, the more humble you are now.
He knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen, a flattering smile appearing on his greasy face.
"Bah, who are you and your brothers? You are a bunch of scum and scum."
At this time, Wang Yanan had been untied by Long Yun. She had just suffered a lot of beatings and grievances, and was worried that she had no place to vent.
"Fatty, no, I was wrong.
I didn't know you were in the same group with this little brother. If I had known that you were in the same group, I would never have dared to tie you up even if I were beaten to death."
"Humph, it's too late to talk about this now. Didn't you just try to molest Yin? I'll castrate you."
He immediately pointed at Lu Qian in the corner and said, "Brother, it was that bitch who ordered us to do it. She said that if we could tie up Yang Yin, she would give us 50 million.
Moreover, she also said that we could do whatever we wanted."
Having said this, he saw Xiao Chen's face immediately turn bad, so he quickly begged for mercy.
"Brother, I'm sorry, brother. I know this is my sister-in-law. I was also deceived. Please let us go."
As he spoke, his men behind him knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Yes, brother.
Let us go.
Brother, I have parents and children to take care of. Please let us go." I have to say that today's gangsters are still very good at changing with the times.
But Xiao Chen ignored them and walked straight to Yang Yin.
After the series of tortures she had just endured, she was now hiding behind the crowd with a pale face. When she saw Xiao Chen, she looked at him pitifully as if she was a wounded little white rabbit. He walked over and found that she was almost naked, so he took off his coat and put it on her. Then he picked her up horizontally like a princess, and his movements were smooth and natural. She simply buried her head in his arms, and they walked outside together. Passing by Long Yun, he said, "I have just called the police.
Tie these people up and keep an eye on them. And hand Lu Qian over to the police."
Yin was frightened, so I will take her home first. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yanan on the side. She had also suffered a lot of beatings, so he looked at her with an inquiring look to see if she wanted to go with him.
As if she understood what he meant, Wang Yanan waved her hand and said, "Brother Chen, take Yin away first.
I still have a grudge to avenge. Long Yun is with me, don't worry." Hearing her say this, he nodded. With Long Yun's strength, it was more than enough to deal with the few thugs who were beaten crippled by him. So he hugged her and left amidst everyone's complicated gazes, leaving everyone with a chic back.
"Who hit me just now?" Wang Yanan's voice brought everyone back to reality.
She wanted to use the time before the police came to teach the bastards who bullied her a lesson.
"Fatty, please spare my life.
If you can let us go, Xinglong will follow your lead." At this time, the third brother also humbled himself and asked her for mercy. Without the big devil just now, he thought he could still convince these two women.
"Who is fat?" You are fat, your whole family is fat. I tell you, I hate it most when people say I am fat. As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 112-18 Martial Arts. As he spoke, he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ever since Xiao Chen activated his fighting skills, his mind was instantly filled with professional knowledge related to fighting. From hand-to-hand combat to the use of weapons, it can be said that he is now proficient in all kinds of martial arts. When the big man rushed over with a stick, knowledge and skills of using the stick immediately appeared in his mind. At the same time, his limbs seemed to have muscle memory, and he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ping pong pong, there was a sound of wooden sticks hitting each other, and the big man stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Long Yun had been very skilled in using the nunchakus before. If it weren't for the gangsters around who were constantly making trouble, she might have been able to take him down directly. But compared to Xiao Chen, Long Yun's stick skills were just like a child's trick. Xiao Chen's stick flowers were seen one after another, endlessly and continuously, leaving him no chance to get close. Moreover, as the fight between the two continued, even his possibility of fighting back continued to decrease. When he was about to be chopped down by Xiao Chen, he shouted to the hooligans beside him, "What are you all standing there for, you idiots? Why don't you come and help me?" They also didn't expect that the scum who had just been humiliated by being stepped on the face would so quickly become a different person and become so powerful. People were fascinated by the fight between the two men. At this time, hearing the call from their boss, they immediately engaged in combat, picking up their weapons and rushing forward. They still wanted to use their numerical advantage to crush Xiao Chen directly. But they didn't expect that as soon as they rushed up, they were stopped 1 meter away by his stick and could not get close to him. The so-called stick sweeps a large area. Among all weapons, the stick is the most suitable one to deal with this kind of group fight. Xiao Chen's stick skills were impeccable, leaving no room for attack. Instead, he kept hitting the opponent's vital points, and the gangsters were knocked to the ground one by one. As the number of people continued to decrease, the thugs on the opposite side began to panic. "Boss, this guy is too troublesome. How about we retreat?" someone suggested. Seeing that he couldn't win, he was not the only one who wanted to run away. But the big man was unwilling to do so. He had been a powerful figure in Longqing for so many years, and everyone in both the black and white worlds gave face to his third brother. How could he lose face in front of this kid? Damn it! If anyone dares to leave today, I'll deal with this guy first and then I'll deal with you bunch of rubbish. He was still struggling as he spoke. At this time, Long Yun saw that the other side was demoralized and Xiao Chen was fighting hard with the big man, so he stood up and joined the melee. Long Yun's martial arts were already pretty good, and he had just been offended, so his attack was even more ruthless. Soon there were 7 or 8 people lying on the ground. They were scared by Long Yun's beating and just lay on the ground pretending to be dead. No matter how their eldest brother called them, they would not get up. "A bunch of useless trash, it's a pity I still support you." Oh, my God. He was knocked to the ground by Xiao Chen's long stick. A bump immediately appeared on his head and his head was buzzing. Good man, let's talk it over nicely. We are brothers, we can discuss things together. Since you can't win, just admit defeat quickly." This has been his way of survival in the underworld over the years. The more arrogant you were before, the more humble you are now. He knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen, a flattering smile appearing on his greasy face. "Bah, who are you and your brothers? You are a bunch of scum and scum." At this time, Wang Yanan had been untied by Long Yun. She had just suffered a lot of beatings and grievances, and was worried that she had no place to vent. "Fatty, no, I was wrong. I didn't know you were in the same group with this little brother. If I had known that you were in the same group, I would never have dared to tie you up even if I were beaten to death." "Humph, it's too late to talk about this now. Didn't you just try to molest Yin? I'll castrate you." He immediately pointed at Lu Qian in the corner and said, "Brother, it was that bitch who ordered us to do it. She said that if we could tie up Yang Yin, she would give us 50 million. Moreover, she also said that we could do whatever we wanted." Having said this, he saw Xiao Chen's face immediately turn bad, so he quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry, brother. I know this is my sister-in-law. I was also deceived. Please let us go." As he spoke, his men behind him knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Yes, big brother. Let us go. Brother, I have parents and children to take care of. Please let us go.
I have to say that today's gangsters are still very good at changing with the times.
But Xiao Chen ignored them and walked straight to Yang Yin.
After the series of tortures she had just endured, she was now hiding behind the crowd with a pale face. When she saw Xiao Chen, she looked at him pitifully as if she was a wounded little white rabbit. He walked over and found that she was almost naked, so he took off his coat and put it on her. Then he picked her up horizontally like a princess, and his movements were smooth and natural. She simply buried her head in his arms, and they walked outside together. Passing by Long Yun, he said, "I have just called the police.
Tie these people up and keep an eye on them. And hand Lu Qian over to the police.
Yin was frightened, so I will take her home first." As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yanan on the side. She had also suffered a lot of beatings, so he looked at her with an inquiring look to see if she wanted to go with him.
As if she understood what he meant, Wang Yanan waved her hand and said, "Brother Chen, take Yin away first.
I still have a grudge to avenge. Long Yun is with me, don't worry." Hearing her say this, he nodded. With Long Yun's strength, it was more than enough to deal with the few thugs who were beaten crippled by him. So he hugged her and left amidst everyone's complicated gazes, leaving everyone with a chic back.
"Who hit me just now?" Wang Yanan's voice brought everyone back to reality.
She wanted to use the time before the police came to teach the bastards who bullied her a lesson.
"Fatty, please spare my life.
If you can let us go, Xinglong will follow your lead." At this time, the third brother also humbled himself and asked her for mercy. Without the big devil just now, he thought he could still convince these two women.
"Who is fat?"
"You are fat, your whole family is fat. I tell you, I hate it most when people say I am fat." As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped him hard in the face.
Chapter 113, Meet Again. When Wang Yanan had basically taught this group of hooligans a lesson, police sirens finally sounded on the street.
When a few gangsters saw the police officer, they started crying as if they had seen their family members.
"Woo woo, police comrade, please take us away quickly. This fat girl is too scary. Woo woo."
The policeman was a little confused when he saw the bruised and swollen gangster and Lu Qian, who was tied up in a very sexy way.
Long Yun then stood up and explained the whole story to the police.
Moreover, she provided the police with both the previous blackmail phone recording and the video evidence of Yang Yin being molested. Seeing the evidence before them, the police immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. So the gangster and Lu Qian were taken away together.
On the other side, Xiao Chen was anxious to take Yang Yin away.
On the one hand, he was worried about her condition, and on the other hand, Su Yueru was still alone at home. He was worried about her staying at home alone, so as soon as he finished his work, he couldn't wait to return to the apartment. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the apartment. As soon as he opened the door, Su Yueru came out to greet him. When she saw him holding the sleeping Yang Yin in his arms, she did not feel any dissatisfaction or jealousy. Instead, she asked worriedly about what had happened. It turned out that she woke up not long after he left, and became a little worried when she saw the note he left. But she called him and he didn't answer. She didn't know that he was fighting for his life with a group of desperados at that time. When she saw him coming back with the disheveled Yang Yin in her arms, her heart, which had been relieved, became heavy again.
"What's going on?" she asked in panic. "It's a long story. Can you ask Lin Xinger to come again?" He glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was already 2:30 in the morning. He felt a little embarrassed to dig Lin Xinger out of the bed at this time. But he was worried about Yang Yin's situation, so he made this unreasonable request. "Okay, I'll call Xinger right now."
As she spoke, she dialed Lin Xinger's number. The two communicated for a while, and then she hung up the phone.
She promised to come and see.
After listening to her, he felt relieved.
So he put Yang Yin in the bedroom and asked Su Yueru to change her clothes.
After waiting for a while, Lin Xinger came over. She yawned and saw that he was injured, but she complained without any sympathy, "Why is it you again?
Can't you just stop fighting?"
He could only shrug his shoulders to express his helplessness, as this was not something he could control. At this time, Su Yueru came out of the room and briefly explained the situation to her. Knowing that she seemed to have scolded the wrong person, she just stuck out her tongue and went into the bedroom. When she was seeing the patient alone, he explained the basic situation of the matter to Su Yueru. When she learned that Lu Qian was so cruel as to want to harm Yang Yin, she was particularly indignant. Why is she so scary? She actually came up with such a sinister trick to deal with others. Hearing her standing up for others, he felt even more sorry for her.
How about you? Are you feeling better now? Hadn't she just been retaliated and betrayed? How could she still want to stand up for others? I'm feeling much better now. I feel so lucky to have you. She smiled sweetly at him, feeling genuinely lucky to have him around. He kissed her forehead gently, then her nose, and then. That's all. Lin Shinger came out and teased the two of them while coughing exaggeratedly. Oh, why is it always like this? Are you doing this on purpose for a single guy like me to see? She moved away a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, Shinger, how is Yin? She's fine physically, but she's been very traumatized. I'm not a professional psychiatrist, but I can recommend a classmate of mine to you. He's very good at treating post-traumatic stress. After she finished giving the doctor's advice, she turned to look at him and said, Xiao Chen, you now owe me 2 favors. Remember to pay me back in the future. He scratched his head and said with a smile, Ms. Lin is so capable, what else do you need me to do? But as long as you ask, I will do my best to help. Thank you for coming this time. He spoke sincerely. Originally, Lin Shinger just wanted to tease him, but now she was moved by his attitude. Seeing that he was covered in wounds, she shook her head and said, Are you risking your life? Can you protect yourself next time? I don't want Xiaoye to worry about you all the time. Although her attitude was very bad, she stepped forward to help him treat his wounds. Although he was fighting alone against 10 people in this fierce battle, he defeated the opponents badly. But because he was beaten up by everyone before, he was really badly injured. Fortunately, his physique was strengthened by the system, otherwise he would be lying in the hospital now. After the wound was treated, Lin Shinger left. At daybreak, the police station called and asked them to go and give their statements and cooperate with the police investigation. He brought Yang Yin to the police station again and did the same thing again, but this time he finally brought Lu Qian, the mastermind behind the incident, to justice. The police comrades also expressed high praise for his heroic behavior this time, but still reminded him not to be too impulsive next time. He was a little confused at first, but when he saw the robbers beaten into pig heads, he immediately understood what the police officer meant. But he didn't do it himself. He always defeated the enemy with one move, hitting their vital points and stopping only when they lost their ability to resist. At this time, Wang Yanan and Long Yin came to the two of them. They had been here cooperating with the investigation last night. Moreover, Wang Yanan was very happy because he had finally avenged them for beating him. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Yin made rapid progress. After all, they had been kidnapped together, so there was no awkwardness at all when they met. As the two were talking animatedly, Long Yin came over and greeted him. They hadn't seen each other since they last separated at the police station, and they thought they might never have any contact in the future. I didn't expect that they actually have such a deep connection. Are you Wang Yanan's friend? He asked. No, I'm the Wang family's bodyguard. She said it succinctly. Ha! He had never expected that this hot girl would have such an unexpected identity. Seeing his surprised expression, she smiled and said, What's wrong? I saw that you were very skilled yesterday. Are you interested in being a bodyguard? He immediately waved his hand and said, I am a person who advocates violence. It is better for people to communicate more with each other. Chapter 114, Borrowing a Villa. As soon as he said this, he felt a little regretful. Girls are generally more sensitive. By saying this, isn't he implying that she advocates violence and doesn't like to communicate with others? Before he could explain, she said in a cold voice, Not everyone in this world can communicate. Just like those people yesterday, can you solve the problem with communication? Violence cannot solve all problems, but it is not possible without violence either. She looked serious and sad as she spoke, as if she was telling him a story rather than just making a point. He didn't say anything else. He seemed to feel that something violent had happened to this girl. He didn't want to touch other people's pain, so there was silence between the two of them for a while. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and Ho Zi on the other end of the phone was stammering and trying to make an appointment with him. He agreed and hung up the phone. Several people said goodbye again in front of the police station, but this time everyone exchanged contact information with each other. After experiencing this thrilling life and death battle, the revolutionary friendship between them was completely established. After sending Yang Yin back to the apartment, he drove to the community where Ho Zi lived. When he arrived at the old neighborhood where he used to live, he saw Ho Zi standing downstairs smoking and waiting for him from afar. Although he had experienced a great battle yesterday, he not only did not get a good rest, but was even covered with wounds.
But his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so he doesn't look too tired. When Hosey saw him coming, he waved from a distance.
Hosey, why did you think of asking me out? Aren't you going to kiss Zhang Xiaohua anymore?
He started teasing Hosey as soon as he came up. Last time he bought a villa in Linjiang International, but Zhang Xiaohua left in anger because he refused to lend money to Hosey. Because a lot of things happened later, he had no time to contact Hosey and ask him whether they had reconciled. When he heard Xiaochen teasing him, he just sighed and threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out.
Don't mention it. That bitch is making trouble all day long. I won't serve her anymore.
He said these words in anger, but from the sad expression on his face, it can be seen that he actually cares about Zhang Xiaohua very much.
Xiaochen directly put his hand on his shoulder and then said loudly, "Do you have any wine at home? I want to drink some with you today." Hosey was immediately happy when he heard this.
Ever since he moved in with Su Yueru, they hadn't had a drink together for a long time.
Yes, plenty. Let's go upstairs.
The two of them went upstairs arm in arm like a pair of good friends. When he returned to the house where he used to live, he found that his old room still looked the same as before.
Hosey neither packed up his things nor rented the room to anyone else. This touched him a little. He asked calmly, "Hosey, why don't you rent out the other room? At least you can earn some money for cigarettes."
Hosey scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I was thinking that maybe one day you would have a quarrel with my sister-in-law and you could come back to stay for a few days."
Bah, I'm not cursing you to quarrel. He laughed immediately.
Although Hosey looked rough, he was actually a very delicate person. He wandered around the house, chatting about random things. He found that there were indeed a lot more women's things in the house. It seemed that Hosey had finally got Zhang Xiaohua.
"Where's Zhang Xiaohua? Aren't you two living together?" he asked deliberately while looking at the ladies' bras hanging on the balcony of Hosey's room.
Hosey finally sighed and said, "Alas, who knows where that woman has gone? I am too embarrassed to mention what happened at Linjiang International last time.
I have always wanted to apologize to you. But I don't know how to start the conversation." He quickly waved his hands and said, "We are brothers, why should we apologize for something like this? And it's not your fault, it's all that woman's fault. You really like her, don't you?"
In fact, he was still quite worried about Hosey. After all, that kind of woman was not the kind of woman who could live a peaceful life. "Alas, you said that feelings are beyond human control.
I am in trouble this time."
He said this and took a big gulp of his drink. Xiaochen also took a bottle of beer and asked, "Since you have made up your mind, I will support you unconditionally."
"Tell me, you didn't call me here just to apologize to me, did you?"
He had long thought that Hosey was not someone who would ask for help easily. Seeing that he was so upset and didn't know how to start the conversation, he might as well just come straight to the point and say it.
"Well, I really don't know how to tell you this," he said and lowered his head. "Hurry up and tell me, what's wrong with us brothers?" he urged. "Okay, that's it. Actually, I want to borrow your villa for a while." He finally spoke with embarrassment. "What? Borrow a villa? What does that mean?"
"Zhang Xiaohua's parents are coming to Longqing to see her, and they also know that we are living together.
So they want to see what I am like.
And Zhang Xiaohua somehow knows that you bought a villa but don't live in it, so now she is forcing me to ask you to take over the villa to save face," he said, and lowered his head feeling embarrassed.
"Oh, that's right. All right."
With just a few simple words, he lent his villa worth tens of millions to Hosey.
Hosey was also surprised. He stammered, "Brother Chen, why did you agree so readily?" He immediately laughed and said, "Why? My promise is not enough. Are you going to beg me hard for me to agree?"
Hosey's mouth remained open in surprise, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. In fact, when he was walking around in this old apartment just now, he also found that the facilities here were really too old. In the past, he was so poor that he was lucky to have a place to live, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now he always goes to high-end places and seems to be accustomed to those new and luxurious facilities, so he feels a little sad when he sees this. But this time Zhang Xiaohua forced Hosey to borrow a house, and who knows what she will force him to do next time. So as a friend, he still reminded Hosey, "But I still hope you don't get too deep." Having said this, anything else he said would be superfluous. But Hosey was already immersed in the joy of completing the task, and just nodded perfunctorily to show that he understood. He handed the key to the villa to Hosey, who took it with many thanks. And I made all kinds of promises to him that I would return the keys after his future parents-in-law left. He waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to worry about it. Seeing that Hosey was already distracted, he did not stay any longer.
Chapter 115 Favorability. On the other side, Su Yueru went to the company early in the morning to handle things.
After all, there was such a farce at the new product launch conference, and she also fired Shenxia completely. At that time, Shenxia wanted to use the product quality scandal and pressure from the board of directors to kick her out directly, but she didn't expect that Xiaochen told her all her plans in advance. So they had time to take advantage of the situation and catch her directly at the press conference. Unexpectedly, she not only leaked company secrets, but also colluded with Shui Yuan to force her to step down. She was also very disappointed with the director's performance at the time. She did not expect that the directors, who had worked with her for almost 10 years, would only think about how to protect their own interests at the critical moment. After this incident, she became calmer and more serious than usual. She fired all the people involved, and Shenxia was no longer allowed to appear in the company. She had all her belongings thrown outside the office building and fired all the employees who were close to her. As for Mr. Zhou, who helped Shenxia behind the scenes, she secretly acquired most of his company shares, making his influence in the company almost zero. Although people felt some resentment towards her vigorous and decisive way of doing things, they were more in awe of her. And after Shui Yuan was shocked by the Middle Eastern boss and Xiao Chen's outrageous actions at the press conference, he stayed at home obediently for several days. But the more he thought about the situation at that time, the more he felt something was wrong. No matter how he looked at it, this Xiao Chen didn't look like someone with such a scary background. So he secretly hired the most famous private detective in Longchang and asked them to investigate all the information about Xiao Chen, the more detailed the better. After careful and detailed investigation by several detectives, the detailed information of Xiao Chen's 8 generations of ancestors was basically found out. A piece of paper material that was 5 centimeters thick was placed directly in front of him. He flipped through the pages casually and found that Xiao Chen's ancestors were all authentic farmers, and it was not until his father's generation that they left the farming profession. His father now runs a car repair stall in the countryside of Longcheng to make a living, while his mother is a typical rural woman. He even has an older brother who is said to have intellectual disabilities. With such a family background, he wants to pretend to be a rich second generation from the Middle East? You are kidding me. When he thought about how he had actually knelt before him and begged for forgiveness, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Damn Xiao Chen, he actually cheated him so badly, he must make him pay back 100 or 1,000 times. However, because this matter has alarmed his father, he must think carefully about what to do next. On the other side, after Xiao Chen returned to the apartment, he checked the various skills after the system upgrade. In addition to his previous skills of cooking, makeup, 10 languages, car racing, mind reading and the sometimes effective foresight, only his eavesdropping skill has been upgraded. From being able to eavesdrop only on sounds within 10 meters before to being basically unrestricted by distance now, it can be said that now as long as he wants, he can easily hear the sounds of the entire building. Although the upgraded task this time was to carry a girl as a princess, the situation was critical at the time and he didn't think too much and just picked up Yang Yin. So the task was completed smoothly. When he checked the upgrade task, the system interface prominently displayed that it had been completed. It seems that upgrading your skills is not that difficult. If there are frequent upgrading tasks in the future, you can try it yourself. He was thinking about it when suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, upgrade task detected. Host, do you want to upgrade? Well, what you think will come true? Since there are upgrade tasks, you might as well take a look at them first. If they are not difficult, complete one and you can also earn a skill upgrade. If it's too difficult, you can just not upgrade. He was thinking about it when a new upgrade task popped up on the system interface. Upgrade mission, make a person who extremely hates the host reach a favorability of 90 points towards the host. System prompt, after completing the mission, the host can choose any skill to upgrade. If the mission fails or is not completed, no skill will be enhanced in the future. Nanny, he has no way out now. Although it doesn't matter if you don't upgrade your skills, the task isn't that difficult, and you're free anyway, so you might as well give it a try. So he said silently in his heart, accept the upgrade task. Ding, the mission is accepted successfully. A favorability test skill is given, which can help the host detect the favorability index of others. This is not bad. He still appreciates the gentleness and consideration of this crappy system. Then he activated the accompanying favorability test skill. Yang Yin happened to be resting at home, and he wanted to test how much she liked him. So he brought a bowl of soup to the bedroom door and knocked on it.
Yang Yin came over and opened the bedroom door.
Because she was resting at home, she was dressed casually. Her loose cartoon pajamas revealed her slender calves, and her thick seaweed-like hair was scattered on her shoulders, making her look very lazy and relaxed.
What's wrong, Brother Chan?
She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked.
I brought you a bowl of soup, drink it while it's hot.
He said this, but his eyes were fixed on her.
He wanted to see how much she liked him.
After looking for a long time, no numbers appeared and he thought there was something wrong with the system. As a result, when she looked at the soup in his hand with shining eyes, a string of eye-catching numbers suddenly appeared on her chest. 100.
No way? Is her favorability towards me so high? He secretly thought that something was wrong.
Although he had vaguely felt that she seemed to have a good impression of him, he had never responded. Moreover, he had already told her about his relationship with Su Yueru.
Doesn't she intend to give up?
And when she took her eyes off the soup bowl and looked at him and thanked him with a smile, the number on her chest changed again.
80? What does that mean? Does this favorability change depending on what she sees?
It turns out that in her heart, the soup she made is more important than him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and shook his head.
What's wrong, Brother Chan?
She sipped the soup while looking at Xiao Chun, who was smiling bitterly. He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, that 80% favorability was just right, and that the two of them were just good friends, so he didn't have to worry about it. The two were sitting there when suddenly the doorbell rang. The person who came was actually Lin Xinger. She had just examined Yang Yin yesterday and came this time to help him change the medicine and bandages.
Chapter 116 Request.
He pretended to be calm and glanced at her chest.
How could this system have such a vulgar design? Why would it display the favorability on a girl's chest? It's so distracting. 60, this is too low.
But considering her strong opposition to his and Su Yueru's union in the beginning, this level of favorability is considered good.
I passed.
It seems she doesn't hate me that much. He thought and smiled at her.
40, what? How did her favorability drop so low in an instant?
He was a little puzzled as to why the woman's mood changed so quickly.
Where are you looking at? You're still grinning.
As she spoke, she tightened the collar of her white coat. As a female doctor who cures and saves lives, she was indeed a little too well endowed. Dr. Lin, you really misunderstood me.
I just wanted to thank you for saving me these few times, he said in a feigned innocence. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I just need your help with something. She said it bluntly. Just tell me what you want to say. I'll do my best to be clear.
Seeing that he was so confident, her favorability towards his chest actually dropped a little.
Women's hearts are like the sea's needle. Why is everything I say now wrong?
If he didn't have this favorability testing skill, he wouldn't have known that she hated him so much.
Don't just boast, you may not be able to do it in reality. She suddenly looked a little depressed, as if she was thinking of some unpleasant past.
She shook her head as if to drive away some bad things from her mind, and then slowly said, Actually, I want you to help me teach my brother a lesson, so that he won't continue to live in a muddle-headed way. There seemed to be tears in her eyes.
Family should be the only weakness of this calm and cold female doctor. Your brother? What happened to him? He is almost 20 years old this year and is a student at the local medical university. He has been an excellent student since childhood, but for some reason he has become very close to a group of hooligans since entering university. His family originally hoped that he would inherit the family hospital after graduation, but now he does not study at all and cannot pass any of his subjects. If he continues like this, he will be useless sooner or later. After listening to her description, he did feel a headache.
He himself has an older brother and can understand the feeling of helplessness and anxiety.
What can I do?
He asked, looking at Lin Xinger, who had a sad face. She looked up at him helplessly. Although she had never been optimistic about him, the facts proved that he would indeed do his best to help others. So she thought about it for a long time before she thought of asking him for help.
Actually, I want you to live with him for a while.
The elders and brothers and sisters in the family have all tried to persuade him. But he simply won't listen, so I thought maybe you could persuade him as a friend.
I don't have any familiar male friends, so I can only ask you for help. She spoke in a very humble tone, far less domineering than before. Of course you can, But wouldn't it be a bit awkward for an outsider like me to suddenly appear around him? Kids nowadays are such trouble. When I was struggling alone in Longcheng, I didn't need anyone's advice. After experiencing the harsh treatment of society, I naturally know the true meaning of living a good life. I have thought of this. You can pretend to be my boyfriend. Just say that you have nowhere to go and you are staying at my brother's off-campus house. This way you can communicate more. I don't expect you to influence him directly and stop him from living like this every day. I will be very satisfied. Hearing her say that, he simply couldn't refuse. After all, I was injured several times, and people came to help me in the early morning. Besides, as long as he tries his best, it's fine. It's just a matter of staying with a little kid for a few days. Would I, a 30-year-old man, be afraid of him? Okay, no problem. Yinin's affairs have been arranged, and I have some free time during this period. In the last kidnapping incident, Lu Qian had been sentenced by the court for instigating others to kidnap and extort. In the next few years, they would not be able to see this person again. And the assistant Xiao Xiao was also fired by them. We cannot be lenient to such a traitor. At this time, Yang Yin also agreed, yes, Sister Xinger. If I can help with this matter, please tell me. Your brother is my brother. She rarely smiled, patted Yang Yin's shoulder and said, okay, I will definitely find you if I need you. But now you have to rest well, okay? By the way, did you see the psychologist I recommended to you last time? She stuck out her tongue and said, it's too late yet, and if I go to see it, I have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Don't worry, that person is my classmate. His character can be trusted. There was another round of greetings among the group, and then Lin Xinger prepared to leave as she had another patient. Before leaving, she agreed with him on the time and place to visit her brother, and told him not to forget. From this point of view, she is really a competent sister. In the evening, Su Yueru finished her company's affairs early and returned to her apartment. After experiencing several days of drastic changes, it was not easy for the group to have dinner together so peacefully and harmoniously. He directly used his cooking skills to improve the meals for the two beauties. It is said that to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This is also very useful for beautiful women. Two fresh and refined beauties were seen looking at the table full of delicacies with shining eyes. Every time they tasted a dish, they would flatter him. Brother Chen, your cooking is so delicious. I have gained weight during the time I have lived here. Yang Yin touched her belly pretending to be annoyed, and pinched the flesh on her face to show him. No way, Yin hasn't gained weight at all. Even if she gained weight, she would still look better. Su Yueru comforted her, saying that she was a thoughtful person and was always as warm as spring to the people she loved. 90, when she looked at Yang Yin, the favorability of her chest was 90 points. And when she turned around and looked at herself, the number on her chest directly turned into 100. Yueru, do you like me so much? He not only asked out loud. Huh? What are you talking about? She blushed and pretended not to know. He saw Yang Yin standing beside him with an expression that looked like she was choked by dog food, and waved his hand to indicate that she didn't need to worry. At this time, Yang Yin said again, by the way, Brother Chen, Sister Yueru, I have a gift for you. As she said that, she ran out of the bedroom and took out two beautifully wrapped gift boxes. When the satin boxes were opened, they contained two brand-name couple watches. Chapter 117 New Mission. Brother Chen, Sister Yueru, you have really helped me a lot during this period. I don't know how to thank you, so I bought this gift for you too. I hope you can accept it. She looked at the two of them with a smile. Su Yueru wanted to refuse, as a female CEO worth hundreds of millions, she didn't need such luxury goods. But after all, this was Yang Yin's intention. Okay, since you've already bought it, Yueru and I will accept it. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Chen said directly and generously. During this period of time, he helped her settle a lot of things. For a girl, he was like a brother. And he did not treat her as an outsider. He used to think that being a star was a very glorious and respectable thing, but after direct contact with them, he found that they also had their own difficulties and troubles. Seeing them happily accepting the gifts, she said happily, Brother Chen, Sister Yueru has been bothering you all this time. Because I have been staying here and not leaving, you two have no time to yourself. So I plan to move out in the next few days. They both felt it was a surprise to hear her decision. Although her presence prevented them from kissing each other as unscrupulously as before,
they were still reluctant to let her go when she suddenly said she wanted to leave.
Yin, why are you moving out so suddenly? Have you decided where you want to move to?
Su Yueru was very worried that her little girl-like sister might encounter danger again.
Sister Yueru, don't worry, I've already found a place to live,
she said mysteriously.
Where did you move to?
Come to our house more often.
In fact, I bought an apartment in this neighborhood, right in the building in front. I will definitely come here often to eat,
she said proudly, pointing at the tall building in front of her.
He looked at the complacent Yang Yin inside again.
This community is one of the most expensive in Longcheng. Thinking about how he worked so hard as a delivery boy back then, he probably couldn't afford such an apartment in his entire life. I didn't expect that she bought a set in just a few days.
This is the financial strength of female stars. By the way, Brother Chen, will you still move to the villa at Linjiang International?
She was worried that if they moved out, her plan to eat for free would be ruined.
We won't go there. Yueru doesn't like it there. Besides, I've lent the house to Hosey, he said nonchalantly. What? You don't live in a villa worth tens of millions of yuan for a single day, but you lend it to others?
This Xiao Chen is really good to his friends.
Tyrant, please be my friend,
she pleaded in mock pity.
He pushed her head, thinking that with his little savings, he didn't know who was the richest between the two of them. Although he had 1 billion in his account as a system reward, he still couldn't spend a penny.
The only funds he could use now were the 50 million that Shui Yuan lost to him in the last racing game. He had spent 20 million in odds and ends, so now he had 30 million left to use. This amount of money was an astronomical figure for me in the past, but in the eyes of these stars and presidents, it is just a small amount.
What did Hosey borrow the villa for? Su Yueru asked curiously.
It wasn't that she felt sorry for the villa, as she had even lent her own Ferrari to Hosey. But ever since she saw Hosey couldn't let go of Zhang Xiaohua, the gold digger, she had been worried about him. For a gold digger like that, it was impossible for him to satisfy her desires. Xiao Chen briefly told the two of them his story. The two girls looked at each other, as if they understood each other immediately.
I don't think this matter is that simple. A woman like Zhang Xiaohua can't possibly be with Hosey. It's better for you to persuade him.
After hearing Yang Yin's suggestion, he could only sigh. It is said that only people of the same sex can distinguish between a scumbag and a green tea girl, so Zhang Xiaohua's green tea status is generally recognized. But feelings are something that cannot be controlled by anyone, just like I knew Chen Yuejia was good for nothing before, but I still couldn't let her go. The few of them talked about their future arrangements.
In addition to Yang Yin preparing to move out of the apartment, Xiao Chen's bodyguard work also came to an end.
After all, she lives so close to him now, and Lu Qian has also been locked up. So she no longer needs to follow him for the time being. He also agreed to Lin Xinger's request, and starting tomorrow he would help her persuade her unlearned brother. After that, they all went to bed and there was no conversation all night.
The next day, Yang Yin went to the studio and Su Yueru went to the company, leaving Xiao Chen alone waiting in the apartment.
He was waiting for Lin Xinger's call. He wanted to go with her to meet her legendary playboy brother. As a family of doctors, the Lin family not only owns their own hospital, but also their own pharmaceutical factory. Their influence in Longcheng is significant. Not only are they financially strong, but they are also well known for their superb medical skills and their ability to save lives.
Growing up in such a family, one must have been deeply influenced.
And I heard that her younger brother has been a top student since he was young, with excellent character and academic performance, and he has never even had a premature love affair. Therefore, it was difficult for him to imagine how low such a person could fall even if he was uneducated and unskilled.
Because of the halos he had enjoyed before, he was almost shocked when he saw Lin Xinger's legendary younger brother.
They came to a newly built community near the medical university. Her brother hated living in a dormitory with others, so he ran away and rented a house. She took out the spare key and opened the door directly. Suddenly, an indescribable smell came out from inside. The smell seemed to be a mixture of leftovers, dirty clothes, and indescribable human secretions. The two of them couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses, holding their breath as they walked in.
Although it was almost noon, the blackout curtains in the room blocked out all the sunlight, and the room was pitch dark. She walked to the window and pulled open all the curtains.
Suddenly the room was lit up, but the scene before her was extremely shocking to the eyes. I saw two naked bodies lying on the ground, and one of them was startled by the sudden light.
When the woman who woke up first saw that there were two strangers standing in the room, she screamed. She screamed and ran to the bathroom. Lin Xinger was also shocked by this scene. She never thought that her well-behaved and obedient brother would bring a woman home to spend the night. Compared to her panic, Xiao Chen was much calmer. No one understands men better than men. No matter how harmless a man may appear on the outside, there are actually undercurrents surging inside him. At this time, another person on the ground with a mess on his head also sat up. Chapter 118, Prodigal Brother. She threw a piece of clothing over and then turned to look out the window. The boy on the ground was thin and looked like he hadn't exercised for years. And his pale face looked as if it had never been exposed to the sun. As he put on his clothes, he said shyly, "Sister, why are you here?" She then turned around and said, "What's wrong? Can't I come? If I don't come, I don't know how low you will fall. Look at what you look like." She scolded him, but started helping him clean up the trash. It was rare that he was not angry at this time. Since he experienced that setback, his temperament has changed drastically and he is very sensitive to other people's accusations. But he never says bad things to his sister. It can be said that he is a complete sister con. Only then did he notice Xiao Chun, who had been standing next to him. He frowned and looked at the strange man. "Who are you? Why are you here with my sister?" She pointed at Xiao Chen and introduced him. "Lin Mo, this is my boyfriend Xiao Chen." Then he turned to look at Xiao Chen and said shyly, "Xiao Chen, this is my brother Lin Mo. I will be in your care from now on." Seeing that she and Xiao Chen seemed to have a close relationship, Lin Mo became even angrier. This man is considered handsome, but he is not worthy of his sister in any way. "Sister, what are you asking him for? Who the hell is he to be with you?" He immediately looked at Xiao Chen angrily. Xiao Chen looked at the favorability bar on his chest, which showed that his current favorability towards him was 100. This person should be the one who dislikes me the least among all the people right now. He didn't even have the chance to introduce himself to Lin Mo, but he was already full of hostility towards him. "Hey, let me tell you. What do you do? How do you know my sister?" He said it disrespectfully. Even Lin Xinger felt embarrassed. She quickly stopped him and said, "Lin Mo, you are so uneducated. How can you talk to Xiao Chen like that?" He raised an eyebrow and looked at her. She had always stood by him since childhood, even now that the whole family had given up on him. She was the only one who would come to see him, give him money to spend, and counsel him, but now she actually taught him a lesson because of this man with unknown intentions. When he thought of this, he suddenly became furious. He rushed to Xiao Chen and wanted to grab him by the collar and beat him up so that he would give up. But he didn't expect that just as he was about to grab his collar, he was pushed to the ground by his shoulder. He sat on the ground a little dazed. Although he was indeed a little overdrawn in the past few days, it shouldn't be so serious that he would fall down without even bumping into anyone, right? He unwillingly got up from the ground again, then hugged Xiao Chen around the waist with both hands, trying to push him down. What shocked him was that he had no intention of falling down, and he didn't even move. Since Xiao Chen acquired the combat proficiency skill, his physical fitness seems to have been further enhanced. Not to mention Lin Mo alone, even if there was another person it would be difficult to surpass him in strength. Seeing Lin Mo wrestling with Xiao Chen with a red face, Lin Xinger finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Lin Mo, have you had enough of making trouble? Let him go, or I won't give you this month's living expenses." As the heir of the Lin family, how could Lin Mo bow down for just a few $1,000s? But now his family has suspended his credit card, cut off his pocket money, and even Lin's father wants to cut off ties with this prodigal son. So the several thousand yuan of living expenses from his sister are still very important to him. He reluctantly let go of Xiao Chen and sat down on the sofa dejectedly. "Hey, I just asked you a question. Why didn't you answer?" He obviously had no intention of letting Xiao Chen go. "Oh, I'm unemployed like you now. I go shopping here and there every day. I met your sister when I was shopping. She fell in love with me at first sight and kept pursuing me. I had no choice but to agree to be her boyfriend." Not sure if it was to intentionally piss him off, Xiao Chen just made it up. "TSK, how could my sister fall for a jerk like you who doesn't even have a job? I think you just want to be a gigolo and rely on my sister. Believe it or not, I'm not the only one who's living off your sister. Don't you also eat with your sister's money?" He was speechless after hearing what Xiao Chen said, and the fact was exactly as he said. What happened to his sister? It was not enough to support him alone,
but she found another gigolo. At this time, Lin Xinger suddenly said, I have an operation to be performed soon and I need to go over and prepare for it right away.
You two should get along well. I will come to see you when I am free.
As she said that, she walked towards the door, ready to leave.
Lin Mo quickly stopped her and asked, What do you mean by getting along well? Isn't he going with you?
Her face turned red and she said, Where should I take him? He has no place to live right now, so he'll stay here with you for a few days until I find him a house and then I'll let him leave. This was an excuse they had thought of before, because she was afraid that Lin Mo would go out and have a life of drinking and partying every day, so she asked him to follow him 24 hours a day.
He's really a complete jobless bum, isn't he? Sister, you should break up with him.
You can't find a boyfriend in a garbage dump,
he said with great sorrow. But she just smiled, waved, and left.
Only Xiao Chen and his partner were left in the room. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, a woman with heavy makeup and a miniskirt suddenly walked out of the bathroom. She walked towards the door calmly, completely free of the panic she had just shown. When she walked up to Xiao Chen, she took out a business card from her bag and stuffed it into his hand, then winked playfully and said, Handsome guy, take care of my business when you have time. After saying that, she left with a gust of fragrant wind. He had thought that this was Lin Mo's girlfriend, but he didn't expect that she was actually a special practitioner.
You have a positive work attitude,
he said to ease the awkward atmosphere. But Lin Mo ignored him and turned to go to the kitchen to find something to eat.
He hadn't eaten well in the past few days.
Now he felt his feet were a little weak. He was rummaging through some rotten leftovers and instant noodle boxes. Looking at his beggar-like behavior, Xiao Chen found it hard to associate him with the genius boy that others talked about.
Is this how all geniuses live?
Fortunately, I have been an ordinary person since I was a child. Thinking this, he went to the kitchen, found a large trash can and swept all the kitchen waste into it. Seeing all his food being thrown away, Lin Mo looked at him angrily.
What are you doing? Who do you think you are? How dare you mess around in my house? Chapter 119 The True Fragrance Theorem. I'm just sorting the garbage, or do you want to eat it?
He looked at the frantic Lin Mo speechlessly, unable to imagine what kind of blow could have brought this talented young man to this point. He looked through the refrigerator. Since Lin Xinger came to see him from time to time, the food inside was still fully stocked.
He took out a few ingredients at random and started cooking.
In just over 10 minutes, he prepared 4 dishes and a soup and put them on the table. The rich aroma of rice filled the air, and Lin Mo couldn't help swallowing.
He sat at the dining table and said, Would you like to eat? Lin Mo said with determination, Eat, why not? My sister bought all this for me.
He sat down carelessly, filled himself a bowl of rice, and began to eat it in no time. After eating takeout and instant noodles for too long, this table of delicious food can't help but make you salivate. He ate as much as he could, as if he had been hungry for a month.
Suddenly he didn't swallow it properly and choked. He pounded his chest desperately while picking up the bowl of soup and drinking it.
After gulping down a few mouthfuls of soup, he felt a little better. His eating manners just now looked a little ugly, but now he is basically full. So he decided to save his face. He slowly put down the bowl of soup and said, Your cooking skills are average, not as good as my chef's. As he spoke, he slowly picked up the bowl and took a sip. He had just been choked so badly that he didn't care about the taste when he drank the soup.
Now I tasted it slowly and found that the taste of this soup is really the best in the world.
Really? We didn't have much ingredients this time, so we made it in a hurry.
Just have a bite.
I didn't make the soup well, so I think I'd better pour it out. After saying that, he stood up and was about to pour out the whole pot of soup.
Hey, wait a minute.
This is too wasteful.
My sister bought this for me. Give it to me.
He directly snatched the soup bowl from Xiao Chen's hand and started drinking it. It smells so good. This might be the best and most filling meal he has had in the past 20 years. After a long burp, he lazily leaned on the sofa. Looking at him with messy hair and the smell of someone who hadn't taken a shower for several days, Xiao Chen couldn't help shaking his head.
Aren't you a college student? Don't you have classes?
He looked at Xiao Chen with a look on his face that said, Are you an idiot?
He lay down on the sofa and said, College students have to go to class? I'm telling you, don't complain to my sister. I haven't been to class this semester. Seeing his indifferent look, Xiao Chen was just curious, if you don't attend class, won't the school expel you? He replied disdainfully, "So what if I don't attend classes? My uncle is the dean of our college. Besides, I don't care even if they expel me." Hearing him being so casual about his life, Xiao Chen almost wanted to beat him up. He failed the college entrance examination and had to go to a third-rate undergraduate school. However, since entering college, he has been studying hard to strive for a good future. But this society is so cruel. He studied diligently for 4 years but became unemployed right after graduation and couldn't find a job that matched his major. In the end, in order to make a living and support Chen Yuejiao, he had to choose to deliver takeout. But this boy in front of me obviously has a bright future, but he doesn't cherish it and only spends his time in debauchery. Is it just because he still wants the hospital to inherit? Xiao Chen immediately grabbed him from the sofa and threw him directly into the bathroom. He struggled hard, swearing, not understanding why he had suddenly gone mad. "I'll give you 10 minutes to get yourself ready. Then we'll go to your school together for class," he said in a deep voice. "What if I don't?" Lin Mo looked at him provocatively. He didn't say anything else, but he cracked his fingers. When Xiao Chen was young, his father didn't really reason with him. It was a waste of effort. There was only one way to deal with people who didn't understand reason, and that was to beat them up severely. Just like Lin Mo now, he has become so depraved because he lacks this cruel but necessary education. Seeing him cracking his fingers, Lin Mo felt a little guilty. He had just tested Xiao Chen's strength and found that he was no match for him. If he really intended to beat me up, the only possibility would be that I would be left dead in the apartment. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so Lin Mo had no choice but to go and wash up obediently. 10 minutes later, the two packed up and walked directly to Lin Mo's school. There was only one anatomy class this afternoon, and under normal circumstances Lin Mo would never go to it. On the one hand, the anatomy classroom is cold and dark, and now that the weather is getting cooler, going there is simply a torture. On the other hand, there was someone in this class whom he didn't want to see, and that was Gu Ruoyun, the goddess he had been secretly in love with for 5 years. Normally, boys would like to see their favorite goddess every day, but the reason why he is afraid to see her is that he finally musters up the courage to confess his love to her in person, but is ruthlessly rejected by her. Being rejected is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that after rejecting herself, she turned directly into the arms of her best friend. He was betrayed by both his brother and his beloved woman at the same time. He could not withstand such a blow, so he used self-abandonment to numb himself. But because Xiao Chen threatened him directly, he had no choice but to go to class. So he basically had a gloomy face along the way and didn't talk to him at all. As soon as the two entered the anatomy classroom, they attracted many curious eyes. After all, he hadn't been to class for almost half a semester. There is no wall that is impenetrable, and the fact that he confessed his love to the goddess but was rejected was also known to his classmates. So the look they gave him was mixed with sympathy, curiosity, and ridicule, very complicated. At this time, a boy wearing a famous brand walked out from the corner of the classroom. He was very handsome, and when he saw Lin Mo coming, he greeted him warmly. "Lin Mo, you finally came to class? I told you that if you didn't come, I would go to your house and dig you out." His tone was warm, as if he had a special relationship with Lin Mo. "No need, I'm not that familiar with you," he said coldly, with no intention of giving that man any face at all. "You're not still mad at me, are you? I didn't know you liked Yuner, too. If I knew you'd confessed your feelings to her, I wouldn't be with her. If you don't believe me, I can break up with her now." Only then did Xiao Chen realize that this very handsome boy was actually Lin Mo's love rival. "What are you talking about? I like someone who cares about you. Do you need to be humble?" He ignored the boy and turned to walk to the other side of the classroom. Chapter 120, Anatomy Teacher. At this time, a girl with long flowing hair and long legs walked in from the classroom door. The girl was very pretty, with big eyes carrying a childlike innocent look, which made anyone who saw her feel pity for her. Lin Mo happened to look directly into the girl's eyes, and a blush appeared on his originally pale and thin face, as if he was shy. When Xiao Chen saw the scene, he knew that the goddess that Lin Mo was obsessed with should be this girl, and judging from his current behavior, he probably hasn't let go of this girl yet. The girl was also stunned when she saw him, and she opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to say something to him. But at this time, the handsome man in branded clothes walked over and put his arms around her slender waist. He asked affectionately, "Yuner, why did you come here just now? Did I make you too tired last night?" These words are extremely ambiguous, and make people imagine a lot. Sure enough, the girl's face turned red instantly after hearing this. She no longer looked at Lin Mo but lowered her head to look at the ground. The handsome guy just said that as long as Lin Mo liked her, he could give up the girl, but when he turned around and saw the girl coming, he hurried over to protest. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this kind of behavior is definitely that of a green tea man. He despised this kind of two-faced man the most, so he dragged Lin Mo to the corner of the classroom. That girl is the reason why you are so decadent? You are such a loser, he said deliberately. You know nothing. If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. He pushed him a little annoyed. Okay, I won't say anything. But the relationship between you guys is quite messy. One moment you love her, the next moment she loves him. Are all young people nowadays like this? Ruoyun doesn't like Long Weishan at all. He just relied on the power of his family to force her to submit. He looked at the loving couple in the distance with an unwilling look. In Xiao Chen's opinion, although the girl didn't seem to like Long Weishan that much, she didn't show any disgust either. And from what Long Weishan said just now, it can be seen that the relationship between the two people seems to be very close, extraordinary closeness. But if you say she doesn't want to, then so be it, as long as you are happy. You said Long Weishan's family is very powerful? Is it more powerful than your family? In Longshan, almost all hospitals have shares owned by the Lin family, and the Lin family has opened dozens of its own hospitals across the country. Do you want to be someone else's younger brother at this level? This seemed to hit Lin Mo's sore spot, and he nodded reluctantly. Long Weishan is a direct descendant of the Long family. The Long family is very mysterious and no one knows who their specific family members are. We only know that the current head of the family is Old Long, and Long Weishan is said to be Old Long's grandson. It turns out that he is a member of the Long family. No wonder even Lin Mo started to feel inferior when he saw him. You are going to be the boss who will inherit countless hospitals in the future. You can't be so unconfident. Come on, follow my example. Smile confidently. Otherwise, girls will be scared away by your bitter face. As he said this, he revealed an extremely narcissistic smile. This time even Lin Mo was amused by him. For some reason, the confidence in him seemed to have infected him. The two were chatting and laughing, but Gu Ruoyan felt a little sad when she saw them from the other side. She didn't expect Lin Mo to get over the pain of losing her so quickly. She originally thought that she had a great influence on him. I didn't expect that Lin Mo recovered so quickly. Yuner, your charm seems to have diminished. He said it lightly, but Gu Ruoyun beside him shuddered with fear. Mr. Long, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to get over the shadow of a broken heart so quickly. It's my fault for not handling things properly. She was so scared that she didn't dare to look the other person in the eye. It's okay, don't be afraid. I just feel that maybe he needs a little help. He looked at her meaningfully, then reached out and grabbed a lock of her hair and smelled it. After the anatomy teacher walked into the classroom, he glanced at all the students present. He seriously explained the various precautions again and then began to practice in groups. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo was grouped with Gu Ruoyun this time. He had calmed down, but now he started to get nervous again. Their group was to do a structural dissection of the human internal organs. When the white cloth was removed from the bodies one by one, Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a soft scream. In the 30 years he had grown up, he had seen only a handful of dead bodies. This was the first corpse that had been presented to him so vividly and frankly. Such a strong and shocking impact can only be fully experienced by being there in person. But as a medical student who has been immersed in it for 2 years, his reaction undoubtedly shows that he is a coward. Uncle, is this the first time you see a cadaver teacher? A girl with acne all over her face covered her mouth and laughed. What? Uncle? Who are you talking about, uncle? I'm not that old. 1,000 horses were galloping through Xiao Chen's mind. Lin Mo's relationship with him had just eased a little, but now he was looking at him with a gloating look on his face. It is indeed the first time that your cadaver teacher has met. We can go out for a drink together when we have the chance. He pretended to be nonchalant and said that he thought the cadaver teacher she was talking about was the living one walking around on the podium. So I just said this casually. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo and his companions almost laughed to death after hearing this. He looked at them with a puzzled look on his face as if they were having a seizure, not knowing what was so funny. Finally, Lin Mo stopped laughing and pointed at the body lying on the morgue table and said, This is our cadaver teacher. You are really awesome. You asked him to go drink. Ha, I am dying of laughter, he said, clutching his stomach once again. Who knows this medical term? Oh, I am really embarrassed this time. He looked at them gloomily, wondering how he could regain some face. Suddenly a system prompt sounded. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Finally, it was time for the sign-in reward session that everyone loved. He happily muttered to himself, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the medical proficiency skill. The moment he signed in to the system, his mind was filled with all kinds of medical knowledge and terms. When he looked at the various surgical tools beside him, their specific names automatically appeared in his mind. Humph, this time let me broaden the horizons of you little brats. Thinking of this, he picked up a scalpel and walked towards the corpse that he was a little scared of.